Thank you, Astro Debra. Is the audio work? I don't think you can hear. I don't think you can hear the game. Hmm. Fuck. The desktop audio is not working. I'm gonna have to stop the stream and restart it. Working out? No. There we go. I think there's audio now. When my mic was working, my desktop audio wasn't. Cool, we're starting very soon. Just give me 2 seconds. Make sure I have everything all set up. I have a pen that works. Yep. Else. My dry erase marker that isn't dead. See if I can find that. Problem with like pens and markers is that Killian enjoys knocking them off of places and then hiding them. It's great. Okay. Hi, everybody. This should be a fun little stream. Probably the Pathologic main screen music is it's kind of like having a drill applied to your head sound-wise. I love this song, but it's always like 10 times louder than the rest of So hopefully you're gonna have to just keep updating me on how the audio sounds. Anyway, I'm in. Sorry, realized I need to message guests. So what was I doing? And I need to open up Chrome so that I can see the Ko-Fi donations. Thank you so much, Val, for the donation, for starting it off. He said, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping. It was Daniel Dankovsky, and he was here to dissect my immortal grandpa's body. Accurate description of the beginning of this game. Welcome, welcome to the Help Me Not Be in Hell stream. Last one's been not great. Money-wise. Shockingly, being chronically ill and mentally ill, not a great combo. Also just a lot of other shitty things have been happening, so, yeah, I'm fundraising for help me pay for my rent debt and groceries and whatnot, basically. So, I'm going to be playing all of Pathologic. A sane and normal thing to do on stream. It's a normal game. That is definitely not considered extremely hard. Also, let me know if the audio levels are... I mean, in a magical ideal world, we hit 4K, but any amount helps. So I have incremental goals. The first goal is at 500. If you want info, here is info. Hopefully Nightbot is working. Oh, the Twitch Nightbot's working. I have to sign into the... Okay, now the YouTube. Okay. Both are working. Awesome. Someone donated. I'm gonna go check the page. Thank you. No, wait, that wasn't a donation. That was something else. Oh, yes. Mark Hamill's Joker for Mark Immortal. There you go. Perfect. People are understanding the mission, the goal, the purpose here, which is great. Rent is outrageous, but it's one of those things where I've just, like, because of, like, it's not just the rent, it's like a billion other things. You know what I mean? Okay, I have the voices page up now. We're organized. I'm organized. Do you like the overlays I made really fast? I'm pretty proud of them. I think they look great. Yeah, at $500, whatever the current voice for Daniel Dankovsky is, I will be doing the lemon rant from the Fall of the House of Usher. Mostly because I need to practice it a lot, because it will be in the video, but also just, I think it'll be really funny to do it in a weird voice. And if you are all here for the Dead Space stream, you know how funny that version got. Hey Miranda, thank you so much for the support. So yeah, thank you to Anonymous who donated 30 bucks. Uh, if you wanted lay claim to that for the Mark Hamill Joker one, you pay 30 bucks to get multiple rewards. Just saying. So, make sure to request all of them. Read the sheet. It will tell you the info. Where is Mark Immortal? I need him. So we probably won't get to Mark Immortal until the end of day one. Mark Hamill Joker. The way I'm generally going to run this is, like, if people, if multiple people pay for the same character, I'll do the voice for a bit, and then I'll switch to the next voice. Just so that everybody gets to hear the voices they're looking for. Thank you so much, Void, for the support. I'm going to add your username to the board. Yippee! I can't add anonymous people because you're anonymous. There we go. I hope the stream can see that. I forgot that my dry erase marker is basically dead. It's fine. So I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna sleep. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing this for multiple days in a row. So, without further ado, hip hip hurrah, it is time. Oh fuck, actually I need to go check what that ad is about. It is time for the stream to begin. Yippee! Thank you everybody who's donated. I'm glad. I'm surprised that nobody's requested a Daniil voice yet. So, Shield Baden, thank you so much for the support. You are getting added to the board. We'll yeah. Also, if you donate enough, you get to have your name written on my face in pen. So yeah, what was I doing? Also, why is my Discord bot in the wrong position? That is the wrong element. I swear I thought I had it already. Okay, so we're gonna be playing through the Bachelor's route, which is a normal, regular. This is a very normal video game.
So it's all about trickery to you. Wherever have you come from?
No. I detest trickery. But if we ourselves are to suffer deception, our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Well, the muscular contraction is there. Means you're already inside of him. This must be one of the ventricles, right here.
What a silly place.
Sorry, my mouse is being annoying. The game's too quiet now. But the pause screen is so loud! Which is a problem, because I have to pause constantly. It's okay. There isn't a ton of voice acting. To be honest, the game audio is going to be very unimportant 99% of the time. But I do appreciate you letting me know. So we'll just see. I might just have to, like,
Stuff.
mess around with
things.
things.
It's not real for now? I don't think it has started yet.
Does it matter what it's made of? It's definitely struggling. We need to perform Sectio Transversalis. Cut the wall. There's no other way out. What else is there to do?
I know what to do. Those who favor hard logic and direct action are bound to be misguided. Only a miracle can set us free without us having to destroy something. And I can do miracles. Just let me.
Will you please be quiet? You're a liar and a thief. Who is going to believe you when you keep lying to yourself? The truth is my shepherd. Whatever happens, I will find answers.
God, my stinky son, I love him.
Perform the operation. Medica morbo adhibe.
Don't you go all bossy on me, clever clogs. You will act justly, but your justice will blind you and become his demise. This calls for the
Go, Onion, I need to collect the tools.
both of you.
Your gentle hands are used to killing, not giving life. You will inevitably do harm. As for Brainy, he has no regard for casualties at all. Neither of you knows compassion.
Yes, it seems unlikely that we'll get along well, but there's only one truth.
Any choice is right as long as it's willed. That's the truth of the matter.
Only the heart will show you the right choice. Stop thinking about yourselves. Think of the sick. He's in pain. I can't see it yet, but I can feel it.
It's not even a trap. It's a grave. Subipsum funis sumus. Can't say I hold a soft spot for it.
I can see that. You're full of hate. Stuffed or not, it's breathing. I can hear it. It can be healed rather than killed.
You mean you won't become a killer? But you will. Mark my word, that's exactly what will happen. But I can avoid it.
No, we won't ever get along. I suggest we be on our way. The sooner the better.
Off we go then?
Let's go. The clock is ticking.
I am cool with that queer theory. Mostly because I trust that you're in chat a lot, you're here, I trust you, you know? So if you do that, I'm gonna remember it was you. It's all good. Holy shit, thank you so much, Miranda, for the huge support. Do you wanna redeem anything? Because you didn't put any requests in there, so you can request in chat. Also, just it's nice seeing everybody here, and now I need to write Miranda's name on my face. I'm gonna. Okay. It's extra fun because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Oh good. I'm gonna come back with a mirror. I'm gonna go get a mirror. Okay. Now I can see what the fuck I'm doing. This pen isn't good. I like how I was like, this stream's gonna get chaotic, isn't it? I didn't expect it to go off the rails, like, before we even began playing. Is this one gonna work? That one's gonna work. Okay. Or not. Maybe that part of my maybe this part of my face isn't conducive to writing. It's going through pens. Why did I choose this spot to start? Awesome. It just looks like I have smudge. I could do it in eyeliner, but then I have to redo it every day. So anyway, I'm doing it in eyeliner. I have a marker pen for my art class that I'm doing. So I'll use that. And I'll just go back over. Also, check out this. This is a gift from my mom a few years ago. This little mirror. It's great. It's great when you need to like fix up makeup when you're out and about. There we go. Awesome. First it's just completely illegible. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things that I have. Oh my god. What an incredible beginning. Truly a beautiful event has begun today. I'm glad you're all here first. I'm gonna go check that nobody else has donated. Okay. Let's actually start. So yeah, we're gonna be playing as the Bachelor, my smelliest son, the stinkiest boy, Daniel Dankovsky. I have beaten the game as Daniel Dankovsky before. I do know what I'm doing.
Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine, was brought here by circumstances
This will be the
most
last voice
unfortunate.
acting.
Dankovsky's life work, his theory challenging the existing notions of human mortality, is being harshly persecuted by the powers that be. Suddenly, a letter arrives from a colleague suggesting that there is previous undiscovered evidence which may support Dankovsky's claims. There is a settlement, the letter says, ruled by an extraordinary man who may well be seen as objective proof of Dankovsky's daring hypothesis. Grasping at straws of hope, Dankovsky decides to follow what he believes to be the sign of divine providence. Without further ado, he sets off for the settlement. Late at night, Bachelor arrives in the town. As he seeks room and board, he gets to know a girl called Eva Yan and stays at her place till dawn.
Alright, just a fair warning. I'm playing Pathologic. Pathologic is a game that has a lot of heavy topics, such as, child murder and suicide and things like that. Amazing, Miranda. Miranda, seriously, if you have a request for a Daniil voice, you can make it. I love this game. It's so fucking weird. It's such a weird little art piece. You can look at the list if you want. Otherwise, I don't have a name for Daniil yet. I don't have a voice for Daniil. Emperor Palpatine? Awesome. Okay. Also, I apologize in advance. I will be using, like, get into character phrases a lot for the entire stream.
As of today, my mission remains obscure. The examination of Simon Kane, who is rumored to be a man of incredible longevity, may shake the very foundations of modern thanatology and challenge the existent notions of death itself. However, even in this undying Leviathan proves to be more than a fairy tale. The mere confirmation of this existence won't suffice to prevent the powers that be from shutting our laboratory down. I need to figure out the most fruitful approach. Simon is a well-respected man, and if he makes my interest for effrontery, it would be impossible to convince him to help me break new ground in the field of human vitality.
Well, we already hit the first incentive goal, so let's go. Whoever just donated, holy shit, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna update the goal to Pathostream reward number 2. Let's set the amount to 1,000. Anonymous said, "You know me, and I love you, and you'll learn who this is later. $500. Okay. Well, are you ready for the lemon speech in Emperor Palpatine's voice? Everybody get the lemon speech in Emperor Palpatine's voice. Okay. Okay, lemon rant full transcript. I should have had it ready. I thought I had a link to it already in my document, but I didn't. I messed up. Whoever did that, thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay.
When life hands you lemons, make lemonade new. First, you roll out a multimedia campaign to convince people lemons are incredibly scarce, which only works if you stockpile lemons. Control the supply. Then a media blitz. Lemon's the only way to say I love you.
1 second, sorry. This voice is a tough one.
Roses are out, lemons are in. Billboards that say she won't have sex with you unless you've got lemons. You got the beers in on it, limited edition lemon bracelets. Yellow diamonds called lemon drops. You get Apple to call their new operating system OS Lemon. A little accent over the O. You charge 40% more for organic lemons, 50% more for conflict-free lemons. You back the capital. Lemon lobbyists. You get a Kardashian to suck a lemon wedge in a leaked sex tape. Timothy Chalamet.
Sorry.
Darth Vader. Timothy Chalamet wears lemon shoes at Cannes. Get a hashtag campaign. Something isn't cool or tight or awesome. No, it's lemon. Did you see that movie? Did you see that concert? It was effing lemon. Billie Eilish, oh my god. Hashtag lemon. You get Dr. Oz to recommend 4 lemons a day and a lemon suppository. Supplement to get rid of toxins, because there's nothing scarier than toxins. Join me.
Okay, I have to refine the voice sometimes.
Lord Vader. Then you patent the seeds. You write a line of genetic code that makes the lemons just look a little bit more like tits. And you get a gene patent for the tit lemon DNA sequence. You cross-pollinate. You get those seeds circulating in the wild, and then you sue the farmer for copyright infringement. When that genetic code shows up on their land, sit back, rake in the millions, and then, when you're done, Lord Vader, and you've sold your empire for a few $1 billion, then, and only then, you make some fucking lemonade.
That was not the voice I was expecting to be doing that in. What an experience. What a time. I want to note, I haven't gotten out of the door. I haven't opened the first door.
Empire.
Day 1, by the end of which the bachelor finds himself battling a truly unvanquishable foe. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, that was fun. Was that fun? I hope you all... Oh, wait, we also blew past the 250 goal. Cat time. Stinky man, come here. How do you smell cat? There's a baby. A little baby. Okay. Oh, you don't want to get down. Okay. I've never met a cat that enjoys getting kisses on his forehead as much as... Get down. If you get to 750, you get to see him again. Okay. Did the sounds from the outside wake you up too? There was a terrible groan and then something snapped loudly.
I fell asleep so quickly I didn't even notice. It's like I fainted. So what sounds are you talking about?
I think there are strangers in the backyard by the pond. They're unlikely to be planning mischief, but I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid to go out to them. I hope they go away soon and stop disturbing our sleep.
I'd like to thank you for your hospitality. Board and bed.
I sincerely hope you have everything you need, because I'm very happy to have you here. Daniil, is it?
Could you please tell me where your ruler Simon Kane lives?
Are you willing to trade the company of a fascinated woman for that of a dreadful old man? Even if he is a sorcerer, that's so sad. But Simon won't go anywhere. He is, he has always been, he always will be, even if the moon were to fall to the ground. Please, stay with me a little longer.
Simon is a sorcerer. Did I hear you right? Is that the secret to his longevity?
It'll be easier once I have guests, because they can tell me who donated, but I need to make sure it's not like a voice change. Because it might be. Reminder, you all get to change Daniil's voice whenever you want. Thank you so much, Mighty Jinjojo, for the support. Also, you can get rewards! Nobody's requesting rewards! Alright, what was I doing? I'll show off the board every once in a while when we get a certain amount of names on there. I did my best. I couldn't find a way of propping it up that was, like, easily visible. Thank you so much, Gav, for this, for the help. I appreciate it. Not being very kind. I appreciate it. Queer theory. Okay, what was I doing? Right. I'm gonna get through this first bit of dialogue, and then I'll probably start having guests on because I'll be more walking.
My life, yes. Now that my laboratory is on the brink of destruction, my whole life's pursuit depends on that remarkable man. If he has really managed to live that long, then his dishes will help me defeat death.
Death. So that's the enemy you've chosen for yourself. Isn't it hard? I don't think anyone has managed to defeat that evil yet. This is Pathologic.
My enemy is inevitability. I am challenging the forces of nature.
God, I love him. He's such a stinky little boy.
Millions of doctors defeated it on certain singular occasions, but my enemy is more fearsome. It is death itself, rather than a singular case of death.
In Marble Nest, I think its response to, couldn't you have chosen an easier enemy for yourself? No. That is not my style. I don't understand.
I can barely understand it myself. Could death only seem inevitable to us, but in reality be nothing more than a whim of the will that had shaped this world? That is the question. So where is the key to my victory?
It's not far. The Kanes live at the Crucible on Bridge Square. But could I please offer you a piece of advice?
Go on.
Simon has two younger brothers. The eldest of the two, Georgi, is called the Judge by the locals. Visit him first. He isn't asleep. He'll teach you how to speak with Simon. The youngest of the three is Victor. His daughter, Maria, also wanted to see you. It's probably important.
Was it she who knew at my arrival beforehand?
Yes, she told me about it privately. Talking to her is no simple task. Maria is that kind of person. She puts on airs, but that's just how the Kanes are. It was Maria who told me that she would help you defeat death. That's the precise wording. What a coincidence.
All right. Thank you for your advice.
Go, and I'll prepare everything for your return. Do come back after you speak to the Kanes. They'll probably do a lot of things that will puzzle you and put you on guard. I will have some advice that may be of help to you, if you need it.
I'm unlikely to stay here for long, either. I will depart after speaking to Simon, with or without him.
Oh my god, congrats, Liz. That's awesome. God, one of my favorite lines from Daniil is someone saying, "Do you prefer good or evil, my dear bachelor?" I prefer winning!
I prefer winning.
Tutorial time. This is why I didn't want... Alt. I'm gonna have to teach you about the technicalities of the setting. The time and the place. It's not essential, but that's just how it is. The actor has to be prepared before he goes on stage, or else he'll fall down the aisle or stumble upon the prompt box. That would look mighty silly, wouldn't you agree?
You're going to have to teach me. Aren't you forgetting your manners?
My manners? There are different manners of life and thought, none of them mine. If everything goes awry, you'll get a chance to witness each of them. That is something you should probably try to avoid. As for now, please forgive my rudeness. I'm in a special position here, and so I have the right to be blunt sometimes.
And who are you?
An actor in a tragic mime show. That's unimportant. Will you listen to me or not?
I'm listening.
Time flies by. It can't be stopped or turned back. Nights follow days, which are then followed by nights. Things happen without any regard for whether you're there to witness them. Don't expect anyone to wait for you. Most events can be missed.
And so
it would make sense for you to visit the places that you care about regularly. You'll find the people that will play major roles in your fate there. They stand out from the common folk. The rest are just a crowd shot, a background, a bunch of extras.
As it has always been.
Indeed. Still, it's best to avoid hasty judgment. It's a paradox, you see. Don't try to care too much for the lives of these bound to stand out people. And don't be too dismissive of the silent crowd. Both extremes will end in tragedy.
Why is that?
This world cares for your reputation, a fine and crucial instrument. Your reputation changes the world you see, for it is a mirror. Wouldn't you agree? And so a bad reputation can get you into a lot of trouble.
For example.
Oh, need I describe? You've got vivid imagination. Everything changes. From mystical aspects to mundane things like the people you need treating you badly. How many enemies you've got. How high the prices rise. How bad your dreams are. Lots of things.
A sorry prospect. How do I maintain my reputation?
Really? How is that even a question? Same as anywhere. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not betray. Do not steal. Do not covet. Do not be an asshole. Do not get caught. The rules are the same everywhere. A truly selfless deed, like risking something for thy neighbor or even a person who lives quite far away, can help in a dire situation.
I see.
Really? Good for you, then. As for me, I can't see anything in this mask. I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, don't get too worked up about human lives, and don't put too much stock in others' words, mine included. He who trusts everyone is asking to be deceived.
Yet he who trusts no one is deluded. I know that from experience.
Venerable Bachelor, please be so kind as to linger for a minute. This conversation won't take too much of your time, especially since time stops during dialogues, at least during the important ones. And our dialogue is extremely important. You need to know how to play, after all, don't you?
Nay, what are you talking about, Mask Man? I'm neither a gambler nor an actor.
Of course you aren't. You're a living, breathing man, as is evident from your conditions and statuses. You experience hunger, thirst, and fatigue. You suffer from pain, wounds, and diseases. You're so lifelike. You have to eat, drink, and sleep, and rest. And to make mistakes.
The latter being the most definitive proof of my human nature. Wouldn't you agree?
If I may, I would like to point out just how important it is to keep an eye on your condition. If you get dizzy or are naturally sluggish, do have it checked up. Vital processes tend to run faster during emergencies than in everyday life. I knew a person who died of stress but was diagnosed with starvation.
It happens. I can testify that as a doctor.
Need I remind a wise man like you of the fact that hunger is sated with food? Food can be found in shops, and shops can be found in ordinary houses that are marked with specific signs. Sleep, however, is more complicated. People only sleep in beds and only in private residences around here. I'm sorry, but that's just how our world is.
Yes, the world is unjust.
And quite silly, if you forgive me for saying so. Speaking of commerce, different shops sell similar items at different prices. Make sure you don't get cheated. People can be quite brazen around here. You can also barter with the folk out on the street. Some things may be nothing more than trinkets to you, but other people would be willing to part with their life's blood for them.
Blood?
Yes! Blood. It's not my place to lecture you, but if following your Hippocratic oath you ever consider easing someone's pain, feel free to just approach them with a suitable drug. You'll see their pain receding before your very eyes. The sick fall asleep when they're close to recovery, don't they?
Or when they're close to their ultimate rest.
Still, helping the hopeless will grant you a good reputation. You'll be seen as a benefactor willing to part with a precious sleeping draught or a painkiller for a sinful bystander.
Anything else?
No, not yet.
Show me the way to Simon's house.
Turn left now, then walk along the alley. You'll see a cathedral and 3 mansions across Bridge Square. Simon lives in the one that is closest to the river.
Thank you.
Hey, are y'all ready for the first combat in the game? Are you ready? Oh god, the game's gonna crash. I need to delete my old saves. We're just gonna delete all my old saves. I have like 12 days worth of them, and I think it's making it slow to load. I really do love using the Soldier Boy voice for Tragedians. It's so fun. I need to add that to the list. I keep remembering voices I've done. So, fun fact, when Ruby was doing Marble Nest and I was doing voices for the Tragedians, I kind of stumbled into doing one that was like
Soldier Boy!
You know, from the boys. And,
Fabulous Freddy's.
Sorry. It's a fun voice. Daniel is a doofus genius. A man who is both incredible and completely useless. I love him. He sucks. Oh boy, is it loading slow. Hopefully the stream isn't getting messed up by this. No, come on. Sorry, I should have done this beforehand, but I didn't think it would really affect the... Can you tell you have to save a lot in this game? Whatever, that's probably enough. Okay. That's a good way of putting a shield in it. Also, I missed a dono. I'm so sorry. Let me reload that. Executors played by John Mulaney. Sorry, Shield Thaden. That will happen from now on, though. I will add that to the thing. Where's Executors? John Mulaney. I got hit by a hammer. I was transphobic. Okay. Yeah, so... Also, Val, I really appreciated that meme in there. On Discord. What was I doing? Okay. Oh, it was beautiful. Thank you. I have a. If anyone clips any funny lines, Hey, So Bunny. Yeah, just let me know. Always happy to help you, as you know. just the one name on my chin is really funny. Okay. These two are gonna fight me. Jesse? See, that's too kind. Aww. Voice. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse will be on the stream. Probably not today, but tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. Thanks everybody for being here. I don't know, is my internet lagging? Or is that just Discord? Is Discord lagging? Shouldn't be. Anyway. Just need to activate streamer mode. Yeah, Discord's glitching out on me. Fuck. I'm gonna have to restart Discord. Darkfry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, it's Darkfry.
Oh, it's me, Dark Man.
The Fry of Dark. My frequent podcast co-host that runs the podcast that I'm on. Video Gems.
Yes. Wait, let me just watch the stream because okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been particularly annoying on every Video Gems episode since I got pathologic brainworms and can't stop talking about it.
Look, it's this whole thing. It's just, it's impossible. It's become very hard to, because every episode is pathologic now. All of them. I've paused recordings for a bit until the brainworms cease.
Okay, pause for 2 seconds. I just gotta read like literally 2 lines.
The worm feels sick and packed, blood boiling, belly freezing. Let the worm warm up. Let him take a rest. Don't touch us. We're dangerous. Get lost. I'm even more dangerous.
Okay.
What's the
Here we
current
go.
voice? What's the current voice for Daniel?
Emperor Palpatine. Oh, I fucked up. I'm not used to Daniel's punching animations.
Get lost. I'm even more dangerous.
No, see, I love Daniel. He fucking sucks. Like, he's such a smelly man. He's the stinkiest man that has ever stinkied.
Breaking Bad copied Pathologic.
Actually, it did, because this came out first.
Yeah, I know. It's not like I didn't say that by accident. I know that. I know that.
Gimme bullets. Okay. What's my status? That's not enough to reload. If I take like serious damage, I'll save scum, but I really don't need to. I'm good enough at this game. It usually takes me 1 combat to get back in the rhythm, because you always fuck up your first combat, like reloading into Pathologic, because this game's like such a... Give me my fucking garbage. Give me my garbage cans.
The crow guy is just standing around, just never fails to get me.
I love the Executors with a deep passion, and I love the Tragedians with a deep passion. My dear
Aronock,
Batchford,
I have the
Daniel
sneaking
goes and
suspicion
cuts
that you are quite fond of this game.
I might be patho-pilled. I might have a little bit of a patho addiction.
Listen. I caught the plague, if you will.
Also, technically hit 750. I have to go grab the cat again. Stinky man. Get annoyed. Actually, won't get that annoyed me. He doesn't really give a shit if I carry him around, as long as I let him go when he's done with Snuggles. But here he is, the baby. Hello, baby.
the baby.
Look at him.
I look at your stream and you're holding the rapper, the baby.
You done?
He's like, let me go.
Are you done? Okay. I love you. Good boy. Good boy. He's my smelly son. I love him. He's not quite as much of a smelly son as Daniel is. He's slightly less smelly, but he did eat an entire toilet paper roll today, so I'm kind of annoyed at him.
I'd be annoyed too.
He doesn't actually eat it. He just shreds the entire thing in all directions, which is a time. Also, I'm gonna go check Discord.
You know, this is like friggin' soccer Tetris.
Yeah.
Every time he says something his cat did, I'm like, how are you living with that demon? It's just every single day he will text something that his cat has just completely decimated. Something very precious to him that he just spent a lot of his hard-earned money on, brand new, just instantly destroyed and discombobulated by his cat. And I'm like, how do you live with that demon? How do you do it?
Killian's pretty good. He just tears up toilet paper rolls, so you can't have the toilet paper roll out. You have to keep it under the sink. Okay.
Damn.
Before I go, does anyone who has donated not requested a voice, or Miranda, because Miranda, you get multiple rewards for how much you donated, do you want to request a voice for Georgi Kane? Because I'm going to talk to Georgi, and he gets a lot of voice lines early in the game. I will wait about 30 seconds and just chat with Darkfry while you decide, because some people have donated very, very generously and not requested anything specific, and you deserve the rewards of your donations.
You know, this is the whole thing for both stream donations and Patreon goals, is that sometimes people just don't give a shit about the rewards.
I know.
And
I don't understand.
And it's like, look, like I want to give you something back.
Please let me give you
right?
things. Please.
For your monies. But it's like literally most people don't even give a shit about that. Like most people just want to give the support and not receive anything back, which is just I mean hell yeah.
Hell yeah, it's
but
great,
also,
but also
let me give you shit.
I want to do silly voices for you at your request.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lady Jane, for the $50. That's really, really generous. Again, like if you're donating significant amounts, like actually, I'll read all the dono incentives. I haven't done that. Okay, $5, your name gets on the whiteboard. I'll take a picture of the whiteboard and post it on Blue Sky every day of the stream. $10, you can request a voice from the list for any of the main characters or townspeople, but not my current player character, which is Daniel right now. $20, you can request any voice for Daniel or whatever character I'm currently playing as. $30, you can request any voice within reason. I will not, for example, do anything that would be offensive to a marginalized group. I'm not going to do offensive accents and things. Doing a French accent is not offensive. For any character, even if it's not on the list, I can't guarantee it will be good, but I will do my best to do what is asked, and if I can't do it, you can request something else in chat. $50, I will read any short poem, copy pasta, etc., within reason, i.e. it can't get me banned, doesn't contain slurs, etc., in whatever voice you want. So if you're donating $50, like Lady Jane was so kind to do, Ask for your rewards.
You have the power to make her read a freaking copy pasta and you don't take advantage of it? I'm mad at you. I'm angry.
But I want to give her more.
I'm angry. You can make her read a freaking scrub quote.
You can make me do the Navy SEAL copy pasta.
You can make her do the oh man, what is that? What
I'm gonna finish
what's
the list,
that one
though,
that I'm thinking of? It's like a gamer monologue, but it's like a supervillain speech.
I don't remember, but I kind of know what you mean. That one, whatever that one is very funny. $75. I write your username on my face and pen. Miranda's the first person to have that. And $100. I give a rant about whatever silly topic you want. Emphasis on silly. I'm not going to give an in-depth political analysis of complicated events. This is meant to be
you
fun.
just kind of do that.
I do that at baseline.
You just kind of do that
it,
like normally and randomly.
I do it when I want to, and the thing that I believe is knowing when it's your place to talk and when it's not. And this is something that like Kimchi, like Legal Kimchi, myself, FD Signifier, Bellamy, all of us have talked about this many times, which is just that like you need to know when you're the right voice for something. And that doesn't mean you say, that doesn't mean silence, that just means you share the people that should be speaking on the topic, that are educated, that know what they're talking about. And that doesn't mean you don't have an opinion, just I have a platform, which means that my opinion, whether I like it or not, is elevated, regardless of my desire. And people will listen. So I need to be very careful about when and how I talk about topics if I'm going to talk about them. You know? So I'm not the person to turn to give you an in-depth historical analysis of, X country that I haven't researched. I'm just not. It's not because I'm dumb. It's not because I don't care. Not because I necessarily don't have an opinion. It's that I don't think that my opinion is informed enough to be worth listening to. And, yeah.
This is something that I've been thinking of.
Bad Grief should be on the list somewhere. Yeah, Bad Grief starts on day 2. Bad Grief's on day 2, 4, and 5. If you go look, I have them organized by order of appearance, roughly, not exact, but roughly by order of appearance, and I include the days. She reminds me. Thank you so much. I need to add one quick thing to the stream, which is that I need, where is the command? I need to add the current day we're on. I'm just gonna put it on the screen so people know what if what they're paying for is likely to actually be discussed. I know, right, Miranda? Imagine not just,
being responsible with your platform. This is like something I've been thinking about a lot recently, right? Because I am starting to delve into more serious topics.
Yeah.
With my own stuff, so I want to do it well and goodly.
Well, and part of that is and I know both you and I do this and care about this, is that you need to be able to, you need to be able to understand that you're not the person for every situation, which means that you go and find the people that are right for that situation and you work with them. And that's why if I'm going to talk about a topic that I don't feel like I should be talking off the cuff about, I'm going to do my research and I'm going to talk to someone who is well researched on the topic.
Yeah.
Yes, Queer Theory, you can do that. Actually, I'm gonna go add a thing to it, which is if you pay $100, you can $100 you can select however many of the previous rewards you want.
I can just imagine. So you have the list of the voices you can do, like publicly available,
Yeah.
right? So I can just imagine.
These are the ones I could remember, and I keep remembering other ones, like Soldier Boy was one I just remembered, like, earlier today.
I can just imagine someone reading your list, right? And being like, okay, this voice, Bennett Foddy?
For context, chat, I learned to do Bennett Foddy's voice for Darkfry, because,
I was making a video on Bennett Foddy, and I needed someone to read a quote of him, and I texted Aronok, hey, do you think you can do a Bennett Foddy impression? And she delivered.
Iterate onwards.
So-
Thank you so much for the donation. Sorry you couldn't make this stream and don't want any rewards. You know what? I'm gonna institute something. If people are openly stating that they don't want rewards or whatever, the stream guests will get to decide something. Just keep mixing up the voices and things more, because I want to encourage that, and I think that is funny. Darkfry. Iterate Onwards just donated $50 and very specifically said that they don't need any donation rewards, which means,
damn,
I want you to select 2 of the earlier tier 1s, and you can select a short poem. Chad, do we agree if that's a fair thing? If people are explicitly saying they don't want their rewards, I still want to engage with it because I think it's fun. I want the chat to get to enjoy the fruits of everybody donating. What do you want? You wanted a specific Daniel voice. And you told me this the other day. What was it?
I did. And I was just talking about it. I want Daniel as Bennett Foddy.
Bennett Foddy it is? Fuck. Bennett Foddy's hard to get into because I have to think about it for a second. Games without difficulty aren't really games. They're mere software. Okay.
Such an asshole.
He's such a condescending asshole.
I'm sorry, Bennett Foddy, but that's just how you talk like, man.
Bennett, you do talk like a condescending asshole. Games that don't include difficulty are mere software. Like, fuck off. Okay.
Most venerable doctor, it is with great impatience that we have been expecting you. You need not delve into...
Actually, what voice shall Georgi have? Because you can also select one of the townspeople.
Wait, let me see the freaking list. Yeah.
Pick something funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick something fun, and let me just go and find the list real quick. All right. There's some good ones here.
Choose. I need to get moving on the game. I'm moving too slow. Choose.
All right. Alex Jones.
Oh fuck. Okay. The frickin' frog's gay. It's a gay bomb. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry in advance for this.
Most venerable doctor, it's with great impatience we expect it's a gay bomb. You need to not delve into the minutiae of your business with us, since our family is well acquainted with your scholarly work. We're also quite aware of the difficulties you're experiencing and well prepared to do our utmost to support you. It hurts me all the more to be the one to inform you that Simon, my consanguineous brother, the creator, keeper, and embodiment of all that surrounds us, has been murdered by the gay frogs.
This dialogue is too intelligent for the Alex Jones voice.
It is too intelligent for the Alex. Alex Jones. You need like a specific type of dialogue to make it work. I'm realizing this because it's just gravel.
Can I switch my choice then?
Yes.
To Sonic the Hedgehog.
Gotta go fast. Okay.
Hey, Sonic here.
Sonic here. Games that
You're too slow.
Damn it. Why did I have to happen just before I arrived? Right as I found the chance to prevail. Precisely. Why did it have to happen just before your arrival? And are you asking yourself the same question? I hope you don't see any connection between my arrival and the murder. Gotta go fast. In fact, I do see a connection. However, do not mistake it for a thought that it was you who murdered him.
Yeah.
What do you know? My brother was murdered last night. Out of the strangest of circumstances. But for all the mystery surrounding his death, I'd rather eschew the notion that his departure was connected with whoever had visited Simon that evening. The visitor is a man of laudable rectitude and an old friend of our family. There are witnesses to testify that he and Simon did nothing but converse.
Sonic
The
the Hedgehog.
software. Who was the
By the
visitor?
way, one of my favorite facts about Sonic is that he is canonically a bookworm.
It is wild.
So
He's
I want him to be written like this in the game.
I feel like he's a himbo intellectual, and that he can like do math and like research and stuff, but the instant he has to do anything else, he's like bad life choices.
Yeah, like, okay, so here's the thing, right?
But
Sonic Frontiers.
That's right. Wait, we're doing a conversation. When the conversation is
Oh,
done, we will
all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody
All
know
right,
quite
I
well.
got
The
things
man
to
who
say.
my brother saw last night was your colleague, Isidore Burak. Was he not the very person who advised you to come here as well? Mere software. I would have told you that I'd been brought here by the hand of fate not so long ago. The naive man that I was. Isidore has done more than he thinks. I have a lingering feeling that time itself is using uncontestable powers to further its own intentions. What do you think? Categories like time, nature, and fate deprive man of responsibility, what goes on around him. I was taught to avoid this worldview.
Oh, fuck you.
I love him. He sucks. He's my stinky son. It could be my mind that's clouded by sorrow, but I cannot escape the feeling that your arrival was no coincidence. Your choice was made for you, my dear doctor. Let us not blame fate for it. Isidore wrote to you without making us aware. He took a risk that could have displeased our family. Why do you speak the word fate with such disgust? I prefer the word time. In a fatalistic sense of the notion, of course. So Simon wasn't aware I would come. Even though we were uncertain of when you would arrive, my brother was looking forward to meeting you. The tragedy may have been a consequence of the actions he took in preparation for your arrival. Someone has taken a powerful piece from the chessboard, a piece upon which your position here depended. It's doubly regrettable that Simon was playing on your side. So you presume the Queen knew of the blow and sacrificed itself for a pawn? Why? To grant you victory over death. Was it not your ultimate aspiration? To help you, Simon seems to have played a very dangerous game with fate itself. He went out of his way to provide you with a body of evidence.
Sonic Speed.
If that is indeed so, I feel obliged. Do you want to help us, Doctor? Find the murderer for us. My brother Victor, who's in the wing next door, would share some of his thoughts on the matter. Help us and the reward will not disappoint you. Indeed. Seems there are too many coincidences. Your brother's murder can just as well be called the murder of Bachelor Dankovsky. I'll help you in every way I can. The other one is, I need some time to get my act together. I suspect you're not aware that these developments render my whole life work null and void. Your brother dying's really inconvenient to me. Daniil Dankovsky, everyone.
And also the above one is that it's
Thank you,
like
Queer
I
Thing.
have been murdered.
I know, like it's all about Daniil every day, 24/7. Also, I need to go check Ko-Fi for the. Okay, sounds good. Queer Theory. A prominent slimy boy in Ben Shapiro voice. Okay. How about who's the next slimy boy we're gonna interact with? Let's do Alexander Savarov as Ben Shapiro. I think Alexander Savarov as Ben Shapiro would be funny. That's a prominent stinky boy.
Ben Bapiro.
Yeah, Shen Bapiro. And silly rant later, and you'll send a poem and a message, and $75 reward. You got it. I am drawing Queer Theory on my face. I need my mirror. I can't do this without a mirror.
Drawing queer theory on my face. Great.
Queer.
Thank you for having such a great username so that Aeronaut can draw it on her face. And also thank you for giving her money.
Thank you so much. Seriously? You're...
Where are you at right now in terms of donos?
pretty far, actually. Ah! Okay, awesome. I'm just gonna look like something by the end of this week. If a lot of names end up on my face, it'll be very, very funny. I hope. Oh, I'm so sorry, Career Theory. Please, reminder. I appreciate the help, but also look after yourselves first as well. You know, the support is really greatly appreciated. But like. It's the thing of Shadow Sabarov. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna move Ben Shapiro. The next donation was Shadow Sabarov. So Shadow the Hedgehog Sabarov is incredible. I think I'm going to Vlad Ogimsi Jr.
Sonic, Georgi, and Shadow Sabarov.
Oh, these are so good. Thank you so much, everybody in chat. Also, Queer Theory goes on here.
I see your cock is as big as mine.
Nice cock. Nice cock. I don't know why, though, Sonic and Shadow saying that is stuck in my brain forever, but it is. I have serious, just, like, poison from the internet. Oh my god, this is gonna get so cursed. No, it's all good, Digital Beef. I just wanted to make sure that it was someone that I would be talking to soon. That was all. Now we're spreading the voices around. It's gonna be great. And it's also whoever's donation's the most recent overrides all previous donations. So if someone donates for Daniel to sound like one thing, and then someone else donates later, I sound like the later thing. So if you want to keep, this is my idea. It was basically an auction for Daniel's voice.
I just want to say that I am absolutely loving Bennett Foddy as Daniel.
It is fun.
It is very good. It's so fitting, and I don't know what this says.
Dialogue. I gotta get through the
I don't know what this says about Bennett Foddy, but
it is fitting. Yeah. I'm convinced that if there's anyone at all that can help us solve this puzzle, then it's you. Gotta go fast. This mission calls for someone as astute and inventive as yourself. If Isidore was an instrument of fate, then Simon's murder is a message that fate intended for you personally. Do not think I am inclined to blame you for that. I'm not. New software. How do you plan to look for the murderer? We will take our own measures. The only thing I expect from you is to be yourself. Do only what you think is required. Whatever you find out, whatever you do, whatever your day turns into, everything's a clue to the solution of this puzzle. I repeat, everything that is happening here is happening on your account. Get it? Get it? Metatextual dialogue? Get it? It's on your account. It's on your Steam account. It's on your account. I'm normal about this game. Everybody's talking. Sorry, Georgi having upper knowledge of the workings of the world is like an important plot point. It's so fucking interesting.
I'd love it if you got like super specific with it. I repeat, everything that is happening here is happening on your Steam profile.
I see you play too much Destiny 2.
Freaking.
Okay.
So, what I was gonna say earlier about Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah.
So in that game, Sonic is weird in Sonic Frontiers, but weird in a way that a lot of people don't like, but I, being the contrarian, I do like. Because his voice is weirdly deep in that game, and also he's very eloquent. He's very like I see people tweet clips of Sonic Frontiers with the caption like Sonic would not say this. And like,
incredible.
But he literally did say it though.
That's what's so fascinating is that people can't accept that there's multiple interpretations of different characters. I got a conversation again.
Yeah.
Sorry, the early game is going to be a couple of quick conversations, and then I'll be doing a lot of walking for the last half
That's
of the day.
alright.
Because I
That's
should rip
alright.
through the
I get
the
to
day
hear
one.
more Bennett Foddy.
Yeah. Famous Dr. Dankovsky. Arrival is a great honor for us. Victor Kane, at your service. In software. Daniil Dankovsky at yours. I foresee that the things that have become ordinary for us will probably make you feel uncomfortable and disturbed. I would like to compensate for that impression. You know, our small community has fallen out of the loop. Time leaves us behind. What do you mean? I mean the traditions. Games that we play with passion with most likely be of no interest to you. The people you meet here may seem eccentric, naive, or even somewhat deranged. Please take it easy on us. Don't judge us too strictly. I'll do my best not to disappoint you.
Yes?
How can I help you? Georgi had told me everything, which is to say he told me very little, but it was enough to astound me. He maintains that you can provide a more detailed account. So you have agreed to help us? I have. May I ask why? The killer's goals seem to align astonishingly well with the goals of those who've been waging war against my work for years. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. When was Simon last seen? He sent Isidore home. Then an hour later, he came to his hall to see us. He announced his plans to withdraw to the Focus and receive no one. He told us not to approach the Focus and to fast for a week, partaking of neither meat nor water. Then in the morning, he was found dead. How was he found? The servants discovered him in the morning. The room had been ransacked, everything that was breakable broken. His disfigured, contorted body bore signs of suffering. His neck was twisted, his spine broken. No one has touched his body. It is currently inside the Focus and will remain there for the prescribed amount of time. You suspect anyone? No. All I know is that Isidore was with him that evening. No one can enter the Focus against Simon's will. Well, perhaps a higher being could, but no one else. Can the murderer have already been waiting for Simon there? No. You have no concept of what the Focus is. Entering it is like entering someone else's mind, or a drawn picture, if you will. It's impossible. Well, Simon did, somehow, didn't he? He could perform far more impressive feats. There's a reason why the whole town revered him. Alright, so how can I help you? Just take a look around. Trust your intuition. Do whatever you like. Speak to whoever you feel the need to. Look for the murderer, doctor, and you will find them. Keep looking to the last breath. I'm sure your rational thinking will help you. So Isidore's the only lead. How can I find him? I'll show you, but you must be careful. Simon's murderer, whoever they are, could not be an ordinary person. I can't imagine them even being a person. I fear it could only be fate, wearing the guise of a mysterious monster. I don't believe in fate. Well, you should, buddy boy! You're inside a fate-driven system. There's no more feeling more intense than getting the plague.
I'm loving this so much.
Okay. I just need to check a couple of things. Okay, we don't have to talk to Maria now. That'll be a fun conversation. Someone want to donate something for Maria? Does someone want to decide Maria's voice before I get there?
You can even make it so that I voice her instead if you want that for some reason.
If there are guests on who are willing and want to voice someone, chat can donate to have them do a voice. Same cost as any of the other voices, but that will only last while the guest is there, and guests will be here for variable amounts of time.
You're telling me she's not French coded?
No, she's not. She's Russian coded. They're all Russian coded. Everyone's Russian coded in this game. They're all Russian.
It's French.
You resemble an adventurer rather than a doctor. Are you happy? You want a little French accent? Je suis Amélie? Huh? Sorry, that's a joke between LK and I. How is it that you know me? I saw you in a dream. Don't flatter yourself. My desires have nothing to do with that. I simply saw you take us all by the throat. What else did you see in that dream? I'll tell you when I think I can trust you. I hope that happens soon.
Yes.
Now listen closely. The time for collusion, secrets, and alliances has come. I am going to ask something of you. I'm not used to that. I'm used to holding the reins. Damn, okay. But you are not honest, so it would be unacceptable to address you in this manner. I find solace in the fact that my request would be welcome with you. It fits the style of your venture. Also, can you keep an eye on when Harry or David pops into the voice chat?
Yeah.
Maybe just send a message saying to ping when they're ready. Not an adventure.
You mean ping you?
Ping you or I. Doesn't matter. But, like, just someone that's in the voice chat that will notice. Not an adventurer. Actually, David can just join directly. So not an adventurer. My job is no venture. I hope it never becomes one. I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I took an arrow in the knee. One of the greatest hardships is taking arrows in the knee. Which is to say, getting married. I, Bennett Folly, have decided to take on this challenge. I don't know what the fuck's happening. I apologize if my words come across as mangled and silly. I am truly not used to asking, but the nature of my request demands complete and selfless humility. Just imagine me begging and kneeling. And believe me, I do feel that way. You don't need $100 Queer Theory. If you want a different voice, I'll throw it in. I don't mind. You don't need a lot.
Listen, for $100, I'll do anything.
Listen. Probably. I am poor. I would do a lot for $100. Okay, sounds good, Harry. I'm sorry the Discord's being shitty. No need to kneel. What did you want to talk about? Today's death was the first, but it won't be the last. Simon has opened the score of irreplaceable victims. Dear Mario, soon their numbers will multiply. I beg you to preserve the lives of several people when the lines of their fortune cross yours. Princess Peach's Maria, thank you, Queer Theory. Woohoo! Princess Peach. She's such a weird voice. I had to practice Princess Peach for a solid minute for Error's video, and then she didn't even end up using it. I'm kidding. Error made the right choice. I can't remember who did it, but they did better than I did. Who are these people? It doesn't matter. That was not the right voice. I don't know what that was. Dear Mario, that doesn't matter. What was destined to happen will happen. You can be whatever you want to be, but not a coward choosing to hear no evil and run away from reality. I will give you a list of those I know of. Those people are bound to you. What in the world is going on here? Are you trying to flirt with me? Ah, yes. You haven't been told, have you? It didn't even cross my mind that someone would maybe be unaware of my abilities. No one here dares doubt them, for they are evident. Yes, the mistress of every ruling house possesses special abilities. Dear Mario, I am learning to see the future and transform the present.
Dear Mario, I am psychic.
I hate that that's the activation phrase I need to use, but I have to use that phrase to get into the characters. Mere software. This fact offers your words a different degree of authenticity. Will you comply with my request? Will you save the lives of the people I named to you? Answer me before going back to Ava. Right. If it's truly within my power, I'll do my best to save their lives. These are our bound! We must protect them and keep them alive. Everyone else can get fucked, I guess. I'm kidding. We're gonna save everybody. We're gonna save everybody. I'm that good at the game, we're gonna save everybody. Listen up, motherfuckers! I had, like, multiple remaining schmouters on day 12 the first time I beat the game. Oh boy! Executor time! Yay! What was the executor voice? I gotta go check the fucking sheet. Executors, John Mulaney. Okay, are you ready for John Mulaney, the executor? I was over on the bench. The town is small and rather unexceptional, isn't it? But there are all kinds of people here. The simple folk and the more remarkable ones. The former will tell you more than they know. The latter know way more than they're ever gonna let out. Keep a close eye on them. Your victory depends on it.
Can I add like a laugh track?
You can laugh. And who are these remarkable people? What was that? I say one of the weirdest things of voice acting is learning to laugh naturally on command. But it also is a disturbing power because you can just convince people they're funny when they're not. Yeah, you have to do the rise. There's a couple of things you can do. Like if you're smart about it, you can do a lot of different laughter and sound it okay. Hey, Legal Kimchi. Fair random mistake, but we're not doing that. We're doing whatever chat is paid for. And chat paid for. Also, Kimchi, if you feel like coming on the stream at any point, just let me know. You can DM me on Discord. I was over on the bench. There are 20-something of them, easily distinguished by their lodgings or their presence. They're called many names: the Bound, the Fated, the Adherents, the Gobos Taglur, the Town Circle. Simon preferred their company to any other.
Please only call them the Gobos Taglur from now on.
My Gobos Taglur. Is that a sect or something? What does Fem Obi-Wan sound like? Gives me a second. I need to remember. I did it for the Star Wars video with Jesse. That's kind of just like the character voice I did.
Obi-Fam.
Yeah, Obi-Fem. Obi-Wan Femnobi. What was I doing? He was supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. He was supposed to bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness. That's Fem Obi-Wan. Over on the bench, no. There used to be a pagan game called Taglur, a roundelay of sorts. Taglur means a kin circle, and Gobo is a character from a local epic. So the people that Simon was interested in the most are called the Gobos Taglur. Some of them don't even know one another. I'm fucking up John Mulaney's voice, I'm sorry. How did Simon choose them? Over on the bench, because it's that will decide the fate of this town. Don't be distracted by the fact that some of them look insignificant or disreputable. They will learn their work.
Aronach.
You just give them time.
Molly Noise is asking if she can join.
Yeah, we might. There is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Discord is glitching today hard. I've had to resend messages and stuff. Yeah, until we have 5 people, then I will have to start booting people. I'm sorry. Because it's they that will decide the fate of this town. Don't be distracted by the fact that some of them look insignificant or disreputable. They will earn their worth, you just give them time. They're the most important joints of the town. Why are you telling me this? Each day one of them will try death by the tooth. Each will put their life at risk. And each one that dies is important. Some of them may take the keys to victory to the grave. Mind that the keys are yours, while the grave is theirs. Others will do the opposite. Don't waste your chance to condemn someone who may get in your way. How do you know what is helpful and what gets in the way? Okay, alright. Dropping you more hints would be cheating. Shut up now. Allow me to conclude then. Start shutting up now. Allow me to conclude then. Each bound you save will influence the finale of your adventure. Each of them has their own goals and motives. It may so happen that those who seek a different ending survive, and then, well, you've been warned. Okay, I'll take into account, and we'll be careful. Careful. Minute 40. No one's selecting anything from the tragedy end, so I'm just gonna do whatever I feel like. There's something in particular we feel the urge to warn you about. When you speak to the bound, please choose your words carefully. Do not worry. You'll easily be able to make out what kind of a person is standing before you, an observant man that you are. So use that skill when dealing with the bound. Some of them are indeed worth insulting, whereas others need to be treated with utmost respect. I have no idea what you're talking about. If I ever engage in conversation with someone, it won't be for personal gain. I'm lying.
Oh no.
Why aren't you... Bennett 40, why aren't you helping me deal with the plague? I was over on the bench! There you go. Happy we're there. Each conversation will bring you a small profit, depending on the outcome, of course. Depending on the outcome. Every line you utter will have consequences. News spreads rapidly around here. If you spoil your reputation in one place, you'll have to reap what you have sown in another. Restores your good name in the south, and you'll receive a warmer welcome in the north. They will heed every word you say, and you'll be rewarded. Not by means of money, I hope. A handful of money. It's not a dialogue fee, don't get me wrong. Never refuse to take small sums of money from the bound. That would not belittle you in any fashion, but would rather demonstrate that you appreciate the local customs. All right, I'll keep local customs in mind. Okay. Most of the conversations instead.
Molly is waiting in general.
Molly!
Molly!
Need more hydration. You are muted, by the way.
Molly isn't making much noise right now, so I'll tell you
Dark
that much.
Hello.
I can hear you now. How's it going?
Hello.
Good.
Yay.
Let me just adjust the mic arm. Right. Hey.
How have you been? What's new?
All right.
Sums it up pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sums things up lately.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Shield Thaden.
Oh, what did they say?
Hi, Molly. I fucking love your music.
Hell yeah! I
Yeah,
love
that's
that.
Unambiguous. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Let me just. Okay. How do I get game audio? Cancel that.
Hopefully the Discord sharing stream should...
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
I am Bobo the Fool. Here we go. No, there we go.
I am Bobo the Fool.
No. No, I'm Bobo the Fool.
Bobo the Fool off. Who's been the most of Bobo the Fool in the last day?
Bobo the Fool off. Bobo the Fool Battle Royale.
But how have you been, Molly? It's new.
What's new? What's new? What's new? I don't know. A bunch of collabs lined up. I'm waiting to get started on a horror movie.
Oh, that's tight. Is that the one we talked about like ages and ages and ages ago?
Yeah. Just issues with cast, budgeting, and stuff.
making your own horror movie.
Scoring.
Got.
Molly makes the cool music.
Yeah.
She makes the noise, but a booster in the distance.
Listen. If someone calls your
issues.
Yeah, if someone calls
Fair.
your music noise, that's a compliment as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. No, I've gotten that before. It's like, oh, noise music, make noise music. I'm like, I make electronic music. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. That ominous singing outside the wind is gnawing at me. Who could be singing at a time like this? Been at 40, very little time has passed, but I feel hungry and exhausted again. Since you've decided to fight death, you will have to be very careful. It's September. You'll be dying with every breath of our air. We are all dying with every second of our life. It's exactly this annoying phenomenon that I have challenged. But since you've heard of Thanaticus' achievements, I'm not going to waste your time monologuing. God, I hate him. I love him. He's my stinky son. Every line from Daniil is beautiful. You got me wrong. You'll be dying here much faster than the capital. Your body is wasting away just as fast as a boat sinks with its hold full of water. Breathe in this air. Can you feel it? You have a poetic mind. Not at all. My mind is quite prosaic. Your arrival has gone to my head so much that I'm longing for poetry now. But I speak of the simplest corporeal things. I'm simply worried about your health. I'm a doctor. I know how to take care of myself. God, he sucks. I love him.
What?
So for context, canonically, the reason that you get so hungry and so tired so fast in this game has to do with the constant psychoactive drugs being pumped in the air by certain nearby plants. That is not a joke. That is the actual canon reason. Which is wild. Okay, where the fuck is Lara's voice?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're constantly hungry and tired because of plant hormones.
Alright, I need to go to Lara, Anelia, and Alexander. Let's check map. Place, Lara's on
Harry is also here.
Add Harry in. We can basically host a Video Gems episode with Molly.
Hell yeah.
Doing random voices. For context to chat, Darkfry does a podcast that Harry and I co-host called Video Gems, where we interview video essayists and video game designers and various artists and things about their work.
Yeah, go check it out. It's a good podcast because it's good.
Some people you might have heard of that were recent guests. I unfortunately missed the lead designer of Sable. I was really sad to miss that episode, and Adam Millard's episode. Both of those were great. And you might actually hear, I think Lee is going to be on at some point. Lee Usagi's, who's great.
By the way, Aronok, I have to say that introducing you and Lee must be one of my greatest achievements.
That was a masterstroke for sure.
Yeah,
I do actually have money. Sorry. I always forget. Daniel starts off in a better place than the other characters. Though I will say that now that I've beaten Daniel's route, this game... Oh, good old... This game is a lot easier than people think it is, because the difficulty of Pathologic is, it's somewhat mechanical, and there's going to be times where things are going to be rough. Okay, for tomorrow, I need 3 bread, 3 dried fish, and, what's the other thing? This is what I mean by, knowing stuff really helps you. 3 meat jerky, 3 dried fish, 3 loaves of bread. Okay, so I need this,
Perfectly normal shopping list.
Yeah, grab that lemon and grab the fresh meat. I'm spending all of my money and I'm also selling my bullets. Today is the day to accumulate. A lot of people do headcanon Daniel as a trans man, and I think, and to be clear, the people that usually do that are also trans mask, and I do think it's very funny because he's the worst, but he's also my stinky son, and I'm like, I like reading my stinky son as trans mask. Who else but a trans person to say, fuck the laws of reality, I'm changing them. If you cannot rule over my body, then death shouldn't have a rule over my body either.
Clemency is born not of virtue.
No one has donated for Lara yet, so... Clemency is... You were the person that came to Maria Cana in a dream. I recognized you straight away. My name is Lara Ravel, and this is the shelter. You are always welcome here. My name is Daniil Denkovsky. Let's be friends now. I prefer being friends with everyone. You always have guests, but your face looks sad. Well, yes, I'm the mistress of this house, after all. That doesn't mean I'm a mistress, mind you. Not with a capital M. I won't ever become one. But I can also serve people to the best of my ability. Who are the capital M mistresses, then? The mistresses of the town. We call them the Dream Mistresses. Kaina, Olgumskaya, and Sabarova. Now, after Victoria's and Nina's departures, it's their daughters who are trying to see the future. They are far less impressive than their mothers, for now, of course. Maria is probably the best. It's good to see children continuing the life work of their parents. Why are you frowning? I'm just in a melancholic mood. We are way too used to playing the game of tragic predictions. I'm trying to arrange everything back to order. You were quite successful in doing that.
They say Ripper was caught.
I know you're
Does
a
he really
doctor.
cut people?
A wonderful one at that. A celebrity medic. Everyone in our small town knew that a famous doctor was coming here. I'm very glad you really have, because I want you to do a certain good thing. Can I ask a favor of you? Depends on what you need. According to Katarina, I don't have that much time left. She's a mistress, isn't she? A few years ago, the child death rate went through the roof here. 6 people died in a week. 10 or so came down with serious illnesses. It made us worried, but unfortunately, we couldn't find the cause straight away back then. In the end, it turned out that children were dying because of a game. What in the world? What kind of game kills children? They were playing, what do they call it? Well, it's some kind of medical game. They were stealing medicine from the adults and making some diabolical mixture out of it. They then healed each other with it. Back then the game just faded into obscurity, but now I've heard they were contemplating doing it again. Someone has already been poisoned. But what can I do? I'm no poisoning specialist. I can do an examination, of course, but... No, it's much simpler. There's a house somewhere in the town, either abandoned or just unoccupied. That's where they play hospital. That's where they store their horrible mixtures. Please, use your standing and your celebrity name to put an end to this game. Capella, Olgumski's daughter, believes that the house will be unlocked today. I'll do my best, of course. How can I find the house? Capella mentioned it's next to one of the ruins. My friend couldn't hear them properly. Have you seen these stone stairways to heaven? I think you might even be able to see the houses you're looking for from Eva Yan's window. But more importantly, it should be unlocked. Do people around here ever leave their doors unlocked? In exceptional cases or emergencies, yes, we do, but generally houses are supposed to be locked up because they're occupied by several families. People aren't that scared of losing their own belongings, but they care about their neighbors. And now that everyone's so afraid of the man-eater, of course everything's locked. In that case, it won't be too hard to find. Truly, Digital Bee Flower begging Dan to use his platform responsibly.
Aronach Harry is awaiting.
Thank you. Hey Harry. One of my favorite things about Pathologic is most people, and you should play Daniel's route first. You're gonna have a much better time if you play Daniel's route first. Most people will play the game through Daniel first. And your experience of Artemy is he's just kind of a scary murder man that you occasionally encounter, and you only encounter a couple of times. But in Artemy's route, Dankovsky basically is constantly sending you messages like, please, medicine, please, big, powerful man, I'm scared. This pandemic's so scary and hard. Can you please come protect me and help me, please? P.S. I want to be friends. And this little goth twink is just sitting there like, please. Daniel is such a
this
sim
is
for
really
Artemy.
hard.
It's really scary and hard. Please stay safe. Also, please help me. Like, Daniel's letters to Artemy are genuinely some of the funniest writing in this entire game, and it's such a wild experience coming off of a bachelor route where you're like, because before I played Artemy, I was like, I get that they're two men in the same franchise. That's probably why people are you know, shipping them, I guess. That must be why they're
Two
shipping.
men in the same franchise.
But then you play that route and you're like, oh, they're fucking. It's that Pro ZD skit where he's watching an anime and it's like, TV-chan, whatever, and they're talking and the one person goes, oh, they're fucking, and the other guy's like, I don't get it, I don't see it at all. And then they play something else and they're just like, oh, they're fucking. And they both just get excited about it. It's so funny. Yeah, that's Daniel and Artemy in Artemy's Road. They are gay and in love. I seem to have lost any capacity for observation. My mind is out of tune. Things no longer add up. Before, I had no trouble forming a trustworthy tessellation out of the most imperceptible contingencies. Now, I simply cannot get my head around it. Could it be that I am dying? The step out is way too thick. I think that's what caused it. Oh no. Herba Verine, I don't know how to say that. is in blossom, I grant you, but then it blooms every year. Every year the steppe is filled with its stupefying vapors. The issue I am having, however, has nothing to do with fatigue or perplexity. It is just that I've lost my ability to make distinctive events coincide. Everyone has that ability. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Let me elucidate. A single word someone utters may precipitate the birth of their own murderer. This line of philosophizing is barely an intellectual novelty, and it is particularly relevant in our neck of the woods. I sometimes feel like I could touch the notions of cause and effect with the tips of my fingers, but now I am being tedious, I reckon. I'm sorry to say, but yes, you are a bit tedious. I'm back. Sorry about that. Discord crashes on me on basically. Discord will crash on me about once a day. I don't know why. It just does.
It was just very funny, that I joined the stream and then like 2 seconds later you left.
Yeah, no, I didn't leave. Hey, David. Okay.
Hello.
So you have traveled all the way here only to find that both people you wanted to see were brutally murdered? Is that how the story goes? I do hope that your visit is not in any way related to those most unfortunate circumstances. I doubt I can do it on my own. Tell me plain and simple, what do you make of all this? So I've heard, Wisecrack I know says that while you are trying to complete the portrait of the killer is busy painting yours. Hilarious, is it not? The hunter becomes the hunted. However, to put it bluntly, you have become the keynote of this particular plot. The intrigue is so rich, it will keep you busy for a week, if not longer than that. What would you do if you were me? If you want my advice, I wouldn't trust what our feudals tell you. The perpetual triangle of influence means that every party concerned will do their best to use your authority to their own benefit. I'm not that conceited. Perhaps people of lower standing would not try to use me. Daniel, I'm not that conceited, but people who are lower than me. I love him so... He's so stinky. I love him. It's more likely that people of such standing will be much too scared to cooperate. Given your position, you may want to try your luck with the shadow cabinet of local nobility, the women of influence. They know much more than the simple townsfolk, yet they care much less than the families in power. Who are these lady aristocrats? Lady aristocrats, such a way of saying it will be of relevance strictly within the specific context of values and perceptions characteristics of a backwoods hole like ours. The catch is that the aristocracy is not defined by birthright here. Rather, the status is granted by the degree of enigmatic fashion that a woman is possessed of. Questionable background, audacity of demeanor, this whole assortment. Do tell me who these affluent ladies are. Laura, Eva, yours truly, and last but not least, Maria. I wouldn't listen to Katerina if I were you. Her morphine habit has turned her into a walking corpse. The others, however, are liable to deceive. You don't like being lied to, do you? I can't stand it. It's better to die than to lie. Fucking Daniel.
What?
I see perhaps you like being played with, then. Even less so. In this case, Maria seems to be your best bet. She's too arrogant to lie and too respectful to dare play with you. You should value the affection of someone this proud, but I digress. What is your intended course of action? It depends. It seems the Kanes have been so considerate as to promote me to the rank of bait. There's no need for any special effort to play that role. The main thing is to be available.
I keep forgetting the most basic things these days.
I've yet to meet anyone
That's a mood.
I've yet to meet anyone who can help me in the slightest way to find the killer. Also, 1 second. There's a donation. Thank you so much, Maria. Sorry there's so much chatting. There will be a lot more time to just hang out when I'm done the quests for the day. But the first day is basically just like talk for several hours.
It was just her saying that I seem to be forgetting the most basic things lately, and it's like, yeah, I have ADHD too.
Yeah, just...
By the way, David, Daniel's current voice is Bennett Foddy.
I thought I recognized it.
I like that. I think that's a good choice.
You can thank Darkcry for causing me to memorize that. Also, we just hit the $1,000 goal. Thank you so much. So it's now updated to 1,500.
That was incredibly fast.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So the $1,000 is I do the Tears and Rain speech in whatever the player character's current voice is. So are you ready for Tears and Rain?
Bennett Foddy.
I'm good.
Yes.
I'll add 2 things.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, no, just you. Every single time someone says the hunter is becoming the hunted, I just put it in the memes thing. I see this one image in my head, which I 100% did not edit. And
The hunter.
It's very funny.
The hunter is
I will
becoming
not
the
tell you what
hunter.
anime that's from because, well, anyway. And can we? I agree with Liz B. The top is great on you. Is that a corset?
No, it's basically just lingerie, kind of. I bought it for the I got it for like it was on sale. I bought it for the outfit I'm gonna be wearing as like the Camille style outfit that I'm wearing for the Follow the House of Usher video. I got a blazer for $5 that was broken at the Valley Village. I repaired it. That cost me another $1.50 for the thread and $1.20 for some needles.
Nice.
I just needed to put on buttons. Like, it was a couple bucks for buttons, and so I paid less than $10 for like a really high end, decent women's blazer, which is fucking
I can
great.
say from having seen the pictures, it looks darn good.
It does. It looks brand new. I think it's basically barely been worn, and it broke, and the person just dumped it at the Value Village, and I was like,
yeah. Awesome. But also what I meant is that you wearing it makes it look darn good.
yes, it's it's very fun.
Hey, everyone, let's donate to Aranok and also make polite, respectful, positive compliments.
Yes.
I appreciate compliments. I like when people compliment what I'm wearing, or my makeup and things like that, or my tattoo. Yeah.
Tattoo's sick.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, Aranok knows that I can call her hot without knowing,
Yeah,
like, feeling like there's no
ace
implications
friend.
behind it.
You're my ace friend, where it's like, I know what you mean by that, and it's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm pretty chill with pretty much any of my friends saying that, because I know what you all mean by it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to strangers,
Well,
I'm like,
You
maybe
say
it's
that,
I'm like,
but if I was to put it like, Jesus, love, you're looking great, I think it might put you off a little.
no, it'd make me laugh. That was incredible. I love you, Molly. But here's the thing: if a dude walked up and said that, I would be uncomfortable as fuck. Also, as a side note thing, so I've been dealing with a lot more like catcalling and like weird dudes hitting me when I'm hitting on me when I'm out in public lately, and I was like, I've wanted to do this kind of gay ass haircut of like shaving the side of my head. So I was like, maybe this will help. It did not help. I can be wearing fucking pride pins and this haircut, and they're like, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
Cishet men, please do better. Alice cishet men. Because there's many arrows and aces in this call right now.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 3 asexuals and an aromantic.
And Molly.
Once again. And Molly. Who I
get up to things so depraved I don't think they're safe for YouTube.
And I love you for that, and I think it's powerful and beautiful.
Yeah.
Also, Molly is entirely just an ethereal void being who makes the most cursed but amazing music you've ever heard.
And
Hey, thank you.
a lot of ethereal void beings in this call too.
true. There's at least 3.
It's just
Okay, I'm gonna do the Tears and Rain speech in Ben and Foddy's voice.
yes.
Gamers.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Tech ships on fire, the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark, Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. I'm to die.
I'm like trying to like split the middle zone of, because I can do that in the Riker Hauer style, because I'm a little off now because it's been a while since I practiced. But when I was doing Queer Relativity, I like really memorized and got good at that speech and at I think that's another one of the awards somewhere. If that's not, I will add that as a. That'll be the 2500. How about that? Baseline test from Blade Runner 2049. I can't quite remember it now off the top of my head, but I can remember some of it. Bloodback nothingness began to spin a system of cells within cells, interlinked within cells, interlinked within one stem.
Hey, don't
dreadfully
give
dark
away the
bits.
goods before. Don't give away the goods before they've donated that much.
Yeah. Well, no, because the whole thing's much longer, and I'm not going to do the entire thing. But I can remember, like you can see, I have some of it.
Oh, I know that
in
exact
there.
feeling when it's like when you're like, do I remember this? And then you start a little bit, and you go, oh no, it turns out I remember like more of this than I thought I would.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. But yeah, I will say, when you were doing Tears in Rain as Bennett Foddy, I could picture myself having just fallen off the mountain. So
Yes, like that. Like that's something he would do. Like after falling down the mountain, like the whole way.
Okay, I'm gonna focus in for a second on Yulia because I really need to speed up playing through the game. It's gonna be brutal trying to get through some of the later days. I've yet to meet anyone who can help me in the slightest way to find the killer. Do you have any relevant experience? Do you know how a murderer may be found? Not really, but I hunt the killer of all killers in my laboratory. Fucking Daniel, his lines are so good. I don't do killer hunting. I'm a scientist. I'm not a killer hunter. I'm a doctor.
And the science is murder.
Yeah, by the end of this stream, I will have been the... Absolutely, Val, go for it. Go for it. If you want to post the link. It might... is someone a moderator on my YouTube? Because you might need to do...
I am.
Yeah, you are. Are you in the chat right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
When they post it, it's going to get held, and you'll just have to
sure.
confirm it, probably. Because links are always glitchy. And if that doesn't work, pretty sure, Val, you can Discord me, I think? I think I have you on Discord. I can't remember. If so, send it there. And one of the mods can link it. Incidentally, it is more than possible that the killer is hiding in the house of Anna Angel, a thespian of sorts. Now, here's another woman worthy of attention. In fact, I heard some ghastly man covered in blood was seen entering her house today. What kind of woman is this Anna Angel? I struggle to imagine a person whose name is less reflective of her inner self. So there's a bloodied man hiding in her house. Where would that be? She lives in a mansion that once belonged to a family of exiles whose political views led them to a far-out town like ours. Because of some ill-conceived sense of camaraderie, they were happy to give shelter to a runaway actress, as soon as she told them she was persecuted by the powers that be. Years later, they died, suspiciously, if you ask me, leaving Willow Mellow, their daughter, in the care of their companion. Willow died soon thereafter, mysteriously. They all died of natural causes, allegedly, even though Willow was buried in a tightly closed coffin. The body was examined by Isidore Burak, however, and he is not a man who would cover up a crime. Anyway, you would do good to take a look at the house yourself. The mansion is known as The Willows. It stands by the gullet in Earth. Anna, huh? Well, I'll get to know her. Okay, am I getting all my quests right? Check my notes. I have to check my notes. My many notes.
Well, while there's a pause from talking, it looks like we have Lady Knight the Brave looking to join.
Okay. We have too many people.
Yeah.
I can snap out. That's okay.
Molly, you probably have more limited time because of time zone difference, yeah?
Yeah. It's only 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're okay with that, Molly, sorry. Or Darkfry, you've been here since the start. Are you okay with helping out?
I can come back later if need be.
Yeah.
All right.
Whichever
It's been lovely being here.
Say who you are.
So far, and I just want to say that I am loving the Bennett Foddy voice so much. Thank you, Aronok, for this gift. Asking you to do the Bennett Foddy voice has been one of the best things I have ever done. So
genuinely, I'm so thankful that you gave that to my repertoire, because often I develop skills for voices by just having someone be like, "Can you do this?" And I'm like, "I can try." and then I
Yeah.
practice for a bit, and then I can do
I
it.
can now.
Give me 3 hours and a lot of talking to myself.
Well, that's how I ended up going. Like, I have like 3 one-comic strip characters for this Peanuts video that need distinct voices. Aronok.
So low.
But, so I will say as a parting message, check out my podcast that I co-host with Aronok. So lots of Aronok there, lots of Aronok content there, and also if you want to see an analysis of Bennett Foddy's game design philosophy and hear Aronok as Bennett Foddy in that video, then watch my video on effective difficulty.
It's a good video.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So
Thank you so
yes,
much, Dark Knight, seriously.
thank you very much. I'll see y'all later.
See you
Bye.
later.
Cry.
I have too many friends I want to have in the call at the same
Yeah.
time, but I'm also like, I will be
You're so-
overwhelmed.
You're so amazing and popular, and that's why you have many friends.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, see ya. Bye.
We demand LK. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
Well, she has
I dragged her in.
Hey, okay.
I figured I'd... Hi. It's going good. I figured I would wait until somebody decided it was the right time to bring me in.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta do more Yulia speech. That's
So
part of
the main thing to know currently, LK, is that Daniil is done in the voice of Bennett Foddy.
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy who made that game about climbing a mountain.
Oh, okay.
So you've traveled all the way here only to find that both people you wanted to see were... Oh, no, we've already done that line. Could you tell me about Laura? I'd rather not speak on the matter. You will know Laura well enough as soon as you meet her. My relationship with her is complicated. Why is that? They say that Laura is an angel, an epitome of benevolence and compassion. She sees everyone as a friend. She's too eager to help, too happy to oblige. After her father died, she turned the Ravel Mansion into the most hospitable and heartwarming place in town. Long story short, Laura is believed to be the kindest woman of us all. However, it's not true. She is a woman devastated by grief. All the gifts that she is so happy to give away are fundamentally offerings to a dead person. She favors the living with something the dead have no use for. Really? Her philanthropy is almost reprehensible. She pities everyone she comes across, for she knows they will all die, just like her dearly departed. She sees a corpse in everyone she looks upon. I can't say I appreciate it, but that being said, she will certainly be of great help to you in your inquiry. I see.
It's natural.
You like Evian? Very much. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to say I absolutely admire her. Weird. I expected you to have a different opinion of her. She dons the mask of absent-minded promiscuity, but this pose has nothing to do with what she really is. I'd be happy to be friends with her. But she does not understand me, and rightfully so, considering her eminence. I can't believe my ears. Sooner or later, a fervent believer may emerge from within her, dissolving her completely in the object of her adoration. After which she will probably kill herself, but I'd rather talk no more of that. Alright. A reminder that some of these characters are able to, okay. I think I got exhausted all the word and dialogue there. Some of these characters do have clairvoyance. That was not an idle line she just said. That will happen.
Good to know.
I'm
guessing
awesome,
that when anything like that comes up, you'll probably give a content warning.
Oh yeah, no, like I gave one at the start of the stream as well. Like, it's pathologic. This game is grim and heavy.
Yeah.
It is about a horrible pandemic and the awful things people do to try and deal with it. So it should be approached with an understanding of that. One of the funny things with this game is that originally there was supposed to be this whole like lighting system thing with the kerosene lamp, and you'd need kerosene oil. So quests and things will give you kerosene oil, but it literally is useless. You can just sell it.
Have you tried drinking it?
Patho is a game that's 90% about just, if you can learn the environment and become one with the step, you will succeed. And if you can't,
Become one with the step.
STEPPE.
I know, but it's funny. It's a funny sentence.
It is a funny sentence.
By the way, is somebody keeping track of whatever people are sending you on Ko-fi?
I've been checking every time, but if someone else would mind keeping track, that would be lovely.
Because somebody said something in the chat about how they sent you a private message with a poem.
Yeah, that was Queer Theory, who donated much earlier in the stream, but had some specific. Also, you're wondering why I'm like using all of my money on food on day one and selling things like bullets and stuff.
I've seen the H Mama Guy video. I know.
Yeah, tomorrow those food that are costing like 100 are gonna start costing thousands.
Yeah, for one egg.
There's a great introduction to a Strangler song, and it's this like speech being given, and the first commandment reads that human flesh is sacred. Pause. And 2, there is no more food.
That is pathologic. That is pathologic. Here's an interesting thing. So like in the slicing of bodies is a deep taboo in the town of the Gorkon, and because the only people that are allowed to do that are the Menku, which is why I named the mods in the stream server the Menku, because they have special permissions. Clever.
Wee! I have powers.
I'm stuck on terrain. God, it's so peaceful on day one. It's so chill. There's no rats chasing me. There's no clouds coming from my
It's very tranquil,
throat.
isn't it?
It's such a chill game. It's so nice. Oh yeah,
It's so tranquil. Look at the brown, awful smog.
Perfect.
It's beautiful, and I love it.
Yeah.
It looks
I've
like
repaired my scalpel.
when there's a. It looks like when there's a fire. You know, when there's a fire and then the sky is orange.
Yeah,
it
that's
does look
kind
like
of.
that, doesn't it?
So, do you want to know what that is? The excretions of psychoactive plants. That's why your hunger increases way faster in this game, and like than you would in like normal life. Yeah,
so you get the munchies.
Just, no, it's more like it's literally like damaging your health.
I like how that's like an in-universe explanation, whereas
So
in these
it's
survival
being
games.
poisoned.
So you're
being
basically
poisoned and drugged.
yeah, basically, which I think also explains a lot of the behavior of most of the people in this game. Like, genuinely, I think it's like, why are the townspeople acting like this? All of them are high. All of them are constantly huffing a minor amount of psychoactives. And if you take like Twirine directly, it is like super absinthe, basically.
Has anyone ever seen... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it reminded me of there's a really awful movie called Awake. It's not good, but it stars Gina Rodriguez, and basically people can't sleep anymore. And this one buys into like, when you stop sleeping, you start like not feeling good and hallucinating and stuff. And so like by the end of the game, it's just by the end of the movie, it's just a universe of people going absolutely buck wild because nobody can sleep.
I will say this as someone who does have severe insomnia and has experienced like sleep deprivation induced psychosis. Don't go 5.5 days without sleep. Don't go 5.5 days without sleep. You will experience.
Awake is a really terrible movie. Don't watch it.
I'm sure it's
really,
terrible,
really
and I'm sure it's like really exaggerated. Basically,
they go like Mad Max Road Warrior by day 2.
That's ridiculous.
By day 2.
Yeah, that's not how that works. No, but like I have just this like the entire like extreme sleep deprivation. Most of it I don't remember, but I have this distinct memory of sitting on the couch in my parents' living room. Because I was like 12 at the time. This is when the doctors were like, okay, we need to start like medicating you for sleep issues because this is bad. And I was just sitting there in the room, and like things were moving on the walls, and there's like,
Aranok,
like in the back of your head, and and I'm just like sitting there for hours because I'm like, I can't move or the creatures will get me.
That's what happened to me when I had like 105-degree fever one time.
Yeah, that's like a fever dream.
Oh, it is because basically your body isn't, when you don't sleep for a long time, your body doesn't process toxins, so you basically become high off of the chemicals in your body, sort of.
Yeah. We're also we're really good pattern matching machines. So after
Yes.
for me, it's usually 72 hours. So your brain just gets worse at it. So you start hearing ambient noises, voices, which is scary the first time, and then just kind of a little
You kind
disconcerting.
of just get used to it.
And
Plus, when you have insomnia like mine and get constant sleep paralysis, you get just really used to there's the shadow man come to haunt me again.
Yeah. The tip I have
to get really tapped into something.
The tip I have for sleep paralysis from when I had it is if you get the thing where your body fully locks up, just turn your head to one side and you can move again.
Interesting.
At least that worked for me. That's scary when it happens.
Often I don't want to wake up, and that's why I sleep with a face mask and sometimes with earplugs in. So I know that it's not real. And I'll just be like, oh, it's sleep paralysis. I'll just wait until I get into a deeper sleep again. I'm not gonna wake myself up. But sometimes when I try to wake myself up, I can't describe it in a better thing than it feels like your soul grabbing a tether and yanking yourself out of a well, and then the body following a little bit after. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a very weird experience.
It sounds quite awful.
Anyway, I used to get the thing where I'd have the dream.
Dialogue.
Oh, okay, I'll shut up then.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
A foul murder occurred there this night. No unauthorized access allowed. Inspecting the crime scene is strictly forbidden until further notice.
Is it a bad dream or something? Can someone wake me up, please?
Whoever killed our only doc must surely be looking to get us all killed. Isidore could cure anything. He also knew how to make cuts or incisions, because he was a warden. He knew his lines all right. Like I said, it all makes sense. Whoever killed Simon took Isidore's life too, and this is merely the beginning.
What makes you think the two cases are connected?
Well, who would have the heart to attack such men? If you had asked me yesterday, I'd have told you no one would dare inflict such an ugly wound on this town, but if there is someone, it has to be just that, someone. Although it looks fishy if you ask me. That thing was no man, that's what I think.
Explain yourself.
To this murderous deal is all mysterious. There was a talon stuck in the victim's chest. Go ahead. Bend your arm at the elbow, good sir. Yeah. That. There you go. That's how long it was. It broke off. There was dust on the floor, for the deceased had been a renowned step walker. And the dust was all covered in hoof steps and like traces of a sharp bone, I guess. As if someone was using a walking stick around her. I'm telling you, it's her. Shabnakadir, the clay man-eater.
I want to inspect the building.
We've been assigned to this post by Alexander, the head of the Samarov family. His house is in decline right now, but it is still powerful and very much respected, for it is they that's been responsible for maintaining worldly order and public safety in the town since olden days. Please, kindly address your concerns to him. There's their rod. You just take that road up there and get to the Cape. As for me, I'm not authorized to let you in.
You should have said so from the start. You didn't know that was inconvenient to me?
I love him so much.
He's the worst. I love him.
Wow. Also, is the Shabnakadir meant to be like some horror version of the Golem?
I don't think it really is. It's a living creature, not like a created creature.
Okay.
But I can't remember what clay symbolizes there, but it's not literally clay. There's a lot of stuff around like earth imagery and people being of the ground and stuff. So it being clay rather than dirt and sand is like symbolic within the realm of some of the conversations, especially at the end of the game, which is massive spoilers. You're not real.
Yeah.
You are literally a puppet, came to life by a magic sandbox.
There's definitely there's the old kind of saying of like working class people that they're like people of the clay and people of the soil.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Well, I will say there was a Pathologic bot that tweeted something about Shabnakadir, a clay golem of local legend, steals the shape of a young woman. I don't know what that means, but that was just I just googled Shabnakadir.
It's also
and
worth
golem.
noting. It's also worth noting that like this is an English translation of a Russian game, and there are a lot of like Russian specific terms that are paved over. So it's possible, and I'm not saying it's not possible, because it's very possible. I just don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just more thinking like Russians have a weird history with Jews.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Which is why I'm
Ooh,
also like,
mm.
I'm mild concerned, but it's also worth noting that like the Shabnakadir isn't really real and is more like an invented fear that the town folks use to justify murdering a bunch of women on day 2. Because, because Pathologic's just a game like that. I met Alexander Savarov. His current voice is Shadow the Hedgehog because Gorgie Kane was Sonic the Hedgehog, so now we get Sonic, how dare you? Listen, I have a gun.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Damn, fourth Chaos Emerald. So I finally get to see you. Yes, you. Really do look like a messenger of sorrowful times. In any case, welcome to the Rod. Our meeting is quite significant in a way. Facing the changes with open eyes and taking their first blow is my duty.
Do you think we're on the verge of an especially unhappy era?
No, grim events have clouded our existence since last summer. The country has cured its war wounds. Commercial communications have been repaired. Astrologists expect nothing ill. Do you hold astrologists' opinions in high regard?
Sometimes I have to. Are you an astrologist?
I am a ruler. I have a gun. Sorry, astrology.
That's actually a true statement.
I am a ruler. Astrology can be very curious, but I cannot allow it to influence my decisions. I have to act according to factual circumstances. I'm a logic boy. Would you agree?
Definitely.
They say
So you've come to meet with Simon, haven't you? What can I do for you now?
I was actually invited by Isidore, so I came to meet with him first and foremost, but now it turns out that...
He's been murdered, yes. Looks like the murderer is always one step ahead of you, doesn't it? The same one that took Simon's life, too. At least that's the conclusion suggested by the information at my disposal. Where's that damn Chaos Emerald? Same pattern, same signature.
So who did
Like,
it?
instead of a phrase to get into the voice, it's a phrase to, like, end the voice.
It helps me stay in voice. Because if I think about that phrase, I stay in the voice, you know what I mean?
You wouldn't believe it. His own son. The fellow came back after being away for quite a while. His father had sent him to study surgery when he was but a greenhorn. Quite a lot he has learned, huh? A wandering scholar turned evil to the bone. All of that, just to grab the inheritance.
What? How did you figure that out?
In all honesty, it's hard to explain to an outsider like you. Do you believe in such a thing as clairvoyance, Bachelor?
No.
Well, you should get to know my wife then. She has Chaos Emeralds.
Meet my wife.
You don't believe in psychics, you need to fuck my wife.
I missed my wife, Tails.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Goodbye. I'll see you around. I'll be back.
All right, finish your speech.
If I hear Alfred's voice, I can do his Eggman. Yeah.
I miss her a lot. Well, you should get to know my fuck. You should get to know my wife then. She has Chaos Emeralds, or better yet, those who've already had opportunities to witness the power of her prophecies. Former doubters, first and foremost, rationalists. She's got something to say to you too, by the way.
So
Maria.
your wife called out,
Maria.
Maria. Sorry, that's a bit from the Sonic
just
fandom.
met a girl named Maria. Sorry.
That's the bit I did in my Shadow video.
So your wife called out Isidore's son specifically.
Not specifically, no. But it all adds up. And the circumstances of Simon's death makes you wonder, too. Isidore's son arrived here last night. The timing speaks against him. It even matches the time it takes to get from the Crucible to Isidore's house.
It's not enough. I'll have to take the investigation into my own hands. Is there anyone who can be of help to me, apart from your wife? Your wife is
Sorry,
cool.
I've just seen the Digital Beef's message in chat. Sonic is a conduit for all of our intrusive thoughts.
I will rant about intrusive thoughts in a bit.
Yeah. Fair.
I have feelings about people not understanding them. And
Sonic, he's a conduit for something.
Listen, I will say this. The only time I'm gonna rant about the intrusive thought jokes that people keep making that are bad. The only time I've ever made that joke because it was actually funny was about Daniel, because Daniel does just say the things that your intrusive thoughts say, or do the things that your intrusive thoughts would do. Because listen, this man, the tragedian really said, "My dear bachelor, you seem to lack heart." And he went, "I need to go get a human heart." And got it. So Daniel is the one time where that joke is funny, but it's also because Daniel does do horrific things you wouldn't want to do. Like
also Patrick Bateman, musical Patrick Bateman.
Musical Patrick Bateman is also letting the intrusive thoughts win. That is, it's inaccurate, and that's part of why it's inaccurate to reality. But that is literally what is happening in the text. So, as much as it's a misunderstanding of intrusive thoughts, it is technically what's happening. Those are the only times you can make that joke.
Do you need to finish this speech?
Yes, I do. There are very few good analysts in our town. Everyone is more or less superstitious here, except for one Yulia Lyuricheva, perhaps. A most level-headed and reasonable person. The only person to remain skeptical about Katerina's talents, too. Without a shadow. Get it? It's me. Without a shadow of a doubt. She has her own picture of events. She always does. What is this Yulia? She came here with an engineering team when the town was being rebuilt. Did logistics or maybe communications? I don't know, I was too focused on my Chaos Emeralds. Not sure. They said she's a true expert in her field. Smart, yes, a polymath. Then the team left, but she stayed. She has my respect, but not my fondness. She's not Maria.
I just seen from Val in the chat there. Just Val in the chat saying Daniil is the kind of guy to drop a tactical slur and feel no remorse.
Yeah, he would. By the way, I was gonna say, Aaron, what goal should we set for me to recite the V for Vendetta speech in its entirety?
Let's see where at.
I would say I could also do that. So.
Oh boo! I thought that was my special talent.
But I wanted it to be my special talent! Mom said we each get one special talent, that was mine!
Mom said it's my turn with the V for Vendetta speech today.
Listen, I memorized the entire thing because my friend kept reciting it in high school, and it was weird when she did it by herself.
It's less weird when we do it together.
Yes.
I just did it. I just learned it because.
I didn't actually.
It took me a very long time to learn that I'm autistic and ADHD.
One sec, pause. I apologize for a mistake. Any usage of psycho, crazy, etc. is auto-botted. That doesn't have anything to do with what you're saying. What you said was fine. That's just the auto mod. It shouldn't. It shouldn't actually do anything to you. But I do.
It just doesn't understand that we like the American Psycho musical.
Yeah, and you mentioned American Psycho instantly reminds me of the Eating a Dead Girl chapter of the book, which is ingrained into my mind as I read it in 7th grade. Jesus! Don't read that in 7th grade. That is not the book to read in 7th grade. The only proper way for a duel to end is with the death of one of the fighters. That's what battles are supposed to be. Any conflict that has two sides inevitably turns into a battle of good and evil. I never... That's the wrong voice. I almost want Shadow.
I never liked black and white mentality. I'm ambivalent to both good and evil.
I'm a centrist. That's why I get my Chaos Emeralds. That's all I care.
Well, that's why that's why Patrick Bateman and Daniil are so similar. They're both centrist.
No, Daniil isn't a centrist. Daniil is confused. I never liked black and white mentality. I'm not speaking metaphorically or metaphysically. I'm talking about a very particular battle. You are one of the combatants, Bachelor Dankovsky. Do you favor good or evil? I favor winning! My favorite line! My favorite line! I'm sorry, I know I'm supposed to be doing Better Foddy, but my favorite line ever is Sky in Ruby's, in Codex entry in Ruby's Pathologic, for those who never play it, going, I favor winning! And it's like the most aggressive line delivery he gives the entire thing by like a mile. It's so funny.
Sounds very good.
I think about I favor winning on a daily basis. Like, imagine someone walks up to you and is like, do you favor good or evil? And you want, I favor winning! Like, who says that?
Also, when they were saying the murder lines earlier, I wanted to start singing Jekyll and Hyde. Remember that other murder? Just like that other murder. And then there was another murder.
There's so many murders.
That's not far off from an actual song on that show.
It's really not. Spoken like a true warrior. I truly wish you victory, Bachelor. And I doubt there can be any victory at all in this battle.
Girl.
You're very kind.
I like his two options there are, yeah, me.
You are a brave man, Bachelor Denkovsky. You are overestimating my virtues.
There goes. We've got a request from a Queer Theory in chat saying, can you do the I favor winning in Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro?
For you, Queer Theory, absolutely. The Chaos Dragon of Femininity. I favor winning! Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I favor winning.
Yours won't moralist.
These leftists will care about good and evil. I favor winning.
Let's see who cancels who. I favor winning.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Let's see who cancels who, woke moralists. I favor winning. That was not the right voice. The Chaos Dragon. The Chaos Dragon.
I love your phrases for getting into voices.
Yeah, no, I love hearing them in the middle of dialogue.
It's just an experience, you know. You have to get into the sentence. You have to get into the voice. You have to get really upset because it's Jordan Peterson and he's always almost crying. I favor winning.
Oh my god! What if I did the B speech in like Mickey voice?
Incredible! If you want to,
I could.
Here, chat.
Somebody
chat.
pay Aaron Aquilini.
If we get to 1250. If we get to 1250, so that's $250 away from where we are right now. V for Vendetta speech in Mickey or Minnie Mouse. Actually, it has to be Mickey because your Minnie Mouse literally clips Discord.
Yeah, no, Minnie Mouse is too high pitched. The microphone can't handle it.
I'm gonna finish this conversation. This fight is very unlikely to end in your favor. Does a clay and bone man-eater leave traces of the kind you've witnessed? It's only a spell, an illusion. I just prefer to see it this way. It makes it easier for them. Fight is too big a word. I'm merely assisting Georgi in his efforts to find the murderer. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you will have to fight to the death. Even if it were a metaphor, the ending is still unambiguous. If you don't find out what happened before nightfall, you will die. How do you know all this? I'm clairvoyant. What's the nature of your visions?
I love that one of the options could have been, thanks for your help, bye.
This should not be your primary concern at the moment. You should concern yourself with the number of minutes you have left. And that number is dwindling. I don't throw predictions around. Others will tell you how often they have come true. Do heed my words. Time will tell.
Time will tell.
I don't believe you, you fucking weird woman.
Also, I gotta say, I love your wall art.
Her wall art? It's wild.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh my
stop
god!
for it.
I didn't notice it before, but wow.
Yeah, it's just a big weird spider.
With a face on it.
Yeah.
Need to get me one.
Yeah, it kind of made me think of the spider from James and the Giant Peach.
But, yeah, no, my Minnie Mouse voice is literally so high that, like, I don't know if it's my microphone or Discord, but somebody can't handle it.
It's Discord. It thinks it's, like, noise or something, and it cuts it out. It's very funny. Oh, Mickey!
I do love a weird
say
animal
the
with
door to
a
darkness?
human face.
Did somebody say the door to darkness?
What man have I become? To
What
be or
man
not to
have I become?
That is the question. Tis not
Be or not to be.
This is going to be very fun for the people who didn't have the context of the Discord conversation when you started coming up with the Goofy doing Hamlet.
Yeah, Goofy doing Hamlet was a thing that happened in our Discord call. Our Discord chat the one day, and we were just sending voice messages with...
Yeah. I was like, my favorite contribution was me. I think I came up with when I have heckled off this mortal coil.
Heckled off this mortal coil.
No, my favorite thing to come out of the recent Shakespeare conversations was I was saying, and I still maintain
Thank you
this,
so
Tom
much, Mitchell
Hiddleston.
Edwards.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Mitchell. I was saying that Tom Hiddleston should do a production of Much Ado for me. I'm not even just because I want to see him play Benedict. And then it got into a conversation about, well, who would be Beatrice? And my friend suggested Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Oh, that I were a man, I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Oh wow, I'd eat his heart in a marketplace.
But I can though fully see Tom Hiddleston doing the whole like, my dear Lady Disdain.
Oh no, he would be like genuinely.
Mm.
He's
Perfect.
good at Shakespeare,
Yeah,
and
I know.
I think he should do more comedies.
And I want him and Owen Wilson to actually get to kiss as they.
Oh my God, yes.
should.
Yeah.
I almost
Yeah.
said something I wasn't supposed to.
Just we want them to kiss, and they probably won't.
Yeah.
They probably won't get to because Marvel executives
Disney.
are the worst.
Etc. Etc. But yeah, just
That is
I
really too much. Who the hell are you?
Oh.
Why have you donned this dreadful outfit? My name is Daniil Dankovsky. What's wrong with my outfit? It's snakeskin? Are you a performer? A circus actor? A tamer? Tell me the truth. Calm down. I'm a scientist. A professor. You understand? I study death. I thought so. I knew someone like that would pay me a visit pretty soon. How horrible. Anna
Sometimes
sucks.
it's just seeing the second voice option.
This game is amazing.
Like, it would just be great if you went, hush,
everything's
hush, be
horrible.
quiet.
You came too. You know, after me, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. So that man, he's like dead, right? He's dead, yes. It doesn't take a doctor to see that. Oh, I was so scared. He barged in here all bloody. I thought he was sent here, but he didn't try to attack me. Oh, just look at all these hideous wounds. It's like he was cut with precision to mangle the body as much as possible. Who would do something like this? An experienced surgeon. Someone who knows anatomy. His sinews are cut. He was mumbling something to that extent. There's this hunt for Simon Kane's murderer going on, right? Well, they mistook this guy for the culprit, even though he's actually a hunter, not a huntee. It was Simon's murderer that wounded him so horribly, wasn't it? Why do you think the man himself is not the murderer? But he was going after the murderer. They tried to ambush him at the station in case he tried to catch a ride away from town. And you know what? Their assumptions were correct. This guy did indeed come face to face with the murderer there. Here's the result. Okay, makes sense. So what do we do now? Just don't call anyone here, okay? Please, I'm begging you. They find a dead man in my house. That's hard to explain, but I promise I'll do so later. Let me have the time. I didn't kill him, I swear. And I couldn't have mutilated him so horrendously. I'm not saying you're guilty at all. Whatever even gave you the idea. Oh, I'm totally doing Evelyn
Valley Girl?
Evelyn from American Psycho the Musical. The way she says, ew, Patrick, what the fuck? No. So there's this bit where they go to Les Miserables the musical, and he's like, Evelyn, do you want a drink? And she goes, ew. He suggests a very specific drink that's kind of gross, and she's like, ew, no, ew, what the fuck? No, Patrick, ew.
Let's find out together, Patrick.
I've been considering if the rotary on the wall can be used to murder someone. Let's find out together, Patrick. I can do that entire musical from start now. I've been watching it too much. I hate that I like it. I shouldn't like it. I literally watched it for this section of the video that I'm talking about bad mental illness in media, and the stupid thing is like my brain's like, you're gonna be hyperfixated on that now. Have fun.
Duncan Sheik has power over us.
He does, and now I have to resist the urge to sing songs about murder in public because of my stupid
look at that murder, just like that other murder.
Not that one. Good songs. Good songs.
I know.
We're killing time. We're killing time.
Do you need to finish this scene?
Yeah. Just don't you call anyone here, okay? Oh, I already did that. I didn't kill him, I swear, and I couldn't have mutilated him so horrendously anyway. I'm not saying you're guilty at all. Whatever even gave you the idea. Oh, many people would be more than happy to credit this blood to my hands. They just need an excuse, a chance to grab me by the arm, and then they'll twist it so hard that I'll have to confess. Just help me bury him, will you? I can see a spark of kindness in you. Go to the cemetery, tell the caretaker there's someone less than living in my house.
Anna, who's the voice of Anna Angel?
Right now, no one's assigned it, so I'm just doing what I
Oh,
feel like.
okay. I was wondering if you were
following her
going to start
heart.
leaning into Valley Girl.
It's a little bit of Valley Girl, but that's because Evelyn is also Valley Girl. Like it's mostly an impression of that.
She's just
actress's
following
performance.
her heart right now.
Yeah.
And the caretaker won't go about asking unnecessary questions. She isn't much of a talker. People even used to think she was mute, but she's so kind, a true angel. Some people would gladly die to be taken care of by someone like her. Is she underage or something? Since the old caretaker died, another dark story. Anyway, his daughter's the one who's taking care of the cemetery now. Name's Grace. She'll see to this dead man as though he was still alive and kicking. I mean figuratively, of course. Okay, Anna. I'll help you get rid of the body, no questions asked. I'm expecting to hear an enthralling story afterwards.
We support women who need to get rid of bodies.
Yeah, we don't support women in the trade of child slaves, though, which is what Anna used to do. If you're wondering why everyone hates her, that's why. She is the worst.
Well, I just love her just going like, but I swear I didn't kill him, and everyone's blaming me. It's like, you're the one who brought it up.
Fuck, I need 2,000 coin to finish this mission, so I can't do it right now. I need to find some way of making. Hopefully I'll get this mission done. This one isn't a necessary mission, and there's no rewards, so there isn't really much of a purpose in finishing it, other than just, like, completionism, but I might try to. Okay. I need to go talk to Vlad Jr., and then... What was I doing for the main quest? Mold on the map.
Also, I'm gonna run really quickly and check on something in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I think the best thing I can do right now is go directly to Vlad Jr., go Capella, Vlad Jr., then the Mold House, and then from that house, I can do whatever I need to do. Okay, cool.
Babe, I need to dip out.
Thank you so much for being here, Molly. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
And,
this is a couple of days, right?
A couple of days, so if you feel like popping back in later, please do. And I'm sorry, like, day one is kind of the worst for conversations because it's like... It's
no worries. It's just fun to be here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to laugh too loud into the mic when you're doing
That's
those
okay.
voices.
I'm enjoying it because I get to have an audience, which is different. Tris, that's too kind. Or whichever member of the Guardian... Y'all, that's too nice of you. All of you. Thank you. Sorry, my friends, the Garden System, which is for plural, so I'm thinking all of them. They'll be on the stream at some point as well. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Molly, and thank you everybody who's coming on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick outro. I'm Molly Noise. I do the music for Aeronaut and a bunch of other people. You've definitely heard I do my own music. Okay, bye.
Bye, Molly. Okay, Molly didn't do enough, so I'm gonna do more because I love Molly. If you like the soundtracks of the Matrix video or the Queer Relativity video, you can get it on Molly's Bandcamp or her itch.io now. I think she's using itch because they're treating people better than Bandcamp. So look up Molly Noise on itch. Support her there. She's done all sorts of great stuff. She's done stuff for Lady Night as well, and I think David as well.
Yeah, she did the soundtrack for my Peanuts video, including the most cursed version of the song Linus and Lucy you will ever hear, and I mean that as a complete compliment.
Oh, absolutely valid, Tris. Also, Tris, let me know what rewards you want, and I will do them. But you can just tell me through the Discord and stuff, so...
Yes. Molly says, not on itch yet, but soon.
Soon. I remember you talking about it on Blue Sky. Thank you so much, Molly, for being here. Yeah, so support her on Bandcamp. If you're going to buy her albums, buy them on a Friday. I think Bandcamp is still doing Bandcamp Friday. They haven't been overruled on that yet, I believe.
I think so. I've not heard anything to say otherwise. So
Bandcamp Friday, Bandcamp doesn't take a cut of any sales the artists make that day. So if you want to really support artists, that's the day to buy music, and you should be supporting artists directly. I cannot wait until the day that I'm making enough money that I can afford Molly sound again, because I want more music. That's by the way, I have a completed script about I have a completed script on on Tron Legacy, like my redo of it, that's also like a very complicated metatextual work about the act of adaptation and recreation, why that's valuable. But anyway, I have...
If anything needs a Molly Noise score.
I need it for the Tron Legacy video, so yeah, that won't happen until... Actually, how am I doing for hunger? Oh, I've barely gained any. Yippee!
That's another ADHD mood when you've been in the focus hole and it gets to like 8 p.m. and you go, how am I doing for hunger?
Well, Daniel is just as close to being canonically autistic as he can be.
Canonically trans?
No, but a lot of trans guys do read him as a trans mask allegory, and I don't hate it. I don't hate that reading. I actually really like that reading. But I think that's a reading more for trans men to apply, just because he's such a stinky man, and I don't want to claim it for them due to the stinky nature of this man.
Valid.
Speaking of stinky men, that little kid had a horrifying face.
Oh, all of them have horrifying faces, and I love them for it.
That's not even the worst face I've seen on a child.
Oh my god, it's Jamie Lannister.
Oh. Wow, you're right. The stream caught up.
I like how it zooms in twice, like whenever you talk to it and then whenever you buy something, it's just like, hello, hello.
Yeah. Triss, if you want to do that, I'll do it. And it's whatever voice you want, so I can do it in the character voice. Sorry, Triss is running a Star Wars game that I'm playing in, so it's very fun. It's like a Star Wars 5e. It's a free rule set online. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think I've tried that one out, actually.
It makes some clean improvements on 5th edition in general that I like. Pretty cool.
Isn't like the combat like a lot more freeform, like vibes based?
I know it works pretty much the same as 5e, but there's just a little bit more. Some of the changes to classes make it feel different. Also, I need to add. Sorry, almost forgot.
Is my microphone picking up me eating, by the way?
I didn't notice until you
Not that
mentioned
I've
it, but
noticed.
Cool.
I think it was making tiny noises. It's fine. It's not. I'm not hearing you chew, so I don't care.
Awesome. All right.
Look at all this. If only my dear mother was alive, she'd take the reins of power in her hands. Even father would listen to her, but who is to take care of us now? Not Katerina, that's for sure. The mistress is too exhausted. Katerina is supposed to take care of you. Katerina is scared like a child herself. And I also think she's being tricked. Yes, her prophecies come true just like it's always been, but they're becoming more and more noisy. Every word she utters comes across as a metaphor. Too bad I didn't know your mother. Yes, she had waves of warmth and power emanating from her. She held the whole town in her grasp like a giant bird, protecting her fledglings. Not a single demon could invade her little community. I remember those happy times. People like her leave this world earlier than those who only live for themselves. There will be more happy times. No, there won't, Daniel!
What? I don't think there will be.
Also, that first line, look at this stuff, isn't it?
I have a terrible headache, but it will pass soon. Kane can help, if you don't have anything better. Okay, I think I got all of the dialogue that I need from Capella. It's not actually, like, necessary dialogue, I just wanted to go get the fun intro dialogue, because the game recommended it, and it was on the path that I wanted to go on anyway. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? I actually sung that song on stream. It's in okay quality. Not great, but okay. At the end of a stream one time based on donos. If people want that to be a reward, I will add it. Because that song is... I have a lot of feelings about that song. Because it's...
Well, and we all know I can sing like a Disney princess.
You can. I get very emotional about that song just because it's such a powerful, heart-wrenching glimpse into the feelings of the author at the time as he was dealing with AIDS, the middle of the AIDS epidemic, and like that song makes me sad. Makes me sad.
Valid.
Nice. I've got all the bread that I need for tomorrow, but I still need lots of dried fish.
Get that
meat.
bread. Sorry.
Yes, literally.
Literally get that bird.
God, I hope someone assigns a really fun voice for Bad Grief whenever we get to talk to Bad Grief, because Bad Grief is fun. Basically, think Peaky Blinders. That's Bad Grief. Bad Grief is Peaky Blinders, the man.
That's incredible.
He's not like literally visually not, but like the way he talks is very Bad Griefy.
Peaky fucking Blinders. Carry that.
Fucking Blinders.
God, I love that
No
one.
fighting! No fighting!
No
No fighting!
No
Person
fighting.
walks in, immediately starts a fight.
I love Tommy Shelby. He has Kaz vibes, but stinkier.
Yeah, you know what? Thomas Shelby is Kaz if he could make it on the list with Daniel and specifically Benjamin Walker's version of Patrick Bateman. Not the film version, not the book version. Very specifically we don't like those. Specifically and only Benjamin Walker in the musical version. Not Matt Smith in the musical version, who is not good.
Listen, in fairness to him, it was his first time being in a musical.
In fairness to him, he's not very good to begin with, so...
Oh, no!
I don't
Listen,
I don't hate him, but he kind of just plays Matt Smith.
No, now he plays dirtbags. He played Matt Smith in Doctor Who. Now he plays dirtbags. True.
He is playing scumbags with aplomb. I do like his performance in the House of the Dragon episodes that I watched. I haven't finished it. Also, Vlad Jr. is Ben Shapiro, so this will be fun. Let's say hypothetically. You found me here? Oh well, I'm not surprised. I suppose you're not too surprised by the fact that everyone knows about you either. The rumor of your arrival spread like fire. Why have you come? I need to get more nasally. David?
Yeah. Well, you said you needed a voice for the guy, so
okay.
I picked one.
Alan Rickman, Sheriff of Nottingham as Bad Grief. Incredible.
Yes! Nice.
I was torn between that and Solid Snake, but I thought Alan Rickman would be more fun.
I'm gonna cut your heart out
with a spoon! Why a spoon, brother? Because it's dull! It'll hurt more, you twit!
God, I love it.
And call off Christmas.
It's dull. It'll hurt more. I've come for some new software. Come for some sightseeing. Some soft seeing. Daniel's dirty, I guess. Fucked up. How much money do you need to donate to get a reading for the Pathologic Journal? A lot. I'm not reading my totally hinged and normal Daniel's personal journal while playing the game the first time. I feel like that would raise questions about my sanity that I don't want to answer. I'm kidding.
God, babe.
It's fine. It's normal. It's not like it's like mainly notes for the game, but it is stuff like Older Vlad wants to use Laura's mansion for healing. Sure, there are alternative motives. There always is in this town. You know, like that sort of thing. Like, it's very straightforward.
Well,
but it's like written
donate a lot of money, guys. Donate money. Donate more money.
Let's say, hypothetically, there was a peculiar incident yesterday by the spleen. The children were playing in the mud as usual. Then suddenly, why is this turning Valley Girl? I don't want to go listen to Ben Shapiro, but I need to go listen to Ben Shapiro. Y'all chat for 20 minutes.
No, just think wet ass pussy.
Wet ass P word.
Wet ass
P word. P word is female genitalia.
There was a peculiar incident yesterday by the spleen. The children were playing in the mud as usual, but then suddenly they ran away from the sandbox. The parents noticed that their hands were smothered in blood. However, none of them were wounded. Neither were any of them surprised. Software. What's the solution to the puzzle? When the worried adults came to the place where the children had been playing, they found nothing unusual there.
Only sticks and stones. What do you make of it? Your children playing peculiar games. There's no difficulty, so it's not really a game, is it? It's just me assault.
That's a Benefati quote. It's very funny.
Well, wet ass P-word. Nice to meet a person with a alive. I hate that that's the activation phrase. You've caused this.
I know.
I'm
but
Vladislav.
It's effective.
I'm Vladislav Elgimsky, younger one, of course. And, of course, you are Daniel Donkowski. Yes, that is me.
Katerina thinks
Bachelor,
Clara is
I have news for you that should prove to be of interest. You seem to be looking for the killer, right? I'm listening. I'll have to briefly explain a few things to you. Have you already been told what the termitary is? Yes, I've heard about it. Let's get to the point then. A case of pointless, aimless unrest has occurred in this hive man's nest. Workers there are prone to lashing out from time to time like beasts frightened by a storm. They rage, they howl, they gnaw at one another. An unsightly image of a mass uprising. Wet ass P-word. Fuck, sorry. What does this
It's like
have
a
to do?
timer that ticks down.
What does this have to do with Simon's murder?
Makes Vlad a lot hornier.
I'm just seeing.
Riots occurred in the termitary several times before. The mob goes crazy for a few days, then they calm down just as unexpectedly. All of them at once. The sudden calm is just a void of reasons, the unrest that had set them agog previously. Having a certain experience with the kin, we simply block the entrance to the zoo off until the riot defeats itself. What is the kin? The kin is, well, doesn't matter. It's hard to explain. Their whole so-called society. The many-headed biology. Very well. Let's get back to the subject. We usually lock them up beforehand. The evidence of an upcoming outbreak of mass lunacy becomes obvious in advance. The termitary's Father Superior informs us of it. But Father Tychik has recently passed. A curious coincidence, don't you think? Mass anarchy. Anyway, these anarchists, you know, the leftist anarchists, they're destroying the termitary. Anyway, a member of the kin managed to run off into the town while we were busy taking measures. You think he's the killer? I think you and I can help each other, Doctor. They're looking for the killer. Wet ass P-word. And I'm sure it's a... The title of
it just becomes like a nervous tick for him.
The title of a half-man suits him very nicely. The Kanes claim that Simon had not been killed by a human hand, don't they? And our families don't necessarily... doesn't need unnecessary unrest in this town. What ass P-word? This butcher, babble devil knows what. His mind is mostly like... I'm gonna have to do it more every time you laugh.
I'm sorry.
Keep laughing, LK. Keep laughing.
His mind is mostly likely clouded with sane ideas. So you'd rather he kept mum about what is happening inside? You're correct. They barely know how to speak, but that only makes it worse. Half men, half beasts. They start preaching. You feel as though they encountered a doomsayer. I need this butcher to disappear. Hand him over to the Kanes or simply kill him if the beast attacks you. The reward will be hefty. Very well. I'll look into this. Where can I find him? Wet-ass P-word. He's most likely being harbored in a suspicious house that's in the crude sprawl. Yes, my father is a man of rather hard-handed disposition, quick-tempered to boot. If he finds out that the crude sprawl is concealing a fugitive, he will make a mess. Pointless brutality serves no one. I'm looking for peace rather than blood, I'm telling you. I'll do my best to make sure you're right. Show me the house. Okay, so what step am I on? Okay, I need to go to the mold next, and then... Sorry.
Well, I'm just seeing Triss in the chat saying, my in-character Daniil Dankowski journal raises some questions about my mental health that are answered by the existence of my in-character Daniil Dankowski journal.
Alright, I think I'm gonna head out now, everyone. 'Cause I think
have a good one,
more
Harry.
people want to join the stream.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Harry.
Yeah, no, it was great.
Lovely to talk to you again, Harry.
Anyways, yeah, it was great. I might be around on the later days.
Thank you so much,
We'll
Harry.
see.
And everybody go check out Video Games Are Bad. I almost said, I'm so used to Darkfry saying Harry video games are bad. Because if it's your last name.
It is. It's basically my last name.
Harry video
Yeah,
games
Harry
are bad.
video games.
Now I'm just imagining furry bad games.
Darkfry is just against furries. We're canceling Darkfry.
I could start a second channel. That would be great.
You do have a second channel, actually. It's also good.
A third channel, yeah. A
Your-
third channel, that's me, actually. Don't look at my second channel.
Your notes on EQing audio was actually helpful to me at one point.
Yeah. There's,
For music?
I think there's some good stuff there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can EQ the music for the voiceover, things like that.
Yeah, and it sounds way better.
Anyway.
I keep forgetting that I have like people's names written on my face, and then it'll go to the camera, and then just a queer theory across my the middle of my face.
Lunos Nocturne. Save the furries or save the frames.
Yeah.
So, a quality GDQ reference.
Okay.
No, queer theory. Aronok has not read your poem yet.
No, queer theory. I will do it. You said you would ask me to do it when you were around, so I said I would wait until you were good. I will go do it right now. I need to go look at the messages on Ko-Fi. Okay.
Is it Ko-Fi or Kofi?
Okay. Queer theory wants.
I always thought it was
serious...
Kofi because it's like a coffee.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think it's funny to call it Ko-Fi, so I'll keep doing that.
Valid.
Queer theory said, okay, I want it in femme Obi-Wan, but serious reading, not silly. Absolutely, I will give it serious. I'm going to mute Pathologic because the is distracting.
Looks like we have a Ruby.
Hey Ruby, I'm gonna do a thing for a for a supporter real quick, and then I'll actually say hi. But I'm so glad you're here. Okay. I need to find femme Obi-Wan, which means finding Obi-Wan and then adding femme to it. You're supposed to stop the Sith, not leave it in darkness. You are my brother, Anakin. You are my brother, Anakin. I do not like red anymore. It is not the same shade as before. Now that it is dried and cold, it is getting old. The drop was more beautiful than the stain. Now it just seems in vain. No typing. I'm gonna redo it.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the poem.
Yeah, the poem's called Red. I do not like red anymore. It is not the same shade as before. Now that it is dried and cold, it is getting old. The drop was more beautiful than the stain. Now it just seems in vain. All right, there you go, queer theory. I hope that was good enough, and I hope you can clip it. Hey Ruby, how are you doing?
Hi Ruby!
Yo, how's it going, everyone?
Someone equally as poisoned by Pathologic as I am. I haven't made it through day 1 because I keep having stuff.
Because we keep distracting
This game
her.
melts brains. It very much does.
Because we keep making Aronok say wet ass p words. So.
Vlad Ogimsky Jr. is currently Ben Shapiro voice.
As he should be.
That's
just good casting.
It's just good casting, really. Also, Alexander Sabarov is Shadow the Hedgehog, and Georgi Kane is Sonic the Hedgehog right now, which was incredible, and I'm sad you missed all of the jokes about... okay.
And the Shadow of the Hedgehog activation phrase, where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?
Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? My wife, she's clairvoyant. She has all the Chaos Emeralds.
The polyhedron is actually the bio lizard.
The polyhedron's actually a bio lizard. Don't you know? Listen, Bachelor, I need your help.
And I'm still waiting for us to get to, 1200? For me to do the V for Vendetta speech in Mickey Mouse voice?
Yeah, 1250.
1250.
Alright, how far away are we from that?
Where the fuck is the house? Where's the house that I'm supposed to go in?
Which house are you looking for?
I think it's the one with the kids and the Smouter.
I think on
I
Kofi,
believe
it
it's
would
the
be
next
82%.
house over.
It's not this
Right.
one, because this one isn't opening for me.
I think it's the one.
Is it
Yeah,
this
that
one?
one.
Okay.
I think so, and I think you may
It's been
have
a hot
to
minute.
take the far side door. Oh, yep, there we go.
No, we're good. I don't think there's anything dangerous in this house, right?
We will find out quickly. I mean, if you don't instantly hear the combat music, because the way aggro works in this game, if you breathe in the same zip code, they all come for you.
Do you know how many?
Wait, was that a knife?
No, that was a. Oh wait, there is a knife. No, that's a fish. Okay, let me get rid of the fish.
No, I mean on the.
Actually, You're right, that is a knife. Thank you!
Yes!
Shanking time! Knives are so useful for stabbing people in the back of the neck.
But more
Very normal
importantly,
game.
They're useful for selling.
They are late game, they're useful for stabbing. For early game, we're going to be selling them mostly, but I want one so I can stab a bunch of people and get their knives. Because that's how I'm going to spend the evening. So we're going to have a lot of time to chat later. Oh, I muted the game. That's helpful. We're going to have a lot of time to chat later in the in-game day, because it's just 90% me murdering random muggers.
Well, I know at some point this evening I'm going to be showing my roommates the American Psycho musical, so
okay,
that's happening at some point.
Incredible.
Just a little figuring it out, and I think we're just under $200 away from LK doing the V for Vendetta speech.
Nice.
As Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
Give Aronach money so I could do the V for Vendetta speech as Mickey Mouse.
Oh man! I told them to escape straight away without tossing a coin. Explain yourself. How are we supposed to find these smouters now? Do we seriously need to detain every little kid in the street? What do we barter with them for? And we can't take the smouters by force. Bullying is against the rules. Khan would totally bite our heads off for that. Smouters.
Why did no one tell me there was puppy play in this game?
Those are children, David! David!
I'm racking my brain to try and think of one adult where it applies.
I didn't realize that was a child. When I looked back, it was already zoomed in. I apologize for that.
It's true. From this angle, you can't tell how tall the character is.
Yeah. I was figuring things out when you clicked on this character. I didn't know it was a child. I'm going to get under my desk and hide now.
Ooh, powders. Powders, smouters. Smouters are sanative mixtures. They were invented during the first outbreak. The original ones were made by Catchfly, but they were no good. The disease would pass, but the person would pass away along with it. But then Beaker's brothers made some nice ones. Crow's Foot weren't too shabby, and neither were Flankies. What is the first outbreak? Also, for context, Bennett Foddy is currently Daniel Dankowski.
Good.
5 years ago, something really creepy happened in the crude sprawl. People fell sick one after the other, and rapidly, too. The whole district got infected in 24 hours, house after house. People would burst into sickness like matches burst into flames. And then, like the matches, they would burn from the inside. I was a little kid back then, only 6 years old, but I frequented the tower already. And then what? And then nothing. There were little to no casualties among the children. We were in the tower when it all began, but some kids just had to get out and make themselves busy with the whole outbreak business. Invent smouters, for example. And it worked. It all went on for several days, and then sort of withered all by itself, but the smouters stayed. And where are they? Every single smouter that we know of has been stashed away in a safe place here, so that no one would poison themselves. But here we are. No smouters. Maybe it's for the best. It's not for the best.
Also, the first line, toss a coin to your witcher, a family of plenty. I'm sorry. Toss a coin to your witcher. Is that Biscotti?
May I inquire? Yeah, basically. May I inquire as to how you found this place, sir? By accident. Why do you look so funny? We children are... Right. Daniel owned a child!
Is this your idea of a joke, smarty pants?
You missed me doing I prefer winning!
Yeah.
By the way, Aronach, Digital Beef asked for poetry reading. Would it be okay to request something that they've written?
Absolutely. If whatever you want. And Triss, you donated 50. You get multiple rewards for that. So yes, you can make Daniel John Mulaney now. Daniel's now John Mulaney.
Also, we have just added Turp to the chat.
Yay!
How are you doing?
Hello.
Yo, I forgot to edit my name and all that, but how are y'all? I just stopped by. I was done taking a shower and all that. How's Pathologic?
It's Pathologic.
It's going buck
wild.
I'm
changing your nickname for you. They, them is good, right? For
pronouns?
Yeah. I was pretty sure you were only using they, them, but I wanted to double check.
Yeah.
Also, occasionally we have to be quiet so she can read dialogue and funny noises.
Yeah, but we keep interrupting anyway, so.
Yes, because she keeps saying wet ass pussy.
Listen, that was only when I was playing Ben Shapiro. And it's not my fault. It's not my fault that that's the easiest set of words to get into the Ben Shapiro voice. It just is. Wet ass P word. And then you're in it. You're right in it. You know? I'll say hypothetically.
Arguably, if you had a bucket and a mop.
You got a mop and a mop. So this wet ass P word. God, this person. We children are funny creatures, half human, half something else. Our inner world is off limits to the adults. You can't see our real faces, just as you can't touch our dreams. Which is why we need these scary heads. See how it all works?
No.
Is this your idea of a joke, Smarty Pants? Oh wait, no, I'm John Mulaney now. Over on the bench. Me, Smarty Pants? No way, your pants are much smarter than mine. My head's been lost in the tower. I don't need it here. What tower? That was not... Over on the bench. Good. What tower? What are you doing here walking around headless, then? We're playing here. Rehearsing, actually. Also looking for something. We need it for the game. Nothing special, just some junk. That doesn't sound too convincing. I'm not a man to be trifled with, little scamp. I know everything.
I also have the moral backbone of a chocolate eclair.
I have
some people really do just have the best voices for voicing assholes.
This is so funny. We switched for this specific line is the funniest possible outcome. Like, I know everything.
Is the cursor a pair of scissors? That's a cool detail.
Yeah. So I've just seen Val in the chat. For the sake of debate, let's say you didn't have the plague.
What the? Yeah, well, it can't be fixed now anyway. All right, I'll tell you. Who knows? Perhaps he'll even be of help. The kids are in danger. We come here to get smouters, but someone's already looted the cash. Maybe it was Capella's doing. She's probably distributed them amongst her minions. The pagan. Over on the bench. I don't understand a thing. I love the back-to-back. I know everything. I don't understand a thing.
It be like
Daniil
that sometimes.
should just be interspersed with Sora going, what? Huh?
What? If people want me to do Sora, I can do Sora. That can be paid for. The little ones are playing Epidemic again. They wanted to get their hands on these damn smouters so very much, so now we need to catch the kitties, and I mean all the kitties in the town, one by one, and pry the smouters from their hands. So the common opinion is that smouters can cure all kinds of ailments and stuff, but in truth, they're deadly. Why were they produced in the first place, then? An adult will be severely poisoned. They'll be bedridden for a week or so, and that's it. But it spells doom for little kids. How are children supposed to cure themselves, then? Children? All children should come to our polyhedron. They'll be safe there. Oh, you don't mean that odd structure next to the crucible. Please don't tell me someone's living in there. The specular tower on the other side of the river. There's no death, no grief, no boredom, and no disease there. That is proven for certain. Only dumbheads leave it voluntarily, if you ask me. You have to be an absolutely thick and heartless creature lacking any semblance of imagination to ruse something of that sort. That's some story embroidering, mate.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not in there right now.
Aronach, remember, he has the moral backbone of a chocolate eclair.
He does. And there isn't a smouter hidden in this house, I don't think. It's just food and bandit. Oh, there is a smouter! I got a smouter! Ah! Yippee!
Free schmatter.
Also saying about how, she just intercut with Sora going, just everything, Mickey, it's Daniil! They put bugs in him! What?
Mickey, it's Daniil! They put bugs in him! What?
Did somebody say the door to darkness? You can pay for Mickey Mouse voice, just saying, chat.
We could put together, a changeling heartless nobody dynamic, really easily.
Yeah, there's literally a changeling in this game.
But also, remember, when we get to 1250, I'm going to recite the V for Vendetta speech in Mickey Mouse voice. Give Aronach money!
Okay, what the fuck am I doing? What's state am I
I was just seeing Val and Jack again. Who am I going to eat ice cream with now?
Oh, but that line's sad. That line is genuinely sad.
It is. But it's so funny as well.
Oh, fuck.
I
love Kingdom Hearts.
I forgot to do the thing south of Isidore's house, so I need to do that. And then I need to go talk to Vlad.
Hold on, this music is giving me bad vibes in a good way.
It's exactly.
It's a banger.
It is a banger. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to go to Aspidy's place and murder the butcher, and then I need to Butcher the Butcher.
just how casually you said that. You know, I was like, I need to go to the shops, pick up some eggs and milk, kill the butcher, and.
But you're not.
That's very Sweeney Todd of you.
Oh yeah. Have a bit
The
of
most
priest.
well-adjusted day in the town on the Grokken.
This actually is the most. This is the most normal day in this town. It will never get less, more normal than this. It will always be less
Aeronaut's
normal.
not fooling me. This is just Saskatchewan.
You would know. You're in Alberta. That's worse.
Yeah.
Actually, you're not in Alberta anymore. Thank God.
Yeah.
I am very happy that you're not in Alberta. I will not say where you are, but I'm glad you're not in Alberta.
Lola said that Saskatchewan was one of the most depressing places she's ever been.
I want to argue against it.
But
I'd say there's but I get what Aeronaut's trying to say though, because there's a community around like small town areas that really keeps you in
that
there,
guy was really
you know?
creepy.
Yeah, no, that guy's face is very upsetting.
Those are the drunkards. You trade them water and they give you useful things. You don't need water. Daniil is so powerful that he just doesn't need hydration.
He's just built different.
He's just built different. I need to go get the free pistol.
My favorite thing about the drunks is they speak in the most verbose language humanly possible.
It's so good. It's
like
so
they are the
good.
most stage actor out of everyone in town.
Also, for a moment, I just, when you said free pistol, for a second, I thought you said free pistol. Which, in Pathologic, I wouldn't be surprised.
I want 2 tourniquets. Actually, I want a few tourniquets before the end of the day.
I love this shopkeeper guy's face as well, just like, yeah, I'm here.
I'm existing. He does look high.
They
looks like he needs a bucket and a mop.
I was talking about this earlier, Ruby, but I do love how just canonically everyone is just a tiny bit high all the time during the entire course of the game. The Twirine Haze. Everyone is canonically out of it. This game is so...
all of the psychoactive flowers are in bloom right now at this time of year, which is also why you're hungry like every 20 minutes.
Damn, that's just me regular day.
Just seeing Tristan in the chat again. Daniil is just like me, chronically dehydrated.
Incredible.
Remember to drink some water, kids.
Yeah, stay hydrated,
Drink your
everyone.
water. Drink your water, kids.
Drink your damn water.
Also, Val pointed out that Alberta doesn't have rats, so I guess this isn't like Alberta.
Wait,
nah. Alberta has
Alberta
now
has
had
rats.
a rat. They now have a rat infestation.
Oh my god.
Just this month it's got critical. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So for a while you would have been right about that.
Damn. Wow.
Here's a funny thing, Ruby, and I'm sure you can relate. I hate that I'm now at the point where I'm like, I just know the town. Like, I know where I am purely off the visuals and nothing else. Like, I'm just like, I am on this street. Aspidy's house is right, left. You know, like...
Like, we're working on those Patho videos. It's hit such a point where my brain is so poisoned by this game that, like, you can literally show me any screenshot and I will be able to tell you within, like, a 2% margin of error exactly where it is on the map.
And if you're wrong, it's almost always because the screenshot is looking at a specific type of house, and yeah.
By the way, Aranok, Digital Beef donated and said their poem is in a Google Doc to let them know how to, like, send that to you. And then also...
You know what? You can... my email is publicly on my YouTube channel. If you look at the About page, that might be the easiest way to send it. And I will check in the next, like, 5 minutes.
Also, they would like to assign Palpatine to Elder Vlad.
By the way, for a while today, Daniel was Emperor Palpatine. And I had to do
also a good pick.
Which also meant that because the first reward was I did the Lemon speech from the Fall of the House of Usher, I did the Lempire speech as Emperor Palpatine.
Yes, I love the Lemon speech so much.
It's
but
so
also,
good. I still think
really
the best
need more people to do, like, to intersperse the Lemon speech with the Lemon speech from Portal.
Oh, I will be doing that when I do it in the video. But
I know.
But the the best time that I ever did the lemon speech was I was playing Dead Space, and there was a lot of jokes on the stream about murdering babies because so many of the Dead Space enemies are just like baby creatures. And so someone was like, when life gives you babies, and my brain was just like, the lemon speech. And I did the entire lemon speech minus the Cardassian line for obvious reasons, replacing the words lemon with baby.
Do you mean Kardashian because you did just say Cardassian?
I watched DS9 recently. It's in my brain.
No, I'm just thinking that you should say Cardassian when you do it in the video. I think that would be funny.
And I can just
no explanation,
and you flash for flash for like less than 3 frames, just a drawing of or a bad Photoshop of a lemon in the mouth of
Garrick.
Of Garrick.
No.
Listen. We all know.
Holding a lemon.
We all know that Garrick would surprise Bashir by being in his bedroom, sucking sexily on a lemon piece. You cannot tell me he wouldn't do that. He would do that, and he would think it would be very funny. Star Trek writers need to let Jesse and me write a sitcom that's just Bashir and Garrick,
and it needs to be run by Andrew Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he needs to have the power to say, somehow this isn't gay enough yet.
Yeah. Sorry, it doesn't
Okay.
seem like I want to fuck him enough.
Anyway, Aspity. Because I don't have a voice assigned yet. Ruby, what should I do? What do you want for Aspity? Just give me style, like a tone, I guess, or.
I always imagine her definitely having a very raspy voice. A lot of fry. A lot of vocal fry.
Do you know where to find clean water around here? Alright, I'm John Mulaney right now. It took me a second. I was like, which voice am I? Over on the bench. Fresh water must be plentiful in this place. There's a river close by. All that water comes from the steppe, and it isn't exactly clean. Yesterday I inspected all the springs in the area. There seems to be no more clean water around. That salty taste is everywhere. It's reddish in color, and there are disgusting clots in it.
Ew.
Where can I find clean water, then? The townsfolk store clean water in homemade reservoirs. This modest supply should be enough to help us last a little while. But afterwards, we'll have to drink that bloody mixture. How disgusting! You are making it up!
I love it when both your options are just...
Daniel sucks. No, that's the thing about playing Daniel.
That's the best
you are
part.
playing Daniel. It's the best part because you're forced to have terrible. It's like the reason why Pathologic is a way more interesting role-playing game than The Witcher manages to be, or Mass Effect in either of their stylings, is that one, there are meaningfully fucked up moral choices you have to make, and sometimes you are just, because of the system that you're under, you cannot make a good choice. There is no good choice, and you're not allowed it, and you just have to make the shitty choice available. And that comes in big ways, but it also comes in the small ways of just the dialogue. And then you get to play as Artemy, and Artemy talks like a normal human being, and it's such a weird experience. So to help with that, they just have Daniil keep sending you little messages all the time. This little goth twink being like, "Artemy, the pandemic is scary. Please help. P.S. I want to be friends."
Yeah, I try to not inherently read it as being gay what's going on between them, but
so
he
gay.
sends
It's the gayest
so many
thing.
cutesy I can't wait to see you type letters every day.
Listen, it's giving my husband's off at war. That's what it's giving. It's giving my husband, Artemy, dearest, I look forward to seeing you today. Things have gotten worse, and I could truly use your insight. Your dearest Daniel. P.S. I really like you.
Joe just draws the little boxes on that. Do you like me? Yes. No.
Oh yeah, no, it's Daniel and Artemy in the first route. I do not read them as gay at all. And I'm someone who, like, I will happily read queerness in even if I shouldn't. But, like, I'm like, no, there's no
We
gayness there.
read queerness into everything.
And I don't read it into there. And I didn't get why the community was so actively shipping them. And then I started playing Artemis Route and I went,
It is very
They're
not
fucking.
like Daniel is much more intense with the stomatins in his route. I find.
Yeah, they're gay. Those
yeah,
three, they're like
very gay.
We're of one flesh and mind. You are like, there's some lines in there where you're like, whoa, okay.
We're the threefold bullet, like.
Yeah, we're the threefold bullet line's wild. Whereas in Artemis Route, Bachelor Nankovsky keeps saying shit like, it's interesting. We are up a kind, you and I. Like the left hand and the right hand had no idea that they were connected. And now we're rejoined, or something like that. Like, it's like really gay poetry. It's so gay.
So it's Coriolanus.
Yes, it's Coriolanus. Exactly. Just as bloody and messed up.
Yeah, and also very, very gay.
And then you get to the Changelings route, and they become Kismesis.
Yes! Homestuck. We have Homestuck brain. Ruby was one of the people who caused me to have pathologic brainworms, and I was one of the people that helped get Ruby to have Homestuck brainworms. We're a bad influence on each other.
I feel like that's two very difficult to live with sets of brainworms.
Yeah. Fortunately, they do co-join in unexpected ways of effectively just being metafiction brainworms.
Yeah. What do you want, I wonder? There's a runaway hiding here. Take me to him. Why would I? He's in danger. I'm here to help. He's a butcher. He won't talk to you. You wouldn't understand him. He's been here for more than a day, but even I can't get him to talk. It is I who'd rather tell you something. What do you want to tell me? Big Vlad has plugged the termitory up for a reason. The butcher's mumbling is all over the place, but if you listen carefully, you'll make out tales of such horrors that I get shivers all over. Thousands of people have lost their minds all at once there. Many have died. Something's brewing inside. Can you lead the runaway out of town? Take me to the butcher. I'll interrogate him personally. How did they die? I'm trying to remember what I should do with this quest. Because I think you get money if you kill him, right? And you get trading items if you don't, I think.
Well, which one do you want?
I'm going to do the nice thing because I actually don't need the resources because I'm playing the game effectively enough that I shouldn't. Can you lead the runaway out of town? Really? Why? Here he's entertaining me and it's dangerous to go out in the steppe anyway. What if his pursuers rip me apart in the street? What if they think I'm a shabnakadir? What can you offer me in return for the service? Lead him out or he'll get killed. You can show me the door if you want, but thugs for hire will be less compliant. Fine, I'll take care of the butcher. He'll disappear. Consider him non-existent, but now you must leave. Don't dare watching the door. You won't see anything anyway. And tell the Ogimski's thick-headed bloodhounds that they have no business here. I harbor no killers. Deal! I'm Daniel Dankovsky. I'm being very normal. I prefer winning.
Oh my god. By the way,
exactly what he sounds
Digital
like.
Beef sent you the email
Yes,
with the
I'm going to do that right now because we finished that conversation, and then I'm going to go watch a cutscene and get a free gun, and then I'm going to sell that gun.
It's just the casualness with which you drop things like, I'm going to go there and get a free gun. And
love a free gun.
Digital Beef, did you specify what?
Check your spam.
No, I have it. I just want to know what voice they want. Because they already sent a message? Or was it in the original donation message?
The original donation message didn't specify a voice for the poem.
Okay. I'll give it 20 seconds because there might be stream delay. And if they don't have something specific, then I'm just going to perform it in my voice. Yippee! Wahoo!
What happened?
Perform a beautiful poem as Mario.
And then I also have to do one for Triss. I'm just gonna mute.
Digital
Pathologic
Beef said, if you have a voice you've been wanting to bring out, use it.
Okay. I'm trying to think of. I'm gonna go look at the list and find one that I think is funny.
Otherwise, your voice is fine.
Okay. You said I could choose one that I find fun. Well.
Oh boy.
Skeletor! If wood could wood, wood, or wouldn't wood. I think if wood could wood, would. Or it wouldn't really be would it? It would be wouldn't. In fact, I think that wood can wood. If anything can wood, it would be wood. Wood does wood, as wood does. Wood is as wood does. Therefore, not only would woods, but do woods... Skeletor, but do woods wood, or do they woods? Can something woods and not wood? Woods, but wouldn't, or woods, and would. I think that woods, and perhaps they would, but maybe only wood can wood, and woods can't. They wouldn't. Ergo, woods, and woods, but woods wouldn't. Woods can't wood can wood. Woods would, but they can't. Now cans can, or can't they? Would cans can, and would cans would? We know cans can't would, but would they if they could? Maybe
this is like dissociation to me.
I could see through time.
Yeah. 10 seconds in, I felt my head leave my body.
Yeah, no, I am not here. I am in another place.
Skeletor, would, cans would, and they can. They can, and they can would, and they do. Wood can't can, but wood cans can, and they can would, and they can would. Canned woods are canned goods. The canned woods and can and wood can and woods. And they can wood if they are wood cans. Wood cans can woods. Skeletor. Canned woods and wood cans can and wood. Finally, wood canned woods. Wood can wood and wood woods. Because they can wood, they can woods. They can, and they can woods. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah!
I think you just read an Elder Scroll.
That was incredible.
I think my brain melted. Like I just was like focus on the individual words.
You just activated someone's like Winter Soldier activation code.
Also, I think the funniest bit was that I kept having to go Skeletor to get back into voice. So I just be like mid sentence Skeletor. What?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Digital Beef, I hope you liked that.
And now for Triss's request. What the fuck did you just say?
Anthony in the chat there. That was like if you could hear your dyslexia.
Yes! You know what? I deserve a fucking medal for successfully delivering that. Because I do have...
It was genuinely impressive.
I don't have a particularly bad dyslexia, but I do have dyslexia. And that was... That took real effort.
So if you want more stuff like that, give money to Aranok.
Everyone's silence. I'm doing Triss's now. It's the Navy SEAL copy pasta, but as like an Inquisitor from Star Wars.
Oh boy.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little nerf herder? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Inquisitorius, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids in the Jedi Order. And I have over 300 confirmed kills. I am trained in guerrilla warfare, and I'm the top duelist in the entire Galactic Empire. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision, the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth. Mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the HoloNet? Think again, fucker! As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across the galaxy, and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot. The storm that wipes out the pathetic little thing you call your life. You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways. And that's just with my bare hands.
Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the Galactic Empires, and I will use it to its fullest extent to wipe your miserable ass off the face of the planet, you little shit. If only you could have known what unholy retribution your little clever comment was about to bring down upon you. Maybe you would have held your fucking tongue. But you couldn't. You didn't. And now you're paying the price, you goddamn nerf herder. I will shit fury all over you and you will drown in it. You're fucking dead, kiddo. That was a wild experience. Thanks, Chris, for that.
That sounded like me on Roblox in like 5.
We learn new things about each other every day. God, I feel like by the end of this stream, I'll have just completely lost my normal speaking voice, and I'll have to spend a week finding it again. I wish that was an exaggeration, but how am I doing for money? And there's no way I'm getting 2,000 gold to pay Grace for the body, and Anna Angel sucks anyway, so... She can deal with the dead body on her floor. This is her problem.
And we reminded the people watching that for a $50 donation, you can make Aronok read absolutely cursed shit like that again.
With whatever voice you want.
Yeah.
Please, someone make Aronok do the lemon grab voice in some kind of speech.
I will say I will restrict lemon grab to 1 paragraph or less. And it has to be a short paragraph, because lemon grab is like voice destroying, and I have to do a lot of voice acting this week, so yeah, I want to avoid anything that would cause serious problems. Also, at some point, I'm gonna go make some tea for myself to help with the throat. I
can do grr, but I'm pretty sure my microphone wouldn't be able to handle it.
Well, the thing about lemon grab is that you have to hit a certain pitch and stuff for it to like be lemon grab, you know?
Yeah.
And meat I need. Yeah, I've got 3 dried meat, I've got 3 bread, I just need 1 more dried fish, and then I'm prepped for the one quest that wastes a lot of money tomorrow, unless you're smart, unless you've seen through time and space, and prepared notes on how to rebeat the game.
Remember, people, if we get to 1250, I'm going to read the V for Vendetta speech in Mickey Mouse voice, so you should give Aronok money.
Also, can someone check what 1500 was? I can't remember.
What 50? Oh, the goal.
1500 is The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe in whatever the player character's current voice is. So currently, that would be John Mulaney reading The Raven.
You could determine something else.
Yeah, there is time.
Anyway, this is a totally normal town. Everything is fine.
It's going great.
We're actually super close to the goal, 77%. Let's go.
Of the current goal of 1500, yeah.
Yeah. Goals can go up.
Let's go.
I love that
Danielle... let's go. Give her money.
I love that Danielle can walk up to these people that just, like, help murder someone and just be like, you all suck! Fuck you!
Well, yeah, so if I'm figuring it right, we are around about $90 away from LK doing the V for Vendetta speech in Mickey Mouse's voice.
Give Aronok money.
Ruby, remind me, is selling things tomorrow worth more? I can't remember.
Yes. Generally, you want to amass as many things as possible
today, and then sell tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna hold on to the bullets for tomorrow, not to actually use the gun, but just. I think you have to go to Bad Grief on day 2. Maybe that's day 3. Either way, I'll sell the pistol at some point. What was I doing? I should probably check my quests. I've been okay. So I finished the Beast Like Fugitive. Oh, I forgot to talk to Aspity. No, I did talk to Aspity. I can't remember how you get the rewards, or she already gave them to me. I can't remember. It's been a hot minute.
Do you have any way of knowing that you finished a quest?
Yeah, so if you see these 3 dots, that means a quest is complete. So I haven't finished today's main quest, because I need to go to Vlad now. But, like, it's not even noon. It's fine. Also, I forgot to unmute the game. What I find fascinating, too, is that, like, there's a lot of weird gender dynamics to the town on the Gorkon. Like,
yeah,
you can have the baseline analysis of like, oh, you know, they
oh
have
my
these
god, the
superstitions
music
about women.
scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, that was
Holy
very
shit.
loud.
Holy
so sorry.
shit, that scared me so bad.
Yeah, that's the problem with the pause. The pause music is 10 times louder than the rest of the game. I genuinely just want to make a mod that all it does is turn the volume down on the pause music.
No, it was
and
just
nothing
because,
else.
like, I just hear, like, in the middle, with it just, my brain was like, what is that?
Yeah, no, but that's the other thing is that, like, it's both discordant and loud. Like, it is actually louder than the rest of the game. It is noticeably louder, which makes balancing for stream really hard, because you... Also, I got a new...
There's no right way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
there's no right to do it.
That just spiked my heart rate.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. We've talked about this. I'm very skittish.
Aw, Diego, that's really sweet. Diego just sent the message, I see you and you're not alone. Alistair.
Aww.
I have a lot of feelings about that line! All the time!
Wait, what is that from again? I know that. I'm just blanking.
Nimona.
Okay, I'm like, my brain empty.
Yeah. It's
good.
Things. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. Okay.
Cast Riz Ahmed and more things.
Definitely. Cast Riz Ahmed and more things. What am I doing for hunger? I should probably eat something. Look how much I've amassed on day one. Things are going well. Though most of this food is going to go to a quest.
You're just walking around with fresh meat in your pockets.
Do you want to know how fucked my knowledge of this game is? I knew I was exactly like 2 or 3 tiny ticks above the amount that fresh meat would satiate. Like, I know exactly how much of the bar specific foods affect. Ruby, you understand me?
Oh, I do.
Val just said in the chat, I took a peek at the Pathologic One Nexus mods. None for menu music, but I found one that gives the Changeling a lesbian flag t-shirt.
Yeah, no, that one's iconic.
And one that gives Daniil a snakeskin trans flag shirt.
Incredible. I love that they keep the note of the snakeskin because is it Anna that mocks you for having snakeskin on? Yeah. I love Anna in the outfit from her like days where she kidnapped children and trafficked them, being like, your outfit's bad. Like, I'm sorry, you're one to talk?
She's dressed like a literal clown.
Like, she's dressed like a clown, and she's like, haha, your outfit's bad. It's like, you are a clown. You're literally an evil clown that murdered people. Also, sorry, I'm at Vlad Ogimsky Sr., who is currently Emperor Palpatine. Okay.
Join me.
He looks a bit like him, too.
Yeah.
Pathologic, of course. Who else could be so dapper? I've heard quite a lot about you. Have you taken a look around? Be sure to check the state of the industry around here. We have our own ways.
The dark side of the Force is the path to many abilities some would consider unnatural.
How curious! What is the current state of your industry?
Come now. It's a complicated establishment with 1,000 years of history. A special approach is required to control such a colossus. See what I'm getting at, emissary?
It would be pointless to object. But no, such businesses always leave room for improvement. No, it would be pointless to object.
I can see why we're not really seeing eye to eye. The project is special. Very special. That means this fully operational project. That means common standards do not apply here. That would be very naive.
You are probably right. You're probably mistaken me for someone else. I have nothing to do with your enterprise. We'll come back to that. So you're probably right.
Yes, getting everything back on track won't be an easy task.
How do you think Simon died?
I don't think he was murdered. How could he who craved monocracy not perish? He couldn't, not in this place. Balance requires equilibrium.
So Simon's course of action contradicted yours.
Come now. What I'm saying is, when someone takes too much upon themselves, they always end up ground down. That's how life works.
Yet they say Simon was the only one to bend the circumstances, not the other way around. No one seems to doubt that.
Simon has lived a very long life. Very long. He was a willing man, but long doesn't mean eternal, does it? No one is to blame for his death. Examine the body, you'll see for yourself it just happened.
Do it.
Do it.
Examine the body. Do it.
Kane won't let me examine the body.
Well, that is temporary. A family tradition is not lying to you. He truly believes Simon was murdered. We're here to admit that Simon simply died of death. He'd probably go to his last home himself. Shock would be too much for the man.
Simply died of death.
Died of death.
Don't we all, in the end?
Oh man, don't you hate when you die of death?
He caught a nasty case of death.
I literally just have like a Greek chorus of peanut gallery. That's
We're all
strange.
the old man Muppets.
Yeah, that's strange. Gurgi Kane didn't appear sentimental to me. Yes, it will be hard. Okay, I think I've done the next step on the main quest.
Also, I gotta say that the Palpatine guy, he's got the drip. Like, that is a nice coat and waistcoat combination he's rocking.
I suppose.
The benefits of being the town capitalist.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism. The source of power is something unnatural.
It's like I was waiting pretty much the whole time he was speaking for something that was like a command, so I could say, "Do it."
I could tell you were like because you weren't commenting, and then after you did do it, you were. It's like you were paying attention.
Yeah. I was waiting because I just love do it.
I just died of death broke me.
Yeah.
Dying of death.
I was not prepared for dying of death. I'm just gonna be thinking about that for a while.
No, this game has sentences that are so good. Actually, here, I'll talk to the countdown drunk so you can just hear it. Oh, how ferocious Mother Nature is, for it is her wrath that has to be withstood. Oh, friend, if only I could wet my whistle, I'd gladly give you anything on earth in exchange for a gulp of chilly spring water.
I love that the town drunk really likes water.
Yeah.
Well, they drink all night, and then they
when you're hungover.
They're hungover, so...
Oh, they're hydrating.
They're hydrating.
Getting ready for round 2. The party never stops.
Oh my god,
oh my
god. Digital Beef just said Palpatine is bringing capitalism to space, and I just had the thought...
I'm bringing capitalism to the one place it isn't. Space.
Well, if you look just slightly further up, you see Val said Palpatine escaping to the only place untouched by the evils of capitalism. Spies!
Spies!
We watched Clue last night. I love Tim Curry.
I love Tim Curry so much.
We need more money.
And then they ran over to the cellar, knocked her on the head.
Yeah, no, incredible. Truly.
That entire sequence is genuinely one of my favorite things ever.
Why are you moving the body? I'm the butler. I like to keep the kitchen tidy.
Just because you've already paid for Bad Grief, I've come to see Bad Grief early, so we'll have his opening monologue as Alan Rickman, which the way I have to get in his voice is...
It'll hurt more. Welcome, welcome, dear guest. Give the man some... no. Alan Rickman.
It'll hurt more.
It'll hurt more. Give the man something to drink. Let him grab a bite. Sit him down comfortably. Show our big city guests some respect. And don't let him out until I say otherwise.
This fits so well.
Also, I think some words you need to randomly slow down. Like, just let him say
no, I know. It's
comfortably. Just slow down.
Where am I?
Ain't it obvious? The Brotherhood. It'll hurt more, it'll hurt more. The Brotherhood of Thieves, that's where you are. You got 2 options now, you do. Dine in hell with us,
run like hell from us.
I think you're just turning into Sweeney Todd.
A little bit.
A little bit like, you gandered at my ward, Joanna. You gandered at her. Yes, sir, you gandered.
You gandered.
That's Judge Turpin.
Let me go in peace. I'm a doctor. Since we've just met, Doc, you go in peace.
Yeah.
The first and the last time.
I don't know what voice I'm doing now.
It'll hurt more, but next time your exit will cost extra.
I need to go listen to Alan Rickman. I just need to hear
Next
him.
time your exit will cost extra.
Alan Rickman, he has that very sort of restricted voice a lot of the time.
It's very nasal, and he slows down random words.
I'm just gonna look up a quick interview of him.
Yeah, but in interviews he's normal. He talks like a normal dude in interviews. It's also when he's playing, villains.
Yeah. When he's just like, you gandered at my ward, Joanna. You gandered at her. You gotta kind of talk without moving your teeth.
The teeth. Alan Rickman. Since we've just met, Doc, you go in peace for the first and the last time. But
Yes, this
next
is it.
time your exit will cost extra.
Perfect.
This is Digital Beat saying, it's giving DM who's really into the roleplay and player with a joke character.
Next time it will be you begging me to come.
Really? I didn't know he was into that.
Oh, I'm such a child.
Well,
Mommy?
got any good stuff?
What the hell are you talking about? Think. Someone needs to say that. I need the activation phrase. What did you say earlier that got me to the right sentence? Okay,
For
you said
John
something.
Mulaney or
For Alan Rickman.
It'll hurt more.
It'll hurt more. You're a Sawbones, right? Yep, a Sawbones. You can go anywhere you like. All them... Mr. Potter. All them doors are open for you. Wish my thieves could do that. Well, if something's nice turns up, waste no time in dragging it over here. Good stuff will fetch you a good prize. It will.
Just as I thought. Show me what you have in store.
I am no junk man.
You. One second. I'm trying to. There's something else you said that was like helping me get the voice. It was a different phrase.
You gandered at my ward, Joanna?
Obviously. Okay, I've got it. Obviously. You watch it, mate. I'm trusting you here. You're probably going around drinking coffee with them big potatoes day and night. You ain't gonna rat us lot out now, are you? Stuff I'm selling, good and bad. I'm not an enemy to myself, am I? Yeah,
he's got like a really creepy face when he smiles. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, Grief is a creepy dude.
I think it's a little hot. I think it's a little endearing.
Incredible term.
Oh, he can get it. It's just also creepy.
He couldn't get it from me.
Why the fuck is rifle ammo so cheap right now?
I don't know. Something about the darkness around the eyes really screams like
Tim Burton character?
Turb, I'm just thinking about that one thing that you texted me one time about cis white gay men. It's the funniest shit I've ever. I think it's in the quotes channel on the one server. You should go find it. It was so funny.
Okay, I will say this is personal. Okay, this is a personal thing. If I ever get into a relationship with a queer white man, which I've tried to talk to them, I will not let my body be colonized. First of all, I will not let that happen. Like my ancestors would cry out from the River Nile, and they would in Arabic and Dinka they would be yelling from across the ocean.
God. Hey Turb, have you ever seen Nicole Byers stand up?
No.
She has a bit about how she likes to fuck white boys so hard that their ancestors cry. I thought you'd enjoy that.
I hate the water collection sound in this game. It sounds like someone taking a very short piss.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Christ.
Don't tell me that's not what you were expecting.
Okay, what was Vlad the Younger again? Ben Shapiro.
What asked P-word? It's known that Simon has limited his social activity just before his departure. He only received 2 visitors.
Fuck, there's too many voices back to back.
What asked P-word? I know nothing of the first, but the second was none other than Isidore Burrock. The fact that he was killed the same night makes you think, doesn't it?
That was becoming John Mulaney and Ben Shapiro merging.
Yeah, it was. They were becoming one.
Well, the old Gimskis weren't exactly delighted with Isidore, were they?
Fuck, they're too similar.
What S?
P-word.
Hypothetically, you're correct. I'm willing to admit it, as you can see. Were I not absolutely positive that my father is innocent, I would have never confessed to it, even though we share a mutual distaste for one another. Father needed Isidore. He was of much use to him, and that is the ultimate argument in my father's favor.
He's even arguing in the same, like, logical style as Ben Shapiro.
Oh, no, it's the same thing.
Let's say, hypothetically, you're correct. I'm willing to admit it, as you can see.
He was on the bench.
Let's say,
I was on the bench.
I locked the termitary.
Let's say, hypothetically, that I locked the termitary to cover up that actually they're all infected, and I've been lying this entire time. Whoopsie!
For the sake of argument.
For the sake of argument. Are you gonna murder me for that?
Just
was he
picture
useful as a
flashy boy.
healer?
Oh no, now I'm just thinking of cereal corn.
I'm just like my running joke where I exclusively show him anytime I talk about Ben Shapiro.
Yes, very funny.
I was like, can I just request from you accidentally merging them together? Can I just request John Mulaney saying wet ass P-word?
Wet ass P-word. Wet ass P-word. Isidore wasn't a doctor, he was more of a herbalist. He never studied medicine, and all his recipes were about plants and roots, so to speak. He was knowledgeable, true, a sorcerer, if you will, but a very different one from Simon, an earthen sorcerer.
I've never heard that Simon used to be a sorcerer before.
Simon was a third.
Fuck, they're in the exact same pace in the throat. They're both nasally, and it's just a slight intonation difference. And
also speed.
And that's it.
What ass P-word? Simon was a Thurgus. Isidore was a witch doctor.
And you think Isidore the witch doctor has managed to achieve the unachievable? Possible theory, but rather questionable.
Interests me.
Okay, let's save. I think I have to fight something out here. Don't I? No, the worm... Fuck, I might have messed up the main quest if the worm isn't here. Or despawn, that also happens.
Did you talk to, Vlad?
I did talk to older Vlad.
Did he mention the worm?
Oh... Maybe not.
You may need to go back and talk to him again. You may not have actually.
It's fine. It doesn't really matter.
He's like 5 feet away.
He's 5 feet away. I'd be wandering the town during this time, so I'm not gonna bother like reloading or anything. He's 5 feet away. On other days when time is pressed, if you make a mistake like that, haha! Enjoy reloading.
We keep distracting you from your perfect pathologic playing.
Pathing is so important.
Oh, seriously, my brain is just constantly thinking about the paths of the city. That's what they like. Even the dialogue of this game. You know, do you know the lines? I don't think you do, Mr. like that stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know to what Flourish Caster just said. Oh, worm, but I just thought that was funny.
I was like, when you were saying like, will the worm be there? My thought was like, I was trying to come up with the "Would you still love me if I was a worm" joke, but I just couldn't make it work.
That's it. I was no. What popped in my head was the song from the Great Gatsby movie where it's like, "Would you still love me if I was?" You know, that whole thing. I can't sing right now. So my voice is kind of short from voice acting, but that song. But yeah, but would you still love me if I was small and a worm?
Do you want to build a worm?
See, so Vlad isn't talking anymore.
Okay, check your quest log really quick.
Yeah, today's quest. Do I need to go back to Yulia?
Might be.
Fuck. I've spent an ungodly amount of time on day 1. I should have been done in like less than 2 hours. Yeah, I think I have to go to Yulia, and then back to Vlad, and then other Vlad, and then I go talk to
other Vlad.
Exhaustion. Would you still love me if I was giant? We're man made of earth.
All I want to do is see you turn into a
giant worm man. A giant worm man.
So that's sort of because the only version of that song I know is the one that Team 4-Star did in one of their episodes of Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, all I want to do is see you turn into a Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan.
Yeah, but that would be hard for the rest of the song.
I love that song. What an iconic show. Can we talk about how Steven Universe is good and the people who said it's bad are wrong?
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I've pretty much only heard good things from people whose opinions I respect.
Yeah,
it's quite good.
I heard there was a video essay that did immeasurable damage on the Steven Universe fan base.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
and
what
it was
I heard.
by the most embarrassing member of the trans Okay,
I don't know if
to
we
be
should
fair,
be unleashing that tea.
To be fair, there's a few other. No, that person's personally harassed friends of mine. She can get.
Oh,
fucked.
okay, never mind.
I don't care. She's on the Blair White tier. Like.
Fair. Honestly, the way people talk about like the show's handling of fascism, I guess, is not necessarily perfect, but also it is one creator's idea of a utopia, and I don't think that's inherently bad.
I don't like the whole point of the show. I also think like it's worth noting like it's not meant to represent like real fascists at all.
Yeah.
Not even slightly. And B, there's a lot of other specific elements that like it is a metaphor for harmful familial relationships and trying to heal it. It is an idealized, what if things could turn out well? And then it also deals with like, but even if it did, you'd have to go through all of these horrible things. And pretending like it glosses over that stuff. Like one, the whole point is that they have to change. It's not like basically the fight of the show is saying, can people actually change and be better when they've done the unforgivable? That is what I would say one of the central themes of Steven Universe, what it's exploring. And it's exploring the beautiful opportunity of that change. But it's hard and shitty and people get hurt and damaged and killed and like it's not...
They actually depict the worst people doing reparations by the end of the show. Like
that's the point is to demonstrate reparations because newsflash, we want to teach kids how to engage in restorative justice.
Yeah, that's things that I feel like people who might have issues with that how they handle that sort of thing. It's like, do you need to remember this is a show made for children.
There is one video that I genuinely respect that touches on this topic, and that's it. And it's Princess Week's video about empire and imperialism in kids shows. I think it's a really valuable video. Everyone should go watch it. I'm not saying you can't critique these things at all. I'm saying most people who did a bad job. It's not because I don't disagree with the criticism inherently. I disagree with the execution of the criticism.
And it's also worth reminding people that the show was created by a non-binary Jewish person, and I just don't think that...
There's a lot... So that part of the why I'm comfortable being like, fuck the person that made that terrible video essay, okay, is because of how openly anti-Semitic and transphobic the video is.
Oh, I see.
I'm like...
There's a lot of people who would start saying that, like, Rebecca Sugar loves fascism, and I'm like...
The worst one, and this is the effect of that video essay, was people misunderstanding fusion and then deciding that Rebecca Sugar was like a pedophile. And it was basically like verging on some blood libel shit. Like it was evoking that. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, the metaphor of fusions is literally just the relationship between two people. Yes, it can be romantic, because relationships can be romantic. But relationships can also be familial, or friendships, or a billion other things. And the show represents all of them as fusions, because fusion's just a metaphor for relationships. And to misattribute fusions as being sex...
I would genuinely, desperately love to see someone try and apply that kind of reading to, like, Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
And like, watch them try and make sense of that.
Anyway, so you have traveled all the way here only to find that both people you wanted to see were brutally murdered. Is this how the story goes? I do hope that your visit is not in any way related to those most unfortunate circumstances. I have to find whoever it is that killed Isidore and Simon, and I wanted to ask for your help. Saburov told me you had a gift for all manner of inquisitive inquiry. I am certainly no better investigator than you. I never had a chance to search for a murderer before. The best I can offer is to fill in the blanks with whatever mysterious supernatural entities seem most fitting. Shabnakadir is the simple man's scarecrow. I would have followed a different narrative. What kind of narrative? Consider the circumstances of his death. They said Simon had locked himself up in the evening and consequently died in the morning inside the mansion in a chamber with some peculiar name. In this case, I would suggest that Simon was poisoned. By the Kanes, I would have thought. But I know their family all too well. Their mutual loyalty is only rivaled by their arrogance towards anyone who's not one of them. They hold the princely sage, who stands at the head of their family in highest esteem. They believe that a single dishonorable act will tarnish their name for generations to come. I doubt any of them would have stooped to this, no matter whether they wanted it or not.
Poisoned? How did you arrive at this conclusion?
I don't believe you understand what he died in the focus really implies. Do you know what the Kanes refer to as focus? You don't seem to grasp the semantics of the term. These are the Kanes for you. These kinds of innuendos are their forte.
Well, what's the focus, then?
The focus is anything but an abstraction. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is governed by mathematically rigid regularities. You see, no one but the owner of a focus may get inside. This can only mean that Simon had brought the killer with him, or rather within him, since no physical object may be brought into focus either.
How do you know that?
Who doesn't? The Kanes are notoriously passionate about all manner of synthetic anomalies. They will never pass up the opportunity to devise a Kunstdruck that would allow them to warp space, challenge physics, or manipulate optics. Metaphysically, a focus can be compared to a camera obscura. To note that the name is not unfitting. No, it is entirely impossible for someone to get inside. I love how, like, Yulia and Danielle are just constantly having a snot-off, like, who can be more snooty.
She's the only character who out out-fedora Danielle.
Truly.
And you've got a raid happening?
Thank you so much, Kira. I appreciate the raid. I hope you had a good stream, and I hope everybody's doing well. I'm doing a stream raising money to help with, like, rent
financial
issues,
difficulties,
mostly as a result of a series of disasters, like my brother and my vehicle breaking down and we had to repair it, for example. And also just my chronic illness has been bad, so I've been working less. And then also mental health has been bad because of a bunch of other things that are personal that I don't want to talk about. And then, yeah, just been a tough time. But if you want any info, exclamation point info for the link, and you can go read. But basically, we're playing through all of Pathologic. Danielle's route for sure, and I think just Danielle's route because of how slow we're going. And so this will be going for a couple of days, and people can pay to choose what voices everybody has. There's other rewards. That's why I have people's names on my face. So, here I'll info so that it gets on Twitch as well. There we go. Anyway, I am currently joined by Lady Knight the Brave, David J. Bradley, and Ruby Seals from Codex Entry, and, of course, Turb. The wonderful Turb. Turb from Turb.
Yeah. We're here to make Aranok take even longer playing the game because we keep making fun of the things that are happening.
Yes.
And also, if we get to 1250, then I'm gonna recite the entire V for Vendetta speech
From
in
memory.
Mickey Mouse voice.
In Mickey
Yeah,
Mouse
from
voice.
memory.
Yeah.
I know it by heart,
And-
and I'll do it in Mickey Mouse voice.
Also,
And
make
we,
sure that
we
Julia
are
didn't have
we
a
are
voice.
only about $90 away from that. So if anyone wants to donate to that, get in there.
Mhm.
And you can get multiple rewards. Like if you donate a higher thing, you get multiple rewards. So
Yeah, I can read out the list of what the rewards are.
Yulia doesn't currently have a voice. It was Maria who had Princess Peach. Here, Mario. Anyway.
Weren't you doing Yulia as Evelyn from the musical?
Oh no, that was Anna. Anna Angel
Oh, okay.
was Evelyn. Who doesn't? The Canes are notoriously passionate about all manner of synthetic anomalies. Does someone want to check what that donation was? They will never pass up the opportunity to devise a Kunststück that would allow them to warp space, challenge physics, or manipulate optics. Metaphysically, a focus can be compared to a camera obscura. Do note that the name is not unfitting. No, it is entirely impossible for someone to get inside. By the way, currently, Daniel is voiced as John Mulaney.
As you do.
For context, Daniel is my stinky son. He sucks.
And he has the moral backbone of a chocolate eclair.
A curious he's also a transphobe. Fuck him. But it's funny to
Yes.
do his voice, and I'm enjoying it. So I've been making fun of him. To be clear, not a supporter of John Mulaney and his nonsense. Anyway. A curious conclusion, but an incorrect one. Simon was disfigured and bleeding. His bones were broken. Is that so? Well, this does introduce a different perspective. Did you say Isidore was the last person to see Simon? The question is, who did he see before? The sun is not yet set when Isidore returned from the steppe. However, he came to Simon well after midnight. The question naturally arises, where did he spend the missing few hours? That's why I'm trying to trace Isidore's steps. I want to walk the same route. Don't get me wrong, though. One sec. I also forgot to do shout out hero chats. There we go. That should activate it on Twitch.
Okay, well, while we're paused, I'll just quickly read out what the rewards are for the different levels of donation. So for $5, your name gets added to the whiteboard. For $10, you can request a voice from a list on a Google Doc that we have for any main character or townsperson. For $20, you can request a voice for Daniil, who is currently John Mulaney, but has previously been other things and could be more things in the future.
Bennett Foddy and Emperor Palpatine were the previous two for Daniel.
Yeah. For $30, you can request any voice within reason, something that Aronok is able to do, and nothing that would be offensive to any marginalized groups. For any character, even if it's not on the list. Aronok can't guarantee it will be good, but she will do her best. For $50,
If I haven't
Aronok will
practiced
read...
a voice, it'll be what it is.
Yeah. For $50, Aronok will read any short poem or copy pasta, etc. And again, within reason, can't be something offensive that would get banned on either Twitch or YouTube. For $75, Aronok will write your username on her face in pen. And once again, within reason, no slurs, please. And for $100, Aronok will give a rant about whatever silly topic you want.
Silly. Emphasis on silly. Not serious.
Yes.
I will only give a rant on a serious topic if I feel that I am adequately, competently researched on it. And I will do that when I feel like it. That doesn't happen often, but I believe very strongly that when you have a platform, it's important to know when it's your place to talk about something, when it's not.
Mhm.
And when it's not your place, sharing those who do know what they're talking about, and when it is, making sure you're saying the right stuff. So that's why I don't talk about things that I don't think I am adequately at a professional quality. I'm just going to check if my phone's not going to die.
Well, and like I say, when we reach $1,250, Late Night the Brave will be reading the V for Vendetta, all the words start with V speech in the Mickey Mouse voice. And
have a good one, Maria.
And once we reach $1,500, which is our next big goal, Aronok will be reading The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe in whatever the player character's current voice is. So currently, John Mulaney has The Raven.
Also
reading The Raven. Yeah.
I checked the donations and there was no messages. So JMM, or Demon, if either of you want to just say what voice you want for a specific character in the chat info, you can still redeem that. And I did add your names to the whiteboard. Not
By the way, Aranok, Digital Beef did also say, whenever you have some time to fill, I'd love to hear a rant about the worst code base you've ever had to work within in character as actually.
Oh shit! I need to add Digital Beefs. I didn't realize that you'd given 100. I need to add. I need my mirror. Okay. Where am I putting this?
Oh, and we've just had another question coming from Prince Infidel requesting Anna Angel as voiced by Fem Obi-Wan.
Not sure when we get back to Anna, unfortunately.
Did I hear Fem Obi-Wan?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Oh, and Digital Beef says, please don't put my name on your face.
Too late.
Oops. Oops.
It's not like these are legible. I can't write well on my own face.
Yeah.
Honestly,
It's
I
mostly
can't
for the
read
comedy.
I can't read any of what's on your face, and I'm looking at two versions of the
I keep smearing it as well.
Yeah. If you're not happy with it being on there, Digital Beef, I'm sure you can just scribble it out. So
worst code base I've ever had to work with. That's a tough one. I'm gonna have to think for a minute. Because there's all sorts of bad code I've had to touch. Just of varying types. You know, whether it's I think one of the worst things I've ever worked with was Scratch in high school, because it's just a terrible code language. I get the value of it as like a visual, easy to use thing, but a nightmare to work with. But trying to think. It's the worst. I don't think I've ever had to work with anything spectacularly bad. I think the worst I've ever seen is just like bad commits on group projects in uni, because like even by third, like because I'd worked on like really good skilled game jam teams and stuff with upper year classmen, including someone who's like due to a long weird series of things ended up being the like head sysadmin at one of the largest companies in the country, because the other sysadmins all got poached, and even though they were still in university, very long, very funny story, but close friend of mine. So like I learned way earlier than most people how to use Git properly, how to have standard PRs, everything like that. And I can remember this one group project where this one person, you know, like every PR they sent, it was like 90% of the lines I'd have to be like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I can't accept this PR. And they're like, well, that's where it works. It's good. It's like, no, it isn't. It literally isn't. So I don't think I've ever had to work with a spectacularly bad code base, thankfully. And then the project that I was working at in industry, for a lot of it, was the sole person working on it. So any of the issues with that code base was actually with me. But I thankfully have avoided having to work with any sort of like old school code bases. But I've heard some horror stories about bad code bases that were just improperly maintained and like fell apart in 2 seconds when certain things happened. Anyway.
And yes, you're absolutely right to point out, Queer Theory, that we are roughly $50 away from the V for Vendetta speech.
Ooh.
We're getting close.
You all need to donate.
Get on it, y'all.
Yeah. Give Aaron enough money so I can do something really
Digital
stupid.
Beef just they're saying, oh man, there was an infamous commit on my team's final project. It touched like 100 plus files and broke everything. The commit message was chinadges.
Oh god, yeah. That.
Oh, God.
That. I remember one person, like during the late stages of the project trying to push through a commit that I think our Git master had to spend like 2 hours fixing. It was bad. It was so bad. But yeah, anyway. Is there a scene with Saburov by any chance? He was. He warned Saburov of an upcoming storm. Alright, let me suggest then that while he was in the steppe, he saw or learned something that he wanted to report to all three ruling families. In this case, either of the old Kimsky family should have been on his itinerary, especially since Burak was one of their own men. Really? Definitely. The Bull Project, from the abattoir to the railway, is controlled by the Olgimsky family. If Isidore's discovery had anything at all to do with the kin, Isidore would have certainly related to Vlad. So do make sure to pay a visit to the Lump. That's the name of the Olgimsky mansion. Another fitting name, wouldn't you agree?
Thank you, Yulia. What would I do without you? I roll. I love Yulia and Daniel just having a constant.
They have the
off.
best dynamic.
It's so funny.
Flourish Caster in the chat asking, how many days are you thinking of streaming? Will you do days in a row?
Yeah, it'll be multiple days in a row. I'm gonna sleep. I am gonna sleep.
Good plan.
But
Wise.
My goal is to start each stream around noon and go till probably midnight, maybe a little longer. Yeah. So I'll be going for a hot minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Digital Beef. Yeah, I just, people with bad Git habits drive me up many walls. I was trying to barter. Watch.
Look, it's Jamie Lannister again.
I've only wasted like an hour with my not going to Yulia when I was supposed to mess up. I'm fine. I don't need a long rest. Though I might have the character sleep for about 3 hours in the Olgimsky's house.
They might have been talking about you and your planned sleeping.
Oh, Fairtress.
The game can hear you, yes.
Yes. I'm consumed by the game. I hate when you order stuff and you expect, and they say like, oh, it'll be there on this day, and you're like, yay, I'm gonna get the thing, and then it is not there.
Are you waiting for package?
Someone in chat was saying that they were waiting for something, and
Yeah, that's I especially hate that because where I live in my flats, the room where they keep the post, they only let you go there for 1 hour between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m.
Weird.
And so basically, I just kept, it's like, if I'm waiting for a parcel, it's like, okay, got to wait until the right point of the day where I can go down, and then I get there and it's like, no, we haven't got anything in. It's like,
wow.
Like, I waited, I was so excited, and it's just not there.
it is rough. Yeah, as you can see, now's a great time to have guests on, because we're doing way less chatting and a lot more walking.
The Patho experience.
I was eating soup, sorry.
Oh, no, you're all good. No, I was just saying, like, I feel bad because, like, the earlier part of the stream, it was like, come be guests, and I'm like, I'm gonna talk for 3 hours.
Well.
Yes, getting everything back on track won't be an easy task.
I'd like to inquire about the fate of my colleague, Isidore Burak, for the manner of his death, to be precise.
Point out for the folks who just joined us that Vlad Olgimsky is voiced by Emperor Palpatine.
What are you implying? What is this manner you're speaking about? Be so kind as to mind your words. I had nothing to do with it. I swear. Don't they say Isidore was murdered by a step demon? A shat-naked deer. There was that thingy at Talon they fished out from the...
Thingy?
The thingy.
Well, just a quick theory is pointed out, we are 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. We hit the funny number.
Woo! We did it.
I can take this from kids and weirdos, but you, a respectable negotiant.
It's hard for you to believe, isn't it? It used to be hard for me. Take my boy, for example. A scoffer, if I've ever seen one. And now even he believes it's real. He went off his head a bit. You're in this step now, esteemed sir. Eastern. Backwards. The dead rise from their graves here. Clay dummies dance and bulls talk.
Does he know the step well, that son of yours?
He rubs her elbows with the rabble. The butchers are dong, shepherds and gatherers, lambs their tongue. That's their legends. It doesn't keep them in check at all. They even dare to come visit him within the premises of the town. If you see a worm creeping through the streets, he's definitely looking for my son.
What's wrong with him visiting him within the premises of the town?
They're dangerous, they're aggressive, and they hate everyone. Who isn't a step person? They'll jump you and kill you on the spot. They'll tear you up with their teeth and devour your flesh while you're still throwing fists at them, so if they've spotted you down, countermeasures are.
So what of your son? Perhaps you could tell me more of this creature.
Hold your horses. You want to talk to my blockhead? No, you've nothing to talk about. He's not here, thankfully. I don't want you two to meet. You heard me. These are tradesmen's words, and I'll stick to them.
When someone asks Palpatine if he can talk to Vader.
I won't leave it at
My
that.
blockhead. My blockhead.
My
Parentheses
stinky-
affectionate.
Yeah.
My stinky son has ran off with his own child. I will have them kill each other.
How many spots? 3 hours? Actually, I think I should do 1 more hour sleep.
Well, Liz B, congrats on 6 months on HRT.
Congrats, that's awesome.
Mazel.
There we go.
Oh, congrats.
Let's go.
Sleeping now so I can murder later.
Ooh, red velvet cake is nice.
Oh, look at him go.
Look at him go!
Look at him go!
Look at him go!
Wait, what?
The worm. Look at him go.
He-
1 sec. You'll see him again in a second.
Okay.
He's just trundling.
Oh,
Look at him go! Wow!
He's just having a good time.
He's
gonna
just
follow
a
him.
bunk of bonkin'.
He's just having a bop.
We're gonna have to fight him.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh,
I actually don't
he's
technically
not bothering
need to fight
anyone.
him. No, he's gonna try to kill me when we get there.
Oh.
I love how you're just following behind him and he does not mind.
Yeah. Follow
Worms
me,
do not
then I will
have
kill
good
you.
periphery vision.
Yeah, they kind of got folds of skin over their face sometimes. They're a bit wormy.
A bit gamey.
No.
Lord Vader, this meat is gamey.
Wow.
So what do you think the texture of the worm is?
Worm.
I feel like it's like really like you know those dogs that have like a lot of folds of skin and no fur? Yeah.
Well,
It's either that or like moist leather.
Oh yeah, no, it's that.
Yeah.
It's a deeply unpleasant sensation.
Oh wow, Daniil just brought his guns out. I'm sorry, the way the fish slowly came up, all I could think of was that one Mission Impossible trailer where Henry Cavill cocks his arm gun.
Yeah, right.
So when I said I'm
I've
the
ever
god
seen.
of death in this game, I wasn't kidding. I'm really good at the combat.
Once you get a handle on the kiting, all of it's relatively simple.
It's not hard. You just have to learn the rhythm. I usually fuck up the first fight on loading if I haven't played in a few days, and then after that I'm
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You usually get like one stab. You get stabbed once, and then you're like, all right, this is how I punch back.
I remember the rhythm to this song.
Exactly. That's what it's a rhythm game. What the fuck was Vlad the Younger? Ben Shapiro. Oh boy. I need to go check.
You're about to hear the activation phrase.
The thing about voice acting is often it's easier to like get into a character's voice by having an activation phrase, and sometimes that's something reasonable. When I need to do Sonic, my activation phrase is thank you so much, Robin. Gotta go fast. For Emperor Palpatine, it's join me, like something like that. Like just it's a set of words that you're used to saying as that character. It gets you into them. But the problem is the only one I found that works for me for Ben Shapiro is well, you're gonna hear it a lot in about 5 seconds. You can probably guess.
Because the way that Aronok has been using it, it almost becomes like it's just a nervous tick that Ben Shapiro says that a lot.
Well, that's P-word. See how it all turns out. I used to keep this place secret, but all these secrets seem so childish now.
In fact, that's two John Mulaney. It's hard for me to do John Mulaney and Ben Shapiro at the same time. I can do one or the other.
Glad. Now tell me, did Isidore visit you last night? Tell me the truth, please. What asked P-word? Yes, Isidore did pay me a visit, but don't ask what we talked about. I have no right to share that with you. Right. I'm gonna ask you one more question now. Your answers will determine whether you and I become friends or enemies. Well then, I'd rather be your friend. Go ahead. What did you talk about? Tell me the truth, please. Isidore said, no, I'm merely retelling it secondhand. He said there's an epidemic in the steppe camps, an outbreak of Tarbacan signers, perhaps the plague. That is Father. Father had issued an order to lock the dormitory up, to prevent the infection from getting in. What are you so afraid of that you would conceal this? I don't understand. You did the right thing. There's an underlying sensitive family matter here. To cut a long story short, my father would kill me if he found out about this conversation. The unrest in the dormitory, you see. Well, I incited to make my father lock it up. He didn't believe Isidore. What do you think was the cause of Simon Kane's death, especially taking into account the fact that Isidore had been his last visitor? We need to warn Reuben. It's very urgent. He is about to examine Simon as soon as the period of time required by the Kanes passes. But where is he? I have no idea. What asked P-word? Fuck, sorry.
Just a Lisby in the chat. Try ask P-word. Ben Shapiro on his wedding night.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Got him. I just love that he said, "Where is he? I have no idea," and then you respond with, "Where is he?"
Where is he staying?
Very normal conversation.
What asked P-word? I don't know. There was a secret dissecting room in one of the warehouses, but no one knows where exactly. He used to live mostly in the steppes, sometimes sleeping in the dormitory or at Lara Ravel's shelter, but he's not there. I know that for sure. He went away to mourn his master. What would you have done if you were him? Over on the bench. I would have resigned myself and left the place for good. My investigation's over. I'd wait for him at the Kanes. It's simple. That's the correct response. Because that's what he's going to do. Okay, so I need to go talk to Reuben at 9, and I have a few other minor tasks. I need to go talk to Laura.
I absolutely love that Daniel's ultimate superpower is having people be like, hey, this is a sensitive subject. Please don't ask me about it. I would really appreciate that if you didn't ask me about that.
Ha! Fuck you! Tell me about it.
He has the strength to look past that and go, okay, I respect that. I hear what you're saying, and I get why you wouldn't want to share that, but also you're going to tell me right now.
See, Daniel has what I like to call the power of autism on his side. As an autistic person, that is a joke I'm making as an autistic person. It's okay for me to make that joke because I do actually mean it sincerely, in that Daniel will ignore a lot of social cues that I sometimes also miss if I'm not, trying to mask and paying attention around things like that. And I need to go talk to Laura. Yes, I also say them steppies. It's fun to say them as steppies instead of steps. The steppers. I usually say it's steppers.
The only steppies.
It's like eggy.
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 Eggy. Synonym.
Eggy.
The most everybody in this call is very nerd version. The echolalia is just gonna happen.
Yeah. I like meowing.
I'm happy for you.
Good for you. Live your bliss.
I am a trans woman on the internet. I am not meowing because people will clip it and be weird.
Oh, no.
Am I wrong? You're gonna look at me. You're gonna tell me that I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
Sorry, I love that fucking entire video. You're gonna look at me. You're gonna tell me that I'm wrong. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
She came down in a bubble dog.
I'm sorry. I still, every time I hear that specific audio clip, I literally can only think of Daniel and Artemy. I cannot imagine anyone else saying those words.
That is them. That is them. Danielle walking up to Artemy. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro.
I'm gonna stab him.
And then Artemy walking out of the room going, I'm gonna stab him.
Can you imagine how angry Daniel would be if someone told him to get educated?
Thank you so much, Pablo. Oh. Pablo is added to the face. Thank you so much. That's a huge amount to give. Thank you.
Oh, I think that means that we've hit the
Yeah, that puts us
Vendetta.
on about $1,275, which means Lady Knight gets to do the speech as Mickey Mouse.
Hold on, I want to make sure that Aeronox got everything.
They also said
sorted
that I had
first.
to use whatever voice I want. So Stanislav Rubin will now sound like John 117 Master Chief because I think that'll be really funny. Cortana. Bachelor, we need to go.
Just, Aeronox, let me know when it's a good time to do the V for Vendetta speech as Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, right now it's great. Because I'm gonna be
Alright,
walking for a bit.
Right. Haha. In view, a humble vaudevillian veteran cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This visage, no mere veneer of vanity, is a vestige of the Vox Populi, now vacant and vanished as what once vital verisimilitude now venerates what it once vilified. However, this valorous visitation of a bygone vexation stands vivified and has vowed to vanquish these venal and virulent vermin's vanguarding vice and vouchsafing the violently voracious violation of volition. And as the V. The only verdict is vengeance, a vendetta, hailed as a votive not in vain, for the ferocity of such shall one day vindicate the violent and the virtuous. Verily, this fishy swell of verbiage bears most verbose an introduction. So it's my very good honor to meet you, and you may call me V. Haha.
I am now double radicalized.
Oh, beautiful. And only a few days after Annoying Online Man Day.
No, one day. It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday. So for context, if people don't know the meme, there's a knockoff costume of the V for Vendetta guy, and you know how those knockoff costumes, they always name themselves something like really weird?
Oh, yeah.
And the one for V for Vendetta is Annoying Online Man. So people on Tumblr have been posting Annoying Online Man Day on November 5th. You never forget Annoying Online Man Day.
Never forget.
I've seen one of my favorite things. So LK and I recently were rewatching Sense8 together, which people should go watch LK's Sense8 video. It's good.
And just watch Sense8. It's a good show.
Yes.
It has issues. The video covers them well. But it is a good show. I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows. Boy, does it have issues.
Boy, does it.
It absolutely does, but at the same time, it's great.
Yes.
Yeah, basically. So, yeah, it's...
Were you going to talk about the dude who shows up in the V for Vendetta mask?
But there's a point in the second season that is very much the Wachowski sisters metaphorically jerk themselves off on screen because, haha, we caused an entire hacktivist movement. And
I'm still not over when they named that one corporation the Abraxas Corporation.
Yeah, one of the corporations in Sense8 is named the Abraxas Corporation, which, for context, is a thing from the most
the most iconic film ever made.
Just the most 5-year-old girls fan fiction got $1 billion budget film that's ever been created. Jupiter Ascending, which is a fever dream, a weird drug trip. I create life,
and I destroy
it.
You need to say it slower.
I destroy
it.
I create life, and I destroy it.
That one reviewer who said it sounded like he was being filleted by the universe. I just think about that sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Does Lara have a name yet? It's already to the point where I am having to just check the sheet constantly. Lara does not have a name. Okay. What shall Lara have? I was just doing an impression of the voice actor.
Edgy anime protagonist.
Did Pablo suggest any voices when they made the donation? No.
No, they did not. They just said, your content is fun and informative. Do whatever voice makes you happy. Really enjoyed your poem and Khadijah's vid a while back. So I added their name to the... Oh, no, I didn't. I messed up. Brain. I will take a picture of this whiteboard at the end of every day. I couldn't find a way of propping it up in such a way that it was consistently visible to the chat in any meaningful way. I just realized
you
I
just like
accidentally
hold
made
it up and wave it in front of the camera occasionally.
Yeah. Many names. Yippee! I also realized that I have a bad people name mustache I've written onto my face by accident.
Yeah.
Regrettable. What a look. What a look this is. Truly.
Yes, truly.
Powerful.
What can I say? I contain multitudes.
It's reminding me of when you played Hatter in your Alice video, and I was like, this is confusing me.
Well, Hatter was full on. I did intend that as Drag King performance. Like,
absolutely, but it was just
that to be.
It was just that point of like seeing you like even in a drag style presenting mask was like, that's not right.
Also, Digital Beef just pointed out the names on your face are backwards. Is that because you're writing them in a mirror?
Yes, this is the best I can do.
Incredible. Somebody's name should go on your forehead at some point.
It will. That'll probably be the next place. Queer Theory. What can I say except you're welcome?
Welcome. What is a legacy?
What is a legacy? Planting seeds in a garden that the So Elke and I have been increasingly getting more ridiculous at making fun of the weird way that
Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Lin-Manuel Miranda says, "What is a legacy?" in that bit, because we had this joke while watching The Fall of the House of Usher, which is just that the show is a little unsubtle, and so we were like, oh, I had a joke, like an editing joke for the video where I'm gonna put Mike Flanagan's face on Lin-Manuel Miranda going, "What is a legacy?" And like, but like every time we do it, I feel like it gets more ridiculous as a performance. What is a legacy? Planting seeds in a garden that you'll never see.
Well, and especially because we've been watching so many musicals lately, and sometimes musicals just say the word legacy. Sometimes they say that, and then
every time we're both just like, planting seeds in a garden that you'll never see.
Again, because I was that kind of musical theater.
I feel like you know what I should add to the list? Bad Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Oh my god! I don't know what that would sound like outside.
No! I just do that. Like it's like a bunch of things I can't think of right now, and also pretty much anything that sounds similar is a slight variation of listed voices. Lin-Manuel Miranda, he talks like this sometimes.
The rant on Hamilton is the music is good, the politics are not.
My general Lin-Manuel Miranda opinion is one day he will pay for his crimes. I saw the Little Mermaid live action remake.
Queer Theory, is that what you want for silly? No, I feel like that gets too serious too fast because I'm gonna be like, hey, this paves over really problematic history and lionizes the.
Just Flourishcast is saying that you're bad Lin-Manuel Miranda. You're just doing Russell Crowe and Les Mis.
That's not true because Russell Crowe and Les Mis is "Do not forget my name."
Do not forget my name. It's singing as if you've got a cold. Now, Prisma 246, someone.
The trick is you need to be completely dehydrated.
Yeah,
you have to be completely dehydrated, regretting all of your life choices. Badly cast.
Ready to attack Tom Hooper on sight.
Lara Ravel. Tom Cooper will someday pay for his crimes, and I'm thankful that we've never been subjected to the butthole cut of Cats.
We were wrong.
But at the same time, I love Cats 2019.
Silence.
It's so awful.
I have to read things. Silence. I love you all, but I have a very bad feeling. The same feeling plagued me just before my father died. I have a bad feeling too, although I'm generally not superstitious. Wait, I can't remember if I have to. I don't want to give up a smouter for no reason. I'm gonna see if there's a way of talking to her. Oh, the terror. And there were no smouters there! Did that finish the quest? No, it didn't.
It is not so dangerous.
Well, I found it. Unfortunately, the cache has already been looted. No. I found one specimen of the spouters, and I'm gonna examine it. Give it to me. Let me throw it in the fire. I'll reimburse you for this loss. No, I'll keep it for myself. Somehow I feel like it may be of use later. There we go. I can finish the quest.
It's a secret tool. We might be able to use it later.
Some quests are not worth completing.
Some quests are not worth completing, and I'm not completing certain quests. Like, I'm not doing the Grace quest because it's just a waste of 2,000 gold to help Anna Angel.
Also, a queer theory said, do you have a rant in you about poetry and or creative writing? Maybe the publishing process, IDK, whatever you want.
I'm trying to think. Like, as long as if you like give me like a media work where my rant isn't just like, this thing is bigoted, you know? I will say, I'm gonna give a rant. It's poetry related, but it's not really about poetry. It's that I will be like falling asleep. I'll be trying to go to sleep, you know, and then my brain will be like, now is the time. Here is poetry, and I'm gonna be like, why right now? Why? I think the crap jumps up
Digital
in price,
Beef,
like, drastically tomorrow.
just Digital Beef saying, someone, quick, find unproblematic media.
No, but it's like I think there's media that I can rant about where the primary issues aren't bigotry. It's like like if you're to ask me to rant about Zack Snyder, there's ways I can rant about Zack Snyder that aren't primarily about the bigotry. You know?
Just the fact that he has no media literacy.
He has no media literacy. I can, if you were to ask me to rant about, you know...
What is it? Zack Snyder is a guy who doesn't like fascists, but keeps making movies that fascists love.
Yes, that's a perfect... Where I feel like it's still silly enough, and it's still not serious enough, and I'm not, like... Yeah, I just don't want to be, like... Give your, you know, extremely in-depth thoughts about the War of 1812. Like, you know, I don't know. I was trying to think of an example that isn't an example, you know what I mean? Like, it's close enough, but I'm like...
Garanok, what are your thoughts on the 100 Years' War?
Talk about American Psycho, the musical.
I can rant about... Okay. American Psycho, the musical, why is it good? Someone... America, explain! America, explain! Explain. So, I think what frustrates me about that musical is that it is undeniably not good about mental illness, and yet I find really valuable elements of it as a work of art about mental illness in a way that I think I only get that reading because I'm mentally ill. You know? Oh, good, they're murdering women in the street. That's fun.
Oh, the best part of day one.
Yeah, they just start murdering women in the street because they think they're Shabnakadeers.
But, yeah, no, like, it's... Well, and also we watched that one interview with Benjamin Walker where, like, it seems like he has a pretty good take on Patrick Bateman.
Yeah, which is that he sees...
Well.
I think part of why I think, like, that helped after the fact as well was just that Benjamin Walker has this approach of, like... I was actually talking about this expert, and he basically said that, like, everybody has a degree of psychopathy, and it's, like, actually... more, you know, based on your views and things can influence how you behave like that, and that, like, there isn't something specifically specially evil about Patrick Bateman. Patrick Bateman has just, like, been messed up.
A product of society.
He's a product of Reaganite society. And that was such an interesting thing, because I'm like, good, you get that this man isn't violent because, ew, crazy! He's, like, messed up in other ways. It's not... And, like, the show isn't doing good mental illness rep. I don't think it is. But I do think that I find something valuable from elements of it, especially because I don't love, like, It's All a Dream stuff, but at the end of the show, it does reveal that, like, he never did any of the violence. He just has been in this, like, disassociative fugue state for the entire events of the show. And... So I have very complicated feelings towards it because, like, on one hand, it is an American Psycho adaptation that is doing messy things. But on the other hand, yes, that's the same thing, Triss. Exactly, you understand. Like, yeah, we're going to watch that at some point. We just didn't find a good bootleg yet.
No.
But I've heard some songs from Death Note the musical, which is also good. It should... Duncan Sheik makes things that shouldn't be good.
No, that's Frank Wildhorn.
That's Frank Wildhorn, right.
Frank Wildhorn is deeply problematic, but also he does write bangers.
Duncan Sheik is also deeply problematic. Oh boy, the one we watched the other night was... It was good
They
music.
make choices. Listen, we don't know how much of that was the book's fault. Like, some of it was, but the actor's performance could be a direction problem.
And that's the other. It was hard to tell what was the book, what was the, like. But even I think no matter what, there's definitely some issues with how it handles. So it's set
internment camps.
Yeah, it's set during World War II, and it's sort of about like. It's not really about the Japanese character or the Japanese internment camps. He's kind of a plot object for other characters, and that's why it's bad.
They kind of tried to righteous Gentile, but like with the Japanese character and internment camps, but functionally it's very similar to like a righteous Gentile story.
Yeah, it's the same structure as a righteous Gentile story, but it's the Japanese internment camps during World War II in the US. And
also there's a little racist child.
And we hated him. Oh, he was the worst.
Sucked.
He really sucked.
Yeah, he did. But the music was nice, and we liked the ghosts who were just there to fuck shit up.
Yeah, like, that was good. That was nice.
And Alice by Heart was good, except for that one bit that was not good.
Yeah, Alice by Heart is great, except for the Man in Dress bit. The one song that's just... They decided to do that, I guess.
Yeah, and unfortunately
And it
that character comes back during the best song in the show. He's just also there for that.
Yeah, it was rough.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of man in dress comedy in musicals for some reason.
Well, it goes back to British plays, which and British comedy in general has a long history of it. And I watched a lot of British comedy as a kid.
Speaking as the obligatory British here, I can definitely say, yeah.
We should go meet Mark Immortal, because someone paid for Mark's voice ages and ages ago, and I want to make sure that I at least perform it a little bit. Before
What a name, Mark Immortal.
Immortel. Like T-E-L-L, and he's the playwright.
Wow.
Immortel.
Mark Immortel. Oh yeah, Mark Hamill's Joker. Okay.
Incredible. I think that would actually work with fucking Patho 2, Mark.
More with Patho 2 than Patho 1.
It will work with him here.
It works with that face that you've got for him, the little in the corner, his face.
That's just how he looks. Okay. How the fuck did I get into Mark Hamill Joker?
I mean, that's definitely a fitting face for a Mark Hamill Joker.
That's what I was saying. I don't know any lines that Mark Hamill Joker says.
I need to go. I'm sorry to stream chat. You're not going to be able to hear the Discord for a second. I'm just going to go quickly listen, and then I'm going to repeat back Mark Hamill Joker lines. Because this is... Welcome to voice acting. This is how you get into a voice sometimes, is you just have to go listen to it, and... Okay.
I think I've kind of got it. Kind of. The theater welcomes the distinguished audience at any time. Batman has a performance of the masks every evening, and the blood gets rinsed off every night. The rest of the time, slots are filled with a puppet show. But that's not all we have. Magic tricks, fortune-telling, dream reading. Whoever has eyes, let them see.
It's becoming Cicero from Skyrim, I'm sorry.
Dear listener,
am I still John Mulaney? I am still John Mulaney. Over on the bench. Is this a theater? It's rather small.
True, this is a chamber theater, and since I have the pleasure of being the booking agent, director, and the impresario around here, I can also tell you that our shows are not for everyone's eyes.
When's the next performance?
That's for you to decide.
You're part of the lineup. The play script is not yet complete, you see. Everything depends on your actions. You won't have to wait long. Oh, wow. I will... Thank you so much. I will look at that in a second. I'm gonna finish performing this and then go look at that. When will the play over on the bench? When will the play script be approved? Your fate isn't bound yet. It'll take time, effort, and of course your direct participation. Come to see us every evening. We'll show you how you're doing bit by bit. You're too talkative, sir. The Mark Hamill voice is working. Oh, Batman. You flatter me. Actually, I'm Irish. Oh, Batman's forgotten all about me. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation, Bother Boy. And if you have any requests for voices or things, also you donated a lot. Thank you so much. It was $225. I feel like I need to do something special. I don't. Okay. Well, I have to do the $1,500. Well, Bother Boy, you can select many of the rewards. You can change Daniel's voice, which means that you can decide what voice I do for, The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, which I'm about to perform because we reached the goal. I'm gonna try to write backwards. Batman! My dearest boyfriend! How are you? Oh shit. Oh fuck, you've all been saying a bunch of things. I'm so sorry. You all missed a bunch of sentences.
Wait, while they can't hear me.
They can hear you.
That's a good point.
Well, I took the headset off. Did that actually come through?
Yes, it came through crystal clear.
Well, Bother Boy says that, okay, without rewards, just happy to catch one of the streams for once and hear all the different voices. But if you want to pick a voice for Aranok to do, then absolutely just suggest it. You've paid for it, so...
So I guess we're going to hear the Raven in John Mulaney.
You can also have me read something specific you want, because you gave $100, so you get the $50 reward, which is I could read any short poem or copy paste or anything for you. Also, look, I actually wrote it properly backwards through a mirror. Ha! It reads correct. And tomorrow, because I will write down all the names that I have on tonight. I'm going to wash it before I go to bed. Tomorrow I will rewrite them in the mirror before stream starts.
I will say Bothered Boy, with you writing backwards, leads to some very interesting whys. It kind of looks like a almost deliberately fancy script.
It does. It's mostly because I'm like...
No, I know, because you're writing backwards in a mirror. It's hard.
Okay. John Mulaney's Raven it is. And I have a physical copy and everything. This is Hans Christian Andersen. That's the wrong poetry collection. And short story collection.
Aranok, before you, Digital Beef said, please remember not to put my name on next stream.
I will remember to do that. I am so sorry about that. Here, which one is it?
I mean, it is backwards, if that helps.
There. Fixed.
Yeah, now it's just a digital smudge.
Okay, where's my Raven? Where's my Raven? It's the last poem, I believe.
Okay, so Bothered Boy has now said, okay, can you read the What Did You Say to Me, I'm a Navy SEAL copy pasta in John Mulaney's voice, please?
Is that
Again?
You already read once?
I did already do that one.
I was grabbing food while you did that.
I will do it again in John Mulaney's voice. To be fair, it was a modified version that Triss sent me.
Queer Theory is asking, hypothetically, if one buys the $75 reward more than once, can one feature more than once on the face? No reason, just curious.
Yes, obviously, yes. You can
that's
purchase
what you
any of the
want.
rewards, as many. If you want to have my face covered in 10 A Queer Theories, and you're willing to give that much money, I gladly will write it on my face.
Incredible.
I'll do a dance for you. I don't know. It'll
be like that one episode of Doctor Who where they were drawing the little tally marks all over their face.
Genuinely, I was thinking of that when I started doing this. I was like, anyway.
It's gonna get chaotic.
Everyone, be silent. It is the Raven time, and I'm going to try to genuinely perform the Raven properly while also doing a John Mulaney voice.
Should I mute?
Probably. You might be laughing too much. I'm sorry. I want to get through it.
No, that's why I
because I haven't
asked.
even finished day one yet. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow. I should mute Pathologic because it's really loud and distracting. There we go. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. Over on the bench, and the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. It is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping. So gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there, and nothing more." Deep in the darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before, but the silence was unbroken. I should be big camera as well. And the stillness gave no token, and the only word that was spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back in the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, something louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that's something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, nothing more." Upon here I flung the shatter, when with many a flirt and flutter in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly doors of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mine of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched on a bust of Pallas just above my chamber doors, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore, "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven? Ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answers little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is only stock and store, got from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking that this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking. Nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose violet lining with the lamplight glowing o'er she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, and nepent from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff, the kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Prophet, said I, over on the bench, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether temper sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted. Tell me truly, okay, I should have looked up. Tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by the God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Be that word of our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and nice Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token that thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart. And take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the bench. Over on the bench, on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight over him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that he's floating on the floor shall be lifted. Nevermore.
It sounded like
so
you said dabbing
correct.
the first time you said tapping. That's what started that.
I was like, what is going on? Why is everyone talking about... Because I missed the first message, so I had no context. Everyone was just saying dabbing, and I'm like...
I said a visitor was dabbing at your chamber door.
No, but the thing that broke me, okay, was you saying, this is such a stupid joke, I love it. And I was like, fuck!
I think the scariest part was Logan Paul was at their door.
That really caught me off guard, yeah.
I tried to. People started saying quickly dabbing evermore. The raven dabbed, then quickly fled out the door.
The raven's never leaving that bench. He's always on the bench.
Dabbing on the bench.
Dabbing on the bench. Oh my god, that's so crazy.
It's not a raven, it's a maverick.
Also, I was singing the Nevermore song from the Edgar Allan Poe musical while you were doing it. I was just sitting there like, tell that song, the song of Raiden, if within the distant Eden. God, I really love.
Can you tell that LK and I spend a lot of time being massive musical nerds together? But one sec, pause. Turb needs to go record some stuff. So Turb, tell people who you are, where they can find you.
Damn. My name is Turb. On the channel Turb, I really make content about whatever, like really just intersectional content about like whatever. A lot of it's media. Sometimes it's focused on like a societal issue. It's
Yassification.
Honestly, yeah, I'm the yassification merchant. Yeah.
I really love when we were trying to figure out the name for the masculinity one. It was just Yassification. It's a series now.
Yeah.
That was a fun one to edit. I think my favorite thing with those edits was inserting a bunch of Age of Empires footage anytime Western civilization was mentioned. Like any time should I just insert Age of Empires like murder stuff? Anyway,
no,
sorry.
the masculinity one still remains to this day like one of my favorite projects, and it's like it gives me imposter syndrome when I see like video essays like that, and I'm like, I have to top it, you know, or something. Not well, I don't have to top it because art is like
no. Sometimes
I know exactly what you mean. I had that with Queer Relativity.
Yeah.
I had that actually. Queer Relativity, ironically, was the one I was writing during the period where I had like horrible, like I'm never gonna do better than the Matrix video. Never gonna do better than the Matrix video. That was the best I did, which I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Oh yeah, if you go watch, there's like cutscenes from various Age of Empires, and I also used some Civilization cutscenes.
I literally sometimes you just go, it's fine. I peaked. It's fine. Like that was literally what I felt for a while.
The thing is that like sometimes you have to make things that aren't that level of quality to get the skills to make something that good again.
Well, and as the old saying goes, perfect is the enemy of finished.
You're right. Yeah.
And here's the thing. I know the Spider-Verse video, which I'm gonna be filming something soon for, that I helped write, is really fucking good, and people should get hype about that.
Yeah, I've spent 2 months editing the first 30 minutes.
That's a mood.
It's that strenuous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. I did the Peanuts video, and that took a very, very long time to edit.
I'm still happy with the animation stuff I did for that.
Taken as long as it did.
We did have a lot of fun together while you were working on Six of Crows, though.
Yeah, it shouldn't have taken as long as it did. It was just that I kept running into weird things that I was like, shit, I need very specific footage that's like a thing you've absolutely seen before, but I'm blanking on, like, somebody drinking sadly.
Oh, yeah, you just kept sending it, like, yeah, sometimes when we're in Discords, we just all send each other messages like, I need a shot of, I think one of the ones you sent was, I need a shot of someone drinking tea really sadly.
Yes. Or just like tired tea drinking.
Yeah, exhausted, just done with life levels of yeah.
And there's so many of the things you posted.
We love you, Turb. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, bye, Turb.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.
They'll be back later.
So many of the things you posted in for that video, okay, were things where it's like, I've absolutely seen this a million times, but there are no examples.
Well, that was when I was working on Nimona, I was trying to figure out, like, I need one of I think it was the, I want to say it was the, what was it? Oh, it was the one that we ended up using, because you suggested it, okay. Thank you for helping us find out. Was the clip of, like, rivals who begrudgingly like learn to love each other thing, like that whole that whole bit where I'm talking about Ballister and Ambrosius, and we ended up using Pitch Perfect stuff, which meant that I got to get off in a video because I'm like, I'm never going to talk about Pitch Perfect because I don't have much to say about it. Like, I enjoy bits of it. It's
in retrospect,
fine.
I should have suggested Elphaba and Glinda, actually.
Yeah, that would have been better. That would have been more like what I was trying to evoke. But we were both just like really struggling to figure out one. All of us in the Discord were trying to figure it out. And then and then yeah, you and I were discussing I think Pitch Perfect, and that's when I was like, oh,
yes,
I can use that. And then I got to get out my Pitch Perfect should have been gay. Why did they queerbait? It should have been gay. It could have been beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is also where I'm going to have to head out because it's starting to get late here. So.
Absolutely.
Bye.
So, I'll just tell people who I am first.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I am David J. Bradley. I make YouTube video essays on the channel David J. Bradley. Very convenient. They're about all sorts of whatever. Basically, they're about whatever I'm hyperfixating on at any given time. The most recent one was a video about Peanuts, the comic strip by Charles Schulz, and it took me about 9 months to make, and I think it's very good. So you should go watch that.
Can you tell people what you're working on next?
I have not announced it publicly yet, so I'm
All
gonna.
right, never mind.
Yeah, but it's going to be another long one. It's going to be wild. So.
It'll be very good, and I will get to perform some fun stuff. That was my requirement. That you let me perform certain monologues.
Well, I will probably join when you're back on tomorrow night. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David.
Yeah, my pleasure. Talk to you
always
all
love
later.
to chat with you.
Bye bye.
Later, David.
Hi.
Hey, Tris. I'm guessing it's Tris because
Hi.
that was the last message I saw.
Yes. And also the nickname I said in there.
Oh,
Are we
perfect.
switching up the nickname and pronouns if anybody else fronts in?
Oh, awesome. For context to chat, Chris is a member of the Garden System. They're plural. So, yeah.
I think now is the time when people are just going to cycle in and out. I think I'm going to go as well. I am
Totally fair.
sleepy.
If you're a EB, go sleepy.
I am EB sleepy.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad I got to read I got to do the V for Vendetta speech from memory in Mickey Mouse voice.
That was so fun.
I'm very proud of myself. So yeah, I'll just say you can find me at Lady Knight the Brave on YouTube and other places. And I also make videos about whatever I'm hyperfixating on. I just did a video about Six of Crows, the book series, and a little bit about the Shadow and Bone show. And I also haven't announced what I'm doing next. So get hype and yeah.
Interestingly enough, and I will not explain how, both yours and David's are loosely connected.
They sure are, bud.
And I'm super excited. Because LK and I always watch the stuff that we're working on together pretty much. So I'm excited to watch stuff with you.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to go. Good luck. Everybody give Aronoff money. And bye.
Later, LK.
Bye. Now that there's only 3 of us and we're all familiar with Pathologic, we can just really let the brainworms take over the stream.
I still haven't finished it.
That's fine, but you've played it. You understand.
Yeah.
You've been on the town of the Gorgon.
For context for Ruby and people in chat, I tried streaming it and then like halfway through, I think like day 7 around then, something in real life happened that just was super depressing. And Pathologic is not a good game to play when you're dealing with depression.
Oh yeah, no, believe me, I am keenly aware. No, that's wise. You made the smart call.
Unless you're messed up like me, in which case Pathologic is a game you primarily play when you're depressed and it helps you get out of it. There is something deeply fucked about that, and I recognize it in the same way that like I don't know, I tend to be drawn to like really like stuff that would probably be considered triggering more so when I am in a depressive state, which I don't know why that is, but I am.
No, because like I totally get that because like I get why someone wouldn't want to play this game while depressed, but that said, the first time I played this game, I'll spare the whole story, but suffice to say, it was in May of 2020. Because I do not make good decisions with my life.
totally fair. Okay, right. Ruben is John 117 Master Chief.
Cortana. We've got to defeat the Covenant. Greetings, friend. I heard news of your arrival. Everyone has. Are you here to examine the body as well?
My dear colleague, I do hope you haven't touched it yet. I think the best combination is when Daniil has a silly voice and they have a serious voice, because it just becomes like comedy of distance, I guess, tonally.
I haven't. Is there a problem? I haven't. Is there a problem?
Simon's body, wherever it is, poses a dire threat. I suspect he's died of a contagious disease.
Cortana, are you sure? That doesn't matter anyway. If it's that thing again. What do you think it is?
Judging from what I've found so far, it should be fibrous typhoidea, or plague.
A second outbreak. Wait a second. I need to regain my senses. Are you sure about this? Do you mean what you say?
I am, and I do!
If it's the Sand Plague. Master's death was so untimely. If it's the Sand Plague, we only have a few more days to live. You see, I have no idea how to stop it. No one does.
This is a hard set of Ruben lines to do this with. So you're already familiar with the disease.
I'm only making assumptions. I don't want to believe this. I'd rather have any other plague than this.
Also, the way you edited on, because I think, who was it that voiced Ruben again?
That was a Bad Lad.
Yeah, the way he delivers, I'd rather have any other plague than this! It's so
good. It's very good.
And the fade of the cut, anyway. We have no time to waste. The body must be inspected, isolated, destroyed if necessary. We must take protective measures for that, of course.
Cortana, we need your diagnosis before we can provide reasonable protection. At the moment, you can only buy yellow immunity boosters at the drugstores. They are no good. But I'll try to do something about this. We'll need to take some remedies from Master's old workplace. Did you know he was murdered by his son? An atrocity.
His son has nothing to do with this. I presume Isidore was infected by Simon and died of the same disease, or vice versa. Let us not waste any more time.
You're right. Let's make haste. I'll get everything ready for the examination. Meanwhile, let's arrange for the body to be isolated. Kane is keeping it in a cold place. I'll keep you informed.
If we act deliberately and with calm mind, we can prevent this epidemic. Stay strong. I won't leave you on your own. John Mulaney always sounds like he's being a little sarcastic. just a tiny bit.
That's the vibe.
And it's kind of funny. There's something else I have to do for the quest. I think I just need to talk to Victor.
Comparing the vibes of this stream with every single Pathologic video on YouTube is amazing, though.
I mean, I feel like that delivery of the Raven kind of sums up what the tone of this is versus the content. I can't think of a better, like, wilder, because what an experience to deliver my favorite poem in the worst way possible.
Tell me what you want, and I will tell you who.
Yorgi was Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay. Gotta go fast! I've been told of your initial verdict. You assert that Simon Kane was not killed by a human or a Shabnak demon, but died of a natural cause, or succumbed to some physical sickness. Is that what you're saying? I wouldn't say he died naturally. He died of a mysterious disease. Microbes are more efficient killers than demons. I beg to differ as a demon, but to be fair, COVID might have proven me wrong on that one. Gotta go fast. Is that a hypothesis or a fact supported by evidence? Over on the bench, a hypothesis. Mere hypothesis is not something I'm willing to accept. Furthermore, the same rhetoric is widely employed by the people who want to hinder the murder investigation at any cost. Chili dogs. The same people are spreading false rumors of a civil disorder, which, as they would have... Fuck, sorry. I was trying to say in voice and I messed it up worse. Took over the town. Same people would happily sacrifice human life to maintain a semblance of order. What would you say to that? I'd say that order must be restored. And I would rather say otherwise. This whole narrative's much too convenient for those covering for the murderer who knew how to take Simon's life and keeps that secret to themselves. What if they do not stop at that?
Where's the body now, Judge?
Gotta go fast. No one's touched the body since his death. The tradition kept in our family forbids us from seeing the dead until a certain time has passed. Required period of time will last until tomorrow, but I'll not stop looking for the killer until you're able to convince me that your assumptions are true. If he was infected, then how did it happen? Next thing you'll tell me it was Isidore that brought the disease into our family home.
Well, the most convincing proof would be a body examination. What other proof do you expect?
Venerable bachelor, do you take me for some willful old fool who has burdened you? I'm young and fast. Out of spite? With a complicated solution of a simple problem? Or perhaps you think I'm covering someone else's sins, getting in the way of you doing your duty?
I'm sorry, Sonic
No,
is always so
it's good. It's good. You're just doing psychic damage.
I know. I'm doing psychic damage to myself.
Over on the bench. Is the body truly isolated as reliably as you say? The body's in the focus of the crucible. You cannot examine it now, and I mean that it is technically impossible. No one may see the body before a certain period of time passes, neither Master Reuben nor you, my dear bachelor, not even myself.
And what am I supposed to do then?
What can I ask of you now? You've come to a conclusion already, have you not? If you haven't, then I urge you to seek out the facts as relentlessly as we do. May Providence help us if you are right.
All right. Let's wait for the period of time to pass.
I'll discuss this with your brother. I mean, Victor, obviously. I'm gonna go talk to Victor.
I love that little touch of Danielle being like, I'm talking to your brother. Wait, you think your dead brother's alive? I'm talking to Victor.
Maybe Victor will be less out of it.
I also love Victor and Georgi's stupid symmetrical houses.
It's so good.
And then Maria's, like, middle door thing. It's so good. It's so dumb. I love this game.
Perhaps old Gimski is setting a trap for this newly arrived.
Oh god, what is Georgi? Is Georgi have a voice? Oh, sorry, Victor. Kane does not have a voice! By the way, if you donated and haven't taken your reward yet, you can still do that. Does anyone want to donate for a Victor voice? It's okay if you don't, but Victor has most of the lines in this game, so... like, for this route, Victor is an everyday, and is one of the, like, 2 or 3 characters that do that. Mark Immortal...
He's a very common one.
Victor Kane, and in the latter half of the game, Aglaya and then eventually General Block are all super, super common. But the only ones that are on every single day are Vlad Jr., Mark Immortal, and... Vlad Jr. is going to be on every day of our route, and Vlad Sr. will not. Because we need
I wonder why.
I wonder what will happen. I wonder why his lines cut out on day 6.
Bothered Boy is suggesting the Joker for Victor.
Okay, which Joker? I can do several. Give me a style of Joker. The only one I think I can't do at all is, and I don't even like it, is the one that, to be clear, I love this voice actor, one of my favorite voice actors working, I just don't like his Joker, is the one in Red Hood film.
Yeah.
He plays Jake the dog in Adventure Time and stuff. I love all his other characters.
John DiMaggio.
John DiMaggio does not make a good Joker, and I don't know why, I just don't like his style. Oh, and even worse than that, Brett Spiner I think Brett Spiner's a great actor in a lot of other things, but he's so bad as the Joker in Young Justice. Which, to be fair, Young Justice also has the worst Joker writing in any media I think I've ever seen.
There were choices made.
They really said, what if bad mental illness jokes?
Yeah.
Like, really bad. Like, Joker's always playing in that zone of bad, but, like, it was another level.
He's always in that vicinity of, like, falling into that pitfall, but, like, some people definitely fall into it way more than others, like some writers.
I'm trying to find... One sec. I'm I'm gonna go find, because I messaged the one line that I really hated. Oh yeah, he says it so weird. He's like, I've had practice juggling my multiple personalities. Like, fuck you, Joker.
What?
Yeah, no, that's an actual line the Joker says in Young Justice. It's so bad. And
that's a choice.
That's a line they said. Yeah.
And that's a line they said in a room full of oxygen.
Truly. Anyway, Mark Hamill Joker, because that's the best. Got it.
I'm in favor of Mark Hamill Joker. However, wasn't Mark Immortal? Or
also Mark Hamill.
Are we going to have multiple Mark Hamill Jokers? I'm not averse to it.
Victor, I'll just do my own flavor of Joker, my own style, my own version. I will try not to do an impression. How can I help you? There's no need to worry. Oh, there's no lines. Wasted time.
Yeah, I kind of saw that coming.
You knew, Ruby, and you let me.
I figured we would need the casting for later anyways.
We do need the casting for later. We'll just leave it for later. I do already have a Joker going. But you can always look at the info page for another voice. Yeah, I think the most cursed thing I've ever done with a Joker was because I figured out how to do a good impression of Heath Ledger's. I had just had this awful thought the one day, which was, what if the Joker spent too much time on Reddit?
You would.
There's like four different jokes I could make, but all of them feel too obvious.
My dad was a normie. He didn't let me study the blade.
It's so bad. It's so cursed.
He got Joker-fied by whatchamacallit, not Wall Street's bet, the GameStop, the GME subreddit.
Yeah.
I watched Wolf of Wall Street once, and it sent me all the way to Reddit.
Tell me that, man. Do you know what shorting is?
Ooh, Victor as Solid Snake is very fun.
Colonel.
That would be good. That would be very good.
Bachelor, I need you to go. I need you to deal with the clamp on my ass.
I hate that. Oh, I forgot. There was a funny meme that I was gonna share. Someone shared in my Patreon Discord, which was, and I'm gonna do it in Solid Snake voice because that's where I'm at right now.
While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a clapping as of ass cheeks gently clapping at my chamber door. "'Tis a visitor," I muttered. "Dummy thick, nothing more."
I hate that my way of getting to Solid Snake voice is just
the clap of my ass cheeks kept alerting the guards.
I think that's the most common way to find the voice these days.
It is. The other one is...
It's iconic.
No. Vamp. He's not called Vamp because of blood. It's because he's bisexual.
That is an actual canon line.
It's the greatest line in video game history. I'm still impressed by it.
I am never not disliking Kojima. Kojima annoys me because I'm like, if you want to be a filmmaker so bad, just go make films. You have all the connections. You can just do that.
Okay, I will say in his defense, because I'm willing to go to bat for Kojima a fair amount, not on everything, but on a lot of things, because what he does could not be done in film. I think he loves film and pulls a lot of inspiration from film, arguably too much, but his games are not David Cage's games. They are games that are games and use their ludic elements very purposefully.
To be clear, they do use ludic elements. I just think that, like, he's clearly not interested in this medium, even if he does use the medium somewhat. He's not... I also just kind of hate when people are like, this is the definitive, like, greatest, and I'm like, is it? Is it?
I very desperately need to make, like, a 2-hour video on Metal Gear Solid 2.
Fair. I don't think that there's no value. I just find like I think his fanboys have made me hate him.
Oh yeah, no, the fan base is horrendous.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that Kojima makes bad art. I'm saying that Kojima is the video game equivalent of what's that male director that everyone's really into? Not like the one that likes feet.
Tarantino.
He's a video game equivalent of Tarantino. It's not saying that Tarantino is bad, but he's not as good as everyone makes him out to be.
No.
Like, not even slightly. I like some of Tarantino's films despite their laundry list of issues, but like I enjoy watching them, but acting like they're like really complex, in-depth art with a lot to say is giving more credit than I think is owed. I actually, you know what? I feel like that's insulting to Kojima. I think that's unfair to Kojima. I think that's too...
I do definitely think Kojima has a lot on his mind. Like,
he is
I'll put it this way,
Tarantino
would never in a million different lifetimes even think in like 2001 to make a game or make a movie centered around the theme of disinformation on the internet.
Yeah, I don't think that Tarantino could make an in-depth discussion of memetics.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think that Kojima could make a crass film like Tarantino's.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
In terms of annoying fandoms, they're fans of the same. Like,
yeah, no,
often
that
the
I
same
will
people.
absolutely agree
And
with.
so at this point, I think I just kind of shit on Kojima, not because of Kojima, but more as just like I want people to feel silly and to be a contrarian asshat. If I'm being honest, it's being a contrarian asshat.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
There's a
fun.
point where I'm just like, fuck you. And it's only for a very specific type of people. So if I start talking about Kojima with like you, or if I was chatting with like Leadhead, I think there's a different take to be had. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Because I do think that Kojima is an artist trying to say things. I just don't think that he's like
overhyped.
I think he's overhyped, and I don't think that he's like, I'm trying to find the right word for it. Specific, like I don't think he's, you know, the reincarnation of Jesus Christ into a video game.
Yeah, because like I definitely
people act
have
like Kojima's like sunshine comes out of his ass, and I'm just like, it's obnoxious because I'm like,
no, like he is very capable of swinging and missing. Like he is very capable of swinging and missing.
And I also just find that his games tend to have not great game feel, IMO, and not in a way where like I feel like Pathologic it doesn't always feel great to control, but it's very Pathologic has a specific feel to it that works. You know,
I would very much say, in my personal opinion, I think his game feel is very deliberate and intense. Like, it's intentional. There's the word. Scott.
I think it depends the game. I think it really depends the game. But I do think that like he's trying to do things. I just think that it's like it's a fucking Strand type game. Like,
I still need to play Death Stranding.
I think he's just a little up on his own ass. And
he very much is. Like his later work, I find a lot messier than his early work.
I'll say this: Kojima as a whole versus like Kojima when we're talking like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, very different creative.
Yeah, no, very much so.
And I think
I think after 3, he was genuinely like done with a lot of the stuff he was doing, but he kept getting dragged back into it, and so he's just like, okay.
And I just think that, like, I don't know, I just find him, like, kind of frustratingly, I don't know, it's like someone saying, oh, there's so many depths of subtlety here, and it's just, like, the most obvious thing you've ever seen, and it's like, well, it is saying a thing, coherently. It has a message, and that's clear. But like, it's not. I'm trying to think of a specific playwright. You know, it's not Waiting for Godot. Like, it's just not. And acting like it's like the greatest writing you've ever heard. The most. It's like, it's not. I think he makes interesting works of art that say something. But like, I would say that it's a little bit like the Wachowskis. There's a certain type of bluntness to it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's inherently bad. I just think that, like, the way it gets talked about and I think we're talking about textual writing, not overall ludonarrative. Just the textual writing stuff. I think it's kind of... I feel similar towards it in the way that people being like, David Cage was the greatest... Like, it's like, really? Really? Die Hard Man's the greatest writing you've ever heard? Okay. You know?
Guess who has never played a Kojima game?
I think if I was to play like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 on their own, without the context of the fanboys, I'd probably really love them.
Yeah, you see, this is where I kind of have the advantage, is I played like Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time when I was like 13.
Yeah, and I didn't have that experience.
And playing that in like 2004 when it came out, so much of it goes over your head, and then you come back to it with the art degree like a decade later, and you're like, oh, this predicted the internet.
Yeah. I think if there's anything I can sell that doesn't change price drastically tomorrow, I could buy some more tablets and sell some more. It's fine. I don't need to game the system that hard. I was hoping there'd be more robbers out, but I think that's more on day 2, isn't it?
Yeah, especially once like burnout districts start to appear.
Yeah. Just sometimes you get lucky on day 1. I think what happens is at midnight. I think the best thing I can do is go and sleep an hour at Olgimski's, come back for the play, and then fight people for a couple hours and then go sleep.
Typically a good strategy.
This game, we're putting robots everywhere to try and steer the player away and generally annoy them. Aranog, oh boy, another robot to kill.
Yeah, this is like, as much as I love this game very, very dearly, there's a few areas where I think it definitely slips up, and one of the big ones is like, the robbers very quickly go from being an actual threat to, hey, free food.
Resource. The most valuable resource in the game. But I also do think that it kind of works because if I sleep 2 hours, I can still go back to. I can still go watch the theater performance.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters.
This voice line is the most calming, lovely thing to hear. Every time I hear it, I'm like, life is good.
Free serotonin hit.
I'm getting a good grade in Pathologic, a normal thing to want.
Which is definitely possible to achieve.
Yeah.
The Devil May Cry ranking shows up in the corner.
I love the Tumblr meme of that. I'm getting a good mark in insert thing. A normal thing to want. Alright, now it's day 2 shop prices, so I can go in here. Hello. How much do these cost? Yeah, they would jump up to 220. So I'm gonna sell a couple of these because I actually don't need that many. And I'm gonna sell pistol for 7,200 that I got for free yesterday. I'm gonna sell this revolver ammo that I've been collecting and the right. I won't need a revolver for a hot minute. Perfect. So I already get 12,000. This is the problem with playing this game when you gotten good. I'm also gonna sell the crackers because they're not worth it food wise. Like, I just bought.
You see, I feel they're not worth it coin wise. I always grab them whenever I see them because they always cost effectively nothing.
Yeah, but I bought them for 7 gold yesterday, and I can sell them for 67 today.
I guess.
Which
Donks.
Which is a nearly 1000% markup. It is 3 gold away from being 1,000% of what it was worth yesterday. Mark, my stinky, stinky man, I'm here to talk to you. Show me a weird, trippy, surrealist play, please. Thank you.
Give me your Grand Guignol performance.
Truly.
Its nature turned out to be completely unexpected.
The enemy is found and named. It's called the Sand Pest. The contagious plague is threatening to ruin everything here.
How can a killer like this be punished? How can a villain like this be struck?
He can't. It's impossible. By pulling a knife on it, you'll just cut an innocent body.
I think I should go. Nothing to be done here anyway.
You should go. Go then. Wherever you please. Shoo.
I can't always tell who's supposed to be talking in these.
That's the best part.
Some of them it's obvious. Like one of them, it's clear it's Block that's talking, and one of them it's clear it's Aglaya.
Yeah.
But other ones, it's like, is Daniil the one saying I should go?
It's
I always
very
interpret this
abstracted.
one-
Very abstract.
I always
and
interpret
ambiguous.
this one as like Daniel saying that he should leave.
Yeah.
And someone like the Kane telling him to leave.
I also like how
oh, you should go then.
little tiny detail. I'm 90% sure the body on the table has Daniil's shoes on. I can't remember. Anyway, hi Mark.
Even the wisest of
Okay.
men may be
Mark
so
Hamill's Joker. The 3 heads of the dragon are facing 3 different directions. The 3 powerful families, 3 clans are overturned by the wind. This wind got in through the breach torn by Simon's death. How will they cope? Will they be able to come to an agreement? The masks do not know the answer to that question.
And who does? The masks are 2. That was the wrong voice.
The masks are 2, but the families are 3. I suspect the extra family is just that. An extra. It's superfluous. Someone will have to let go of their power before their fellow men remember a different art of letting.
Letting it go to their head?
Bloodletting. Fading into non-existence voluntarily is still better than perishing under the pressure put on you by implacable foes. Wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't. People are supposed to fight to the very end. Mark's conversations with Daniil are so interesting all of the time.
They
I
are
didn't
both
wanna-
utterly incapable of being normal to each other.
No, they're just like two
Two
scrungly
absolute
men
drama
have gone.
kids.
Yeah.
I didn't
10
want to interrupt
10
earlier
dead.
for it. I didn't want to interrupt earlier for it, but like the way Daniel was standing there with his purse and like his clothing on, he really looked like a grandma at the grandchild's graduation ceremony.
Yeah, that's that. I love Bachelor and his dumb little purse. And I want to be clear.
I love that it's part of his model.
Yeah, and I want to be clear about this. I think more men should get comfortable wearing purses. I think purses are great. The reason it's a dumb little purse, I'm dead serious. The reason it's a dumb little purse isn't that. It's because of the nature of the purse itself. It's very specifically that purse. And the way he's such a goofy little oddball about it. Like when he comes to the cathedral on the last day and's like, take my bag and my jacket, and I'm like, Daniil, you little twink, you Goomba. I'm glad you're having fun.
I have an uncle who is too insecure to even use a messenger bag.
Oh, I've met so many men like that.
I do not get it.
Okay,
Purses are
good.
just
I got the
convenient.
dried fish I need. 'Cause I needed 3 dried meat, right? And then 3 dried fish and 3 bread for the one quest. We're probably gonna get some fresh. Even though it's exorbitantly expensive. Oh yeah, I have a knife to sell. And hopefully I'll have some more knives to sell. Yes, exactly. Digital B. But yeah, generally early mornings, except for a few days where you can do things early, even if they send you you can go before the letter is sent and still activate the quest properly without glitching it out. Don't ask me how I know. It's not like I've tested like pretty much everything in this game like a weirdo. I'm normal about this game.
You are right, though. I can verify this.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure day 2 you have to wait. 9. Oh, yes, Robber. It's time, motherfucker. Oh shit.
You can. Wow, you just let her die.
Yeah. Free loot. And I get a free punch in. Listen, I play Daniel like the evil god of death because that's just how it comes up through the gameplay. I am the god of this world. Fear me. Damn it, he looted her before I could. Unironically annoyed about that.
Also, Anthony in chat said, I feel like Daniel's a typo gel. It is a satchel when you call his bag purse.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I do not need that much Miradorn at all. It's far better to just heal yourself with tourniquets and bandages 90% of the time. You can just keep getting them off of all of the water trading guys.
Yeah.
Like, they're... Most of the... Because the painkillers have such massive negative effects. They are useful sometimes because there's certain fights where, like, you're going to take a fuck ton of damage no
They're
matter
good
what,
if you're already going
and you're going to
sleep.
bed. Like, it's like, I'm already going to bed. So I always keep, like, 1 or 2 around. Yeah, donation awards. Reminder, I'm raising money to help with financial difficulties as a result of my disability and other stuff. So, and it's just a bunch of life disasters. EP. I love being disabled in Canada.
Yeah, support the arts, y'all.
Yeah.
Paradox the arts.
Arsenal.
God, I can't believe I've only finished day 1. That should have taken me like 2 hours, but because there's like... Which, I want to be clear, I'm really happy. The reason I didn't finish day 1 is because there's been lots of fun stuff happening stream-wise. But I'm just like, wow. That took me way longer than it should have.
It's taken a minute because it's been a good time.
It's been a good time. Yeah. There's another robber.
Get his ass.
He's probably going to throw a knife at me, and I may not be able to dodge it if he doesn't turn around. Yeah, there he is. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. You have to walk... so your sideways strafing walk is too slow to dodge the thrown knives, chat, and the thrown knives do like 99% of your health in one hit.
They're basically an instant kill, unless you're at cap.
Yeah, so you have to have full health, which... It's Patho. How often do you have full health?
Yeah.
How often do we bother healing up to full health? I got distracted. I saw a chat message, tried to read it, and I shouldn't have. I hate a stupid slow right hook. It's so much harder to... Yes, worth it. I'm not reloading. Oh, damn. I forgot I took other damage earlier in the day.
It always stacks up in ways you don't expect.
Yeah, no, I got punched by one of the guys in the yard at the start of the day. Again, that thing of like, you get punched once when you've forgotten the rhythm. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I was hoping to have needles. So for context, needles are one of the most valuable trading items in the game because if you have 10 of them and or nuts, and you encounter certain kids, they can trade you a schmouter. It's not really necessary, especially not on Daniel's route. We're gonna get so many from quest lines. But, in the off chance you get to trade for them, even if you don't end up needing it, it's an exorbitant amount of money. Like, I think Smouters probably sell today for 50,000-ish.
They sell for quite a bit. I know that much.
Yeah, I know Panaceas on one of the later days sell like maybe it was 60,000 or something. It's like it's ridiculous, and for good reason. They're trying to make sure that you don't sell them. But yeah, like right now it's selling for 14,400. Trying to remember, like, I'm pretty sure the 3 food items I need is 3 dried fish, 3 bread, and 3 dried meat. I bought those all yesterday. It's good. And I'm doing okay for food, so I can probably last until tomorrow on the food I already have, and the prices will go down slightly. Not massively.
But enough to get a deal.
No, I'm gonna have to buy food. Actually, no, I forgot. I have 3 entire fresh fish, which fresh fish and fresh meat are like almost a quarter bar, a little bit more.
They are, but I think like the canned veggies and smoked meat and dried meat might be more economical in terms of cost to how much it grants.
Which is why you buy the fresh stuff early on, and then you stop buying it later on. But that's why I have a bunch of fresh fish from yesterday when they were like $200.
The big brain play.
I understand this game too well. Okay. Let me double check my notes. I think day 2 I probably want to start Neva Yan's house. No, I don't actually. Okay, Anna's the first person I need to talk to. I should probably go sleep in Alexander's place, actually. Because Alexander's going to send me a letter at 7. I'm also pretty sure that exhaustion increases faster in the second day.
I think the cap for it gradually lowers over time, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
But there's definitely a different feel. Like
I know that's literally a thing in Patho 2. Like I know the days in Patho 2 literally get shorter the further you get into the game.
That's brutal.
It's so harsh. I love it.
Can you tell that Ruby and I have something weird about us when it comes to...
I'm moving into a new place in like about a month or so, and once I'm all established, I very much want to just do a full stream of Patho 2. I miss playing through that game.
If you want me there for it, I'll be there.
Oh, almost certainly.
I can come do voices if you want.
I'll figure it out once we get closer to the like day of, but you will definitely be involved.
Yeah.
Good luck with moving.
Thank you. I'm not too worried about it. I'm pretty sure everything's situated. I think this should be a relatively easy one, all things considered.
Yeah, I hope it goes well. Because I
know
about some other past moves.
This is a good one. This is one of the happy moves. I'm very excited for this move.
Yeah. I'm excited for you and Clark and whatever else is in the moving situation. It's so harsh, I love it. Spoken like a true masochist, which most gamers are, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want a game that I feel like is taking me seriously and not talking down to me. I just want art that feels like it's not talking down to me.
You know what? I think that's part of why... towards helping me with my financial issues, the info is in info, I believe. I thought I included that in the... I posted about it on Blue Sky and on the YouTube info as well. I didn't include that bit. I will go back to my channel community tab and copy paste it. But yeah, I wanted to do basically I want to do an artistic performance where the audience gets to decide elements of the performance as a way to... Basically, I'm busking. I'm digitally busking. I'm digitally busking, baby. Think of it as.
Street performance.
A street performance on the internet.
Shakespeare in the Park.
It's digital busking. Shakespeare in the Park. In the park, but there's more more murder and weirder voices. That's actually a really fun tagline. There you go. Yeah, so I just put it added into the info sheet. Due to a long series of disasters and my disability, I'm doing terrible financially, so I'm doing this to try and help out with that. Think of it as a street performance on the internet. It's digital busking, Shakespeare in the Park, but there's more murder and weirder voices. But yeah, and there's all sorts of fun things that I will do, and I will leave the VODs up in some manner. Probably for the first bit, I'll probably just leave them on the main channel, because the nice thing is that YouTube has changed things, and I've talked to people who work on the back end, so I know that this actually has changed things so that, street performance with the streets riddled with the sand pest, yes! That they have changed things so that, like, live streams don't affect your, like, whatever metrics stuff for actual videos. So I'll probably just leave them up in the live tab. Here's the other thing too, like, Nimona kind of proved to me that that's true as well. You know? Like, Nimona did well. Nimona did quite well. It didn't have as much tail as some of my other works that have done well, but it was #1 for the first while after its release, and my streams didn't negatively affect it. So, and actually, if anything, my streams tend to help because it gets people to go watch all my old videos.
That is very cool. I will keep that in mind.
That's
because I've always felt like that's a dual sword of like so many like YouTube features. It's like I want to try this out, but I also have zero faith that it won't like screw me over in some tiny way.
Yeah, same with like shorts. Like
oh yeah, no.
Yeah, being worried about shorts, but I think they've these tab systems they now have where videos are in categories. You notice I'm still strafing even while he's fighting the other person? Also, I should be able to get... didn't drop anything useful. Random dead bodies, sometimes if they're civilians, will drop stuff, even if you didn't kill them. But generally, robbers and stuff, if the guards kill them, they steal your kill, and you get nothing! Good day, sir!
You have to fight for your loot in here.
Yeah, Patho's a game where you gotta fight for the loot. How am I doing for exhaustion? Yeah, no, not worth going back to Alexander's just yet. Yeah, because where's Anna? Yeah, Anna's right south of Alexander, so it makes the most sense to start the day there for the main quest. It is like Star Kids Oregon Trail. I love Star Kids Oregon Trail. I put in a thing about our Star Kids Oregon Trail into... that's actually a really, really, really apt comparison for layered and complicated... Oh, God. Yeah, that's insta.
That's the Pathologic experience.
Again, what fun. I should have walked forward, and I should have gotten behind that water crate.
Yeah.
I did an oopsie, and instantly died. You can be the god of fighting in this game, but, like... You should have thrown it by now.
Sometimes the game will just own you.
And that's Pathologic is always reminding you, you are never really in control. You're never really having much power.
If the mechanics can't get you, then the jank will.
Truly. Oh, I'm really fucking up this fight. But yeah, sorry, Star Kids Oregon Trail. That's really apt because Star Kids Oregon Trail is a show where the audience is a diegetic element in certain very complicated ways, and they do determine who dies. Oh, for fuck's sake. I am, like, really messing up this fight. Well, it's because he won't send left jabs when I need him to send them. He's sending right jabs when I... Come on! Come at me. It's a lot easier when they're moving towards you. Thank you so much for the donation, Nicholas. I'm gonna go check what that is in a second. Sorry, but Stargate's Oregon Trail, the audience determines, you know, who dies in it, and it's sort of almost played like the audience determines the characters' names and things, and at a certain point, there's a scene where the father drinks, like basically he's trying to help the wife gets bitten by a snake, and he like pulls the venom out and then accidentally swallows it like an idiot, and he nearly dies, and he sees the Watchers with 1,000 eyes, which is the audience, and it's such a good use of like stage lighting and fourth wall break to actually say something about video games as a diegetic medium, like a medium where the player or the audience is a part of the medium, because it's a play about video games, and it's like the inverse relationship that Pathologic has to plays, or that Undertale has to plays.
That's incredible.
Which is why if people get to a certain reward level, you'll get to hear the first couple chapters of the Undertale video and understand what I'm talking about. I do bring it up in places in the Undertale script, which the Undertale script I'm super excited about, because you've helped me a lot with it, Ruby, just from getting like on calls and letting me ramble about the script for way too long, which, sorry.
No, pleasure's all mine. Honestly, once I get to that new place, one of the first things I'm going to do is re-record that thing I recorded for you. I'm not going to say what it is, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, oh, I cannot wait. I really need to practice my vocals for the thing. The thing that you recorded that's great.
The thing.
But for context, if you watched my Bechtel video, which unfortunately a lot of people didn't, which I really love that video and I wish more people would watch it. Hint, after the stream. Watch my Bechtel video. It's actually really good, even if you don't know who Bechtel is, even if you don't even know what the Bechtel test is, even if you've never read any of her work. You should watch it. It's really valuable. I got over a 90% in a writing class with that. I'm not even kidding. That was an actual university, like academic paper. My WGST professor really liked it, and I was like, I did good. I got good marks for talking about gender. A thing that is normal to want to do. And I'm not even kidding, because I literally did. But yeah, anyway, I'm really proud of that video. I think the most interesting thing with that video was how many parents reached out to me and saying, like, this was valuable to me.
Really?
That I think was probably one of the more interesting elements of working on it, because I knew it would connect, I think, a lot with people who've had complex relationships with parents. No, I'm not saying bad, because it's not bad. I have a very, very healthy, positive relationship with my mom, but Bechtel and I think both have complicated, layered, unique relationships with our parents. That aren't the traditional bad relationship that most queer kids have, but I think the sort of complex layers that can occur when it is a healthy relationship, but there's just a lot of... Yeah, and my mom actually helped out with the video, and like there's some quotes from her in there that I really do love how that entire video turned out, because like... It's meaningful to me, but I do think that one of the most interesting elements was, send me a letter. Alexander, you bastard.
Without the mistresses, the rulers...
Whatever, I think I could just start the quest.
Katerina?
I literally got an A in gender. A normal thing to want and desire. Alexander still Shadow the Hedgehog.
That damned fourth Chaos Emerald. So, yesterday you told the Kanes that we may possibly have to face an epidemic. I believe you, Bachelor. In all honesty, I'm one of the few people that do. The rest are astonishingly blind.
Excellent. The most important thing is that I've managed to persuade you.
We still have a few precious hours to stop the disease from spreading, just like Isidore Burok did a few years ago. We need to declare a state of emergency. But I can't do anything. My hands are tied.
You're the authority. What's barring you from declaring a state of emergency and being proactive?
The authority belongs to the triumvirate that is presided over by the patron, the head ruler. But now that Simon is dead, his place is vacant. Georgi and Vlad are too afraid that the old balance might shift, but these tragic events are reconfiguring the local power landscape.
And?
If I declare a state of emergency at my own discretion... Sorry. That damned Chaos Emerald, there'll be a feud, a civil strife. I need them to acknowledge me at least, to take further action. I need Sonic's money.
And the Kane's standing.
I need Big Vlad's cunning and Georgi's energy. I also need their servants to follow my orders.
Why would they make concessions to you? It's glaringly obvious that every minute counts, else the town will die. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna rule then?
It's their damned infantilism. One of them's a greedy child, another's a whimsical one. They think that if they admit that there is an outbreak in the town, it will actually happen, but as long as they refuse to believe it, it simply doesn't exist. It's either megalomania or cunning calculation.
What can I do to convince them?
Find proof. Any proof. Immediately. Well, Ruben tampers with the body, and he'll be busy with it for a long time since he's not a professional. The initiative will be lost. Help me, Denkinsky. Find actual proof. Show it to them, and they won't be able to deny the truth any longer.
Sadly, this is now my direct duty. I received a letter from the powers that be testifying to that extent. What steps are you planning to take?
I've asked several people I trust for help. Perhaps they have already offered to help you too. Some of them have sent word to me already. Furthermore, Anna, the current owner of Willows, is positive that she knows how to find irrefutable proof of the outbreak. She needs a competent person to assist her.
Fine. I'll speak to her. She was annoying last time. If there's one thing Danielle and I are capable of agreeing with each other on, it's that Anna Angel sucks.
Also, the context on why I asked for the meal to be John Mulaney, I have no idea who John Mulaney is. I just associate him with Spamton G. Spamton.
I am so happy that your desire to hear that was purely off of my performance skills alone. That is a balm to my soul, my dear friend.
Your performance as Spamton from Daudarune lives in my soul.
My performance of Spamton is truly beautiful. The Undertale video may or may not include a Patreon ad read. Like
Yes.
a Patreon where I perform it as Spamton G. Spamton, as if he's trapped me, or something. And, you know what? Special goal, because we haven't gotten donations in a while. I will perform that if we get to 85% of the current goal. And I need to do mental math for a second.
Oh, also just now remembered,
1700.
The last Kofi donation didn't reach out you didn't read out the message from it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Nicholas said, no voice request. Just want to give thanks to all your work and the Matrix, Queer Relativity, and Bechdel videos specifically. They have given me a voice and helped me in difficult times. And it means more than I can say. Good luck. Thank you. I'm trying not to cry on camera. Stuff like that makes me very emotional.
It's always overwhelming.
I think
in a good way.
It's overwhelming in a good way, and I think there's also just an added complexity as a trans creator who's experienced, like, you know, very active harassment campaigns, where you look at so much hate. A lot. And I also monitor Jessie's entire comments. And she's a much bigger channel. And has been targeted by Ben Shapiro, J.K. Rowling, Matt Walsh. Crowder hasn't mentioned her by name yet. But like most of the big names that have audiences built specifically for harassing. And then there's also certain debatey figures that decided that they would spend the entire year making it so I had to constantly read truly just the worst things. Oh boy. So my uncle is in town visiting my nana who has Alzheimer's. So I got to see him, which was really nice. We were having a chat the other night, and the topic came to just like political stuff in this province and the transphobia things, because the Sask party overruled. There's a special clause, this whole long complex aspect of the politics of Canada and why this country sucks. They fully just overruled the Charter of Rights to attack trans kids in schools. The law basically makes it so that kids cannot be gendered correctly, or given the correct pronouns or name by teachers without a consent form being like signed by the parents. The law basically mandates that teachers out students. I was talking about stuff, and there, and he was asking like, how do you deal with hate? And I'm just like, at a certain point, you kind of become a little numb. When you've woken up to, and I am not exaggerating, I do actually mean this, over 10,000 messages calling you a rapist, a pedophile, etc., because of what you are and nothing else, that kind of breaks something in your brain to how you respond to those types of things. And sometimes it's just a rough period. So stuff like what Nicholas just sent, means a lot. I'm not gonna cry mostly because I just don't want to deal with like runny ink makeup.
Yeah.
All over. I want to be clear. I think crying is a good and healthy thing to do when you're emotional. Hormones also really do affect it, but just being reminded exactly why I do what I do, that my work has value, that it helps people, means a lot. And when I get comments like that, I don't know, it makes up for the thousands of other things that I have to see. And yeah. And Nick's saying in chat, I have a very vivid memory of watching the queer relativity video during a walk, alone, the countryside with my earbuds on, and just like crying while walking, feeling so much love and relief. I don't have words to adequately express how much that means, but it's just, yeah. I'm sure you know how I feel, Ruby.
Oh no, I very much get it, because like I mean it's kind of funny that, because this is so appropriately timed, because I'm working on that, the end of Evangelion thing, which no small part of that video is just how it's just very much going to be about how even when it doesn't matter what you're making, when you're making anything, it doesn't matter. It is hard. Even when it's good and easy, it is hard just by virtue of engaging with so many people en masse. And even if you're lucky and they get it,
yeah,
that can still be deeply overwhelming in its own way.
Yeah.
But if you put something out there that was meant to make people happy, and instead it gets you a tidal wave of hate, that can do things to a person.
Yeah, so it's just every time I get to be reminded why I do this, why I make art, it just means the world. Because yeah, I know how much art can be an integral part of like living, I guess. I genuinely believe that art is a necessity almost. So anyway, I'm gonna read through this. I'm gonna voice act in silly voices now. Emotional sincerity and silliness. Could it be more Aronach than that? Really
That's
is
the
my
brand.
videos. It's the brand. I'll make you laugh and then I'll punch you right in the gut emotionally. Except I do it to myself primarily. Never forget that. The first person who cries at my scripts is me.
Mood.
You're supposed to join the Sith, not leave it in darkness. So what do you think? Is it unstoppable? I've started saving up pills. Tell me which ones work better.
I'd come on Sabarov's behalf. Real proofs required for the rulers to devolve their powers to him and begin cooperating. And you know where to find it, don't you?
Join this. Incidentally, are you aware that no one believes you? Seems like Sabarov, the despot, was the only significant person who sided with you. He could have prevented the disaster, but it's too late now.
So what do you know, Angel darling? Has anyone found a disease hotbed? And why the hell doesn't anybody believe me, I wonder? Yesterday they were all busy harping on about my educated opinion being the ultimate truth to them.
Oh, it's all such a mess. We've been living a very quiet life for a while. We're not used to a lot of people were killed yesterday, you know. I still can't believe it's like a pagan demon had passed through the town, possessing the crowd, committing foul murder, and somehow remaining invisible.
So what was it you wanted to tell me?
Disturbing rumors were heard from different districts all night, mostly inconsequential, and mostly driven by everyone's fear of the man-eater, the mob's crazed vigilantism. It's all rubbish, but I've found several reports disconcerting.
Which ones?
They were brought to me by second-hand dealers. I've started saving up medicine, you know. Never mind. Anyway, everyone's noticed an unusual silence and occasional strange animal behavior, especially that of dogs, and there are packs of rats, too. Var said that such things are often left unnoticed in the general panic. I'm not going to use that term,
because just calling them the disability, again, I think perfectly fine as writing that as the character. I just don't want to say it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where it's like, just because a character says something awful doesn't mean I want to perform it on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
especially with the way things can be clipped.
And I want to be, yeah, exactly. And I want to be clear. Someone having a hunchback is not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad term. It's just when it's, imagine being as someone who is disabled, I'm not using this term lightly, it is a slur, like being called the cripple, it's, you know, it has the same vibe, and I'm like, not comfortable with that as a disabled person who also doesn't have that disability, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, it does resemble the first signs of an outbreak, but silence could have been caused by fear. Dogs always get anxious when people do. As for rats, there's a slaughterhouse nearby, isn't there?
There were other signs, too. Frightening scribbling and repulsive oily spots on walls here and there. Raspy breathing that could only belong to giant lungs can be heard by the silent houses. They say the Shabnak, the embodiment of the disease, is breathing poisonous air, leaving her fat on the walls as she walks by.
Show me where the places are.
The children know which houses are infected. There were 3 of them, 4 tops. You know it? Dr. Capella, the young Olginskaya. Children are drawn to her like moths to a flame. They tend to hang around everywhere and report everything to her. She's at the lump now, and tell her I will share my pills with the children.
It's nice to have a network of little agents all over the place, putting aside the fact that all of them are also little Deathbringers now, of course.
Daniil, those are children!
Daniil.
I think I would say that either way, but
I love
you
Daniil
also made that
so
joke
much.
first.
He should be in every kind of jail.
He is my smelly son, just like Patrick Bateman, but only specifically Benjamin Walker's version of the American Psycho the Musical, which I'm very normal about. I'm definitely not going to... I'm definitely not gonna have to resist the urge to sing "I Am Back" when I start the stream tomorrow. For context, it's a song that so they have this song where they go out to the Hamptons, and Patrick's just having a fucking meltdown, and it's kind of a mood. I'm not gonna lie, like not the murder stuff, but the like having a mental breakdown while everyone's like everything's fine, and you're like mental health bad, pretending to be normal. And then afterwards, like when they go back to Brooklyn, he sings this song called "I Am Back," and he goes on a murder spree, and it's fucking great. And the song's just so good. That Long Island air is pretty shitty. I can't remember the tune. I just have to listen to it again. Anyway.
Speaking of stinky children, my stinky daughter is joining us.
Oh, good. For context, she's talking about a cat. Yeah. He's talking about a cat.
Yes?
Please tell the cat I say hello.
Bachelor Dankovsky, the founder of Thanatica, an unexpected visit.
Victoria, I need your help.
But of course, how can I help you?
Have you by any chance heard of anything unusual going on in the town? From the children, perhaps. You must be aware that I'm looking for Isidore's murderer.
I was actually about to share this with you. Little kids come to me in flocks from throughout the town. They're all scared. The youngest are afraid of Shabnak. The older ones tell me that there's something wrong with certain houses. And who knows what's inside.
I can see your intelligence is quite competent. Which houses are those?
Children are lovely reporters. They remember all that's crucial to them in great detail and leave out everything else completely. As for this case, my friends have noticed a staggering amount of details. And yet, they have forgotten to tell me the most important part. So I can only give you a rough direction of the area.
Like it could ever be simple. What details have they noticed, then?
The ones you expect the least. The silence. The moaning chorus from below the ground. Lamentations from behind the windows. Dogs banding together in packs and eating soil. The unusual smell in the air as if a stinking cloth was burned. A friend of a friend's friend hasn't come to an appointment.
I see. So what do I do? How am I supposed to look for these silent houses?
It's an earth, the troubled southern part of the town. You could use a guide down there, find a boy named Sticky. He'll show you the houses that have fallen silent. He'll also tell you what is where, so you don't get confused.
I don't get lost easily, actually.
To be fair, in this playthrough, I don't. The first playthrough, not so much.
One more thing. Lara was looking for you. She needs your help with something. Everyone does.
I'll go see her if I have the time.
Okay.
This sentence, I can see your intelligence is quite competent.
Oh, he fucking sucks. Okay.
Also, Ruby Princess says hi back by shoving her face forcefully into your face, so...
I think one of the weirdest elements of American Psycho, all the versions, is how much of a complicated look it is at sexism from cis gay men being written by cis gay men. For context, the only good writing in his entire career is the guy who made Riverdale wrote American Psycho the musical. I know. I don't understand why I like it. But LK and I have figured something out, which is that he writes Jughead like Patrick Bateman. I'm not kidding. I need to go talk to Eva, and then I need to go to Lara. Shoot, one sec. Let me check this. Yeah. Eva makes most sense. And then Lara, Yulia, and I can go to Andre after. This stream is just a compact tonal dissonance, which, to be fair, I think Pathologic is also compact tonal dissonance. In a good way, in a healthy way, because like all of the characters are so their own thing, and even just each of the routes is their own thing. It's more like going to a triple feature at the same theater with the same cast and crew, and full credit to you, Ruby, for for that type of analogy, but and the game itself. Ruby, are you still there? Oh. I'm gonna guess that Ruby stepped away for a second. Or is having issues with the button. Yeah. But I want to clear, I was not talking about the author of the book. But I got distracted. I'm all over the place. I'm saying a lot of things. But yeah, so like I think that the musical kind of condenses those elements into the most coherent stuff. And like Patrick is a sexist, outwardly homophobic man, but he also like only shows restraint and intimacy with Lewis. Even as he's like, you shouldn't like me. And it's so interesting. Oh, that's unfortunate, random mistake. But good to know. Hopefully Ruby will be back soon. Just some ping them and check if everything's okay. They're still in the call, so.
I might just be getting a drink.
Probably. I might have just not heard her say I'm getting a drink.
I wonder what Harrispeck's inheritance
Eva doesn't have a...
Is it true, the thing you found out? You don't have to comfort me, just tell me if it's true. Is there hope that you're wrong?
I've learned a lot of things in the last couple of days that I would have never considered to be true before.
The sand dirt, is it true? Has Simon died of the sand pest?
My colleague Ruben suspects as much.
We need to run away from here, Daniil, immediately. Even if we have to move exclusively by foot, we need to go now. We will die in a step, of course, but at least it won't be as excruciating.
Fine. I'm sick of this place anyway. When's the train leaving?
A freight train full of meat, leather, and raw materials departs from the station every month. Women of the kin bid it farewell with sorrowful songs and mourning. That's the ritual.
Curious. I'd like to have a look at that.
Living people are forbidden to get on the train. The only person allowed to come aboard is the deaf and dumb Odong driver. Only he can guide the train through the steppe.
Again, these characters, like, this game has issues with these things, but I also think it's worth saying that, like, in character, pretty much everybody's horrible, so... Not a full pass, but
Deaf and dumb can also mean youth.
Yeah, which isn't great, but it's...
old-timey word from youth.
Yeah.
It's very outdated nowadays, but it used to be, like, the general term.
I came here without any additional rituals, and I'm planning to leave the place in the same fashion.
But you haven't touched the bull meat train. It's an entirely different thing.
Can we bargain with this driver?
No, he's deaf and dumb. Moreover, he's not quite a man. His position is sacred to him. There's a way out, though. I think I know of a man who could intimidate him. Intimidate even an Odong. I'm just gonna skip that line.
Who is it?
Andrew Stamatin, the architect. He's a very menacing and strong man. He treats me in a slightly condescending manner, but you can speak to him on my behalf. He won't refuse, and I think even Andre doesn't want to rot of the sand plague.
Poor Eva, all the men around her are just like, what if we were condescending assholes? Yippee! Yay! I don't know why I was trying to fix the jacket, and I just like, it's like, ah! Okay, I'll relay your request to him. Perfect. And then we can go by Lara's, and then from Lara's to Yulia's to get money. So much money. Day 2 is a lot of slow walking and a slight bit of danger. Thanks so much for following, Nicholas.
Money.
Yeah, and collecting money. We're mostly gonna sell today. We're not gonna buy much.
Gonna cash in your stocks?
I did already, early in the morning, when they were already worth a lot. But now I'm sitting at 14,000 gold, which on day 2 is pretty high, because most people won't consider those things. Not that I think someone couldn't think, like, oh, the prices, I've been told the prices will change, right, by the diegetic tutorials.
It's like the general advice is usually sell everything in day one, so you can buy as much in day one. So I think a lot of people would not think to save stuff for day two.
Well, there's certain things I did sell certain things and buy certain amounts of things on day one. Food, you need to buy a certain amount of food. But for example, I saved a certain amount of bullets and my pistol for day two because it's like the markup jump is so high that it's worth more than selling and then buying other items, right, on day one. But like, you do want to buy a decent amount on day one as much as you can, which is why you shouldn't do the unnecessary Grace quest, Anna and Grace quest, because it's like, you get nothing from it, and there's no consequences. To be fair, the game does explicitly tell you don't need to do everything. And sometimes it's best not to. Which I think is such a fascinating choice. She has a body in her body.
Food for the,
Oh no, I have been doing that quest. I'm sorry, random mistake. Reminder, psycho's an automated term just because of Satanism. Not because of anything you said. You're just saying American Psycho. But the author is Bret Easton Ellis. Yeah. Bret Easton Ellis actually likes the musical. Fun fact.
Maybe refer to it as American Psyche to get around the automaton.
Yeah, I don't have that.
We'd still know what you mean.
Yeah, we know what you mean. Or just put a space between psych and O.
Yeah.
My lips are too dry.
Does Lara have a voice yet? I need to go check the sheet. Oh, she doesn't. Okay. Chat, reminder, you can donate to Select Voices if you want other voices. Just saying. There's panic everywhere, right? Prices are rising by the hour. Not to mention that we haven't received any provisions for several months. The shops are empty. The people are eager to buy anything at exorbitant prices. Everyone is trying to prepare themselves for the epidemic. Yes, it's absolutely absurd. I think the prices have gone up threefold. A lot higher than threefold. We need to buy emergency rations, a lot of them. It will be a challenge even today, but I fear that tomorrow it will simply become unfeasible. How much do you need? I need a lot. I want at least 12 people to be able to survive for a month in the house that will become a shelter. With minimal expenses, of course. My friends and those who help me set up the place up will be accepted in. And what did you do to make that happen? I collected all the money I could find. I sent couriers on a shopping mission, trying to find the best prices. Now I need to collect the most important donations from the Kanes and the Olgimskis. Yulia agreed to make a donation too. I'm going to see them now, and then I'll join this crazy shop rush. Not going anywhere. It's a general rule, Lara. Those who stay in survive. Those who go around shopping die. Get it? I do, but I'm used to doing everything myself, and I don't really have a choice right now. I'll make the purchases. I have to do a lot of walking today anyway. Tell me what you need. Oh, this is the walking day. I need to collect Vlad the Younger's, Yulia's, and Maria Kane's donations. Tell them that you are acting on my behalf. Then you need to find the best prices and buy as much bread, smoked meat, and fish as possible. Only the products that don't go bad quickly. You need to take it all to the House of the Living. I'll show you where it is. Fuck, I needed smoked meat. I'm gonna have to go buy it.
You needed that?
I had dried meat, not smoked meat.
Everyone knows smoked meat is preferable.
Is that what you... Thank you so much for the donation, Gene. Let's go look at... Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. Yeah, the unfortunate accidental dead name stuff. I coached a kid. Oh, thank you, Gene. Said no request, just wanted to give. Well, I appreciate it.
I have an interesting story on that when you're done with this conversation.
What was I saying? Yeah, but I coached a kid with my dead name for a couple years. Actually, he's an Olympic hopeful now. Fun fact. So, I'm proud of him. He's a good kid. I hope it goes well. I'm not kidding about the Olympic hopeful thing. I will not say who it is. I will not say their gender. I'll do my best to avoid it. I think I already did. But yeah. Probably not hard to figure out if you know where I live and that I coach rowing, but... I need to collect Vlad the Younger's, Julius and Maria Canis
donations. Tell them that you're acting on my behalf. Then you need to find the best prices and buy as much bread, smoked meat, and fish as possible. Only the products that go bad. You'll need to take it all to the house of living. I'll show you where it is.
Not what you're calling the future shelter. A lovely name. An ironically incorrect one.
Thank you. And forgive me for burdening you with time-consuming and mundane errands, but one day a lot of people will be very thankful that we've managed to take care of the vital issues beforehand.
I know. Okay, I need to think about pathing for a minute. Tell your story while I'm deliberating.
The thing about that names is, I had an ex once who had the same dead name as one of the headmates in my system, which made things very awkward.
Okay, it makes more sense to go to Maria later because I was pretty sure, and I have to go talk to her for the Let's Run From Here quest. So it is more efficient to go to Andres first. Here's the trick to voice training. Constantly talk to yourself.
Yeah.
Literally, that's it. And record your voice and listen back to it. Video essays kind of make that a natural thing that you just end up doing a lot. So you get really aware of how your voice sounds. Play with your voice. Your voice is an instrument, but it is also a muscle set. Not one muscle, a bunch of them. And the other thing I would recommend is learn how speech actually functions, the mechanical aspects of it. Save. Been quick saving a bunch, but better to have some saves spread across the day just in case you fork something up. Yeah, so coaching a kid with my dead name was an interesting experience for sure. Because every time someone would be like, dead name, and I'll be like, they're not talking to me. They're not talking to me. It's fine. Don't get mad. You know? Because they just literally weren't talking to me. Does Yulia have a name? A voice? Yulia has a name. What is Yulia's voice? Doesn't have one. Okay. Chat reminder, you can donate to give characters voices. Or change the ones that are currently there. What is going on in the town? I wish I could go... No, I need to... What's going on in the town? I wish I could go out and see for myself. I've come on Laura Ravel's request. Oh, true. She did say that she needed to buy some provisions, stocking up on drinking water and whatnot. Some couriers have offered their services to me already, and then there's this profiteering peddler who visited yesterday. The mind boggles. Just to think that all this hullabaloo was caused by the death of one single man. There's an epidemic hazard. The disease we're about to face is likely to be more terrible than plague, Yulia. One man's death has nothing to do with it. You amaze me, Bachelor. Did you make fun of the Shabnak rumors yesterday? Mind you, there was some factual basis for all the hearsay. A lot of people don't have the faintest idea of what kind of life may be found deep in the steppe. They don't even know what kind of people live there, what kind of food they eat, what kind of effigies they make out of clay. Neither do you, to be fair. Still, you don't hesitate a moment to accept a rumor of an epidemic as veritable truth. Thank you so much, Starry AJ. Is the concept of the disease that much more familiar to you than that of a man-eating abomination made of clay? It's simply because my head's screwed on right, damn it! You trust Ruben's opinion? And what exactly does Ruben say? Did he release any results of his research yet? With all due respect, that's none of your concern, you... I love Daniil. I love Daniil and Yulia just being terrible with each other.
They just need to one-up each other constantly. They can't help themselves.
They can't help it. They can't have a productive conversation. It's just got to be like, I'm a smart girl. Well, I'm a logical boy.
Let us get back to more pressing matters then.
Let us get back to more pressing matters then. Here, take the money. I'm not so eager to give everything I have to alleviate the outbreak, because I've yet to see any proof that the outbreak is real. But I'm well aware of this reality of Lara's drastic circumstances. I will embrace the opportunity, however slim. Hopefully, at least part of the money will be used for purposes other than the shelter she has conceived of.
This is exactly the kind of blindness that kills people during emergencies. Thank you for your donation.
Incredible combination of sentences. This is exactly the kind of blindness that kills people in emergencies. Thank you for your donation.
No one does it quite like Daniil. Okay, I need to check my rations. Yeah, I've got 3 dried meat, and I think I ate my 2 smoked meat, so I've got a hope that there's smoked meat in the stores. So just every food store that I can stop at along the way today, I need to grab smoked meat.
Welcome to the Patho experience.
Yep.
Nothing like shooting yourself in the foot! Woo!
Even playing with a guide, it will backstab you.
In this case, the guide is my own notes. And also the James's spoiler-free thing. Which I highly recommend if you're going to play through the game, because genuinely, this game
James
is so
is the
full.
unsung hero of the Pathologic community.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not...
by far.
I've done entire days where I didn't touch the guide until I encountered major game-breaking bugs. The thing about James is that he saves you from a lot of the game-breaking bugs primarily. I don't find that he really teaches, like, again, it's spoiler-free.
Okay, so what we're talking about, since I don't think we stated it clearly, is if you buy this game on Steam, Classic HD, and you go into the Steam guides, like the guides that have been posted to Steam itself, one of the top the 3 of the top ones will be spoiler-free guides for each of the routes, written by a guy named James. That's
important
all we know about him.
So James translated these guides from Russian, and added his own additions alongside the original Russian guides. He credits the original Russian poster as well. He also recommends the General Survival Guide by another user. That is useful and probably worth reading. I kind of got all the information for that from you, just from us hanging out in voice calls when I started playing the game and your videos.
Really, the only tip, if you have any interest in playing Pathologic, the only tip you genuinely need that can carry you through all 36 days is collect bottles from trash cans and fill them with water.
Genuinely, like, if you don't know that and you don't know you can trade them, the other thing is don't sell your tradables. Minus knives. Yeah. Sell knives. Because knives can be traded with some of the kids.
They can be traded. Knives are worth holding on to trade around the time like the checkpoints start going up, because you can trade them to the guards for meat.
Yeah, but do you want to know what's way better use of your time with trading with guards? Go into burnt districts, kill looters with a bullet. You get a crowbar. The crowbar is worth 1 bullet from a guard.
Yeah.
So you can basically just infinitely kill all, like, you can just cycle, as long as you start with, like, 4 or 5 bullets, you can basically just cycle kill the, I'm gonna go to stickies first. You can cycle through killing a bunch of these things, but you also loot the houses, and the houses have an ungodly amount of resources. If you want to break the game, whenever you have free time, day 6 in particular, use burnt districts, as a looting cycle when you have free time, and you'll never worry about resources again. I gained the game with 50,000 gold, about 25 of most medications, and 3 extra smouters. You can break this game if you play clever.
Its economy is relatively easy to rig in your favor once you know a few tricks. Like there was a lot of stuff I left out of my Patho videos, specifically because I knew if I pointed that out, it would effectively ruin the play experience of anyone who wanted to, like, actually have a personal experience with these games.
Yeah. Definitely. Like, I want to be clear, you should ignore this stuff if you want to have... But, like, these are all tricks that I figured out on my own. Like, the burnt district thing, I found no guide mention how good burnt districts are as a looting resource. None.
Like,
None.
for even selling on day 2, like,
That's not something that anyone mentions.
It's not even required. Like,
no.
You can get by just by going in completely blind, no guide, no anything. As a matter of fact, in my most recent playthrough that I did preparing, because of course I'm working on the Horrorspec route, that's in the background. And while playing through the Horrorspec route again, I deliberately tried to make it as hard as I could. I banned myself from trading. I didn't allow myself to sell anything for the first 2 days. Yeah, I didn't allow myself to sell anything for the first 2 days. Just as many obstacles in my way as I could manage. But if you finish quests on time, you typically get enough, especially if you just hunt a couple bandits here and there.
You get a lot of money.
You get a lot of stuff. Like even in Horrorspec route.
Even the Horrorspec route. The Horrorspec route's not as hard as a lot of people make it out to be. Here's the trick. You do on the first day, you just do whatever can get your reputation back up. I got my reputation up to full on the first day blind run. On stream. I did that last week. You can go watch the stream. Blind run. I think I spent maybe 3 hours running away from people trying to punch me. You don't take the monetary rewards as much. And you're fine. Horrorspec is not as bad as people make it out to be. I don't know.
It's really not. Like, it starts a lot harder. It is not the route you should play first.
No. You should play the game like there are 3 stories in a row and you start with Bachelor.
Yeah. But, like, once you have a basic grasp on the mechanics, like, by the time you've hit day 4 in Bachelor, I think you have enough game knowledge to easily get through Horrorspec.
I would say if you've gotten through the Plague House, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, once you've beaten Plague House, you've beaten one of the games, like, I'm going to kick you in the balls repeatedly tests, and you're fine now. And here's the thing that's important about Pathologic 1. It is designed with save scumming in mind. Like, it almost intends you to use save scumming to some extent. Because it is trying to wear you down by making you exhausted. So, is the Plague House technically doable without save scumming? Yes. But it's pretty clear they expect you to do it or get infected. One of the two. You can make your choice. And it's just a question.
You're going to have a bad time either way.
Do you care
You're either
more
going
about
to
your
waste a
time
lot
now or
of
later?
time. You're either going to waste a lot of time or you're going to lose a lot of resources. Which do you value more?
Anyway, sticky time. I love sticky. Want to see something fun? Sure. Look around. Some houses are always open for you. Others open for everyone only under special circumstances. If a person dies or when there's a wedding or something, others are still only open to those who can find a creep hole in. And? Well, I collect places like that. I made a map a year ago. Now there are so many marks in it that there's no room for houses. I hid in a house for about 2 hours once. The owners were there, but they didn't notice me. Interesting.
Something's on. I feel makes my hair stand on end.
Will you teach me to tell a person's expected lifespan by their pupils? They say you've seen a silent house. I've seen it all right. Shouldn't have done that. Hey, can you check me, like you doctors do, just in case? Although they say if you get sick, you can feel it right away. Just as if someone was pouring boiling tar straight into you. Yeah. No fever, you're fine. So if you sneak into infected houses, which ones? One's really close by, just across the yard. It's one freaky place, all right. All hot and smeared with bloody fat. Ugh. They say bloody mold was crawling up the walls during the first outbreak, too, like a scab. This is rubbish. A scab on stone walls? I know what I'm talking about. The thing's carrying the disease. That's why it's so creepy. What if it crawls further and no one cares? The guys tried to tell them, if you see blood leaking from under a door, that's where a Shabnak, has had a feast. But no one believes them, guys. Is it better never than late or something? All right, I'll go check. Sure, it's Isidore's house, isn't it? Sticky, I'm basically just trying to do an impression of kids I've coached. Not gonna lie.
That's the correct voice.
He's just kind of an excited little boy.
Just happy to be here.
It's fine. Everything's good. This district's gonna be infected by tomorrow. Here's an interesting question. Are the districts that are infected random or semi-random?
I'm pretty sure they're set, at least in this one. I think they're randomized in 2, but in here, I think there might be some randomness to it. But for the most part, in my experience...
Fuck. Okay, let's see if I can do it first try like last time. Is that a person? Will you help me? What's wrong with you? Can't you see me? So hot it hurts. My head is about to burst. Blood is curling in my veins. I'd scream, but I don't want the children to hear. There are no children here. I keep hearing children's voices. The girls are crying, the boys laughing. We couldn't scare them. Don't tell them and don't let them in here. You're delirious. There's no one here. Don't come close. We were dying already. I told my sister not to go outside, so they're shambling around the house. All right, hold on. I'll get help. Just don't kill us. Don't kill them if they ask for your help. Their mind is clouded with pain. They can't even find each other. They're only praying. Don't come close to them and step away from me too. I'll be back. Fuck. Ha! I'm the god of this game!
Congratulations, you successfully left some women to die in a house.
Oh, yeah. I'm so glad that you took me up on that joke setup. Thank you. I was like, do it, Ruby, do it.
Swoop in for the kill.
Yeah. Pathologic, the game that makes you go, yippee, I survived. Oh, right.
Oh, I'm a monster.
This is sad. They just want some
I'm
comfort in their dying
exactly the
day.
kind of person I resent.
Yep. Give me bullets. I kind of want to... I now have enough resources that I'm going to start saving. I want to make sure I always have 10 needles on me just in case I get a smouter for free. I only think I have 1 nut currently. Can we talk about the importance of nuts as, like, mystical objects in this game series? Let's talk about the nuts. Also, I got the food that I need. Ruby, are you ready to talk about the magical nuts? Ruby?
The thing is, I would just end up, like, reciting the Marble Nest script.
Fair. But it's just... that script kills me.
Tell us about the nuts, Ruby.
Tell us about the nuts, Ruby. I was really good. So there's this whole concept of focuses in the games, which I think are such an interesting concept. I feel like they're not from Pathologic. I feel like it's something that's appeared in other older works to some extent. I feel like I've heard of something like it before, but how Pathologic uses them is very interesting. The whole idea of, like, holding an entire soul within, like, a focus, and then, yeah, the kids in Marble Nest using nuts try to keep Daniel alive.
I wonder if in like in Russian folklore and such, we can find more references to that.
To foci? Yeah. Okay. I should check my... Oh, I need to go to Alexander. I'm just gonna load to that faster. Exactly, Liz. If the women didn't want to die, they should have practiced proper social distancing.
I mean, that is a valid point.
Mike just said, after seeing Ruby's Marble Nest video, I am haunted by the times I ate nuts in my first Patho 2 run. Someone earlier, I can't see the name, said, yeah, I like when 2 makes you do whole long quests that just end up spreading the plague. I like the places where doing nothing is the objectively better options. I think Patho 2 is much more balanced around, like, you're not expected to be able to save everybody. Like, Patho 1 is a mountainous challenge. Patho 2 is a slog.
Patho 1 is a gauntlet. Patho 2 is just attacking you relentlessly. Like, it just never stops. It never lets up.
Also, I forgot to thank Kyan Come for resubscribing. to the Twitch, and they said, "Oh no, why are you torturing yourself, Aronok? For fun and profit." Truly, this game reflects my outer life.
Fourth Chaos Emerald. I'm listening, Bachelor. I found proof, Governor. Here's the key to a house where several people dying in agony are waiting for anyone willing to examine them. Will that be enough? I've already received a report of your spectacular success. News of your deeds precedes you. Now I want you to personally convey your opinion on what you have witnessed to Kane and Old Gimsky. Then we can consider your mission complete. I'll do that.
And this works out perfectly because now I'm going to go to Andre, and then from Andre to Maria, and Maria is right beside the other Kane. Plan your days out. So generally I would say that a blind playthrough involves basically dry running a day and fucking it up, and then replaying that day and getting it right. And I did that a bit.
Yeah, no.
James just kind of removes the fucking around. He just leaves you the finding out.
I think that's what made doing it on stream so exhausting for me, because I felt like I had to do one day every stream, and it was so exhausting to do it right.
It's a drain.
It is tough.
Like, again, I don't want to, like, seem like I'm just lavishing Pathologic 2 in praise, but it is one of the reasons why I think that game is better designed in a very fundamental way. Because, like,
No,
it strongly disincentivizes you from taking that kind of approach, but still makes it feel fair.
And I think it's worth saying that Patho 2 is building off of Patho 1. It's from the same developers. I think it's if anything a testament to their skills as designers to say, how do we do this better? And then they did it. You know? Like I think you lavishing Patho 2 with constant praise is worth it. Patho 1 is more interesting to me, but it's more interesting to me because it's fucking janky. Like it's jank. There's jank to it that I find more interesting in certain ways, you know?
Yeah. I will say that, like, it does, all of my opinions do come with the asterisk of I have played this game for 300 hours and all of its flaws and, like, errors and rough edges have become not just obvious to me, but a fundamental part of the experience. I have solved it. I have solved Pathologic.
Pathologic is an incredibly complex puzzle that when you solve it, you feel like a genius. There's, like, I think I constantly think about your "my brain is huge" line from one of the videos. I can't remember which. Because, yeah, that's how beating Patho 1 makes you feel. You're like, I'm a god. And there's no other game that like, people talk about, like, oh, Dark Souls is so hard. No. Beat Pathologic, then we can talk.
About Dark Souls, I hate that fandom.
Pathologic 2, legit, I say this as someone who, like, I have platinum trophied most of the Souls games. I was like, I worked on the walkthrough for Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, like the official guide. I have been neck deep in that franchise forever. Pathologic 2 is harder.
Yeah. I mean, I think anyone who knows what the fuck they're talking about knows that. Also, we don't have a voice for Andre Stabatin, and Andre Stabatin gets a lot of fun lines, just saying, chat. I see the dust of my beloved capital on this man's feet. Ta-da! I bet you must have met me. Wait a second, the uni! Weren't you juggling knives on the table? Ha! Remember the time when we got the better of those bastards, eh? And you sat there all quiet, but when the tables went down, you grabbed the shooter. Yeah, I remember. Very brave of you. Those were the days, and look at me now. Those were the days indeed, Dankovsky, in case you've forgotten, and you are Andre Stabatin, sentenced to death in 4 countries at your service. Rejoice and sing, those of you who are not looking for me to die. I'd sing but a single voice, even if its singing doesn't change much. I'm luckier than you. I have a beloved brother. You guys must be quite attached to each other. Twins are the two sides of a single person. Each of them pulls in their own direction. Each sees their own side of things. I hope to see you two side by side someday.
Laura and her company are buying up all...
Danielle wants to have a threesome with the Stamatins. Just saying.
Canonically.
Oh, absolutely.
Danielle, when a big, strong man who's murderous is around...
I mean... To be fair, I don't know if I can blame him.
I'm too lesbian, but like, I'm glad that's what makes him happy. Listen, I love a woman that can fucking kill me, and
I'm very like. Don't get me wrong. I'd much rather prefer Aglaia. However, like, you see, like, okay, Andre, I think would just be a good time, assuming I didn't die. But Peter would be a very complicated one because either we would kill each other over the course of the night, or we would be married forever. No in between.
That makes too much sense. I feel like chat's learning many things about all of us today. One of the funniest things LK and I have talked about is just the weird thing that we both have for like people just being covered in blood. Something about that. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Big fan. Big fan.
Lesbians are weird. I don't know. And I'm ace too, but I'm just like, oh my god, yes. I'm so gay. She's covered in blood and traumatized. Fictional.
Oh,
fictional blood.
She committed irredeemable crimes? I'm all in.
You have put images in my head now that I will not be able to get rid of for months.
Sid, take a load off your feet. Eva wants to flee the town before it's too late. She said only you can make that happen. Flee. Why in the world? Have yesterday's murderers scared her so much? No one will dare lay a finger on her. A killer more dangerous than a step spirit is at large. There'll be an epidemic. Andre, Ruben told me that it's called the Sand Pass. Does it ring any bells? What? Is that what Ruben said? Bullshit. 5 years ago, it spread like fire to dry forest. Burke managed to grab it by the tail back then. If it were the Sand Plague again, drama queens would have spread it all over the place yesterday. The town would have been crammed full of dead men by today. How has Isidore managed to do that? He acted very resolutely. Burke locked and boarded up every infected house. It was a miracle. The old man used to have a brilliant intuition. Why do you ask? Because the Sand Plague, or whatever it's called, has come to your town. You and Ruben do mean that. That's impossible! How has Salmon died of this? None of the Kanes would still be alive by now. Ruben is mistaken. Eva thinks otherwise. Will you help her leave? On the other hand, Eva is somewhat right. Yeah, it's time to leave the place. Yesterday's orgy was disgusting. The fight for the throne is about to begin, and I don't want to see its consequences. We can't stay here any longer. Are you with us? I'm obsessed with the sentence, yesterday's orgy was disgusting, let's leave town.
Top 5 lines in the game.
I think the top 5 lines in the game are, do you prefer good or evil? I prefer winning! Yesterday's orgy was disgusting. Those are at least in the top 5, both of them. I'm trying to think of the other ones. There's some other lines that are just... When we get to them, they'll be on the list. So we're leaving. If my brother agrees, of course, I'm obviously not going anywhere without him. I'll speak to him.
So I boosted up my gain because someone in chat asked about volume. I don't know if this is better.
Sounds good to me. 1 sec. I missed a longer message. Nicholas said, I need to get sleep, but before I go, I want to say thanks again. I've rewatched your work so many times, brought it up in conversations multiple times, thought about it lots. It's all like this incredible antidote to despair for me. Just overflowing with passion and kindness and comfort and empathy and such beauty of the spoken word. It's similar as how Ruby Seal's videos reignited my passion for theater. It's a kind of magic, I think, these things you do, how it moves the spirit. It's special. Apologies if I'm too chatty, but it's so precious to get to speak directly to the people that make the art that genuinely helps me remember why I keep myself alive. And let them know how much it matters. And God, it matters so much. Thank you forever and always. I'll always feel so lucky to have what you all do in my life. Thank you. Nicholas, that is... I don't have words. I'm sorry. Like...
Yeah, no, now I'm going to cry. That was unfair. I wasn't expecting that.
You get
I got hit with the stray shot.
of... To be clear, we really appreciate it. We're saying that because it...
Yeah. I am only flattered and appreciative. It genuinely means the world. Thank you.
I don't think I'll be able to properly process it until like I'm off stream and not in performance mode, because performance mode is always a weird place to be. Oh my god. Liz B said, "Do you prefer being a top or a bottom?" I prefer winning. Oh my god.
You would.
He would. He would say that. My god. Thank you for sharing that, Nicholas, seriously. And you never have to apologize
Genuinely.
for chatting in the chat. To be honest, there's nothing worse than streaming and it's just quiet. Like, people are watching and they're enjoying, and when you say something, they respond, but like, I love having a live performance audience. It's the one thing, like, the video essays really, you don't quite get, like, the premiere kind of gives you a little bit of that. A little bit. But, not...
It was an extra level of being to immediately interact with chat.
Yeah, and it's like more comfortable than doing stage performance, which I have done. I used to do piano recitals and things. I've done acting. Yeah. Random mistake. 18 naked cowboys. Showers of Ram Ranch. What a cursed thing to say. Thank you, weird little man. I like how all the shopkeepers look like they're slowly being drained of blood by a vampire.
Yeah, they're just halfway here. They've definitely been like sneaking some of the morphine.
You just know that they're downing Twirine like there's no tomorrow. They were part of why the orgy was disgusting.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you
desire everything as if
you live in the middle of like a nowhere town, working at effectively a gas station. Like, what else are you going to do?
You get
How
high
else are you going to pass
go
the
to the
time?
disgusting orgy.
Yeah, but even then, okay. So the orgy lasts like 2-3 hours, 4 tops, 4 very, very tops.
The rest of the time you're just
and
getting...
then you have
no,
20
seriously,
hours.
I live in Saskatchewan. It is fucking backwoods country town, you know? And yeah, if you're not in like Saskatoon or Regina, and even here, most people's pastimes are drinking, and it's really bad. We have a huge drug addiction problem here, and I think a large part of it is just because there's like a lack of community and a lack of things to do for anyone over the age of like 15, you know? So all people do is get drunk and crash cars. And I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not.
No, like, I completely get that, because, like, I spent a lot of my life... I know everyone has, like, this image of what California is like, and in parts that image is accurate. I freely admit that, but in other parts where, like,
yeah,
the poverty gets, like, sequestered in, like, the Central Valley and all of that, where it's just, like, miles and miles of barren land, there's nothing to do, and you only have, like, 5,000 people spread across, like, the equivalent of like 300 kilometers. Like, what the fuck else are you going to do?
What the fuck else are you going to do?
What the fuck else are you going to do? You're going to do that and shoot guns.
Yeah, like really, there's not much else to do. So yeah, people just get up to terrible shit because they have nothing else to do. And I genuinely think one of the worst things that a human being can be is bored. People do fucked up shit when they're bored. People do fucked up shit when they're bored.
No, absolutely.
And not, I think it's hard for people to understand what we mean by bored, because we don't mean like, oh, I'm kind of bored. I mean the sort of existential dread type of bored. The board that is a yawning abyss that is consuming your life.
Because the thing is, I would argue that it very much goes hand in hand with not just a normal loneliness, but like a deep, deep existential loneliness.
And there's an existential dread to the boring. It could last forever. Like there's just this empty yawning pit that you're standing over. It's hard. Boring is not an adequate word for it, but it's the closest we have. Anyway.
Ennui, I think, is what we're looking for.
Yes, ennui. Small town ennui.
Yeah.
I see the reflection of my epiphanies in your eyes. Who are you, my long-awaited guest?
Oh my god, dude! I forgot that. Oh, you cannot.
They're gay.
Is there a straight way to read that?
Nope.
No.
What do you mean by that? This means that the man standing before me is able to see what others cannot. My name's Peter. I've built quite a few things upon this stone already. Are you a geometrician? I'm a bachelor of medicine, but I do love mechanics, and I used to love math. So you are capable of love, too. It's truly beautiful. Many in this town are in love, but none of them are loving. Oh, I'm talking drivel. Who are you? Question time will be later. Let's drink some twirine to our acquaintance, and don't you dare insult me. There is a retort in one of the cupboards, I think. I didn't smash it yesterday. I was so pissed. Thank you, I'll drink to your wit.
Bad twirling makes your head wooden.
I can't shrug away the feeling that someone's scratching at the windowsill. Your brother suggests we escape this place. Escape? This place? Is he out of his mind? The plague's about to break out here, the local sand plague strain. To be more precise, there are no medical records of it. However, you seem to have had the pleasure of witnessing it in action. I don't care, my body is so full of twirine. No disease will ever be able to even approach, let alone touch me. Same with Brother Andre, unless he gets it from his wenches. No, I'm not leaving this place. But why? God, the fucking Mulaney voice is so cursed. It's so cursed. It's like a freight train of tone coming in every time. It's so funny.
It's so discordant to every bit of dialogue, and that enhances everything. Honestly, this is probably the ideal way to read it, frankly. In a very epic theater sense.
I do think it is. I do think you're right, because it is epic theater. I think that, to be honest, this stream might be one of the best ways of presenting this game. If I may toot my own horn for a second. I think that Raven reading is really epic theater. I do think that Raven performance as John Mulaney was epic theater. Discordant in a very specific way. Can you see what I've managed to build here? Where else would I be allowed to do something like this? Everything that I have ever called my purpose has been brought to life in this town. For now. No reason to leave it. I haven't finished my observations yet. I'm this close to figuring it out. What are you talking about? You wouldn't understand. You've never built anything. You're wrong. I built Thanatica and created the groundbreaking theory of human mortality. Groundbreaking theory of human mortality. Daniil, why? In that case, forgive me. But then it's puzzling you don't understand me. You're prepared to risk your life for your work, aren't you? Yes, of course I am. Okay.
I do like how there's only one possible response here.
Yeah. Like, the fact that Daniel... the use of how many choices you have in a dialogue becomes such a deep, meaningful statement in this game. There's just nothing that does it quite like our stinky man here. Okay. What am I at? Okay. I need to go all the way back to Eva. I need to go to Younger Vlad for money. And I need to go to Georgi next. So, I think the route is Younger Vlad, Eva, Maria, Georgi, Older Vlad, a few other things. Okay. Making progress. Doing good. Dan, I have created human mortality Dankovsky, a true scientist. Incredible, Anthony. And there's blood in the river. I don't know why that popped in my head. No, it's worth it. I think bullets are selling for something funny right now. Like 400 or something. Worth one needle.
Worth checking out.
Yeah, 400. Thank you. It's okay. We're gonna get free bullets when we need them. That's the other thing about this game, that like people act like it's unfair. And it is not unfair. Pathologic is incredibly fair. It's just fair on its own rules. And if you can live by the rules of the town, if you can become a stepwalker, this game is not a threat, but an invitation to experience a great work of art.
You have to learn to live within it, like a cell lives within a body.
Yes, that's a perfect way.
It's almost like it's a ludic metaphor.
It's almost like Ruby and my brains were healed. Oh my god. A reminder that when we get to 2000, I will read like a chunk of an upcoming script. I think it's the Undertale one I set for 2000. So if you want to hear what I'm working on soon, it's there. I really cannot wait to get through writing that, and so I can start. My goal is to kind of have at least all of the in-game dialogue written down so I can send it off to all the actors start of December. So people have like a month and a bit, maybe longer, to record. You know?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna do Fall of the House of Usher first, but I want to get the script for Undertale prep just because it's such a massive project. Like, you know how ungodly large it's gotten.
Yeah. No, it's a dense game.
So much to say. So much to say. And I really did decide to analyze all of it. All of it! If you guys donate enough that I have to perform a chunk of the script, you'll understand what I mean. Like, it's... And Ruby, you've heard it. You know, there's like... I think I've read you the Ruins section, right? I think?
Yeah, you read me the first like several pages. It's very good. It's coming together really well.
Oh, I feel so good about it. Because it's just... We mostly want to save the razors for the ops, though. The pigs are corrupt? What? No. Mark Wahlberg talks like this. He's such a weird man. You know, Optimus, we gotta fight the Decepticons.
Has Mark Wahlberg ever done a good performance in anything he's in?
He was very funny in he was very funny in The Happening. He was very.
It wasn't good, but it was funny.
It wasn't good, but it was engaging. I was fascinated the entire time.
It's everything I've seen him in. He just does not give a shit about what he's doing. Like, zero effort.
No, I shouldn't trade because I want to keep a lot of razors for when I can start trading them, because they're worth more with the cops, I think, than they are with the kids. Razors are worth
it's a case by case basis. The highest, because they trade for 2. So honestly, I think
they trade for 2 with the cops. They trade for 1 with the kids, but The cops.
They trade for 2 with the boys, I believe, with the teen boys, so they can be traded for 1 shotgun shell. My brain is broken.
I know, it's...
I don't know why I know this off the top of my head.
I'm back at younger Vlad. Do you want to know what time it is?
Oh, God.
Right as P-word. We'll have to figure out how to keep on living.
Over on the bench, I've come at Laura Ravel's request.
Yes, I remember the arrangement. Here's what I can personally donate. It's a pity I can't extort a nicer sum from my father.
Bench Bureau feels like a skipping disc that's playing too fast. Like it's accelerated, but also like occasionally it's stuttering. It's such a weird rhythm.
Can he be convinced somehow? It's no use, even trying.
Really? Why?
He has his own opinion on the matter. I think he accepts that you might be right. He accepts it, but won't admit it. See the difference? Obviously getting solid proof is disadvantageous to him for some reason. Not to mention that it would immediately cause him expenses.
I can see the difference, but I don't understand the game he's playing. I might have to like reset the Daniel voice between days because no one wants to donate to remove.
I'm going to donate and make a Jamalani every single day.
Good.
I'm not going to discuss that. I can only sympathize with you and advise you against disturbing my father with this question.
I don't like this.
I am crushed by these walls.
Tell me, Master Vlad, do you believe that we're facing a real epidemic hazard?
I still don't understand how you come to the conclusion that the disease which killed Simon is contagious, even if we assume that the rumors of a death carrier are nothing but rumors, which I doubt. You see, hypothetically.
There's already been an outbreak of an unknown disease in your town. I used to occasionally communicate with Isidore Burrock, the man who put an end to it.
But I'm sure Isidore never told you about this. The brief encounter with the sandplague put him in a state of primal terror. Did you know that? His opinion of his role in stopping the outbreak was not very high, and he ascribed the victory solely to circumstance.
It's strange you didn't suspect anything when examining Simon.
If you're right, Bachelor, there really is going to be a sandplague epidemic in this town. There'll be no stopping it. You don't need to waste your life. And you cannot help us in any way. Your only goal is to survive until the station's reopened.
Peculiar fatalism? Are you saying that the services of an educated medic won't be of any help to you?
Education is of no use here. I'm, like,
super smart without education, you know.
Say, hypothetically, that I'm smarter than you. Isidore may have had no medical education, but he managed to drive the demon back to hell. By the way, he mentioned that one can't beat the plague by traditional means.
What means can it be beaten with, then?
It cannot be beaten. Isidore was a wise man. Wet ass P-word. He was born here and knew many things that no education can provide. Bachelor, your goal is to survive. Save your talent for the capital. Leave this place. My father will be happy to assist you.
I'll speak to your father. I'm gonna go talk to your daddy. Because you're not helpful. Let's see what... This day is just walk around the town in circles, literally. That's it. That's the entire day.
Kinda.
But we're gonna get 2 free guns, and we're gonna sell probably one of them, if not both of them. I think I might need one. Do I need it? I need a gun on day 3. I think. But the genuine question is it worth it to sell both guns on day 2? Then buy a gun on day 3. Patho brain. Actually, I have so much resources that, to be honest, I probably will just keep one of the guns and sell the other one.
I mean, it's good to eventually have a gun.
Yeah, I don't need it right away, but long term, fuck. She's just one item away from being able to trade this gold ring. Schmouter? Schmouter? Motherfucking Schmouter!
Do you have enough?
Yep! This is why I've been trading and saving. Because some of the nuts are worth 2. Right? Oh my god. Yeah, day 2 we've got 2 Schmouters. You get 3 guaranteed panaceas on one of the last days, so I actually think we're basically good for Schmouters for the rest of the game. Generally, the maximum you random spawn on the last day is you generally need about 5 the entire run.
It really depends in general, because if someone gets infected before that, you generally want to heal them right away, both because they're unlikely to get sick again.
Yeah.
And because it's a lot more economical
but-
than giving them meds every day.
I
At least
believe-
if they're like a common character.
I believe there's about 5 guaranteed powders and panaceas. You get one from... I'll get one from Isidore when he first mixes it up, right? I get the 3 guaranteed from the quest on, I think, day 9 or 10. And then there's a guaranteed Smouter in a later quest. So that brings me to 5, which with the 2 that I already have is 7. So I'm... Basically, with the guaranteed Smouters and Panaceas, I don't really need to care about trading for any for the rest of the day. We're gonna sell that painkiller for funny amounts of money in a second. God, my brain really is just like patho. Hey, Ruby, have you considered patho?
The worms get deep in there.
They're really just. And the fact that I found this town, like, I genuinely, the town of the Gorkon is my digital home.
It's cozy once you like settle into the vibe.
Once you're in the vibe and in the space, you're like, this is my. Andres agreed, but he won't leave without Peter, and Peter doesn't want to go anywhere. I'll try to persuade him, but I don't think I'll succeed. Maria would do much better, though. You think she may agree to help? Is there no other way? I don't think I should discuss our escape plan with Maria Kane. Why? Or is she... no, okay. Do you have any real proof of the forthcoming outbreak? I do. There's no other way. Talk to Maria. She's Nina's heir. Twins won't listen to anyone else but her. Peter is so unpredictable. But Maria knows how to clench his heart. One word from her would be enough for Peter to change his mind. I'll try. Now I have 2 questions for Maria. Maria... I'm still obsessed with... There's this one bit in one of the fan dubs that Snapcube did where there's a bunch of text appearing on screen randomly in the cutscene and they're like, Maria, Maria, Maria.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's so funny. It's so dumb, but it's so good. Why can't you have enough stuff worth 5? I want to trade the gold ring for a bunch of stuff. Ooh. A shop. They'll buy meds for good prices. I love this game. I think also this game is just close to my heart as someone who worked on pandemic spread research and then worked on the COVID dashboard for my province. Oh yeah, I did that. So I worked on both ends of things like this. I've read so many research papers on viral spread. I am cursed with knowledge. I'm sworn to carry your burdens. And being privy to how shit my province's government really is and how much they do not care what experts have to say.
Yes.
Oh boy, this game is a mood with just the incompetence of the ruling classes and the squabbling and politicking when you're like, there's a pandemic! Stop!
2020 simulator.
2020 simulator. Literally my life in 2020 simulator. What is Maria's voice right now? I think she was one of the ones that actually got a voice. Princess Peach. Dear Mario. You're giving me a stony stare. That's Mickey. You're giving me... Dear Mario. You're giving me a stony stare. Is something wrong? Are you disappointed? Tell me, Maria, do you have any... Oh, actually, no, I should do this one. Laura wanted to meet you to collect the donations for the House of the Living. I prohibited her from going outside, and I strongly advise you against doing so. Dear Mario, yes, I'm giving her my personal savings. I tried to persuade my father to spare some money from the family funds, but they still refuse to believe in the outbreak. That is just the family line at the moment. Then why do you believe me? Me? I'm just not questioning anything. I'm not allowed to. If you want to know why I decided to give Laura my savings, I'll tell you this. That it is because I am compelled to. By the way, Have you found the proofs you were looking for? I'm losing the voice bad. I'm sorry. I don't want to constantly be saying, Dear Mario, Dear Mario. But that's the only way I can... Unfortunately, I have. Tell my father about it as soon as possible. If it isn't too late, tell him that I ordered to donate some money to Captain Ravel's daughter for the foundation of a shelter. He won't refuse. He will probably offer to donate some himself. I was planning to speak to your father in this case. Fortunately, I don't know if I can do a Prince Philip impression, Liz. Let's go see if Victor will give me money.
Can't get over the dress that Maria wears.
Oh yeah, it's literally just like she put nipple tassels on her dress.
Yes.
It's buck wild. Every time I go to talk to her, I'm like, oh yeah. Also, can we talk about this weird ass statue that Victor keeps in his living room? Okay, Victor doesn't have a voice.
Our passions, it is more from their weakness than from ours.
No, he does. It was going to be Joker, and then we decided on someone else.
Solid Snake.
Oh yeah, Solid Snake.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's time. Can I help you?
Laura Ravel's trying to set up a shelter where people would hide from the disease. She needs money. Your daughter's asked you to help.
Is that so? So the Canny Bound are preparing for the epidemic already. Colonel, Laura Ravel, she's the executed captain's daughter, isn't she?
I don't know.
Indeed. Laura's a generous and selfless girl with a tragic fate. Solid Snake. I'll support her, of course. I'll send her some money tomorrow.
I've come here at her behest. I'm afraid that every minute counts in the situation we found ourselves in. The shops are running out of food as we speak. We must urgently buy what little is left. Prices are growing rapidly.
I see. Right now I can only give you some of the little we have left. Our family's funds are exhausted. I regret it, but that is directly related to my brother Simon's examination.
Thank you. Thanks for the free money, fool! I already bought all the food I need yesterday! You're gonna dick me around for an entire week? I'm getting revenge! My Daniel's a little more messed up than, like, Ken and Daniel. Because of how I end up playing him. He's just extra manipulative and shitty.
Most men only die because they know.
Gotta go fast! I feel guilty for having misled you, dear bachelor. Forgive this old man. I thought your ignorance of our local affairs would mystically skew the circumstances in our favor. Forgive me if I was wrong. There's no unexpected news to be heard, is there? No. The disease is spreading around the town already. It's necessary that we urgently appoint mid-level executives. Get all the doctors and hospital attendants. Let Saburov take care of that. After all, he is the one to demand emergency powers from us, which we were granted. I've already sent all of my men to assist him, as well as an appreciable amount of money to further his administrative activities. We don't have any doctors or hospital attendants. The only man that knows something about medicine is currently examining my brother's body. It's strange that there's been no news from him so far. We need to send someone after him. And what about you? What are you gonna do? Gotta go fast. We will fight until the very end. I will personally persecute those who would dare describe this disease as some kind of preordained divine retribution. I will attack anyone who would say Simon got what he deserved. Finally, I will not allow anyone to say what Simon has built by ceaseless labor is subject to inevitable destruction. These lines in this voice are so funny. Retribution for what? Sooner or later, the one who dares challenge the mechanics of nature will pay the price. But this is not something we'd want to believe, is it? This is a conclusion drawn by people who tend to mistake their exhaustion for wisdom. However, even an echo would sometimes grow to become deafening noise. If people keep saying we're doomed, they might well bring about our extinction. Everything I've seen here makes me think this is the case. Okay. Now I just need to hit older Vlad and then back to Alexander for the revolver and ammo and accidentally fucking myself over. Because I am a little silly fool. And we'll hit Andre and Peter on the way. I think I have to talk to them again. Double check my notes. Let me double check my notes. Yeah, Peter and Andre. And then I get to go to Bad Grief! We get Bad Grief. I love Bad Grief.
Bad Grief is great.
Bad Grief is great. Bad Grief as Alan Rickman. I found it! I found the voice. Alan Rickman. I'm gonna eat your heart out with a spoon. By a spoon, brother. It's dull. It'll hurt more. That line lives rent-free in my head. I am really excited for when you do the Harrispex route. I cannot wait to find out what roles you want me to do.
I have plans for it. That's probably going to be like the entirety of next year.
Oh, very, very fair. But yeah.
Because at this point, I think I've mentioned to you before, and I know I've mentioned it in a Patreon post, but like I am planning on doing it. The entire route is just one giant fuck off video.
Which I think is a good idea. I mean, people clearly watch the full-length videos multiple times and stuff. Like, at this point, I don't think you need to split it up just to get it out, you know?
Yeah, and I'm hoping with, like, how much less, like, repetitive tutorial, this is how the basic mechanics work stuff to litter throughout it.
Like, you already know this. If you didn't, watch the video.
Yeah.
Which is just the best way of handling it. Please have enough stuff. Might just have to...
Bummer.
Yeah, right? Oh wait, Lockpick's worth 5. And it sells for a lot of money. Like, it sells close to what a knife can sell for. I'll sell it to Bad Grief, who usually buys it for a good amount. No. Yeah, it's on...
So I think I may actually need to duck out soon. I believe dinner's about ready.
No worries. Thank you for hanging out for so long, and especially for this stream, especially for this game.
Yeah. Pleasure's all mine. I'm just excited to get to see this game again.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying streaming it. Yeah, really. Also, yeah, say hi to Clark and enjoy dinner.
Will do. Later.
Later. Ruby's Harrispex video will be so good.
See what you've done, Doctor. You won't be able to leave this place now. This town is blocked off. I've transferred my powers over to Sephiroth. He didn't hesitate to express his gratitude by assigning me to the position of an intendant. Now I'm in charge of equipping and maintaining infirmaries.
Over on the bench. I'm sure the train is not the only line of communication with the rest of the world.
It is. The station is shut off. It will be reopened when the regular freight train arrives. It will definitely be Doctor. That's when we'll discuss how to snatch ourselves a vehicle there.
Thank you, but I have no plans to leave at the moment, especially no illegal plans. I swear I'm not lying.
Pity. I wanted to ask a favor of you in return, but I'll do that later. I want you to get to know your new allies better. Kane's and the Sephiroths. Otherwise it will be dramatic.
You'll have an opportunity to come to an agreement. Please trade. I have so much water and none of the drunks have any items on them. Which has been very frustrating.
Just going around banging on a pot. Who wants to buy my water?
I've got water! Okay. Alright, now I have to go back to Lara. And I need to go back to Alexander. I think I'll go Alexander then Lara. Because I also need to Peter and Andre. Yeah. So, Peter, Andre, Alexander, Lara, Batgrief. Wicked smart. Wicked smart. This game is like 90% shortest distance calculations, which, as someone who has had to intimately learn the details of how to do complex algorithms that solve that task, I'm actually really good at it.
Honestly, I really liked the pathfinding when I played it. The pathologic finding.
Well, and you're just a cell in this body, and like the town is like a living organism, visually, even on the map.
You kind of just need to make sense of that.
Yeah, you just kind of have to learn. Yeah, lockpick sell for 720 right now. Pretty good.
So my brain is 100% in city mode right now.
Okay.
And I don't know why.
That is very fair, though. There's stuff to chat about. But I have been going for a while.
Yes.
Chat.
I mean, I feel like it.
Support. Just saying.
I mean, Chad has been going off about economic studies in different countries.
Which I'm sorry. I'm kind of dumb about that topic. I'm not going to be much help.
Yeah, I feel like at this point I have like, it's just my role on these streams to be here and fill the time between guests.
You can feel free to ping again and just say like, who wants to come on? There's space.
Oh yeah. It's mostly just because usually when I'm here for a really long time and everyone else is busy.
Oh, I forgot. Peter doesn't believe me either. What's wrong with you people? How can I persuade him? And rightly so. Take a look around. You should have seen what the crude sprawl looked like during the outbreak. The houses that Burke had locked up were literally in agony, their walls swollen with boils, their windows covered in scarlet mold. There were blisters everywhere, blood mixed with ichor was flowing from the chimney. That's how it was. Metaphors! No, I'm not being metaphoric. These are the facts. There was moaning and howling all over Earth. Moaning louder than the morning sirens. The tormented were screaming so loudly glass would break in the windows, and it all happened over the course of several hours. That is what the sand pest is. So knock your bullshit off. Okay, what can persuade Peter? A convincing discovery supporting your theory could help. The outbreak has left a dreary impression on Peter. He's been heavily into Twirene since then, but there's no sand plague in town, so for you. Tell Eva that the plan fell through because of Peter. Perhaps this will comfort her. Now look for this discovery of yours.
That's it.
Our damn rulers will never come to an agreement. Just the corners of a triangle will never come together. It seems that now is the moment to let go of any feuds, but their actions are understandable. It's hard to bow down to Katerina. She can neither dream nor soothsay. Why bow to Katerina? I thought Alexander was the one in charge. Alexander, don't make me laugh. He borrows resolve from his spouse. Katerina can see the future. Well, at least she's supposed to. It was Nina Kaina and Victoria Olgomskaya that ruled over us when they were alive. The rulers were nurturing the body of the town while their wives were fostering its soul. Were the mistresses able to come to an agreement? We maintain balance on our own. Nature has nothing to do with it. Our choices are what establishes the harmony that is essential for survival. Now is the time for them to realize it. Now, when this balance has been disrupted by Simon's death, Katerina won't be able to rule like Nina or Victoria did. She has neither the power nor the talent. But Saburov doesn't really understand that as trying to take advantage of the situation. It's nice to talk to a smart guy. No, I think you're scared. You've scared Saburov. However stupid, he is also honest. He'll demand power not because he has a lust for it, but because he needs it to fight the epidemic. The one that, with all due respect, no one but him believes in. However, for both Kane and Olgimsky, his actions are an excuse to snatch more power. So the public doesn't believe in the threat of an epidemic either. The public believes there's an invisible man-eater walking among them. They'll have to face the truth soon enough. They're a way to make the rulers believe the only reasonable man around here. Do the Saburovs have any weight?
As the mistresses were dying, Katerina was throwing herself hither and thither, unable to choose a role. She tried to be Nina, and she tried to be Victoria, but neither light nor darkness have worked out for her. She sucks at both. And you want us to listen to the Sabarovs after that? Officially, they have the strongest claim to become the sole leaders. Katerina is the last mistress, after all, but her abilities are dubious. She told you you would die, didn't she? But unfortunately, you're still alive. You can put 2 and 2 together on your own. I don't like people who speak in riddles.
Seems like
Fortunately, you're still around.
People say all sorts of things over a bottle. They say no one has ever seen a Stabnak, but she's been heard by prophets, drunkards, housemates, and those who happen to walk past the crucible that night. I wonder what the bastards were doing there. Probably wanted to get another glimpse of lovely Maria in the window. Perhaps the bottle divers are accessory to the murder themselves. The deeds there are true, but no, old boy, it's not their idiocy that makes them go looking for the Shabnak. No man can enter focus. I'm telling you this as a professional and a legitimate architect. My idea of what is and is not possible is rather uncommon, too. Trust me, still, no man could have gotten to Simon there. All right, so what are you drinking buddies saying? They've heard a wheeze, heard sobbing and breathing, very heavy, as if it were a whale. Those are apparent signs of the hair eater. Here and there by the window, by the wall, behind the corner, scared shitless. People then come here to forget themselves and the nightmare. Breathing so heavy that it can be heard through walls. Well, the whale hasn't got much time left. I'm telling you this as a doctor. It's possible. It's also possible the Trirene addiction goes hand in hand with poetry. Poetic minds tend to exaggerate things. But are they really so deprived of imagination that they have to tell the same tale over and over again? That's the concern that's gnawing at. Curious.
That's it. There's...
I think I might have fucked up the main quest. No, I didn't have to fuck up the main quest. I think I fucked up the side quest. I think I said the wrong thing to Maria.
Did you tell Maria that they're trying to leave?
Probably. Thanks, OT. Appreciate it. That's really kind. Thank you. That's really nice of you. I hope you're doing well. Also, if you're in chat, you're welcome to come on if you feel like it. What are you doing?
I don't think On Topic is in the Discord for it.
No, but I can always add him.
Yeah.
I'll just send him an invite if he feels like it. He's probably busy though. Sound properly? I think it did. But seriously, thank you so much for On Topic. I appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Fuck. How far back do I have to go? Oh, I haven't saved an hour. How much of the day do I want to redo? Okay. Let's see, what's the current hour in day? Oh, okay, it's only 12. That's only 2 hours. We'll just reload to 10:23. Hopefully that's before I went to Maria.
This game.
Okay, the last time I saved was just after going into Peter's, so let's check what I was at. 2 hours, 2.
Help destabilize the American hegemony by giving money to a Canadian.
That's sweet. I like that. Anyway. What's I doing? Back to the stream. Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna go double check that I talked to Alexander, and if I didn't...
something. Well, I can. Oh, this is before I bought more smoked meat. I can eat the dried meat.
Without the mistresses, the ruler's struggle for power will turn into a military confrontation. But Katerina? No, wrong.
Chaos Emerald. I'm listening, Bachelor. The prices are rising with every passing minute.
People are panicking. Isn't this reason enough for the rulers to declare a state of emergency?
They're panicking over nothing. It'd have been the other way around. It would be better. Would know what to be afraid of, but the people wouldn't.
Over nothing. Their panic makes perfect sense.
Yes, they have stopped lynching girls on a charge of cannibalism and possession of 2 souls, but if the dead keep piling up, they will go looking for someone to pin that on.
We'll be able to stop the threat before the panic turns into a catastrophe, but only if I'm supported rather than stonewalled.
Everything is in your hands, Bachelor.
I know what I'm doing. Okay, I did already talk to him. So now I need to talk to Vladin. Okay. What step was I on the other 2 quests? Okay, I need to convince Peter and House of the Living. So this is probably when I needed to go walk down to younger Vlad and talk to him. So yeah, I'm gonna walk down to younger Vlad, talk to him, then Eva, and back around again. Okay. It's fine, we didn't lose that much, chat. Feels longer than it is. Like, we really only lost about 10 minutes of gameplay. Ish.
The fun of Pathologic.
I lost my smouter. Save.
Did you trade for it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, fuck.
That's not coming back.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck getting that back.
Yeah. I won't be getting it back. Depression. Agony, even. The likelihood of getting a smouter as an option to trade for is very low. Very, very low. Smoked meat that I need, though. Not. God, yeah. Going back a few hours, I lost like a ton of money doing that as well. Oh well. It's fine. See, this is the thing about Pathologic. If you let it get to you, it'll eat you. It'll torture you.
Yes.
Destroy you. But if you... So, yeah, that happened. It's worth more. Oh, and I don't have to redo the dialogue. I can just...
No John Mulaney, unfortunately.
They already heard the dialogue, so we're just gonna skip to it. But I'm gonna be careful with Maria to click the right things.
Yes.
Grade 1, I still have enough for... Yeah, I still have enough for a smouter if I happen to get to trade for it. Yeah, that was painful.
What?
Well, Vlad's talked to. Baby Vlad's next. I might have pathed this better this time. Anthony. It is, Mike. It is my comfort pain simulator. I wish that was a joke. That's probably the best way of describing it. I don't know, there's just something really vibes and relaxing about it. Which it shouldn't be, right? Like, of all the games to go, yeah, it's a chill time for me, right?
If you can let yourself get immersed in it.
Yeah, it's something I would... There's no other game that does the same level of, like, just being in a time and a place.
Yes. Like, I myself wouldn't usually call it relaxing, but it does have, like, that immersion vibe that I don't really get with other games.
Yeah, no other game quite has the je ne sais quoi. Even just this music, like the visuals, nothing else feels like it. I love getting to use Pathologic in videos. When I can, when it makes thematic sense.
Yeah. It's...
Got the spouter.
Don't cuss at children.
Well, she doesn't have the smouter this time, so... Definitely, Anthony. There's just something about the way that it doesn't pull its punches, and it's... You get to save people, but never enough. It never quite goes well. Patho's not a game about saving the world. Patho's about a bunch of messy people surviving a terrible situation.
Yes.
Simon's...
Slowly making progress. Problem is, like, when I don't guess, I find it hard not to just start, like, relaxing into patho mode, you know?
Oh, yes. I mean, I'm also, like... I don't know what to talk about because my brain is, like, entirely around the campaign right now.
Oh, fair. I'm excited to play more of that, though.
I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but I don't know if it's too off topic.
Yeah. Plus the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, we need to go to Maria first, then we go to Victor. We go to Simon. Then we head back across town to Alexander to get the pistol and stuff. This time I'm not. His problem with day 2 is just that, like, I don't say very often because there's no threat. There's no inflection clouds, there's no rats, there's no people trying to kill me. Okay. Yeah, Mario.
Your questions are very indiscreet. You've only known me for 1 day, and Daniil, I've known you for a little longer. Your curiosity will be sated in a little while. Allow me to torture you with obscurity for now. On the other hand, it's very simple. He's a genius.
Over on the bed. Really? He must be constantly exposed to vicious hatred.
Why?
His way of thinking is provocation enough. What else do people hate each other for?
Dear Mario, people never hate geniuses more passionately than they crave them. Some would kill Peter, the rest are probably quietly suffering seeing him sink his talent in Dwyer vodka.
And who would say want to kill Peter?
You know, Saburov hates Peter. Princess Peach. Dear Mario, you know, Saburov hates Peter. He wants to get back at him for something. I must protect him. If only Saburov seizes the power he is so confidently trying to obtain, Peter will be the first to stand at the bone stake.
Curious. You know, this gave me an interesting idea, because the last thing I want is for him to die. Daniil, 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 what do you do? I'm very smart. This is a good decision, Daniil says, making a bad decision. You know, one of my favorite things about the design of this game is that everybody stands the worst possible position for you walking into their house in a game where time matters. It's just like, they're just like, ha ha ha. They didn't have to do that. It really doesn't really affect the walking distance, like, overall, but you just had houses farther apart. But no, they did it specifically to torture you.
Blood is getting thicker. An omen, is it not?
And then eventually they start moving between places.
Oh fuck! I forgot to get Eva the money from Maria. It helps when you talk to her first in order to be able to talk to Georgi to get the money. But yeah, I'm about to get a shit ton of gold, and then I should be pretty set for a couple of days. Everything else will just be quest rewards.
Great.
Yeah. Chat, do you have any questions for me? Anything you want to ask about? The thing is that someone you can disagree with on a lot of things can still write something valuable in another way, you know?
Who is it walking upstairs?
Yeah.
Thanks for the money. Come.
Give me all your money.
Give me all your money. I
Definitely not a scam.
swear I'm not gonna scam you. It's not like I've already bought the food or anything. Wink, wink. I haven't played through the other routes yet. I want to, though, eventually. I don't know, maybe I'll just do a stream like this every month for a couple months.
Who in this town can replace Simon? There's no one. The brain was removed from its head. The heart from
We
its
already
chest.
did this.
Now I feel like Daniel would say wink wink anytime he's trying to be subtle.
Wink, wink! Nudge, nudge! Hey, Saburov! Listen here, I got an idea for you. Valid, Liz. IMO, what matters is engaging in theory and actually putting it into practice. I don't think you have to read theory. Many different ways of ingesting media. Also depends what you mean by read. Some people, when they say read, they don't mean audiobooks and stuff, but I think that is also acceptable. Ways of engaging, I think that's the same as reading. Weird.
There isn't a
ableism.
single.
Yeah,
There
but-
is not like a single access that will get you the full understanding. Like
You will never have
reading
a full
theory
understanding.
without. Yeah, but like reading theory without action or being in touch with your local community won't really get you anywhere. Just like action without understanding your community or theory won't get you anywhere either.
Yeah, it has,
You
it
need
has
a
to be the
mix of all
marriage
things.
of the two things. Like, you need to be able to... You need the theory to guide the practice, but you need the practice for the theory to mean anything.
Oh yeah, but I also mean like there is an aspect of like your local community where having a sense of the theoretical can help, but you also need to know what does the specific community need in specific. Because
Yeah, if you don't understand people's needs, then how can you address them?
yes.
I think there's a certain type of people that are just like, they love reading so many books, they're so smart, great. They're the Daniels. But not the player character Daniel, the NPC Daniel. Like, that's cool that you've read a bunch of shit or whatever, but like, can you actually do anything with that knowledge, or no? Because Daniel on the other routes is a different, is the same character, but is also fundamentally
Very
different.
different vibe.
Yeah. I deserve another smouter drop after that nonsense. Oh. I need to go to Lara next. Oops. I only wasted a tiny amount of time. It's only 1:30 and I'm nearly done 2 of the quests and like 85% done one of the other quests. I do just love the image of, like, the mental image of Daniel just scrounging around in every fucking trash can he sees. You know? This little gremlin man. What a mental image that is.
It's such a vibe, complete with his person snakeskin coat.
What a guy. What a dude. True queer theory. Important to understand that inaction can be a way of supporting terrible action. Here's what you asked for. Is this all you've managed to buy? Yes! You need to bring it over to the empty house in the flank. I showed you the way before, remember? My friend and an attendant that had helped us with the shopping are waiting there already. I'll be back soon.
The Ruspex was offered
long conversation we're just gonna skip through because it's not a lot relevant. It's just like details in the mistresses and stuff. Probably just end up talking about that thing. Okay. I will swing back around to this from Andre's because I'm gonna have to go back to Eva's, I think. Oh, I have to go down to Bad Grief, right? So I can...
It has been so long since I actually played, so I have mostly forgotten the pathing, but seeing you try to figure out the pathing just brings me back.
Yeah, it really does. God, I love Peter's weird little impossible structures.
Oh, flashback to when I was at the top of the polyhedron and decided to go, does this game have falling damage?
Did you kill yourself?
Well, the game definitely has falling damage.
It is pathologic.
I discovered that.
It's really hard to engage with the falling damage in this game, but yeah, there's a few tiny spots where you can.
Yeah. It's Mostly because it was so hard to find them.
Yeah.
Find like moments where you could take falling damage, and I kind of presumed it wouldn't even let me.
Actually, let's just finish going to Alexander, and then I'll head over to Peter, and then Andre. Can't believe I've only finished like 2 days. Way slower. But to be fair, day 1 is so slow if you're voice acting everything because it's just endless large conversations, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, it kind of still needs to get you into the game.
You need that. You need that. And it's not a bad part of the game. I don't dislike it, but it just for the stream it does.
Yeah.
Just hurts. Can it be done?
Chaos Emeralds. I've received express messages from Kane and Olgimsky. No one will dare interfere with my choices now, Sonic. We're declaring quarantine. We'll create an epidemic operational headquarters. I plan to assign ourselves to be its supervisors. Myself because it's my duty, you because that would be fair. We must fight shoulder to shoulder, do you agree?
I need unrestricted authority, access to all districts, and a personal firearm.
From now on, infected districts will be blocked off. No one will leave the town unless the situation is resolved. You will be allowed access to any and all areas of the town, of course. Neither Kane or Gimpsy will have any right to stop you. You will have to provide the population with clear instructions. Be careful about it. It's not my place to mentor you, though.
Of course! I'll send you the text. However, I need a weapon. An unrestricted right to use it.
I'll recruit volunteers. We'll pick trustworthy ones, people of good standing, family men with good reputations. I will grant them the widest range of authority. They will thwart any violence or threatening. They will also stop any attempts to use arms.
Tell them of my special status, Governor.
Do what you think is apt. I only ask 2 things of you. First of all, take good care of yourself. Drink, eat, sleep. Be careful. I'm afraid many will take advantage of the situation, either settle old accounts or fulfill their hidden agendas. Secondly, spare those lives that could be spared.
Thanks for the advice, although I must admit it's rather useless given the situation. Gun. Gun.
Give me gun.
Hey, bitch, give me a gun.
Every moment of this game is made so much funnier with the John Mulaney voice.
It definitely is something, but I feel like there's probably funnier voices in that list. Just saying, chat, you could donate. We've been going for a while, and if you're enjoying the performance, maybe consider supporting.
What if he can
Directly goes to making me keep living, so... Haven't changed your mind, have you?
No.
I have news for you. This evening, Alexander Saburov will become the governor. Ogimsky and Kane are going to vest him nearly unrestricted powers to curb the epidemic that your brother and you refuse to believe in.
Bloody hell. Are you sure about this?
How can anyone... I am!
What of Gorgy? What does the judge say? Bloody hell, so Saburov will be the judge now too.
I don't think so, but I'll have the right to execute anyone who he considers being guilty of breaking the quarantine. That's it, I'm a dead man. As luck would have it, it happens exactly when I'm about to create a truly glorious masterpiece. Fine. Let us go. So I'm telling Andre you've agreed. Excellent.
And now you'll be able to escape town with no further complications.
Yeah, it's not like we just gave power to the guy that will prevent us from escaping town in order to convince him to escape town. Daniil's setting a rat trap and putting his foot in it. Metaphorically speaking. Yes, someone can repair my revolver. Actually, no, I'll just wait until I talk to Bad Grief for the free revolver. Actually, no, Bad Grief might give a shotgun, and the shotgun kind of sucks. I got lots of money. Repairing the revolver's worth it, plus I'm pretty sure the revolver sells for like 15,000, so...
Good.
So spending 2,000 to repair it would make it worth it if I'm going to sell it anyway. You know? Like the increased value of the sell. Yeah. My inventory looking like? Oh. I got some coffee and some Twirine while it's at a reasonable price. Why Twirine? We don't actually need it right now. It's for stuff later.
To talk about.
Your brothers agreed. Well, don't let the door hit our asses on our way then. There are plenty more shitholes in the world. I might need a gun though. Do you have a weapon? No. Always lie. Right. Let's do the preparations separately then. Here's some money. The black market around here is run by a mongrel calling himself Bad Grief. You met the rodent already? I have! You can always find human-killing stuff at Grief's. Now then, he'll obviously try to rob you as best he can, but you only need to say Andre is off to the kennel to him, and he'll change the tune immediately. He may even give you something for free. Okay, then what? Then you come back. Meanwhile, I'll try to think of a way to get on Gugon's good side. Who's Gugon? One of the locals, a trained driver, not quite human, made of soil and bones, glued together with sticky blood and inspired with thick Twirine, just like all his stepbrethren. I'd break his neck, but the engine wouldn't go in anywhere without him. Don't you frown. I'll deal with him. That's fortunate! Off we go! As if 1,000 monies is enough for, what we need. That's fine.
Monies.
Sorry, Bad Grief calls it monies, and it's one of my favorite things in video games.
Is there an in-universe name for it?
I can't remember what it's called, but generally just called money.
Yeah, fair.
I'm pretty sure there's a specific term for the coin in the step, but it's mentioned so briefly and infrequently that I don't remember it. I don't know what I can talk about. I remember watching the spin-off of The Boys, Gen V. Gen V. And it's pretty good for the most part. There's some really interesting stuff there. One of the main characters is trans and bigender, and like their powers, they were trans before the powers, but the powers let them switch forms between like masc and femme presenting, and people change like what pronouns they use based on their current body, and they are like explicitly said to be trans. Like it's a plot point. It's well handled, in my opinion. That was really good. But then they do a thing with this one character, bad mental illness rep. That I'm like,
Oh no.
Why did this
I'm
happen
tempted to
me?
watch it. I'm tempted to watch it, but at the same time I'm terrified to watch it.
It's not like super upsetting. It's more just like, really? Now, to be fair, it's pretty clear that like whatever is going on with his head is a result of is not a real mental illness, but like a result of the like V compound stuff, which kind of also is a bit of a thing in The Boys with this compound V can like really mess up people's heads, right?
Yeah.
But it's clear like this is a magic thing that is caused by a chemical. This is not a representation of real people with mental illness. And I will say, for the most part, the character's decently like treated mostly in a sympathetic light, even though Like they do violent stuff and things, but again, it's like it's the boys, so everyone's kind of doing that. So I have very mixed feelings. I'd actually be curious to hear your thoughts if you do watch it. I haven't finished the show.
Well, now I'm obligated, I guess.
Only if you want to.
I mean, I love discussing media with you, so it's like...
Fair.
The same with our show. I would not have watched it if you did not want to discuss it.
Valid. That's reasonable.
Yeah, and it was fun to watch and fun to discuss, so it's a good thing I did it.
Yeah, like I think you'd find the show interesting. It's definitely messy in places, but it is a show about a bunch of marginalized people trying to survive a system that is not designed for them. And
my hesitation was mostly because like The Boys is not that good in my eyes as I feel some people hype it up to be.
It's not as good as a lot of people make it out to be. I enjoy The Boys. It's got problems. It's messy. Writing's not super consistent. I think I like Gen V a little more. It doesn't have the strongest start, but I think it goes in interesting places. And
yeah,
I like the characters and actors a lot.
Okay, that's a good recommendation, honestly.
Alan Rickman, dear man, bring dire omens that will cost us dearly, dear doll.
That's for sure.
I need a weapon, Grief.
Everybody needs a weapon. Got $1 million? We'd even get you something that shoots for $1 million. There ought to be a gun somewhere around, eh? Just one, pretty please, but everything has its price.
$1 million? That price tag befits an artillery mortar, mate.
Alan Rickman. Oh no, my lovely man, the mortar's a gift it is. You can't go shooting them robbers in a dark alley with a mortar. A Barker, on the other hand, but it would probably cost you even more dearly, dear dog.
Andre's off to the kennel, Grief.
That changes things. Take this one for free, but it ain't be doing much shooting for too long.
It'll suit me fine. Grief just gave us 15 bullets. And a mostly damaged revolver. I have business.
Saburov will regret this.
Okay. Oh, he is buying lockpicks for less than the stores are. I feel like I should go sell these at another place. He's not going to buy them for a good price. However, he's not buying Miradorn for a good price either. Not surprising that Bad Grief doesn't buy things for good prices. 1,200 for revolver ammo.
But
yeah, now we have 19 bullets, and I'm gonna get someone to repair. Hey, you! Repair the revolver for a couple hundred. A few thousand, actually. But the price difference was even at Grief's was just that's it. Also, I'm pretty sure this shop up here buys things for a high price. At least it does in a different route. It's a secret thing in that route.
that is not something I knew.
I'm not sure it holds true in this version as well, because the routes always have differences, sometimes drastic ones. Okay. I need to go to the house that Laura wanted to designate, and then okay, I need to go to Andre. I'll go to Andre. No, I need to go to Laura house. Then Andre over to Laura, and from Laura I can go to that store. But the main quest is already done, and it's only 3 o'clock, and I'm not that exhausted. We've made a tidy profit.
You know what thought just randomly popped into my head?
What?
I would want a version of this game that's like sandbox, just walking around the town. And I would honestly just walk around the town for hours.
That's basically day 12.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the donation, Mike. You just said thanks, but you can always request. You paid $10. You can request a voice. I feel bad. Everybody donates but doesn't want anything.
The ideal capitalism, getting money in exchange for nothing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, most people are saying that it's because they're just enjoying the stream and they're enjoying the performance and stuff. Again, digital busking. Can you give me the list of voices? I feel bad for Andre not having one. Oh, yeah. I can X out of this trade deal. Hate it. Should be under info. Hopefully Nightbot will spawn correctly. But it's been a long time, so I think I should remind people of what the donation rewards are. $5. Your name goes on the whiteboard. Look at this pretty whiteboard. I will post a image when the stream is done of the whiteboard with all the names. I might have to rewrite them tomorrow small. God, does the ink on my face look really funny. Okay. $10, you can request a voice from the list at the bottom of the info page. $20, you can request any voice for Daniil, which is the main player character. So the reason I put that at a higher amount is just Daniil is every conversation, all the time. Every conversation is half Daniil dialogue, so if you pay for Daniil, you'll get to hear whatever voice you want to hear way more often than anything else. $30, you can request any voice within reason. I will not, for example, do anything that would be offensive to a marginalized group, but any voice for any character, even if the voice is not on the list. I can't guarantee it will be good, but you can enjoy me trying to do my best. And if I can't do it, you can always request something else in chat. $50, I will read any short poem, copy pasta, etc. Within reason, can't get me banned from YouTube, doesn't contain slurs, etc. In whatever voice you want. So you can get me to read whatever you want, in whatever voice. $75, I write your username on my face in pen. Within reason, it can't contain anything that would, get me in trouble with Twitch and YouTube. And $100, I will give a rant about whatever silly topic you want. Piece of media, our hot dog sandwiches, like whatever silly topic you want me to try to talk about, I will do my best to talk about it for a section at a time. Our next big goal for the stream, the 2000 goal, is I will perform the first few chapters of the in-progress Undertale script, which, as confirmed by Ruby from Codex Entry, is good. So, if you want a sneak peek of an upcoming video, that's where to do it. Thank you so much, Liz, for being here. You do not need to apologize ever for not being able to support with money. Also, hey Tay, I saw you in chat earlier. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, and then at 2,500, I will do the baseline test from Blade Runner 2049 in the current player character's voice. Which, if you were here for the Raven as John Mulaney, was an experience. So yeah, I'm gonna get back to playing. But
Also make said Agent Smith for Andres to Madden.
Oh, Agent Smith for Andre Samatin. Yes, absolutely. That will be fun. Mr. Anderson. Billions of people living out their lives completely oblivious.
I need to rewatch those movies.
I'm always in a perpetual state of wanting to rewatch those movies. If you want to do it like next week or something, let me know. So just be doing a lot of animation, and I can easily put that in the background and work on animation at the same time, you know?
Yeah, we'll talk about it when you're not streaming sometime.
I also have them on Blu-ray, so
nice.
I can yeah, facilitate the watching. Wink. Out of the house. You trade with me. I hate when they don't have enough stuff, like, so that I would have to either use up, game.
You have to use a pot?
Ha!
Oh,
It's an infected house! Well, Executors had a specific, voice right now. Oh, so yeah, you can do classes. Executors also have John Mulaney. This is gonna be John Mulaney talking to John Mulaney. This can happen on the stream if you pay for it. That is what will occur. So just saying, if you want to see John Mulaney talk to John Mulaney, you always pay for that. I forgot that John Mulaney was already playing to the Executors. Everyone's dead here. See? No one knows why. Perhaps an echo of yesterday's vendetta. We're a bit at a loss about this loss ourselves. What am I supposed to do with the provisions? The dead have no use for it. Give your offering to Laura. Wasn't it she that asked you to bring food? She wanted to call her shelter the house of the living, didn't she? What? Is she supposed to refashion her own home into a Lazar house now? Are you mocking me? I'm over on the bench. She won't need it anymore anyway. Laura only has a few days left. Do persuade her to make the most of them. You have a sour sense of humor. Bye, infected house.
Can I drag Skyen in?
Absolutely, yes. Yes. I'm gonna try to loot this.
Welcome.
Fuck you, infected stuff.
Hello.
Hello. Nope. That was not worth it. That was not worth it.
Oh,
I got infected.
I'll go
Hey, Sky, I'm so sorry. You came in like right as I was interacting with the infected house. How are you doing?
I am doing good. I just finished a fuck ton of work, so now I want to not do work for a while.
Nice. So you came on here so we can just ramble about the things we talk about for work.
Yeah, just continue our conversation from Darkfry stream.
Seriously, that was a fun conversation. What were we talking about specifically? I just remember, I just have like the, you know, that like vague, like, I was having a good time. Things were nice. You know, brain fog. What were we talking about specifically?
God, so many. I have too much ADHD to remember.
That's the problem.
I remember the feeling. I remember the feeling was good.
Yeah, exactly. We're too neurodivergent to remember what we were doing. I also just bonked my mouse there. Okay, I think all I have to do left today is talk to Andre and Laura and sell stuff. So yeah, I did it. Hooray. Hello. But yeah, I'm only on day 2 because of various things slowing me down, mostly stream stuff, but it's been fun. We're definitely moving through the game slower than I was expecting to.
How many times have you run this?
I have beaten Pathologic Daniel's route once. I have not beaten the Haruspex route. I have not beaten the Changelings route, but I will eventually, someday. I actually, when I decided I was going to do the stream, I was like, I have to beat the game once before I do the stream. So I beat the game a week and a bit ago. So when we get to the latter couple days, I'll just be like automation mode. The first 2 days I keep having to go check my notes, remember what I was doing, and how to do it. Actually, I'm gonna go across first stuff. But the first 2 days are so chill because it's mostly just, there's just a lot of talking, and talking when you're voice acting the entire game is slow.
Oh yeah, like, oh boy, I've done enough Let's Plays. It's, wow, you can go faster when you don't have to voice out every single thing someone says.
You don't realize how much it impacts things. Like, to be honest, depending on how much I get done by Thursday with this stream, I may just have to say, okay, we're gonna finish the rest at this date. I have to go do animation for Jesse.
Yeah.
Because we have to get the Star Wars project done within a certain time limit. But it's been such an interesting experience, and I definitely think I'm gonna do this more in the future. This sort of digital busking, I guess.
Yeah.
Is a fun experience. Do you sell things at unreasonable? Yes! Oh my god! That is so fucking cool! Okay, so in Artemis Route, there's a specific the quest you do where you find out that there's a specific store that buys things at a higher price than other stores. And that applies in the Bachelor Route too. I'm so jazzed right now that, like, playing the game, I've developed this deep understanding of the work. Because yeah, the revolver here sells for 9,600, and the other place it sold for like 7,200. And Bad Grief was buying it for like 6,000. So, God, isn't Pathologic just it's a game? Like, it really is a living, breathing town where, like, the more you know this place, the more you become a part of it, the more you are able to just, like, breeze through things. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a game that I know only from video essays.
Fair. Maybe someday I'll convince you to play. Oh, it is a time sink of a game. Though I will say, I think a huge benefit to Pathologic is that each day is sort of its own distinct beast. Like, yes, it's a long playthrough across the entire thing, but each day is a distinct thing you can do. And if you're not playing on stream and you're not voice acting everything, it takes like 2 hours. So it's not brutally
You can quite easily play in 2-hour chunks.
Also
spread over like a few days or a few weeks.
Yeah, which is like, when you think about it just in terms of like video game commitment, like, yeah, it's 24 hours or whatever for an entire playthrough of a route if you go fast, but I would say, like, and also every mistake you make you have to redo chunks of time. If you're smart, you can go way faster than that, and also just like, I like the distinctness of like, oh, I'm gonna finish a day, and I'll come back to the game later. Though I would say when I was deciding I was gonna finish the game before I started, I was like, oh, I'll just like reward myself at the end of the day after doing a bunch of animation work, and then I played the game straight for like 12, 13 hours overnight. Didn't sleep.
Oh dear.
It's the insomnia. Sometimes I just can't sleep, and my brain's just like too hyperfixated. And I was just so hyperfixated. So I played day 7 through 12 in one evening, like a week and a bit ago. One whole night. Which is why I was like, oh, I'll definitely get through this in a couple of days. And then I didn't realize just like how much voice acting would slow down this game. But I don't think it's a bad thing. But yeah, Also, I didn't like introduce you. This is TV Skyen. They make really, really good videos about. It's primarily art and character design and analysis of media. They also do like video essays, sort of in the same style that I do, where it's narrative design things. But you have such a unique eye, and I mean this in a really, really positive way. A unique eye for how character design is done and what it means and what it says. And I always feel like watching your stuff, I gain a greater appreciation for aspects that I wouldn't consider otherwise. And as an animator, I find it really valuable because it helps inform things when I'm working on stuff. Yeah.
You're always so nice to me.
I'm true. I don't believe in idle comments. I believe that, but I believe that if you have a compliment for someone, you should give it. I think our society doesn't give compliments often, I don't think we're, like, normalized enough into the general speech to give compliments when they're due, and...
Yeah, because compliments are sort of like a transactional thing
and
in a lot of contexts for people.
Yeah, and I think a sincere compliment. You can tell the difference when there's a transactional element versus a sincerity to it, I think. Generally.
Yeah.
Even as an autistic person, I think I can kind of figure that out. I can kind of figure that out to some degree. I don't know, I just think that sincere, honest kindness also opens you up to being able to sincerely and honestly say when someone messes up or makes a mistake, and they know it's not an attack or an ulterior motive, It is an honest statement coming from an honest place of care. And I just think fostering communities built around care for the other and care for other people and expressing that care in honest ways it means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Aw. Hey, Lynn, thank you so much. Also, if you want to redeem any of your rewards, mention them in chat, because you didn't send anything with the message there. But I will... There we go. So if you want voices, if you want a new Danielle voice, you've paid for it. So you can have a new Danielle voice and a... Oh yeah, and I forgot to say, with the rewards, you don't just get like the reward at that tier, you get you get one of the previous tier rewards, and then if you pay 50 or above, you can pick 2 of the previous tier rewards. So yeah, so if you pay $20 and you want to change the voice for Danielle, you can also change the voice for one of the other characters. And if you're not sure, there's the info document you can go look at, figure out who doesn't have voices yet or what current voices are. And that's why I keep the current day up, so if there's a chance that I'm going to talk to people. I'm almost done today, so I would say that if you're going to choose, like for the NPCs, look at the ones that have day 3 dialogue if you want to actually hear the voice, because okay, now I got a voice actor. Over on the bench, I've obtained the rations, but there are very odd orderlies standing by the house you've directed me at. They're using theatrical masks and costumes as disease protection, as far as I understood. Yes, I know. The House of the Living will have to be relocated here. Remember that you're always welcome at the shelter. We'll preserve the stock, distributing the food in small portions. We'll make it. I hope it all ends soon. So, I'll always be able to find room and board at your place. You will. Take this as a reward, too. These are nuts. I've given some today. It's great luck. They must have come from an old cache. You know how to use them? I do! Thank you, Lara. Actually, that's really valuable. She just gave me enough to buy, it feels like if you play this game blind and you don't know what you're doing and stuff, this quest is a huge money sink, especially if you don't buy the correct food on day 1. But if you know what you're doing and you buy the food on day 1, you don't actually spend much money on this quest. This quest gets you a shit ton of gold, and then Lara gives you enough that if you find the right kid, hey, there's this model right here that I'm walking towards, you can trade for a smouter. And those are most valuable things in the game. Of course, she has to spawn with one. So disappointing. Happen. I'm gonna go talk to Andre and finish up that quest. And then probably just spend the day looting. So we have lots of time to just chat. Because I don't have much in-game stuff to do. Is it okay if I ask what you were working on today?
Oh, I've been trying to do an animation breakdown of an animated music video, and now I'm running into 400 billion copyright claims that I'm trying to nail them all down, like add static image or whatever, sort of get my way around it, and then I upload a new test edit, and then 3 more copyright claims pop up. So I'm just whack-a-mole right now.
It's painful and it's so bullshit. YouTube really needs to change to a system that is built on innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, but
Like,
they never will.
They never will, but they never will without government oversight. And that's not a great option either, for other reasons.
Because if they were to do that now, they would absolutely get sued into oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole copyright system YouTube has right now is the result of a compromise with all of the large media companies from way back in like the early days of YouTube, when YouTube was like half re-uploaded Family Guy clips. They were getting sued into oblivion, and they had to implement
when YouTube had entire TV shows and anime and everything.
Yeah, it's like the good old days of watching an anime in 3 parts in a little box in a window on YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's so frustrating having that. Speaking of animation, though, I've been watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm sure I'm butchering that pronunciation, and I'm so sorry to anyone who actually speaks Japanese. I hate messing up pronunciations, but that's how I've heard everybody else that I've heard talk about the show say it. And I'm like, I'm sure that is the very English pronunciation. But also the dub uses Jujutsu High, so but it's, you know, I always go into any of those things that are kind of shonen or shonen related. The apprehension as a woman. It's like, I want to enjoy your show, but then the weird sexism is right there. Oh, I'm almost slipping into John Mulaney because I've been doing it so much. Cause
the weird sexism is right there.
Andre is now... What is Andre now? I have so many voices to keep track. It's really fun, but kind of...
Agent Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Millions of people just living out their life. Sid, take a load off your feet.
All set! We're armed!
Okay. Let's meet by the station 10 p.m. Don't get too close to the engine, though.
I won't. I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
John Mulaney as Neo is a cursed thought, because he sorta has the physical profile in his younger days, but...
Oh, that is very cursed. He's also transphobic, which feels...
Oh, fuck. God damn it!
He platformed Dave Chappelle, like, really prominently during the whole thing. Like, had him come to his shows and perform at his shows, and his performance at the show was basically just like, trans people suck? Laugh now! Like, that, basically he just walked out and just, like, ranted about trans people. Like, he wasn't even doing, like, comedy, he was just, like, ranting about trans people as the, like, opener to a John Mulaney, like, several John Mulaney shows, and then John Mulaney came up on stage and hugged him. And I'm like, yeah, at that point...
God, what is it about transphobia that just, like has an aura that instantly kills comedy?
It's so fascinating because I'm like...
Transphobes just can't be funny. They just
can't. It's fascinating, and I'm like... Even when they've showed the aptitude to do it outside of that. Like, we all enjoy shitting on Glinner and everything, but... You know, there is good comedy in the IT crowd.
There's a reason why people still, like, quote it and enjoy it and post clips and shit.
Yeah. Like, to say that there's no comedy skill there would be lying, but everything he's done since he's gotten obsessed with transphobia is just, like, the worst. Just the worst. And I'm like, obviously this is not the important thing to take away from these people that hate my guts for what I am, but I can't help but constantly be sitting here like, it's fucking weird though. Why does that like seem to hinder the ability to be creative? I mean, even like what people have to say about J.K. Rowling, which I do think Harry Potter's much worse than a lot of people thought it was at the time.
Because we were 11 when we read it, yeah.
Yeah, and it's aged like sour milk. But when you compare it to her terrible, increasingly transphobic detective stories, which, by the way, she publishes under Robert Galbraith, the inventor of conversion therapy. I will never be over this. I will never... Sorry. I try not to talk about her a ton, but I'm also just, like, always constantly mad at her because of both being in person stalked and harassed by her fans, and the, multiple hate campaigns, and personally targeting Jesse.
I think a lot of her loss of ability to do jack shit has also got a lot to do with her being a billionaire surrounded by nothing but crowds of yes men for like the past 20 years at this point. Like we saw that even with the Harry Potter novels, how they just swelled up and got fatter and fatter and fatter as time went on, because like editors were less and less willing to tell her, hey, maybe we don't need this bit with Rita Skeeter where you keep describing her as manly for some reason. That's weird. Why are you doing that, Joanne?
Yeah, there's so many weird things where you look back and you're like, it was all start.
Yeah, like it's, you can see the transphobic impulse in her. And then she gets rich and surrounds herself with like Baroness war crimes and whatever other rules.
Yeah, just
and
the
it
worst
just, like,
people.
Down the slide.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like I feel like we talk a lot about her transphobia, and I do think it's the most prominent element. But I do think it's, if you want to talk about her transphobia, you gotta talk about the anti-Semitism, because it's so ingrained in her transphobia, and it was ingrained in her books more openly from the beginning than the transphobia is. The transphobia is there in this like sort of subtle background way, but I would recommend people go look up like Jewish people have discussed the like anti-Semitism in the recent Hogwarts game, that video game that Jesse and I were telling everybody not to fucking buy, and then people like threw the biggest tantrums ever. My God,
it wasn't even a good game. Like it was a AAA slop fest.
No one has talked about that game since, other than trans people being like, "Hey, remember that game sucked?"
Yeah, like it does. It's not like, if it was like a flawed masterpiece, maybe I could sort of understand people getting defensive, but it wasn't. It was just a fucking AAA slop fest with a battle pass and too many microtransactions and like, do this quest with 5 things every day to claim your points for the login bonus. Like, that's all it was. It was just one of those. There's a million of them, and they're all bad.
It's just me constantly sitting there like, why? Why?
Like, what about this thing was worth it? And the thing about it that was worth it is that they thought it made trans people mad.
Which, what made us annoyed wasn't the transphobes being normal transphobes, because whatever, it's Tuesday. What made us annoyed is all of the people who were like, I'm such an ally, I'm such an ally, I'm such an ally. But I have to play the game. And I need to tell you. I need to ask. Is it okay for me to play? Please.
Oh, the absolutions.
Please.
I got people like that in my fucking Tumblr asks, like sort of trying to get me to like telling me about like, Harry Potter's been so important for me your whole childhood. Like, is there some way in which could I donate to a cause? Like, what the fuck are you asking me for absolution for? What do you think I'm gonna sell you? It's like, oh yeah, I absolve you on behalf of trans people. No, fuck off.
It's so absurd. It's comedic. Like, there's no other word for it. It is comedic.
Yeah. It's also about people going like, I have to play it for my audience. And it's like, there were so many other big games coming out around that time.
It's like, do you not have a backlog? Like, anything else? Play a classic. Play Undertale again. Like, I don't care.
Play Deltarune.
Yeah.
I've played Deltarune multiple times. Worth it every time. Undertale, you play it once.
Yes. I have actually only ever played Undertale one time. I can't stomach the idea of going back to it. And
I would have
after
only played it one time, but there's a reason why I played it a second time. However, important note, I did not play it on the same device. I played it one time on the Switch for the purpose of writing a video essay because I wanted to talk about the Trans Cat Girl DLC that's on the Switch and only on the Switch, and I only found out about that after I'd already played through on the PC, and I had to play on the PC to get the footage. So I didn't have a choice. I did play through it a second time, however, it was on a separate device, so from my standpoint, diegetically, I just liberated 2 different worlds. Because they actually have 2 different canonicities. So it actually is okay, technically, within the rules of the game, it is okay to play through Undertale multiple times, but only on different devices.
Oh, Mike in chat saying, I love seeing League of Legends streamers saying I have to play shitty HP game from Ireland. Oh, I know a thing or two about that.
As the League of Legends design
God, yeah, I do have a niche in that
analyzer.
community, which curse and a blessing.
Curse and a blessing. I will say you do it better than anyone else has ever done it, but I can't imagine it's fun dealing with aspects of that community as someone who played League for all of high school in my very toxic high school friend group. Yeah. Fun fact. The day, this is a weird story. The day that I told my abuser to go fuck off forever, was I had been at a rowing training camp, for the weekend. We had this group project thing, and when I came back after the camp to do all of the stuff that I needed to do, and I was gonna get it done that night. I'm a fast worker. Again, I wrote all of Midnight Mass in 2 days. That is a 15,000 word script. I can write and research something fast and do proper good work. And my I go to access the Drive documents we were using, and I'd done all this earlier research work, and then they were supposed to write a certain amount, and then I was going to come in and finish it, right? And I couldn't access any of the things because they'd removed access. Like, in the long series of, like, bullshit things they pulled to fuck me over and mess with me. And I phoned them, and they're playing a fucking League game, and they, like, were just being a complete ass, and I remember just, like, losing it at them over, like, why the fuck are you playing a League right now instead of talking to me? Dealing with this, and I had like I had a bit of a like mental breakdown. I'm not gonna lie, but like
probably not because of League specifically, but it
because the other stuff
didn't help.
But my brain just has, I don't know why, like my brain just immediately went there when talking about League. I was like, the horrors. So yeah, I have gotten my Smouter back. I had to replay a couple of hours because I messed up and I lost the Smouter I traded for because of that. But I just got it back. I am now safe for the rest of the game. There is no way I will need more than 7 Smouters. Because there's about 5 guaranteed across the rest of the quests. Anyway, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Smouters, what are they for? Are they like cures?
They're cures, and you can obviously use one on yourself, but you should just never get infected. Do not get infected. Save scum.
It kills you, but it also nearly kills you.
Yeah, Panacea heals you for free with no downsides. No, the real use for Smouters is to heal your bound, if they get infected. Because a certain amount of characters will just randomly get infected across the game, and you won't be able to talk to not your bound specifically. As long as you finish the main quests, your bound should be fine. Though I had a fun glitch on my playthrough where Peter Stamatin, despite getting all the quests done correctly, Peter Stamatin got infected on day 8. Whatever the day is where he gets depressed and goes and nearly commits suicide. He doesn't. But I am doing a video essay about House of Usher right now. Thank you for being here, All Hail Sunset Youth. I'm glad.
Yeah, you're gonna cause me to watch that show so I can watch your video and actually understand it.
It is a really good show.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, Triss, you wouldn't have watched it if I hadn't said, hey, I want to discuss this with you.
Yeah.
Triss and the other members of the Garden System are our sensitivity reading on the section about mental illness because I wanted to talk about dealing with mental illness and the reality of it and how a lot of horror media fucks it up and how to do it right. So that section, I will not spoil it unless we hit the dono goal, in which case I will read that section of the script as it currently exists. Which, Triss, you haven't heard the end part that I more recently wrote, but that's less about the media and stuff, more very, very personal.
Yeah.
But I'm really proud of it, though I do think if we do reach that goal and I do have to perform it on screen, I will probably cry.
Aww.
I performed it for Jesse, and I performed it for LK, and they both thought it was really, really, really good. And so I'm happy with it, but yeah, like, I'm gonna talk honestly about some things, particularly intrusive thoughts, and I think that's gonna make some people uncomfortable, and...
yeah.
Yeah. I'm
As
mildly nervous
I remember
about
we talked
it.
about this on Darkfire stream. Discomfort is often where the important things are.
Yeah, like, you learn so much from discomfort. IMO, like, discomfort is the greatest teacher. This is what I say on the Darkfire stream as well, but, like, the reality is that even when your discomfort is correct, like, taking the time to understand it will give you a much healthier relationship to it. So it's always worth, when you're feeling discomforted by something, ask yourself, why do I feel that way?
Yeah, because that's also how you get guidance on, like, how to navigate that discomfort. Like, what's the appropriate response? Well, you have to know where it's coming from first.
Is this a healthy response to the situation I'm in? Is it a biased response? That's a uncomfortable conversation with yourself you gotta have it. And I haven't played Patho 2 yet. I'm waiting until I finish Haruspecs and Changeling Routes and Marble Nest, and then I'll play Patho 2. I am savoring my Patho experience. But I might do once I've beaten this and the Changeling Route and Marble Nest, I might do, like, I'll do those on stream. I think I might do a blind playthrough of Pathologic 2. Yeah. If you want to donate, here's the info. And, yeah, and
remember to get a reward, because you can make Aeronok do some fun voices.
You can make me do fun voices and things. A reminder that I'm just raising money to help with my own financial issues that I've been having as a result of a long series of disasters and my disability affecting how much I can work. So if I wasn't disabled, I'd be working a good-paying comp sci job, but instead I am disabled. So I am thinking of this as digital busking, and you can make me do ridiculous things. There's a reason why I have a bunch of names written on my face. You can donate to cause that to happen. I'm gonna add your name to the face.
Actually, I should get that bad impression of Lin-Manuel Miranda in here.
You want that in there? Okay. So we're at the end of day 2 right now. Like, we're like just finishing the last quest up, which won't finish right away. But look at the people that have voice lines on day 3. I'll take a quick look just to... And again, this is chat as well. If you're ever curious or you ever want to change, like, if you change your mind, like, I actually want this voice instead or whatever, I'm perfectly happy. I am here for your entertainment. So, so I think the person we're gonna probably end up talking to the most tomorrow is Victor, I want to say, or... Yeah, Victor's the only person we talked to multiple times, I think. There's a few others, so...
I have no memory of Day 3. I know I played it, but I don't remember what happened.
But yeah, and you'll see beside each the main characters that you can choose, or there's a list of numbers. Those numbers are the. Thank you so much for rating, Gender Master. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Shout you out. I recognize that name from chat. Thank you so much for rating in. I guess, okay, here's a good time. I will read the donation incentives and remind everyone why we're here, because we just got a raid. Thank you so much for being here. I also need to... Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Victor the Lin-Manuel impression. So... Also, Skyen, just because you donated, like, earlier this week, I think, which was very generous of you, I'm gonna go look at how much it was, and you can redeem rewards from that, because it was this week. Just saying.
I mean, like, I support you on Patreon, I think.
Yeah, you do. I think you had to cut back, remember. Oh no, that was 2 months ago. I'm just bad at memory. Wow! Wow, that's telling that I can only, like, I remember 2 months ago as this week. That's concerning.
Relatable, though.
Memory issues are a time.
That is neurodivergence.
Okay. Hi, for those who don't know me, I'm Aronok. I'm a trans video essayist and artist. If you watch a lot of leftist video essays, you have heard my voice or heard my words from someone else's mouth. I work behind the scenes on a lot of different people's work. People I primarily work with are Lady Night the Brave, Jesse Gender, Turb, but my work is all over the place. It's in TV Skyen's channel, it's on FD Signifier's channel, it's all over the place. And I'm just doing this stream sort of as a way of, like, digital busking, because I'm in financial not good times, thanks to a long series of disasters, such as my brother and my's vehicle, which we live in a city where you have to have a vehicle to get anywhere. I live in Canada, in Regina, Saskatchewan. Saskatoon. I grew up in Regina. Memory issues. My brain don't work too good. So I live in Saskatoon, and you have to have a vehicle as a disabled person to be able to get groceries. Our transit system is functionally useless, so, and expensive. Weirdly, I spend less on gas than I would. Even as the gas is expensive, it's fun. Thank you so much for subscribing, Clara Cantum. So if you want info, I have done video games. I am doing a big piece on Undertale. Actually, one of the donation rewards is that I will perform the script for the Undertale video as it currently exists, and it won't be the entire thing, and I won't be doing the conclusion. But the first couple chapters, which are good. I had Ruby from Codex Entry on earlier, who I collaborate with often, and she can confirm that script is good because she helped write it. So I believe it's very important to give credit where credit is due. Anyway, for the rewards, $5, you get to join the illustrious names of the board. There's many names on this board. Not as many as there have been donos, but that's because a lot of people did anonymous donations. Really, really nice of them. $10, you can request a voice from the list. I'm gonna turn the music off in the game for a second. $10, you can request a voice from the list for any of the main characters / townspeople. I'm playing through Pathologic, specifically the Bachelor's route. And $20, you can request any voice for Daniil, which is the player character, so they are in every conversation, which means you get to hear their voice a lot. $30, you can request any voice within reason. I won't do anything that would be offensive to other marginalized groups or anything. For any character, even if it's not on the list. I can't guarantee I will do it well, and you can always request something different if you don't like what I tried to do, but I will do my best to attempt to do whatever you ask. $50, I will read any short poem, copy pasta, etc. within reason. It can't be, bigoted and messed up and stuff. Nothing that will get me in trouble with Twitch or clipped in a bad way, But within reason, I will read whatever you want. And $75, I write your username on my face and pen. $100, I give a rant about whatever silly topic you want. Nothing serious, but silly topics. So with that being said, I need to update Victor, who is no longer Solid Snake, but is now bad Lin-Manuel Miranda impression. Bad Lin-Manuel Miranda impression is fun. that came out of earlier. So Lady Night the Brave and I watch a lot of musicals together and hang out a lot, and we've started doing this thing every time like a musical will have something about legacy. We're like, what is a legacy? Planting trees in a, like that weird thing that he does. Yeah. Tay, what do you want for Daniel? I've been John Mulaney for an entire day. We had a conversation earlier because the executors are also John Mulaney, where it was just John Mulaney talking to John Mulaney.
It's John Mulaney all the way down.
Being John Mulaney, yeah.
Yeah, other voices we currently have in the mix are Agent Smith, Alan Rickman's Sheriff of Nottingham, Ben Shapiro, John 117 Master Chief, Fem Obi-Wan, Mark Hamill's Joker, the Emperor Palpatine, Shadow the Hedgehog, Princess Peach, and Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm a bit of a vocal chameleon. What does the character look like? Goth twink. Daniel's a goth
Shadow
twink.
the Hedgehog is tempting for that.
But Shadow's so good as Alexander Sabarov. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. But I keep losing my speaking voice because I'm like drifting between different voices so often.
Yeah, you could have some tea handy or something to kind of soothe your...
You know what? While people are figuring out what they want, I don't know if I've done Future Trunks. I can do edgy anime protagonist if you want. That is on the list. Edgy anime protagonist is on the list. Yeah, I made it so Daniel can only be voices that I know I can do because I have to do it so much. I can make... I'm just so hard done by. I've had a hard life, and now I have superpowers. Now I have to do things with them. You don't understand my pain. Okay.
All these anime girls, they keep wanting to kiss me, but I don't want to kiss them.
Stoic.
Yeah, I'm stoic, and I refuse their advances to show my strength of character.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish the day, and then I'm gonna go make some tea, because I haven't taken a bio break in a long time. And while the tea is steeping, I will go to the bathroom and whatnot.
Smart fan.
I love edgy anime protagonists, and every show has one, and they all sound the same. Like,
yeah,
like
they're a stock type.
I'm Fujiguro Shoto. Like I've just been watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and that is the character. I know you're optimistic, and it helps me have hope sometimes when I'm not being too edgy. I think I have to technically wait until 10, and then I can do this conversation. Okay, now it's just always best to wait and be sure. The guardsmen don't currently have a voice, so it's just whatever I feel like.
Bachelor Dankovsky, sir, I'm under the orders to stop you by any and all means necessary. No one's allowed to leave the town. This is the order of the emergency plenipotentiary. You moron. Oh, wait, no. You moron. The emergency plenipotentiary is me. Make way.
Oh God! I forgot this is combat. I have made a mistake.
Oh dear.
Okay.
I do like that he sounded like the guard sounded a little bit like a simple country lawyer.
Yeah, a simple country lawyer.
This is more accurate than you.
Fine, you win. I will cancel my departure.
Okay. Every quest for the day has been completed. I am good at this game. Do I need to sleep? Not really. Actually, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go to Old Gimski's. I'm gonna sleep. I'm going to leave during the play performance from Mark Immortal, so at least you'll have something on the screen that's visually interesting, because I've beaten the game before. I know all of Mark Immortal's. Oh, I know, because then I'll waste a bunch of time. Because once the cutscene ends, the game doesn't pause. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid again, Master. I appreciate that. Very sweet. Yeah, Pathologic is my favorite game of all time and what I consider the best game ever created. Now, I'm sure once I play Pathologic 2, I will go, this is a much better made game. However, I also know Pathologic 1's gonna stay my favorite. I don't know.
Sometimes the janky shit is the good shit.
Sometimes janky shit is the good shit. Like, I just replayed Dead Space 1. And, actually, right on the off, I during the test stream for Pathologic, which I did, like, I finished Dead Space 2, and then I was like, oh, I got a lot of time, I guess I'll just test out streaming Pathologic, make sure you know it works on OBS, that the idea for the stream even can function, that people would be entertained by the voice acting, etc. So I started playing Artemis Route, which is very fun. But thank you so much for following, everyone who followed. Just a general thank you. I appreciate it. I generally keep the named thank yous to the donations and whatnot. But, what was I saying? And Dead Space 1 just has such a specific vibe, and I think genuinely improving the graphics, improving the smoothness, making it less janky, does not improve the game.
Yeah.
The horrorness actually lives in that space of... Oh, how long am I streaming for? Probably another couple of hours. I'm gonna sleep. My goal is to start again at noon tomorrow, and I'll be going for the next couple of days, however long it takes me to beat Daniel's route. So hopefully it shouldn't take too long.
But you are right. Like H-Bomb has a video essay about like the power of VHS, and Pim's Crypt did a great one about PS1 aesthetics as horror aesthetics as well. And
I love both of those essays, and Pim's a good friend of mine, so I think I might be in the VHS one, or if I'm not, I'm in a lot of Pim videos. I can never remember which ones I've done voices for and which I have.
But it is true, like that there is. In the abstraction that's necessary for like lower fidelity graphics, I think a lot more horror lives there than it does in very literal representation.
Yeah, I actually watched Alien with who was fronting at the time? My brain is it was Chloe. Okay. My brain was like, it wasn't Rosa, but Rosa was also interested in the thing. Chloe, thank you. Sorry. Chloe and I watched Alien again. And I have Alien on DVD, and I don't want it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Because IMO, Alien's just a little better with a little lower fidelity. And I'd actually love to have a VHS copy and a VHS player for Alien. There's just something that gets lost in fidelity. And I think people's idea of graphics as this, like, great achievable goal, the ultimate purpose. No. Like...
No, it really
no,
isn't. Like
it isn't.
Like there's that Brian Eno quote about how all the flaws we try to escape are the things that become defining qualities that we seek to recapture.
We endlessly go back to them over and over and over again because of course we would. To be honest, I think the most human thing is to be flawed. And the most human thing is to make art. So what could be more human than flawed art? and flawed mediums. And there's just something poetic and almost mystical about I need to go stab this guy. Poetic and mystical about that element of mediums. Like, I've been working a lot in... I've been taking this university drawing class. right now, and I'm working a lot more in physical mediums. Sorry, I need to focus on that timing. It's like a rhythm game. With also, it's a rhythm game with RNG on how fast your punches are, so you're also having to work with like the rhythm of the enemy, the rhythm of your movement, the dance to it. I would describe, yeah, Pathologic combat is a dance.
Both the dancers are drunk.
And both the dancers are drunk. Good description. I'm really good at the combat, as you can see. And I know the thing about Pathologic combat is that if you're good at it, it's like, how is this hard? What are you talking about? Because it looks so seamless and just, oh, you just walk back and forth and you punch them, and if you're bad at it, you'll understand. Like if you go play it and you haven't played it before, you'll learn quickly. Oh no, it actually is that hard. It is really hard. You have to know exactly where to step and when to step, and yeah. Thank you so much, Tay. Thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely, lovely evening.
You were saying physical media.
But yeah, physical media just is really precious to me. The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater. The fact that I know the exact timing of that should tell you something about my relationship to this game. Anyway, cutscene.
The terrifying discoveries have convinced them. One of them managed to curb the family feud.
Bad news. The governor will abuse his power, and the rest won't let him get away with this. Nothing's changed.
The town was placed in quarantine. From now on, the infected districts will be locked down, and no one will be able to leave until the situation is resolved.
Well, it won't be. They won't figure it out.
I love these abstract, artistic interpretation little video things. Like, it's just total, just like, you figured out, here's some weird Russian film. I don't know. Pathologic is simultaneously high art and deeply flawed, and I love it.
When we do not
find
peace of mind in ourselves.
Batman, now's not a good time to talk. However important the matter.
Nothing important, I'm just doing the rounds. Sometimes Mark Immortal has a conversation for you after the play, sometimes he doesn't. Dice roll, but he's currently Mark Hamill. He's Joker. Oh, Betsy, you shouldn't have. I do miss a good performance. I love, like, Mark Hamill's Joker is fun because he does so much range with it instead of sitting in, like, one position. Like, yeah. It's a fun vocal performance.
Yeah. Hamill is, like, arguably better known now for that than Luke Skywalker.
Oh, I have a really fun bit in the Fall of the House of Usher related to this. Okay. We'll sneaky reveal just because all of you have been so wonderful. So every time I mention Mark Hamill, I'm going to mention a thing he's in, but not Luke Skywalker. I will not mention Luke Skywalker throughout,
so you're doing the thing that Mark Hamill best known for.
Yes, until the very end, the last time I reference him. In which case I'll say, Mark Hamill, you know, Luke Skywalker from the Muppets. And I'll start with the obvious ones. I'll start with the Joker, you know, like the things that you're like, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, that makes sense, you choose that over... Okay, what are you doing? What? And I just want to fuck with the audience in a fun way. I love doing shit like that.
Mark Hamill, you know, from The Guyver.
Yeah, no, just like every odd choice that I can find. Anyway, if you two wouldn't mind entertaining chat while I run a quick bio break, I would appreciate it greatly. I will be back.
Absolutely.
I will say, whenever someone brings up Mark Hamill, for some reason the first thing I jump to is Firelord Ozai.
Oh,
because that one always catches me out whenever I watch it again, and I'm like, oh wait, shit, that's Mark Hamill.
Yeah, I've had that experience with so many like cartoons and things. Where it's like, that's not? Oh, it is. He's fucking everywhere. Like, I'm glad he's still working. I'm glad that he got to be known for something other than just Star Wars, even if that'll haunt him for the rest of his life.
He also seems to really enjoy his work, because like the stuff he does in Fall of the House of Usher is also like really good, and he's putting his entire, like, he's giving it everything.
His entire Hamilosy into it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, the things I say when I'm distracted.
Fair.
I remember he showed up in he showed up in a, what the hell was it? Like, what was it called? It was like a car racing cartoon that was really short-lived and like a cult hit, Detroit something, I can't remember. But like gorgeous cartoon, like really well animated. Like some animation nerds love to sort of bring this up as like a classic that never really got made. And he's the villain in that, and he does such an intimidating, scary performance. And but I just, because I heard him as like, oh, that's Mark. I cannot hear anything but the Joker. In this cartoon where the Joker does not belong.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. It is kind of the downside of some actors that are like really good in a lot of stuff, where you just recognize them as that one big role.
Yeah, I had the same thing with David Hayter, who, like Solid Snake. He showed up in Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, and it was like he's giving a very different performance in that game. Like he is playing a very different character, but I just could not. That's Solid Snake. That's Solid Snake, that guy.
I mean, I'm, as a lesbian, I have this a lot with women voice actors, but like, whenever I hear Jennifer Hill in anything, she's the female version of Shepard in the Mass Effect games.
Yeah.
So she owns my entire ass and everything she's in. I cannot cope.
Oh yeah, like Jennifer Hale will also forever for me be Shepard. Like I have played the goddamn Garrus romance too many times.
I have never done Garrus. I have done the Yara Samantha thing.
Garrus is good. Garrus is war buddy romance. It's like very...
Yeah. It always feels so platonic with my ships. Except one of them absolutely hates him.
Yeah, I mean, all of Mass Effect. I remember Mass Effect, like Mass Effect 1, when that came out, and like there was very technically a lesbian sex scene in it, where a female Shepard could romance Liara. It was like, Fox News got mad about it. There were news reports. There were like congressional involvement.
Like, Dragon Age Origins came out before it, and that had a sapphic scene with Liliana and like a canon gay male scene with Zevran. So it's... But that got completely ignored.
Yeah, because they just pick and choose things that they want to get mad at. But it's like, God, it's like going back and playing Mass Effect and indeed Dragon Age and seeing those sex scenes is like, it's not really anything to get, like, that's so nothing. That's so vanilla. It's like there's like half a second of a bit of alien blue ass, and then it just fades to black. Yeah.
It's kind of like, if this is meant to titillate, there's not enough there. If this is meant to be like an actual thing about the characters, because you have like good sex scenes, but this says nothing about the characters either. Because it's so copy and paste.
Yeah, it's copy and paste, and it's also very like it's very sort of perfunctory and transactional in the old the old BioWare games.
This kind of annoyed me with Liara, because when I was first playing it, she is like, she mentions she's just in a relationship and not really in anything physical, and I was sitting there like, oh yes, Damier's representation, let's go.
Yeah.
And then like near the end, it's like, if you want to continue the romance, you have to have sex with her.
Yup. No option not to.
It's you can either say yeah, sure, or you can break up. You can't go, actually, I'd like to wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's this deeply allo presumption tied into it. Like, why would you pursue a romance if you do not want to fuck? What? Why would anyone do that?
Yep. It's it kind of is an issue with all the BioWare games.
Yeah.
I like them, but I hate them, but I love them.
Oh, I know what you mean. I know, like Mass Effect is so post 9/11 U.S. military propaganda that it hurts, and yet, I can't but goddamn go back to that game
And
so many times.
It has those moments that are actually like good, despite all the Americanisms in it.
Yeah.
But they're still wrapped up in all that bullshit.
It is that frustrating thing of like, oh, I can see all the good stuff. It's right down there. If we could just scratch away all that. Ugh.
It's for context as well. This is why I write fanfics for Dragon Age and Mass Effect.
Yeah,
because it could be good.
It really could. It really could. It's so close. Like, there's so many. You can see that there are people with like good ideas and good intentions working on it, and it's just. Ooh.
Honestly, I would say Dragon Age Inquisition is the worst in this regard, because it completely ignores so much lore and build-up from the previous games just to go, ooh, grey morality, who's in the right, who's in the wrong?
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, oh god, like, the mages and Templars conflict in those games, the both sidesing in those, it's like, ooh, it rankles me. It really does.
And it is like established lore up to that point that the Danish are like one of the only cultures that like actually cares about mages and like actively sees them as like really important to the society and as like very valued members of the society, while every other society oppresses them. And then in Inquisition, they're like, oh, they just send a mage out to die in the woods if they have too many of them. Which, no.
No, they don't.
Why the fuck would they do that?
Yeah. Dragon Age is another series that's weird, like, especially Origins is like weirdly post 9/11 in its like in that both Mass Effect and Dragon Age posit this thing of like there is an intractable fundamental evil out there that wants to destroy everything in the universe. What is justified in order to take on this threat? You're talking about Islam, like you're talking about post 9/11 imaginings of the Islamic world. That's what you're doing here. Like, what is justified in order to destroy an existential threat that cannot be reasoned with? Okay, I see.
Yes, it's like Dragon Age 2 is the only good one, but also it has suffering so much under the crunch.
Yeah. Oh, God. Dragon Age 2 is I swear to God, I have had dreams about how good that game could be if it only had time. If it just hadn't been EA.
Yes.
Publishing it. Ugh.
Also, Marrow never did anything wrong, and if you disagree, fight me.
Yeah. Oh, I hear a door.
Oh, I'm back.
Hooray!
How are you both doing?
But we entertained chat,
complaining
I
about
hope.
BioWare.
Yeah, by complaining about BioWare.
BioWare writing.
Standard. So my brain's just like, I gotta get back into performer mode.
Take your time, it's okay.
Takes a second. God, every time I look over at the names on my face, it looks so funny. I don't know why I wrote them in such weird places, too.
You can kind of tell you've been trying to write them around your hair.
Yeah. Hey, Miranda. I miss any donations. Let's go check. Georgie Kane is Jordan Peterson. Okay. Adding.
Oh no.
No request. Just good luck and have fun. Thank you so much, Quinn. One second. I need to go through and sort everything. Oh boy. We no longer have the heads of the town being Sonic the Hedgehog and Shadow the Hedgehog. It is now Jordan Peterson and Shadow the Hedgehog. Truly, a pandemic has made things worse.
This is why disease prevention is so important.
Oh, sorry. The heads of the town are now Emperor Palpatine, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Jordan Peterson.
Stop, boy. That's a nightmare blunt rotation. Holy shit.
That's really the nightmare.
I just had a vision in my head of Jordan Peterson if he had become like a video essayist doing like essays about the Jungian shadow representation of Shadow the Hedgehog to Sonic.
The Chaos Dragon. Shadow really represents the Jungian, concept of shadow. And it's so powerful and it really says something about young men today. So I love when he gets weird sad talk. The weird I'm sad but I'm not.
Yeah. Sad but I'm trying to be angry.
I'm upset, I think. But I also might just be a little confused and constipated. Someone in chat said, the game is Pathologic. I thought it was your need for fundraisers that was Pathologic. No. I'm playing Pathologic. To be very, very clear, I am... There's the info sheet. I'm raising money just for myself because I'm disabled. Not financially doing super well after a long series of things. And, so my brain is just so... I need to get back into... Thank you so much, Carlos. That's really, really kind of you. I really, really appreciate it. Also, you gave 2 different €5 donos, which is basically a €10 donos. Do you have any voices you would want to add? Because I'm pretty sure €10 is well over 10 Canadian dollars.
Yeah, 50 Canadian dollars was 36 euros, so...
Oh, never mind. Other way around. Whatever. Same diff. And thank you to whoever named themselves Wish You All the Best, who just said they had no requests. Nothing in return. But reminder, I'm here to entertain. This is digital busking, baby. So, if you're wanting specific stuff, you're welcome to. Oh, Carlos, that's so kind of you. I said greetings from Sky and server. Then I hope this helps. That's really, really, really kind. So I'm just trying to pay off my rent debt, and then that's the first $2,000 is just going to that. And then if I get to the $3,000 goal, I can pay off most of my credit card debt.
Oof.
Yeah, and then I still need to somehow make some money this month. So, it's fine. It's fine. I have a editing gig lined up for a trailer and some other stuff.
The grind goes on.
Endlessly working.
Yeah.
I'm also in university. I'm finishing up. I'm only taking 1 class this semester, thankfully, and then I have 2 next semester, but...
Are you doing, a master's, or...?
No, my undergrad.
Ah.
I'm 25. People always think I'm older. No, it's not rent for a month. It is, I am multiple months behind on rent. I'm just lucky that I haven't been evicted. I am 2 entire months behind.
Ooh.
I pay 1,000 for rent, but like in my city, again 1,000 Canadian. It's not the same as like American, right? I think it's like 700 American. Just because living with other people is very, very difficult due to my disability and stuff. I'm a shit roommate, not because of any desire. Just I can't clean regularly, as regularly as people would want and things. I also have insomnia, so I'm not awake at normal hours. Just, yeah, living with other people is very difficult for me. So I have to live alone, and the cheapest places you can live alone here in the city are 1K or higher for rent. And the house prices here are something. So yeah, it's yeah, still oof, but that's what I mean by like a long series of disasters and things. Also just grocery prices, which has also impacted a lot of my medications.
Oh yeah,
have
that's
increased
fucking going insane.
Oh, they've like doubled. They've done the amount. Oh, the amount I used to pay for groceries when I first was living in university is like drastically lower than what I spend now, and it's impossible to budget for because the fucking prices change all the time. So I eat cheap.
How revolutions usually start, and the kind
no,
that
I'm not kidding. I want so about half of Canadian families are currently at risk of homelessness. That's not a joke. I'm dead serious. Canada has a massive crisis going on, and I'm genuinely worried that the society I live in is about to just fucking so
that is just, I don't know what to call that other than wrong.
It's fucked. It's fucked here. And I'm disabled. And we don't have coverage for pharmacy stuff. It's really hard to get on if you can't work a consistent job, which I can't because of the disability. I can't really get easily health insurance, right? And health insurance is also harder to get when you're disabled. Fun little thing. So I have to basically spend a bunch of fees to stay living every month, because if I don't take my medications, I will die.
Yeah.
That's not an exaggeration.
There's nothing quite as expensive as being poor and disabled.
There's nothing more expensive than being poor and disabled. So yeah, that's why this stream is happening. But I hate asking for help, and I recognize that's not a healthy thing, but I hate asking for help, so I thought I will do a performance. I'll do a grand performance. That's the idea of the stream. That's why I'm doing this.
Doing a big show at the talent fair to save the orphanage.
Yeah. But the orphanage is just one traumatized, mentally ill trans woman. Alright. Let us continue. I get to update the day counter! Finally! Yippee! Day 3! To be fair, the first hour or so of the stream, we barely, like, I don't think I got through the door for like an hour and a bit. The first door, just because like things kept happening with like redeemed stream stuff, or yeah, because a lot of people donated like right at the start, because I'd already announced the stream would be happening. Yeah, no, I hate asking for help. You know, it makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because
understandably,
I've spent so much, basically since age 18, 19-ish, I've helped organize so many charity streams. I've done so much work. I do a lot of volunteer stuff, and as my chronic illness has gotten worse, my ability to volunteer and do things for other people has gone down, while the need for help has gone up, and it's such a... so if you donate through Ko-Fi, I get everything.
Yeah, super chats take 30% to YouTube.
30% to YouTube. If you donate through Ko-Fi, I get everything. There is no cut that Ko-Fi takes.
No, PayPal takes a little bit, but that's what it is.
But it's such a minor amount that I actually don't notice. Like, I genuinely don't notice. The number doesn't change. Because it's like I think I spend like $1 or $2 to transfer from PayPal to my bank account. It's nothing.
Yeah.
So Ko-Fi is very good for... I think it's the same prices. No, it's a little lower than the previous day. I really have stockpiled resources already. Oh, okay. I can probably stop playing the game as if this is the most hardcore game that has ever been created. Check what I'm
You're
doing today.
fine.
Okay. So I won't be able to start the main quest today until the afternoon, right? Is it Georgi and Victor? So I can probably just go to Georgi and Victor right now and do some of the side quests. The game's kind of built around, like, a lot of times you'll get hints about who you're supposed to go talk to, or you just go talk to your main people, you're bound, if you're not sure what you're supposed to do. And often you'll have a conversation with one person, and they're like, oh, you should go talk to so-and-so. I need to go talk to Capella, actually. Because we're not quite in the game period where, like, I can consistently find robbers to fight at night. I can do a little bit of fighting, and it does give me good resources, but... anyway, what were you all chatting about before I got... You were talking about BioWare. Oh, I can rant about BioWare. There's a reason why BioWare and Cyberpunk 2077 are the only two games that I've, like, eviscerated in a video. What did I say about BioWare in the Destiny 2 video? I do not like how BioWare writes queer people. I think it is bad.
Yeah, I mean, when they even bothered to make, like, it's that thing of, like, plenty of characters in BioWare games could be read through a queer lens, but when they try to do an explicit queer thing, it's like, ooh.
That was a
there
choice.
is also, like, also some issues of, like, studio interference.
I want to be clear. I'm not saying everybody who's written for BioWare is bad. I'm saying BioWare is a company owned by rich people
of the thing
have been bad. Thank you so much, Sakura. I hope I'm saying that name right. Also, you gave $10. Do you want a voice for one of the characters? You can always ask for it in chat. So, I do find it funny that the only way I could justify to myself asking for help was to make a very complicated giant performance basically for the game. I think that says something about me.
Speaking about writing of queer characters in BioWare games, though, shout out to Dragon Age Inquisition, where the only canonical romanceable lesbian character from that franchise you cannot be nice to in some conversations unless you're explicitly flirting.
Oh, right.
Also, the only character who you can kick out of your party permanently at any point. Every other character you need to have, like, a story moment, but there is just always an option to be like, fuck you, leave now.
Is that the anti-elf racist girl too?
Yes.
I fucking hated her. I was so disappointed. I was like, yay, a lesbian option, and then she started talking, and I was like, fuck. Like, she's an elf who hates all other elves. She's Blair White. Like, that's the energy.
What I will say is from, like, I'm getting this take from a lot of people who are themselves like indigenous and who read out as like very indigenous coded, is that it is actually like, it's not a great attempt, but it is like an interesting attempt at like how internalized bigotry works.
I get that that's what they were trying to go for, but she's just aggressively bigoted. Like, she's just openly like, if you like elf stuff, fuck you, I hate elves. And I'm like, okay. Wow, like, it's cartoonishly bigoted. You know, like, where if you even mention anything related to... And I was playing the game as an elf, too. So I
romance her as an elf, consistently.
Yeah, it's that thing of, like, there's nothing wrong with having, like, a problematic or morally
complicated
compromised
character, but
it doesn't feel just evil. Like evil lesbians are cool, but it's that thing of, like, when it's the only one that you really get to talk to, and it's in a field of games and a games industry where it's like, yeah, this is what you get.
No,
that's it.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I want to be clear. I think you can write messy characters. I think she's a really badly written messy character.
There is nuance in there, but it's very badly hidden.
I would say if I'm not saying that the character couldn't have been written in a nuanced way with this. I'm saying it wasn't. If that makes sense. It could have been nuanced. It could have been good. 'Twas not. Alas, poor Yorick. Thank you so much, Bren. That's really, really kind of you. They said persevere and live. Thank you.
Jack points out in chat, Cassandra is so obviously queer-coded. Like, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I got hella Ace vibes from Cassandra.
I don't know, maybe I didn't get super far in the game, but I just found like every time basically like if I wanted her to like me, I would have to basically like completely betray the character I was playing.
Yeah.
And be really shitty about a marginalized group. And I'm just like, this sucks. This is your only lesbian. That's the story you was. And again, it felt cartoonish. It felt cartoonish to me. Like she's like, oh, you dared to mention anything related to that culture? Fuck you, I hate you. It's like, okay, really? Okay. Anyway, I need to read this.
It can mean different things to different people, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that Jack said in chat. It could have been like an arc. It should have mattered in some way, but it turns out to just be a
they
weird
explicitly
character.
deleted her arc.
Yeah, no, like she has no arc.
It was
That's the other
supposed to be
thing.
an arc, and like it is written in there. It has just been removed because of time crunch stuff.
Yeah.
But
It's
here's the thing,
magic! Haha!
The thing is, I'm analyzing a work of art as it exists, not as it could have been. As it exists, she's just a cartoonishly bigoted character
who doesn't go anywhere.
And is really like just generally not great outside of that. I don't like that character. Sorry. Anyway, Capella, dialogue quick. Have you ever seen antique boxes with chalky or bluish powder inside? It's already fossilized in some of them. Have you already heard of the powder-stuffed smouters sometimes? Right, I'm edgy anime protagonist now. I've heard bits and pieces. All over the place. Some are stored in caches in the houses where the children used to play infirmary. The powders were lethally dangerous. You see, if anyone was to take that much drugs, it would damage their health horribly, but the children beg to differ like they always do. Helped once, so what if they do it again? It's a line of reasoning. And what do you think? Some of them undoubtedly help. They poison the body, true, but they also poison the sand dirt out. I have no idea how it works. Perhaps there are antibiotics in the mixture. Others are indeed lethal, and every single one of them is extremely detrimental to your health. I have no doubts about that. This is such a different tone from John Mulaney.
Yeah.
The thing is, the kids were recently reminded of one of the caches. They put it open, and now they cannot wait to test the acquired powders in an infected district. Loafer, Beaker's younger brother, has already gone to do the testing, the fool. Where exactly? The Silent House, I believe. That is where the infection began to spread from in the first place, and besides, it's connected to this terrible man-eater story. Children are always attracted to horror stories. All in all, I think you can stop them. If you ban the game, they'll listen to you. You are a celebrity doctor, after all. So they have a whole cache of these powders stocked there, huh? They have probably only taken a few, but they know the places, so they will continue getting more, and getting poisoned again and again. It's a lottery. No one can remember which powder's which. What the recipe was, it'd be a cure or die situation. All right. We'll drag Loafer out of this, and perhaps I'll find a use for the powders, too. This is the one that forces you to take a powder to finish the quest. To be honest, I might finish all of the side quests before the main quest is even activatable. I think I'm just gonna do this quest first. Finish it. I want to be clear. Personally, I love when characters are flawed and messy and have things to learn and there's something being said with it. I think that's great. I want more works where women get to be messy. I just think, especially when you have a limited amount of portrayal and
gotta be careful how you present marginalized people in that. You know?
Yeah. I always come back to it's the thing of like none of this would be an issue if there was just more.
One other lesbian.
If
perfect
you
example.
could just turn on the TV and like reliably see some queer people there, and it's not an aberration.
I have the perfect example, and this is a show I'm currently making a video about where people have wrongfully, some people have wrongfully said that it's queerphobic or other things because it allows marginalized people to be messy and bad. But here's the thing. When most of the characters are queer, and a bunch of the characters that are decent and kind and nice are queer, but also a bunch of the shitty ones, you manage to be able to say something meaningful about how marginalized people can be corrupted by positions of power and proximity to privilege. While also not, if there's only one queer person on the show or the work of art, and there's nothing else available, and there's so few queer people in media in general, that queer character becomes not a character that is queer, but a representation of queer people as a group.
Yeah, they get tokenized, like, basically no matter what the writer wants.
Yeah, and so... and the thing is, that is inherently an issue with the writer's choices, because if you write it in such a way that... Sorry, I'm focused in. I'm in an infected district. Gotta be more careful. Though I'm pretty sure today's infected districts are pretty chill. There's no rats just yet, you know? I have to avoid the infected. I think the kid might be standing over by Sticky's place. Got really focused. Fuck you, Cloud.
Turning into Sephiroth there for a second.
What does Sephiroth's voice sound like again?
Cloud.
Cloud.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's that like soft-spoken.
Yeah, I knew it was a generic.
Top.
Yeah. That's actually basically like the difference between edgy anime protagonist and edgy anime villain is such a slim little thing.
Yeah, it's horny. Like if it's horny, then it's a villain.
Yeah. Cloud, why don't you come over here? Versus Cloud, why don't you come over here? Like that's the thin line that separates.
Yeah. God, Sephiroth is. It's like when I think about Cloud and Sephiroth, it is so desperately queer, the relationship between not in the sense of like of being romantic necessarily, but the way that those two characters relate to each other in terms of that, like Cloud's whole thing is like this desperate vacillation between wanting to be Sephiroth and be like him,
which is so queer. There's a reason why Cloud reads very trans, but Cloud reads trans in the same way that like Ellen Ripley reads clan, where reads trans. It's not a clean one-directional thing. It's sort of this like in any direction. You want to read them as multi-gender? Do you want to read them as transmasc, as transfemme, as non-binary? It all fits pretty well. They read as trans as a sort of vague zone, and I think there's probably this most solid, but I think the strongest reading is probably a transmasc reading of Cloud because of the stuff with Sephiroth. And
specifically because like his whole thing is that he's desperately straining for this toxic image of masculinity that only hurts him.
Yeah.
And he has to overcome it by finding like a version of himself that he can be that isn't defined by like this military industrial complex constructed,
which is
soldier masculinity.
I think there's such an interesting thing there, and again, this is just mostly going off like what a lot of transmasc friends of mine have had to say about the topic. But the sort of straining for a hey Maddie, how's it going? Straining for like that identity that is connected to a hegemonic masculinity versus finding a healthy relationship with a more complex view of gender, and defining it for yourself. Because I think Cloud is still, even as he is able to present feminine aspects at times, is still fundamentally a sort of like an example of manhood, and I think in a positive way. And I think it's about him learning that, because he doesn't start there. And that's interesting. Now, I'm going to do this dialogue real quick.
Loafer.
That's me. And how'd you know me?
Victoria told me.
Capella knows I'm here. Gah! Look, could you tell her I didn't go anywhere and you just randomly bumped into me here, eh? Or better still, not here but over there, by the river?
I will if you leave at once and give me the smouter.
I've been told that this place is where this, sort of tongue comes under the ground. A tongue made of dirty lumps, like made of thick air. You're standing at the exact spot, sir.
Give me the box. I'll test it myself.
Oh, actually, you seem to be right. I do have a fever. Let me take the smouter, will you?
One sec. I need to remember what I need to do.
Cut it. Good kids do not tell lies. Give me the thing and get out of here.
All right. I suppose I'm in no position to argue, but you will confirm what really happened here, right? If anyone asks.
Give me the box already. I don't like the prospect of you poisoning yourself.
Cool, I'm infected. Okay, I need to make sure that I'm actually full health before I use this. Cool. Now I can heal up my health. Infection is gone. Save game. Yeah, that quest kind of sucks. So you just have to have a bunch of healing items, but it is worth it. You can technically not complete the quest, and you can get a free smouter, but IMO, it's worth just finishing it for narrative reasons. You should be able to get enough guaranteed smouters and panacea by the end of the game that doesn't matter. Anyway, Maddie, how was your day?
It was good. Oh no! Sorry, Alright, I cleared my throat and I'm back.
It's okay.
I've been it's been a really long day. It's been like I think I've been going since 9 in the morning, but now it's party time and that's exciting. And hopefully I won't get scared and I'll be like a fun, wise oracle on this journey of video games that I don't know much about.
It's okay. If anything, I'm the oracle for this game.
Yes, you will be the oracle. I will be the like a fun, I'll be the person you exposition dump to, like a fun parrot or something.
You can be Neo.
Yeah,
oh fuck! There are rats on day 3. Fuck you, rat. I want to know how. Okay, one punch does kill rats still. I can remember if you need a knife for killing rats instantly. Anyway. Sorry,
Anime
were you saying?
crossover? Oh, I think I was saying, do you know like the meme song of like "We are the rats"? Do you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's all I think about.
Maddie, why don't you introduce yourself?
Oh, right. Yeah. Hi, I'm Maddie Merlin. I make video essays on film and philosophy and other things I obsess on. So usually providing alternative readings to like typically cynical media. Aronach is a big inspiration who's helped me with a lot of things. So like definitely if you think that you've seen like a favorite thing on YouTube, Aronach has probably had some magic dust on it too. So yay!
Aw, you're supposed to be helping yourself, but I appreciate it. We do kind of have a mentor-mentee relationship, I'd say.
I love being a Padawan. It's the best, and I don't have to do the braid.
True.
I can't wait for your mullet era. I feel like, or I guess my mullet era if I ever like level up.
Your mullet era, classic.
Classic mullet era.
You were supposed to destroy the mullet, not leave it in darkness.
It's party in the back, not business in the front. Wait.
It's party in the back, Anakin, Not business in the front. It didn't make any
Only a
fucking
Sith
sense.
deals in side cuts.
Only a Sith deals in side cuts.
I think of other mullet
Sith
references. I
lords
think.
are our speciality.
Ooh.
Mullet cuts are our speciality. I brought peace, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new
Was that
empire.
Anakin as Jordan Peterson?
No, I was kind of losing the voice. I brought peace, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire. I love that bit. I don't know why that bit is.
You're scaring me.
Annie, you're scaring me. You're pulling me apart.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Wait, what?
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
I think I took things so off track. Oh my gosh, I've been here for 2 seconds.
It's okay. I feel like I feel like part of why you and I vibe with each other so much is that we both have the same very specific chaotic energy that is a result of being French immersion kids from the prairies.
French immersion does something to you. I can't tell you what.
No, and it really does.
French
it really
immersion.
does.
Is that a euphemism for something?
No, so we're in Canada, right? And the two, like, legal, like, languages, like the primary languages of Canada from, like, a legal standpoint are French and English. So in Quebec, there's English immersion where they can take all their schooling in English, and then in the other provinces, there's French immersion, which is where you take all your schooling in French, as in being immersed in French.
Sort of try and get people to be bilingual.
Yeah, and instead what you get is just a bunch of kids that speak both languages kind of bad in a weird, garbled combination that we call franglais.
Oui.
Oh, my way.
Oh, ouais.
Oh, my way. Yeah. J'adore ça.
It sounds incredibly offensive to the sensibilities of French conservatives, and therefore I support it.
Oh, it's very... So, yeah, like, I remember hanging out with the Quebec athletes at Canada Games, and we were all speaking the garbled mess that is franglais together. It's very fun.
Like, I don't know what accent I have, because I'm nervous that if I ever go to France, like, France...
So
France.
Here's my freakish thing with French. Every Parisian I've met is like, "Oh, you're from Paris," and I'm like, "No,
no."
I'm like, I have to be like, "Je parle un peu de français, mais je n'ai pas pratiqué depuis longtemps, et je parle comme un enfant." And I have this horrific Saskatchewan accent, and the Saskatchewan French accent is brutal.
Oh, I hear it.
And then
Totally hear it. Yeah.
yeah, and then Quebecois people think I'm from Quebec. But it's only if I'm speaking a tiny amount. If I start speaking too much, they're like, "Hey, little kimchi."
Hi. Yeah, I think most of my French teachers were from France, but like it depended on where I was. So I think I have a weirder accent. But one of them said my accent was très beau, so I'm taking that. I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, because basically, the French immersion kids, we develop a bastardized combination of both Quebecois and Parisien, and then it mixes with our local accent. And the fact that we start doing it when we're really young, right? Like I started when I was 3, and my mom spoke a bit of French around me before that. Fair Jack. I sound particularly bad. Because I'm super out of practice, so I'm also just like, what are words? Find them.
When in doubt, I just do the baguette, fromage. Oh, je sais pas.
Maddie, oh my god.
I mean, technically, I'm doing a French minor, so like, but don't tell anyone. I just feel like if I saw my French teachers.
Oh wait, no. Jack was saying Prairie Canadian English accents activate my fight or flight. What do you think I'm speaking in? Look, I will say there are people here who speak like Letterkenny. If you've seen Letterkenny, that is accurate. Letterkenny perfectly represents a specific set of Canadian. Like, do you agree, Maddie? Do you have that in Alberta? I feel it's definitely a thing here in Saskatchewan.
I'm not actually from. I'm an Ontario Gal.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting. What do I think?
But I've never seen Letterkenny.
You've never seen Letterkenny? Oh my god, you gotta watch.
No. I'll write it down.
It's not. I would say like Letterkenny's almost better experienced as just like compilations of the funniest jokes than as a show, but yeah. Like if I allow the full Saskatchewan accent, it's awful. Oh yeah, bud. I'm gonna go down to the shinny game with a 2-4 and just smash her back.
That's so
gotta
beautiful.
send her. You gotta send her, bud.
What does that mean? That's gorgeous. I love it.
You haven't heard that accent? Oh my god.
I mean, I've heard, but not in its like full glory. Like I feel like, I don't know. Like you think of a Newfie accent if you think of like something that's like, good, sorry about that.
But Newfies are their own fucking thing. They're off on their own. The Newfies are I don't even know. I'm supposed to be fucking voice acting. Edgy anime protagonist. I found the boy. Is everything alright with him? He's not sick, is he? He's not. He was lucky. I'll find the caches as soon as possible and retrieve the poison. Thank you. You seem to be planning to test them out yourself, or am I mistaken? I already have. Apparently the one I got was efficient. Next time you will not be so lucky. We'll see. I switched mid-word there. You could hear the switch in voice mid-word there. That was very funny. Anyway, that's one. It is 2 a.m. and I've already finished one of the day's quests. I'm really good at this game. In game.
Oh, I was like, oh my gosh, go to sleep.
Yeah, there is elements there of Zakura of crossover stuff. There is so many Canadian YouTubers. Actually, there isn't that many. There's like you, Turbini, and Finn.
And Roy Deschanel, I think.
Roy Deschanel, yes, she is. And there is one person I can't remember. Sorry, I can't. Due to reasons I will not mention is more accurate to say.
Secret Canadians.
No, they did some really bad stuff, so I don't want to mention them.
Oh no!
But good stuff. Lily Alexander is fucking awesome. Mm-hmm. To be fair, I also think that like we probably produce more Canadian YouTubers just because Canadians have more access to art education.
Oh,
that doesn't hurt for sure.
Like I want to be clear, that is not an issue with Americans. That is an issue with Americans who are given a bad education system, and I feel bad for them. But like, if you've had more access or the description Canadian is not a virtue statement. I do not think the state of Canada is legitimate. I'm not saying I am Canadian as like a proud thing. It is just a factual statement. I live in the country that has impacts on my life and reflects on cultural experiences I've had, and I think it's important to be accurate about things like that.
We can do a call and response. Every time you say Canada, I'll go ooh or ew. Okay, I'm ready.
Canada.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah.
So welcome in Legal Kimchi.
Hey, Legal Kimchi. Also, hey, Soul Bunny. I hope you're having a good one.
Soul Bunny.
I think one of my favorite bits. Sorry, my weird combination of hyperfixations I've had is American Psycho the Musical and Pathologic. So if you're wondering how my mental health is doing, it's lovely. I definitely have been writing a giant section about like mental illness. That's been an experience to work on. I'm proud of it though. Tris knows it's good.
Wait.
Yeah,
but
it's very good.
But yeah, I'm mad at American Psycho the Musical because I watched it specifically as like, oh, I'm gonna watch, okay, and I were looking for musicals to watch. We're always watching musicals together, but also I was like, I'm sure it'll be bad, and it might give me something, like, it might help me coalesce thoughts about bad representations of mental illness. Instead, I've been hyperfixated on it. I watched it like 12 times in the last week while working. Like, I was animating the entire time. I wasn't visually watching it, but I was like, the music's really good. It shouldn't be good. Benjamin Walker, why do you appeal to me as the stinky man? Anyway, Benjamin Walker's version of Patrick Bateman, and only his, and only in the musical, and specifically in the Broadway version, not the London version. But anyway, there's this bit in they. Oh, I'm glad your day's all wrapped up. I hope you're having a good day. Also, you are welcome to come hang out if you. Oh, that might be one too many people. Also, Leaky Kimchi, you're muted. Is that on purpose?
I know. I'm. Yeah,
Okay.
that was very much on purpose.
I've had people who have
If
been muted on
somebody-
purpose, and I've had people who have been muted but not on purpose. And I was like, I need to ask. Sorry, Tris?
If somebody wants to join, I do have like other stuff I need to do once the stream is
Oh.
done, so I don't mind giving up the spot.
Yeah, up to you and Soul Bunny. But
I can also scooch. I
But
can
there's
also
this-
scooch, no problem.
Oh no, you just got here, Matt. You're not scooching in like 2 minutes after you get here. But there was this bit where Evelyn, Patrick's girlfriend, they're at like the Les Mis musical. In the musical, they go to Les Mis musical, and he's like, oh, do you want this like it's like some shitty drink? She's like, ew, Patrick, what the fuck? No, ew. and that has been just
Ew.
stuck in my brain. Ew, Patrick, what the fuck?
Patrick.
No, ew.
I want to hear like a SpongeBob saying that now in the musical.
SpongeBob?
Patrick?
God, can I? Oh. Can I? Patrick, ew, no.
That's so good.
Squidward. It's not that good, but for an untrained attempt, I think it was fine. I can't do SpongeBob though. That voice is. Any voice that I find
Tom Kenny's
grating.
voice.
Any voice that I find grating, I find harder to practice getting good. Unless it's someone who I just like really like a real person that I hate, in which case I enjoy using it because then I get to make fun of them, like Jordan
Like your
Peterson
Ben Shapiro.
or
Oh,
Ben
that too.
Shapiro. Exactly. Also, I need to remember: is Georgi Jordan Peterson right now? He is. Okay. Chaos Dragon.
Okay.
My dear doctor, misfortune is a regular guest in our family home. A new calamity has befallen us.
What is it?
The house in which Reuben lived and worked has been tainted by infectious mold and fallen prey to the looters. Our messengers searched every nook and cranny. Neither Reuben nor Simon's body are in the house. Some of the people that helped undertake the search are paying a terrible price. They've contracted the sandpest. It's so awful. Sorry.
How would you explain the absence of the body?
It appears that once the infection began to spread across the house, Master Reuben decided to remove the body. He must have taken it to some hidden location that he considered safe. However, since we still haven't heard from him, we can only infer that Reuben is dead.
Let's hope that Reuben will get in touch soon.
Something tells me that isn't going to happen.
Are you going to ask me for help?
Please, help us recover the body, Doctor. We're already much indebted to you for having identified Simon's killer. It's not your fault that the truth has turned out to be so distressing to us all. I implore you to help Simon and us once more. Find my brother's body.
The task is far from trivial. Where do I even start? Also, someone said earlier that the edgy anime protagonist voice sounds similar to Solid Snake. That's because Solid Snake sounds like an edgy anime protagonist. But Solid Snake is different. He is distinct. Colonel, it's way down here, and there's more gravel.
Yeah, it's a lot of vocal fry with Snake.
More vocal fry, and he holds on to sentences. He's not called Vamp because he drinks blood. It's because he's bisexual. A canon sentence in an actual game!
Yeah. And also, when you do
Wait,
Solid
that's
Snake, you
real?
have to do the clap of the ass cheeks.
Yeah, the clap of the ass cheeks was alerting the guards. Anyway.
That's real? I thought that was a meme. That's amazing.
No, it is a
The
meme.
vamp
It is a
one,
meme.
the vamp one is real. The clap of the ass cheeks thing is a meme.
Oh, Legal Kimchi, did you want to introduce yourself?
Yes,
Or did you do that
sorry.
already?
I don't think I did actually. Hello, folks. If you are unaware, I'm Legal Kimchi. I am also a YouTuber. I have a channel where I do video essays pertaining to geek stuff, primarily D&D and RPGs, though occasionally other stuff. Just cause, like my latest video is about critical race theory, and that's just because I have a legal background and everybody was wrong about it. So I felt the urge to be like, none of y'all have a legal background, and you're talking about it, and it's really annoying. So, I spent a lot of money on this education. So,
May as well
An amazing
democratize
video.
it. Well, Legal Kimchi does great work and also helped directly with the Nimona video. So, like, full credit to you for some of the like things that you picked up that I hadn't touched on or hadn't touched on as depth as you thought I should. Particularly with Ambrosius's characters. I just want to thank you for that again. Like I try to keep as much credit as possible, but it's kind of impossible without being like a thing on screen. This bit influenced by, you know. So I want to thank you for that again.
yeah, it's kind of funny because, and I mentioned this in a Skeet. God, I feel so old.
Post on Blue Sky.
Post on Blue Sky.
Here's I reject this idea that like we could have a specific term for each website. No, they're all fucking posting websites. None of them are special, and pretending like they're special is what they want you to do. Fuck corporations. None of them are special. They're all replaceable. You can get rid of them at a whim. They are nothing special. Twitter wasn't special. I got rid of it. Never looked back. Blue Sky isn't special either, and if it gets bad enough, I'll leave it too. It's just a post. Tumblr's posts too. Tweets also posts. You can just call them all posts and piss everybody off.
Very true. So I made a post about that because it seems like a dynamic of my childhood is becoming a trope in fiction, and that being the relationship between an East Asian individual and a South Asian individual being like friends or in a romantic relationship. And it keeps happening in a weird way. And my best friend's Indian. So it's one thing where it's like when Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle came out, we were like, wow, this is really specific to us. Did someone start stalking us and create a movie about it?
Amazing.
But it continued with, there's Fall of the House of Usher has it, Master of None has it, Nimona has it. Like it's becoming a trope, and it's really weird to see an aspect of my life become a trope.
I think it's one of those things where for a lot of the people, they're writing from their experiences, right, to some extent. And my guess is, statistically speaking, there are probably a lot of classrooms and schools where there's like two kids that aren't one Asian guy and an Indian guy. They're probably going to gravitate towards each other. Being realistic,
I mean, I'm not going to say that my second grade classroom was the most diverse place in the world, but although my high school the high school that I went to is actually one of the most diverse high schools in the country, in the U.S., because I'm not Canadian.
Yeah,
we also had one of the first trans homecoming kings in the history of the country, and that was in Texas. And
that high school,
yeah,
cool.
That's my high school. And like my brother was the first graduating class of that high school, and then I graduated from that high school. And the most common last name in the graduating class, my graduating class, was Patel. That's just how it worked out. We had a very intense Indian, Filipino, and Nigerian populations in that kind of neighborhood cluster. So,
my high school was 33% Filipino because it's Catholic school. So, yeah. it was the French Catholic school too. Like the one that had French immersion. And so I think the most common last name was when for our graduating class, if I remember correctly. But anyway, Triss, you're gonna
yes,
head out.
I'm gonna go make lunch. I don't have anything to shout out. Just if you financially can give, I have nothing to shout out that I feel comfortable with. Okay. If you financially can, donate to Aranok on Kove, and have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you so much for being here, and as always, love all of you. So, have a good rest of the day.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, Soul Bunny.
Hi.
You want to quickly introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Soul Bunny. I'm a video essayist that predominantly makes videos on politics and trans issues, especially when it comes to intersectionality of being a person of color and trans. I also operate within the corporate truth space, and also, as I call the space that Ergnok and I share as well, is the intersectional left space. And yeah, with that said, thank you for having me on. And another thing about me is that one thing that's makes me unique from other creators is that I predominantly have art footage opposed to my face on camera, which I do occasionally, but outside of that, yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Awesome. Just Soul Bunny, you just use she/her pronouns, correct? Am I not
Yes.
hoping I'm remembering correctly? Awesome. I just always like to double check because the stream mode thing, what it does is if you don't have a nickname in that server, it just blanks you out. It's just a letter and ... So I just added she/her at the end of your name, and now chat can see your name whenever you're talking. I'm gonna quickly voice act this thing, and then we can have more conversation because it'll be a bit of gameplay. But so I apologize in advance that you're gonna be subjected to Jordan Peterson voice because that is what currently Georgi Kane is. So
Someone may have seen something. I believe you've made some useful acquaintances in the town slums, not to mention we have all manner of lowlife here. Could they know something? Speak to my brother Victor. He's much better than me where the practical side of things is concerned.
I'll let you know what I find. Also, sorry, my protagonist's voice right now is edgy anime protagonist. So, because people get to pay for what the voices are. So if people want to change it, for most of it, it was John Mulaney. It was, Daniel has been Emperor Palpatine, and something else, and then John Mulaney, and is now edgy anime protagonist voice.
It's like something's pulling my string.
Fuck, what is Victor? Is Victor still? No, Victor. Over. Victor's the bad Lin-Manuel Miranda impression.
You're welcome.
Every hour brings us more trouble. I'm looking for your brother's body, Victor. Do you have any ideas on the subjects? I do! If I were you, old Gimski's son would be the first person I'd turn to. Young Vlad, nicknamed Charon. Ruben, he had some business together. He knows places where Ruben may have taken the body. Have you already asked him? I've tried, but we're in a difficult position now. On the one hand, we're putting pressure on his father. On the other, we're asking him for a favor. Putting pressure? I was under the impression yesterday that we had managed to put an end to all disputes between the ruling families. There can never be ends to disputes between our families. It's as impossible as reuniting day with night, but now I feel that Big Vlad's actions have a bearing on the root of all our troubles. I don't see it like the silence from the termitary. Could it be that they're there that the infamous murderer is hiding? Your brother succumbed to the disease. I thought we'd already come to terms with that. A stranger has made their way into the town. Human or Shabnak, it doesn't matter. We can't establish whether involvement in Simon's death was direct or indirect, but the involvement is clearly there. Sorry. Why? It has been revealed to Maria in a dream that the cause of Simon's death is hiding at the termitary. I intend to find out why Big Vlad refuses to adamantly to open it, and you should ask Vlad the Younger if you get the chance. Perhaps I won't even need to. All right, I'll try to ask Vlad the Younger. Vlad the Younger's a loyal son. He may be cynical, but deep inside he believes in the precepts of vassal ethics. He has no reason to conceal a crime, but he'd never help us knowing that we're acting against his father's best interests, notwithstanding our respect for each other. I respect such adherence to principles, too. Cool. I'm sorry for that cursed interaction. I think the funniest was just like when it was just like very serious voice acting and then John Mulaney, hi.
I like your Lin-Manuel too because it's just such an interesting cadence. It's like, and for a long time because you think of it in short bursts, but for like 2 sentences, I'm like, this is
what is a legacy? Planting seeds in a garden that you will never see.
I wanted you to fill in the dialogue with bad rhymes so that it just had that.
Rhymes like time. Have you seen that terrible one that he did with the hard G and soft G rap? It is painful. It's for some like kids show, clearly. But I wish I had not been subjected to experiencing and knowing that this existed.
I think that one picture just like is in my head forever though. You know, with like the little smirk? That's all I can think of.
Oh, his stupid little I can't recreate how cringe his lip biting is.
Yes. Oh. We'll get there one day. You'll
Someday.
ascend.
Like, why does he?
If you just try hard enough.
I have to say, the bad lip biting plus the people's names written on my face, plus the like this whole look here is really just truly a combination.
It's a vibe.
It's magic. It's a vibe.
You know, never say it's not so. Sorry.
What?
Ah, fuck. Is Vlad the Younger still? It's still Ben Shapiro. Someone take me out of my misery and pay for a different voice so I don't have to keep doing Ben Shapiro for Vlad the Younger.
Reuben's disappeared. His home has been infected and looted. Neither his body nor Simon's was there. Where could he have gone?
Wet S P word. I don't know. I haven't seen him. That sounds too much like Jordan Peterson. Let's say hypothetically. I don't know. I haven't seen him. Do you suspect that Reuben is dead?
I do.
Well, if neither Reuben nor Simon were in the dead house, that means that... Wet S P word. That means Reuben had at least attempted to move the Keeper's body to another place. Otherwise, we would have to surmise that someone has stolen 2 infected bodies with peculiar absurd purposes. Wouldn't you agree?
You're reading my mind.
I find it hard to believe that the body's been stolen. No madman could ransom it to the Kanes and get away alive, and you could never find the kind of blasphemer who would defile it out of sheer malice. Reuben will make himself known soon, you'll see.
And I still beg for your assistance. There's no doubt in my mind that you have a theory of your own.
Look, Reuben's dealings with our family are our family's business.
Fuck. There's too many voices I'm doing. It's one of those things where, like, when you start switching voices enough,
Peterson and Shapiro are, like, weirdly close to... Like,
They're-
Shapiro is just kind of like Peterson going faster without crying.
Yeah, exactly.
What S P word? We've always trust. I don't feel that disclosing the details to you would be the right thing to do. Let's say hypothetically, not unless I see that. The family would benefit more than it would suffer from that exchange. Do you understand?
In all honesty, I don't.
I want to settle the dispute between us and the Kanes concerning our unwillingness to let emissaries into the termitory. I don't know what the Kanes are thinking, but we are not harboring anything or anyone there that could be of even remote interest to them, especially to my deeply esteemed fellow Victor.
So why don't you let the inspectors in?
First of all, it's dangerous. The rabble is rioting. I told you about that more than once already. Secondly, Father will not submit to the younger Kane's orders. If this keeps up, we'll soon be taking orders from his 10-year-old son.
Fine, what's your plan?
The Kanes are hiding something too. They have their own skeleton in the closet, and it's even more unsightly than ours. Our closet is full of our own workers. Theirs is full of other people's children. If you can make sure that everything is well inside the polyhedron, then trust me, the termitory is fine too. It's an enclave, a closed chamber.
So you believe that quarantine will be effective in keeping the infection out of that giant bunkhouse?
Certainly. Did you not say yourself? Hypothetically, at least, that's how it was relayed to me, that walls are a solid defense. Besides, think of what will happen if 10,000 people pour into the streets in search of food and gossip. Try to imagine the picture.
Sounds convincing. I'll inspect this polyhedron and talk to Victor. But I'll ask a favor of you in return. Help me find Simon's body.
Try to curb the righteous anger of the judge and the terrible Victor. They seem to have finally decided to harass my father to death. I have no doubt that no matter what he did, it's not his fault. If you do that, I'll gladly assist you.
It's slipping into Jordan Peterson continuously, I'm sorry.
Deal.
Sometimes you can voice act good. Sometimes you've been doing about 40 different voices for 10 hours.
I think it was awesome. You did so good.
I want to
You are doing a marathon here. You're doing incredibly well under the circumstances.
I want to get to the end of day 3 and then I'm going to go sleep. What time is it right now?
It's 11:40 my time. That's not helpful for you, though.
It's 10:35 my time, then. I think.
Oh, math. Mental math. Whoa.
Yeah, it is 10:40.
Well, that's super
hour apart.
convenient.
It is.
That's my time zone.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, anyway, how's everybody been? Anything interesting you're working on that you feel like discussing? Obviously, no worries if not.
Currently editing a video on how religion is inappropriately showcased in fantasy work and how it actually operates.
Spicy.
Now, it's weird because, like, I have a very odd relationship with religion, especially in the fact that, like, I have a positive relationship with religion in my life, but I'm an atheist. Like, I was in my late teens, early 20s. Well, no, when I was 18, I went to a Jesuit seminary and spent some time there. So it's funny because, like, telling people, like, I'm a cradle Catholic who is now an atheist, and he's like, oh, you must have gone through so much like religious trauma. It's like, no, I actually didn't. Like, the priests that I grew up with were almost uniformly outstanding individuals. And so, like, none of that weird. Now, I'm also cisgendered and heterosexual, so there's that to factor into it, obviously.
Yeah.
Because if that wasn't the case, that probably wouldn't be my background. But my separation from the church happened.
Thank you, Skyen, for saving me from Vlad the Younger being Ben Shapiro. Sorry. Apologies. Please
No
continue.
problem.
I am genuinely interested.
But it kind of created this situation where, like, I have a fascination with religion. Like, I love the concepts of it and studying various religions and finding kind of the beauty inside of them, detached from getting caught up in the silliness of whether or not they're right. Like, I think that's a ancillary point.
I also think that's a very, like, there's a very Christian perspective on religion that treats it as like a truth or untruth thing, right? That a lot of other religions don't engage in the same way. Not all other religions, but many religions don't engage in it in that same way. There's many people who it's like, it's about the cultural community steps, even as they're like, oh, I don't believe there's some higher power. I just, I find these rituals and these beliefs and these studies to be valuable to me as an individual, even as I don't believe in it. Like, so there's also in a lot of other religions just not the same sort of mentality of conversion that is so central to Christianity. And Christianity has that because of Rome and because of the fundamental interrelationship it has with empire going back, thousands of years now. So it's one of those things where I'm really thankful that I've had close relationships from a young age with Jewish people, with Muslim people, because as much as I have an intense amount of Catholic trauma, I mean, fuck, I made a video about it and people were like, oh my god, this is some of the horrible stuff, oh my god, and I'm like, oh, I toned it down a lot. Like, I swear half my adult life is just being like, oh, that wasn't normal? Oh, that was, like, abnormal by the abnormal people's standard. Oh. Yeah, well, that's probably why I have severe CPTSD. Like, yeah, so I have a very antagonistic relationship at baseline with Christianity at large and Catholics as institutions and as organizations. Though I also have, like, very close relationships and friendships with individuals, though a lot of those individuals are, staunchly leftist, very opposed to those structural harms that are done in a lot of spaces. And I think I probably fall somewhere similar to you, Leo Kimchi, in that I have a sort of atheist, but I have a deep respect for religion and belief and the value of it in life. And it's complicated, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
And I also just think that, like, if I to be honest, as much as I have a lot of stuff towards like certain types of Christians and stuff, I find the anti-religious, very white, very culturally Christian atheists who have taken on the same tenets of conversion, but just with their atheism, that where they sort of secularize a lot of the worst Christian beliefs, and are often actually worse than many Christian people I know because of that, because they like they've isolated these beliefs and then secularized them. Like I have a whole rant about
they have Christian religious morality, but without being grounded in an understanding that
in a community
comes from faith.
In a community, and I think that's the important difference, is that there isn't the same. And this is why I think you see a lot of the far right and the alt right came out of specific white Western atheist movements in the mid 2000s and 2010s.
And when I was having my kind of exit from the church, I slid into some of that, where I started reading, Dawkins and folks in that realm. But I don't know, benefit of being brown, I kind of bounced off that rather quickly.
Mm-hmm. Also, I just want to add, Jack and I think there's a really valuable perspective to add as well, in chat said, religion can be very conflicting as a First Nations person too. A lot of traditional practices are upheld with very Christian versions and values, and when those traditional practices are the things you're fighting to preserve, it draws into focus just how much has already been lost beyond recollection. Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to talk about it, like my perspective as an Irish Canadian, and not in the type, but in the like, my family has actually maintained a lot of culture and tradition and things over time, but like there's so much that is lost. There's so much that is lost because it's on a time scale of like 600, 700 years of systemic destruction of spiritual beliefs, language, like where a lot of it's just never going to be recovered ever, and the same thing with I think so many other groups around the world. It's like, I don't know. One of my linguistics professors was specialized in maintaining dying languages, recording them before they die out, and so I've always valued that, but like that gave me a really specific perspective, getting to learn more about like really specific instances of this, where there's like 2 or 3 people left that can speak the language, right? And I don't know, there is something lost and never recoverable when you lose a language, like an entire language. It's almost a scar on the world in a way, because that entire like methodology of thought is lost with it. Makes me sad.
I think of lost idioms a lot. Like references to things that are references to things that are references to things that become shorthand within a culture.
Here's a fascinating one that I find interesting. A couple people got pissed off at me for how I discussed it in Midnight Mass, despite knowing all of this stuff, but I was talking about it in the modern context of how Christians currently use it. But the turn the other cheek thing had a very, very, very different meaning at the time of the writing. And I say the time of the writing, not the time of the supposed stories, because there's stuff.
There's a couple of centuries between when Christ was alive.
There's a significant amount of difference. Yeah, exactly. But the cultural context of when it was written, the turn the other cheek was actually a sign of disrespect. Because it's saying, you must slap me as an equal, not as a lesser. Because the direction of a slap in ancient Rome had meaning, cultural meaning, completely lost to time, to some degree, unless you bother to do the scholarly research to figure this stuff out. But it's when that is read now, it's just like a totally different thing.
No, yeah, it's fascinating, and I think that what's weird for me personally, as part of my personal growth, is that like my family was created by the church. My name is related to the church, like my surname. It actually comes from an order of knights, which is currently an order of priests from the Crusades. Like it's all entangled with it, and so I have a mixture of Spanish nobility and religious wrapping up in my own familial history, and I can't really separate it too much because it's part of my, again, surname. Like it's there as a reminder, as a constant reminder, and it's an incredibly unique surname, even amongst Spanish people. It's very, very rare, to the point where every time I meet somebody with a surname, they're probably a cousin of mine. It's like, your family from Puerto Rico? Okay, yeah, we're probably cousins.
That's so
and
interesting.
It's coming to terms with the fact that, my historical background of Spanish nobility and the historical background of the church is dripping in these were the people willing to kill others for whatever, either for the religion or to subjugate other people through caste nobility systems. And like it's one of those things where it's kind of difficult sometimes to have a discussion with the rest of my family, because it's like we're not proud of that, right? Because like
yeah, it's that thing you never talk about. Yeah.
Why are you smile when you mention that? You shouldn't smile when you mention that.
Ooh, yikes! Yeah. Also, really quick, I'm just gonna do the voice acting stuff for a minute, and then we'll continue this conversation once that's done. You can't go inside, or else the tower will topple.
Do you think this is funny?
Okay. What the hell am I supposed to do with this quest now? Anyway, sorry about that. Continue.
No, that was the point. So it's fascinating because, like, when you study comparative religions, as you have mentioned beforehand, you realize things that are taken for granted about in the sort of Christian-centric world, that are really bizarre about Christianity. The proselytizing, the colonial nature of Christianity, salvation as a concept, all of these things.
Even hell as a concept is it's not exclusively Christian, but it is like the way that it's used is very specific and interesting. It isn't even. All these things. There's so many specific elements that are fascinating to me. Well, and just bring it back around to the culturally Christian atheists who absolutely have beliefs. They've built a ideology that's very interestingly contradictory, but I think the sort of secularization of a lot of specific Christian beliefs, the transfer of the good soul, bad soul to good heart, bad heart to good brain, bad brain, right?
I think a lot of Puritan morality and culture also comes from that nowadays,
Yes.
like especially among teenagers who aren't like in the faith in any reasonable way, but who have adopted so much of that Christian puritanical approach to, oh, if I read the wrong book, my soul will become stained with the sins of the authors, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, like it's
but I actually
secularized
kind of
that.
have to dip
Oh, you
out
have to
now
go?
because it's like 5 a.m.
Oh my God, Sky!
and I finally got these goddamn copyright blocks to go away, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Have a good sleep. Thank you so much for being here, especially for such a late time.
Yeah, I mean it's normal times for me. I'm adjusting to my ADHD medication, and insomnia has a side effect.
Mood. I get it. I also have bad sleep schedules.
So I'll hop out now. It's nice to meet everyone, and remember to donate to Aranok. Help them
thank
get
you.
through some economic tough times, because shit is tough all over.
Yeah.
Thanks. Have a great night. Morning.
Cheers.
Cheers.
More voice acting. I apologize.
I come bearing news from the old Gimskis. It has to do with the termitary.
What was? Oh yeah. Most curious. What is it?
Vlad the Younger asked me to tell you the following. The termitary had been closed before the polyhedron was, and there are many witnesses to that.
Really? What is he getting at?
He has no reason to believe that the situation inside the termitary is different from that inside the tower.
Ingenious. Damn it. What is a legacy? All right, so be it. If that's how he's spinning it, then I'm forced to leave him alone. For now. You can't tell him that. It'll only last until we find proof that not everything is in order inside the termitory.
I hope there's no doubt in your mind that I am obviously only doing all this to get the Elgimskis to reveal the locations of Simon's body to me.
haven't been wasting my time either in the meantime. The information my couriers have brought back is terrible. There's a ripper in the town. Fragments of human bodies have been found. It's either a stranger who doesn't observe our traditions, or it is really someone or something sent by the steppe.
I don't believe in steppe monsters. Who could need dead bodies?
Since the dawn of time, the beliefs of the people of the steppe have forbidden them to dissect the dead. Those who penetrate the mysteries of anatomy, penetrate the mysteries of creation, that is taboo. In these troubled times, a demon has come who broke it. The destruction of a body will put the earth in pain.
How do we find this person?
Earlier, I feared that Big Vlad was sheltering him at the termitary. It's clear now that this isn't the case. He's on the loose. I think he's the thief. Also, I believe that he's the very man who's been accused of patricide, the cursed wayward son of Isidore Burak.
What makes you think it's him?
I haven't made up my mind yet. I just have my suspicions. So bad, I'm so sorry. It's cursed. Truly cursed. What is a legacy? The end times are upon us. If sons have ceased to honor their fathers, they are turning the earth towards the void. Toppling what their parents built is what these wayward children are best at, but they never create anything in its place.
I feel you're talking about your own son. You are entitled to your own opinion. Fucking Daniel lines. Fucking Daniel.
My son has now founded a kingdom of his own. There it is, towering above our sinful earth. He won't let anyone into that world, not even his own father. If you're interested to know what's going on there, give it a try. Maria thinks you're a man for whom nothing is impossible.
Yes, I'll follow your advice.
Now I'm supposed to walk up there. Yeah. Anyway, now we can chat. Sorry about that. I think one of the dangerous things that I find with a lot of atheist types that I've encountered is that there's a complete lack of awareness that they have beliefs. In the same way that a lot of liberal people will believe they don't have politics. You know? This sort of non-ideology that becomes an ideology.
Yeah, I think it's an appeal to some sort of objectivity, but that in my opinion, that
doesn't exist.
But also, there's someone in the waiting room for you.
Oh, it's there. Bellamy, good timing, Bellamy. Bellamy, we were just talking about. Oh, wait. Did Bellamy leave?
Oh no!
No!
Ghost. Yeah, I totally agree. I think, there's also a existentialism to atheism pipeline because of, there's definitely, you're not supposed to, unless you're going back to Kierkegaard, there's supposed to be contradictory ideas. And so if you're I'm gonna go down the Nietzsche, then you go down the whole thing of oh no, it's actually morally bad to believe in something faith-based or in that way. So.
Hey, Bellamy, you just missed us saying the sentence objectivity doesn't exist, so you'll be.
Oh, good, because it doesn't.
I think that's why you see these same type of dudes. When they look at art, they're like, oh,
this is objectively good art. This is how art, it's objective. You can talk about it objectively,
and it's just the reality is that whenever someone thinks that there's an objective thing that is not a belief structure, that is not a subjectivity, they're just saying that the dominant current viewpoint is the only viewpoint that actually exists, and in so doing, creating a foolproof mental trap of all these oh yes, absolutely, Jack. The Islamophobia and white supremacy of white atheists gets to me a little bit more. Oh yeah, no, it's bad. It's so bad. The anti-Semitism as well is always rank. Okay, voice acting.
I'm a friend of the Kanes, or I've come to see Kane.
You're in luck then. Kane has let the facets to mourn his grandfather. Come in. Grandfather. Come in. But don't try to get inside. You really don't want us all to perish, do you?
I really don't.
Weird combinations of voices. Casper doesn't have a voice right now, so... Adults are not allowed in here. It can topple the tower.
Common sense suggests otherwise. The tower does not abide by the laws of common sense. We have different laws here. Perhaps we ought to get acquainted. My name is Caspar. I am son to Victor and Nina, the youngest of the Kanes. Now you name yourself. Bachelor Dankovsky. Are you a friend of your family? I am.
The worst.
You wanted to speak to me. I'm listening. I need to examine the structure. No, guest. That is impossible. We don't trust grown-ups. We can't allow the corruption to get inside. That's why we risk our lives guarding this place. Perhaps the pains we're taking will be convincing enough proof for you. Who are you guarding your tower from? You. Your doppelgangers. Everyone who comes from across the river. I don't have any doppelgangers. You do. 2 of them. Also endeavoring to save humanity. At least, that's what they say. Every word they utter mirrors yours, and so far they've caused nothing but harm. What kind of harm? Our salvation lies in repose and silence. Our town must stay still now, freeze, like someone who stirred up a nest of venomous snakes. Then the disease will abate and burn up its own flames. I was told these were your words, were they? Close enough, but what do my, doppelgangers have to do with anything? They make people uneasy. It's because of them that no one stays put. Disturbed by the Haruspeck's actions and the changelings' barmy preaching, people start fussing and end up laying their lives upon the altar of the common good. We children will not listen to you. Why? What did I do to lose the trust of children? I'm protecting our world. We were just doing fine without you. We can handle this plague even if it spells the end of the world. Did you want to check that this place is clean? Have a look around. It is clean, I promise you. But I won't let you in, wise bachelor, no offense. More allegories. Looks like it runs in the family. That is. There we go. Okay. Mike, I'm not sure if anyone ever explains why Simon is Khan's grandfather, but I think it has to do more with, like, not a literal grandpa, but, like, in terms of his position as the patriarch of the family, even if he is technically the uncle. Anyway, how is everybody doing? What's new? What's going on?
Trying to think of what I did today.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Yes. I said hi. That's
Oh!
I got.
All I heard was hi.
Me too.
Oh yeah, I'm high.
I'm
and depressed and high, but it's we're good.
Oh, I'm sorry about the depressed part, but I'm happy you're high, if that's what you want to be.
I mean, you know about the depressed part. You know that. You know why that's there.
Yeah, I do.
I can't see chat either because I'm playing Slay the Spire.
Valid.
Hey, Bellamy.
Great.
There was like 3 people that just talked. I don't know what's going on.
I think Soul Bunny said, "Hey, Bellamy."
What's up, Ho?
Oh, anyways, sorry. My mic was muted for a while and I didn't know why.
Oh no!
I was trying to talk. I was like, I'm wondering why. I was like, why is everyone talking over me? But no, I was muted. No, yeah. I want to say, hey, I hope you're doing. I hope everyone's like holding on. Okay, it's hard to say. I hope everyone's doing good because sometimes we're just not doing good. But I hope we're holding on, and I feel that
there's a reason I'm raising money.
I can say because I've been MIA, but I'm making a comeback. I want to share that now. I'm making a full-blown comeback.
Nice.
We can't wait.
I am ready. Midterms are over. I do have 4 weeks of school left, like actual active school weeks, because I'm not counting Thanksgiving break. But this month, I've been trying to have a comeback, but I've been trying to like maintain my GPA and make sure like my homework's up and my quizzes and caught up, and I had to you know, I had to drop a class that it just was not working. Me and my instructor we're not getting along. We're not working. He was not understanding of my situation, of me being doxxed. He was very much like, well, so are you going to turn in your homework still? I'm like, are you serious? You can't give me an extension? Like, are you serious? Like,
wait, what? That's so silly. I give extensions if people ask for them. I don't, like, that's so weird.
Yeah.
A lot of professors, you have to have valid, quote unquote, according to them.
I don't even care about the reason. You just email, you're like, can I have an extension? I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
No,
Like, I don't care.
so I don't know. Like, I just had to drop the class. I'm like, sorry, I'll just take. And it literally always sucks. It was a drawing class, a class for my major, like my fine arts major. So I'm just gonna have to retake the drawing class next semester.
I feel like that should be the class you're most understanding. That if someone is going through a fucking like mental health time, them not getting art done is the natural result.
I would venture that somewhere between half and 80% of professors like it because it gives power over people.
Oh yeah. No, there's a lot of people like that.
But I can definitely say I'm better now. I do feel better because like that class is at 8 in the morning. I feel fucked up. I had to get up at 6 a.m. And then I had to take the bus there. It was
Early
it was
morning
a bit.
buses are always extra fun.
It just was a lot, and the class is 3 hours long. It was yes, and then I had to go to my next class. It's 3 hours long.
Oh no!
It was long ass day. So it's just kind of nice that day I only have my painting class because I separate my classes from art days and non-art days. So because art days I bring all my art supplies, so I'm not juggling a lot or too much. I am juggling a lot, but I don't want to juggle too much. So yeah, that's pretty much me. But I'm really caught up. I'm mostly caught up. I would say mostly. I have a few more things I gotta correct. But now that I'm I would say like my world history professor, he was so understanding. Like he literally like there's a quiz that he's given me like 2.5 weeks. Just like, hey, like it's okay, don't worry. I think it's 3 weeks now. He hasn't docked anything for my grade. He's like, when you're ready, just let me know. Like, I was like, I appreciate that. So I'm gonna take care of that this week. But other than that, I'm mostly caught up and just like I dealt with a lot of stuff that was like interpersonally needed to deal with, like even within my own community. As far as like, I don't know. I think only you follow me, Aranok. I'm not sure if Legal Kimchi does on Instagram, as far as when it comes to Instagram, but there's some interpersonal things that I had to speak up on a capitalist, a rainbow capitalist in my space that had done a lot of damage to me living with them for a year straight.
I follow you on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
I saw that post.
Also,
you saw
Smooth
that.
ass fucking voice coming in out of nowhere.
Continue.
Because
we'll continue the conversation in a second. I'm just gonna quickly do the voice acting thing and then.
Okay.
Just because I'm trying to get the third day done so I can go to bed. So, I managed to settle the matter. Victor will no longer insist on inspecting the termitary. Oh fuck, that's not happening. Arnold Schwarzenegger is such a weird one to. Nice. Everybody freeze. I'll keep my word. Honoring the venerable Simon's remains is our mutual goal. We're bound by the same grief. There's a Ripper, perhaps even more than one. On the that's becoming a completely different person. I haven't listened to Schwarzenegger in a long time. Maybe I can't do this voice properly. No. On the loose in the knots. I think they'll runaway butchers. Runaway butchers. Or those few who were unlucky enough to find themselves outside when the termitary was blocked off. Now they're hiding in town. I believe they're stealing the dead to use their bodies for divination. They have their own future-telling techniques. Still, what does Reuben have to do with this? I'm convinced that it was those people who stole the body from him. Are you interested in finding out where they could have taken it? So bad, I'm sorry. Absolutely. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. One curious young man managed to trace the path.
Seems they have been carrying the dead to the spleen district.
It's sounding more like the Simpsons version.
It's almost like Christopher Walken-esque. I love it.
I'll mark the house on your map. If they resist, am I allowed to kill them? Not only kill, but take whatever possessions of theirs you may find in the house. Body snatchers are no longer protected by law, even if they happen to be butchers. Very well.
Now we have to go fight people. Yippee! Anyway, sorry, Soul Bunny. Continue.
No, it's okay. I guess the moral of the story is that, and I don't. I know Turb knows about it. I know Turb knows pretty well about the situation. We've talked about it a bit. But yeah, long story short, from October 2021 to October of 2022, I lived with this person. They were my friend. They were amazing friends and whatnot. And then, long story short, I got angry black woman. It just was a lot. It was a lot, and it just sucks because I was used as a token black friend for their business because of my activism locally and whatnot, and because this person has takes up so much capital space, so it takes up. They have a lot of resources. They have a lot of connections. I didn't feel safe to really express myself, and also because they had a bigger following online, etc. So I just kind of took my L in silence. But in the community recently, in the past few weeks, people have been sharing their experiences with this person, and about the person that has particular lashing outs and just the way how they dispose of people. And then I found out that I guess I wasn't the only person that experienced what I did. And then I found that a friend of mine there's a couple friends of mine that I wanted to reach out that I met through her, but didn't want to talk to them for this entire year because I didn't know who I can trust and who I can confide to. And I ran into them and they told me they experienced. And that's when I decided to speak my truth. And now all this trauma that I held in for over a year and whatnot, and all this isolation of me not going out to bars locally in my college on that made me not go to queer events because this person organizes queer events around here, especially drag shows, etc. Now, I don't give a fuck. Now I'm here. Now I'm present. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. But now, there's a lot of trauma and stuff that's that has held me down. That has, honestly, that's a big factor on why I really threw myself into the online space, because I wanted to remove myself from the area that I lived in. I wanted to exist, remove myself from where I'm at and go into the digital realm, I guess, and just really find community there, because I did not feel safe where I lived. And now, because now that factor has no more power over me, and me speaking up had a ripple effect. And I got a lot of responses, not only in the comments but in messages, and now that person's moving away because I shared my experience of what I went through, and they're not defending themselves. They're not attacking me like I thought they were. They're gonna use their white audience against me, and their local audience, whatnot, their supporters, because they're they're entrepreneur, etc. But now it's over with. That entire thing that I've went through, and it amazed me because all it took me just speaking my truth, me just sharing what I went through. It's over, but I'm my body and mind is still processing it's okay now, Nikki. You don't have to worry anymore. You can let loose. You can go out. You can do things you didn't allow yourself to do for a year. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. That's me being honest. Just candid in a more vague enough way. Not too vague, but just enough for an understanding. But yeah, I am so much better, and I'm in the headspace. I have my drive. I'm gonna say this experience for this whole year has put me through an entire art block. It's made it hard for me to do for a lot of things, and now I'm just allowing myself to enjoy art again slowly. I'm allowing myself to have the drive to want to record a video, to want to do voiceover, etc. So that's where I'm at.
It's awesome. I'm so glad that things are getting like it's just, or just better, or having the drive. Just having the drive is nice too, because it gives you like something nice that feels, or at least I feel like when you're inspired, everything feels slightly better or more colorful. Or when you okay.
Also,
No,
I
that
just want to
was
say to her,
amazing, Maddie. That was a nice explanation.
you do not have to apologize for needing a rest. Okay?
Herb, answer your fucking text messages, you dick boy.
Oh,
I mean that too, but
I didn't know I got text messages. I swear they pop up right away on my iMessage, and I'm not seeing them.
Turbolin can talk to me. I'm joking.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, because yours go through, right, Soul Bunny?
Always.
I'm seeing yours right now. I'm not seeing Bellavy's. I don't know what's
Hold on. Get ready to call you a bitch, just so you know.
aw, thanks, Nelson. I'm glad. I feel like it's worth saying that I have done ungodly numbers of 24-hour streams before. I will not be doing that today, but
Please don't. What are you at? What's the... How much have you raised?
Ko-Fi shows percentage, so 81% of 2,000 right now.
Hey. 81% of 2,000 is 816, 17-ish, something like that.
Yeah, a decent amount.
That's a solid amount of money.
Yeah.
Good job, chat.
Digital busking is going well.
How are y'all though? Like, how's y'all's days been? And how's the stream been, Aaron?
It's been good. It's been. I've really enjoyed doing it. Though I'm definitely glad that I decided I wasn't doing a continuous stream. That I'm gonna go sleep when I finish day 3, and that I'm making a lot of progress through the day right now. Like I'll be finished 2 of the quests before the main quest is even available. So.
Yeah. When I left, you were like half into day 1, I think. Or like just starting day 2.
Yeah. And I hope that this stream demonstrates to people that I'm a really good fucking voice actor, and you should hire me anyway.
Anyway.
Ow, my ears.
You okay?
I heard anime.
Oh, I just meant that. Have you heard Airnock's edgy voice? And then.
Currently
edgy
Daniel's
voice?
current voice is
My
edgy
bad.
anime protagonist. So.
Ow, that hurts. Every time you say that, that hurts.
What?
Anime.
I know, but.
And
We'll see.
it's funny because like people say manga correctly, but then they say anime, and it hurts my soul.
Sorry, what is the correct pronunciation? Because I always forget.
No, it's okay.
It's
It's just this is very funny.
I just always forget. Genuinely.
No, it's just it's funny is what it is. Yeah, continue. I'm just being high.
I think the last conversation was about Legal Kimchi. You were talking about your video about Christianity or religion in fantasy games. Do you want to? I don't know if you want to talk more about like your thesis for that, or if that's too much spillage.
Well, it's just a general thing of like the structure and how different religions act, because it's much broader than just put in your fantasy Christianity.
But everybody just does fantasy Christianity. They
And
all
what is-
do.
what's
I'm glad
especially-
you're doing a video about this because it really bothers me. Like as yeah, as you're talking, like just as someone who's actually aware of how different non-Christian religions work compared to it, it's.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. Even if you don't even go that far, the representation of Christianity is very specifically in many ways, an American Protestant representation of Christianity, which is vastly different, and an American Catholic representation of Christianity, which is different than global Catholic Christianity. And like I was kind of that annoying kid in my Catholic education classes who would get into arguments with the teachers because I was like, that's actually not the correct interpretation of dogma. And then I would pull out the catechism and be like, see, right here, it states clearly that due to the doctrine of the invincible ignorance, not only Catholics enter heaven, and go off on this is a real thing that happened. Like that specific discussion. So it's especially frustrating because most religious people in the United States don't understand the dogma of the religions they profess to believe in.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be like
Sorry, I was trying to
it's kind of like when like in novels you have to kind of go, or not novels, I guess fantasy generally, you have to go out of your way to make sure, like if you don't have like a Christianity set up, but a lot of our language is shaped by that, like what's your alternative for saying oh my god or something like that, and you're like, oh, now you have all these illusions of recasting that. But that's super interesting that it's much more than
Wallahi.
just
We do that over here.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a section of it, is the importance of language and how culture and religion interchange. Like goodbye being a contraction of God be with you, or going to adios being to God, or adieu being to God, or annyeonghaseyo being peace be with you. You know, like most, or what was it? Namaste, I bow before you, I believe.
I think you're right.
If I'm wrong on that, blame my buddy Pava. It's his fault. Anyway, he explained the translation.
At least I've heard that translation before, but it's also worth noting that no translation is ever perfect.
Yeah, and that's actually a point that I make as well, because one of the key distinctions between something like Islam versus Christianity is Islam is very ardent about maintaining the classical Arabic as the true translation, or as the true document, as opposed to the Bible, which has been translated so many times.
Well,
Literally, God knows what it's supposed to be.
Well, I mean, you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we're like, oh, actually, we've translated it way more times than we thought we had. Whoop. Like, there's
I didn't know oceans could write.
There's just a reality that
Dead Sea Scrolls sounds.
Matt, you have to fight me now, Maddie.
I think I'm with a brilliantly constructed joke, 100%.
That's a 10 out of 10. I love that.
As a person who has taken some time away from YouTube for happier reasons, my third kid was born, and
Congrats!
so
Oh my god!
Hey, congratulations!
I took a paternity leave of a few months, which is why I haven't produced any videos for a while.
I think that's the best reason I've ever heard for someone not releasing videos, genuinely.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm an old, boring suburban dad. Anyway, but what was I going to say? Completely forgot.
Dead Sea Scrolls?
Ah, yes. That seemed like a really big dad joke, so I appreciate that.
I think I'll be an amazing, like, dad joke person. Like, if I ever have a bunch of children, and they'll be really sad, but they'll at least have, like, dad jokes. And
why are they gonna be sad?
I'll be a horrible parent. I'll be like, ooh, eat your bran nuggets. I don't know. How do you feed a child? I don't know.
What is that? How do you feed a child? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
It seems very complicated. What if they're picky? Well, I don't think I could handle a picky I would be so
All
sad.
kids eat like a variation of sauce. I'm telling you, as someone who's raised like 5
variation of sauce.
Applesauce, some kind of like. I'm telling you, just pick one.
You're not
Do
gonna
the
have sauce
test.
for 10 years then. It'll be all sauce.
You know,
I mean, for 10 years, that just sounds that sounds federal. That's something else.
kids seem picky,
Yes?
but being blessed with the household that I'm in, um, yes, my kids do eat a lot of chicken nuggets, but they also eat a lot of bulgogi, and they also eat a lot of tacos because those are common foods in my household because of the various cultures inside the household. So, like Korean kids in Korea don't generally eat a lot of chicken nuggets. So you got to figure out what they're eating. And if you can
It's
draw on multiple cultures' chicken nuggets,
it's
then
worth
you've just gotten like 5 or 6 different dishes you can
it's
make.
worth noting. Do you want to know how you get kids to be not picky? You make them eat a lot of different types of food at a young age. And this isn't like, this is actually a psychological thing. The wider your your palate is at a young age, the more likely you will be to have many different things. Kids are going to dislike different things, and kids have way stronger taste buds than adults. So there's a lot of stuff that people try to make kids eat, and it's like, they are not tasting what you're tasting. It is not pleasant to them. Listen. But if you try a lot of different things, right, you'll be able to find a large mix of things that they like to eat. And it is really important to expose people from a young age to a wide variety of food and stuff. Sorry, my mom's a nutritionist, so I grew up eating like food from literally every corner of the planet. You know, and that's probably why I was the only person that could the only person that wasn't from India who could eat my roommate, who's a chef from Bangladesh. He was a master's student, but he'd worked as a chef for most of his university. All the food he'd make the non-spicy version and the spicy version, and I was like the only person there that was not Indian that was eating the spicy version. And it's not because it's because a lot of people don't eat foods that are spicy and things from a young age, so they don't develop a palate for it, and then they struggle with it in later life. Make sure you feed kids lots of different things. And that's exactly what you're talking about, right? Like, yeah, they eat chicken nuggets, because who doesn't like chicken nuggets? But they're also eating all of these other dishes that they like, you know?
Mhm.
You found
And
dishes they like.
it also relates back to what we were talking about beforehand with the trope of the East Asian, South Asian. Because my buddy and I used to just swap spicy foods as kids and be like, oh, can you take this? Yeah, I can take this. Can you take this?
Yes, exactly. That's awesome. I gotta voice act, and I'm so sorry to everyone. I am so sorry that you have to listen to more bad Lin-Manuel Miranda impression. Oh, one sec. There's okay. Check the Discord. Peeps. Anyway, do you know anything regarding Ruben's whereabouts? Sadly, no. The disappearance of Fuck. What is a legacy? The disappearance of Master Ruben fills me with sincerest regret. He is, of course, the person most to blame for the loss of our brother's remains, but that's not what matters. And what is? We have no competent people left except for you. We're unable to put up a struggle. Is it true what I've been told, that you declined Sabarov's request and did not accept responsibility for the town's future? Who told you such nonsense? Not only did I agree, I explicitly stated my eagerness to do all that is within my power. You are a noble man, Bachelor Dankovsky, so we do still have a hope. I'm so sorry, okay? That's my duty towards the powers that be. Well. Maybe, okay. Talking to Victor, maybe I need to talk to Georgi? Check my notes. I have to talk to Georgi.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, please go.
Oh yeah, I will say good night now, and then you can have a party time with Lady Knight, and
Okay.
everyone donate and give money and donate more money and give money.
Thank you so much for being on, Maddie. Love you. Take care.
Good night.
Make good choices.
Make terrible choices.
I'll make the worst choices.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
It was nice seeing you, Maddie. Bye, Maddie.
It was nice
bye.
seeing you or hearing you.
Bye, Maddie.
That was good. I share space with Maddie. Maddie's the sweetest.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Maddie
You're-
is the
you're all-
coolest, awesomest, funniest. Yeah.
Wait,
We'll
is this
see you
for
when I'm
real?
in
Is this,
Canada.
Yay! Yes, come to Canada. Do a Canada tour.
Ooh. We'll, we'll talk about it more. It's been in the talks, right, Term? Okay.
Bye,
Alrighty.
Maddie.
Bye.
I'm sorry. I feel like I just need to. This is so funny. Bellamy and Turb are sorting out their DMing problems in the stream server.
Yeah, I don't know because
I don't want to be rude and talk about it like
texted me
verbally.
before, and I've seen it.
I have. That's why it's so
Yeah.
weird.
Hello.
I caught a little bit of that where Maddie said she'll make bad choices.
Yeah, I'm encouraging her to do terrible things. Also, hi. Okay.
Hi, Bellamy. How are you
okay.
doing?
I got a Jordan Peterson now.
Uh,
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Depressed and high.
That's one way to be.
Oh, muted.
I will richly
can you
reward a
DM me
friend
your
that finds.
number?
I will richly
My
reward
bad,
a.
my bad.
I will richly reward a friend that finds Simon's body for me, and I will squeeze the last drop of blood from the mongrel who stole it. I found the body snatchers. They were runaway butchers. Did you find the body? A body dissected and disfigured. However, I find it hard to believe that it once belonged to your brother. I'll show you the building where I found it. Well, fuck! I almost did the fucking Lin-Manuel Miranda voice. Chaos Dragon. I will send my people there at once. You have my gratitude. You know, these they're just men. They're just young men. They're innocent men.
We're just men.
Just don't bring the body directly to the Crucible, and don't forget to quarantine your people before they return to their everyday duties. Okay, cool. Well, I finished half the stuff I have to do for day 3. And it's not even
you make progress.
11 a.m. And I have to wait until Ruben sends me a letter.
Also, seriously, I came on just in time for What is Legacy?
What is a legacy? Hey, Army, I need you to go down and find the body of my brother.
Sing for me.
Sing for me. I hate how good I can do like some like random sentences. Sing for me.
The thing is, if I started singing like lyrics, I could absolutely. I have a pretty good Lin, but I would have to just like start doing lyrics.
You have to do full lyrics where I can do the weird talking voice that he does.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. I just but if I started singing like the end of Act 1 song, I forget what it's called, but that song I listen to a lot.
Yeah.
Also, I did just finish watching American Psycho with the roommates.
The musical, the good one.
Yes, the good one. One of my roommates, Max, he was really confused by the ending. He kept taking everything literally, so he kept being like, wait a second. And I'd be like, no, stop taking things literally. We don't know how much of this
Oh, poor cishet boy. Oh.
Yeah, truly.
Taking it literally.
Yeah.
It's truly
It's theater.
Literally taking it off.
Bellamy is
It
high
sounds
for
like you're
context.
Yeah, no, I heard. They said, but I'm just. It sounds like you're having a good night.
Okay, Ruben. What the fuck was Ruben's voice? I think he's Master Chief from Halo. He is. Okay, I have to read this letter in Cortana. That's not the right voice. Cortana. We need to plan the battle in advance. The battle being the task that lies ahead of us. I will not give up without a fight, even if everyone else has come to terms with their own mortality. We need to join our forces, Bachelor, and combine our diverse skills. Our enemy is invisible, ubiquitous, dissolved into the very things that we will need to purify. The enemy seems invulnerable, but
It is not imperceptible, and whatever terror it instills in us is explained simply by our lack of knowledge. If we are to destroy the enemy, Cortana, we need to study it first. For this, we need to capture it. This is our first and foremost priority. Please forgive my reiteration of self-evident things like these. My only reason for spelling it all out is to better understand it myself. Our goals are not quite the same. I strive to save as many people as possible, whereas your purpose is to put an end to the outbreak. I've been told of your abiding desire. We're just built different. I've been told of your abiding desire to uncover the truth. I would gladly help you with that. If you will help me achieve my goal, together we can eradicate the disease and save everything that might still be saved. Stack Reuben. P.S. You will find me at my secret prosectarium in the warehouses district. The map is in the reverse of the letter.
Very normal behavior.
I love this game. This game is just goth twink has big strong men hit on him.
Goth twink's big day out.
He's having a bad adventure.
Yeah, he's having a bad trip.
And then Artemis Road is everybody hates you except for that goth twink who definitely wants you to rail.
Oh my god!
Listen. Daniil in Artemis Road is just constantly sending.
No, I know. You've told me.
But everyone else doesn't know. No one else knows Pathologic. I need to explain to them that Daniil sends Artemis little letters, constantly being like, "Artemis, I'm scared. This is a scary pandemic. Please help me. P.S. I want to be friends, please." and then I just want you to imagine like he just has the energy of the pleading emoji and then like fingers together.
that image that you drew of Wyland, but it's Daniil.
Yes, Daniil. I should just really draw that image. That image only took me like 30 minutes.
It's the funniest fucking thing.
If we reach the 2,000 goal before I finish day 3, before I head off for the night, I will quickly draw Daniil. That pose. There you go. Extra incentive to hit the goal. What was I doing?
I don't know.
I gotta
Legal
say
kimchi.
goodnight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good
my
night.
iPad's 1%, so I'm
Oh.
probably gonna pop away. But I
Good
wanna say
night. Good
goodnight.
night. Oh.
And I had a
Good
good
night.
time, and I wish you the
Good night.
best. So, Aaron,
Good night.
Knox,
Thank you so much for being here.
It was
Yeah.
nice to talk to you.
Good
Oh,
night.
I wanted to say a word, but I'm not allowed to say it. Oh.
Please do not get me
Anyway.
demonetized again.
I'm not.
Again.
There is
I'm not allowed to say a certain word.
There is a stream where everyone else got me demonetized by using certain words that I shouldn't use, but it's perfectly okay that they use, but YouTube's racist, so...
There's a word I could use that you can't. Haha!
The slur reclamation challenge. Who gets to say what? Like, what?
Should we ask Maddie back now that we're down to 5 again?
Yeah. I'm gonna message. I'm fine with more people when I'm tired, which is weird because I get overwhelmed when there's too many people when I'm not tired. But when I'm tired, I'm like, please talk. My brain.
Tell Maddie I said she can't come back unless she made terrible choices.
Aeronox new stream is going slur for slur with 8 different minorities.
Oh my god.
Who can reclaim the most slurs in 1 minute?
By the way, Turb, I feel like in one of your videos you did the brief shout out to like when I said that Tim Burton also kind of did anti-Semitism shit. I appreciated that. I don't remember which video that was, but I appreciated it.
It was literally the last video I did a revisit of Wendell and Wild, and I included your comment and everything. If it was that's what you're talking about.
I think it was something else because my brain is sludge, but I need to finish that video.
Okay, yeah, because I did Wednesday at first, which was like almost a year ago, and I didn't know about the anti-Semitism until you pointed it out in the comments.
Yeah, weird Jewish
And then I
erasure.
rewatched it, and then I'm not gonna lie. A year ago, I was way less intersectional than I am today, so and
It
you helped
happens.
with that.
And a year
You
from
helped
now,
with
you'll
that.
be way
thank
more
you.
intersectional than you are today as
Yeah.
well. It's all.
I appreciate
They
that. But yeah, no,
figured out Turb.
it's the same thing with me as well. It helps when you have a community that you can talk to about this shit.
It's almost like we learn by talking to each other and stuff. It's almost like
I've never talked to a person in my life.
it's
Don't worry
almost
about
like the people in this call all tell each other,
Except
"Hey."
for Bellamy, who's never talked to anybody.
it. Yeah, literally never a person.
That's
never.
okay.
Turb, if it's any consolation, when I was your age, I was just an insufferable asshole, so.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I was fucking worse.
I have a lot of really cool people to look up to, like Bellamy, who calls me the B word all the time. Helps me.
Just don't look up to me. I'm terrible.
But I
No,
did
I
ask
actually
you,
like
Bellamy,
Bellamy,
for your opinion about the weird joke in the Six of Crows video, just about like awful white boy narrator doing a black person voice. I don't know how else to describe what he does, but it's not good.
I still
and,
think.
Wait, what happened? Hold on. You were saying sentences and what?
I talked to you about this. It was ages ago, though. In fairness,
A long time ago,
okay.
in a Discord
Yeah,
call
see.
that I was also in.
Okay.
I was like, what's the funniest
I do not remember that.
No, it's fine. It was just in the Six of Crows video, I think I described it as this white boy doing his best Lawrence Fishburne impression. I
That
don't
is
know
what
how
it
else to
sounds
describe.
like.
It's not good, but I think that's what he's doing.
Alright,
What the fuck?
It's Master
it's
Chief
not.
time again. Sorry.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, hold on. I'll mute.
Cortana, we need to finish the fight. Dear colleague, by some happy coincidence, I managed to get my hands on a certain vessel that I believe I can recover.
You know what? I've just realized that Master Chief is just doing an impression. The voice actor's just doing an impression of Spike Spiegel.
Right?
Which is why
you can kick my ass.
I just love a woman who can fucking kick my ass. Just love a woman who can kill me. Like, put her legs around my head, squish it like a watermelon.
We're normal. Anyway,
We're normal.
do your letter.
We were 1 second. I need to add Spike Spiegel to the list of voices I can do because I can do Spike Spiegel. MNLP. Okay, I have to. Yes, I have to do the alphabet in my head every time.
Listen, I also have to do that sometimes when I'm alphabetizing. It's fine.
So here's the thing. Months and the alphabet are fucked for me because of French immersion. I don't know why. I get them both wrong. I can't do it right in English, can't do it right in French. I can't just remember their position. I have to like I have to like go through the list. I have to like do the like
And meanwhile, my only French is Nino Kikawa.
Anyway, you've distracted me.
But odd as it may sound, Cortana, but odd as it may sound, I'd rather avoid tapping into that source I mentioned unless I absolutely have to. I'd rather examine the samples that can be procured from the dead tissue. Wait a moment. Oh god, I'm also playing... like, edgy protagonist isn't that far off. Wait a moment. How can we possibly produce a vaccine with what scarce equipment we have? Cortana, it won't be a vaccine per se, but rather a solution that might temporarily bolster the immune system. True, I don't have much in the way of equipment, but I have plenty of reagents, herbal tinctures, twirine infusions by and large. The least we can expect is to keep ourselves reasonably safe until a better equipped team arrives. Where are we gonna...
Fuck, so they're not that far...
Where are we gonna get the dead tissue from? I was going to ask you to bring a sample or two from one of the infected quarters, but be doubly careful, though, and make sure to get the dissection fully cleared with one of the rulers, else the risk would be twice as high as needs be. I'd go myself, but there are reasons that make it impossible for me to leave Simon's body unattended. That's some request. What is this additional danger you speak of? Dissection of dead bodies is something that the locals only strongly disapprove of. For steppe people, the human body represents the world. Only a member of a special taglure, Barack, to name one, is allowed to open it up. This is a caste-based privilege, you see. Does everyone in the town share the same prejudice? No, of course not. But even those who are oblivious of the sacred meaning of the kin's rituals would still oppose unsanctioned dissection, because it's traditionally inappropriate, a cultural taboo, if you will. An autopsy performed by anyone other than a true-born Menku is seen as blasphemy of the worst kind. Even incest is not as repulsive to them. He doesn't even bat an eye at incest.
I can excuse incest.
What is that making me think of? There's some fucking meme where it was like,
I think you're thinking of the Community one, where it's like, I can excuse racism, but
not that.
Oh,
Not that. The voice quote thing that was on like TikTok where it was like,
I couldn't help you with that.
He doesn't even blink an eye at murder. So, like, I can't remember what it was. It was some ridiculous meme on TikTok of like edgy, cool thing, but people would put it on just like really silly shit, like a squirrel, and it'd just be like,
he doesn't bat an eye at murder.
yeah, but I can't remember because it's way the wording's way funnier. I can't remember. Someone in chat will figure it out. I don't know.
Which doesn't stop them from being comfortable with all manners of slaughter. What are the Menku?
Fucking Daniel! Daniel's just like, I'm gonna walk into your town and judge everyone. You all suck. Fuck you.
I'm a racist.
Daniel's too equal opportunity. Daniel just looks down on everybody. It's not. It's more just because he's a condescending. He's the prickly prick. Okay, that's actually a canonical thing that he gets called at one point.
Incredible.
The prickly prick. So yeah.
What are the Menku? Cortana, translated loosely as men who set apart the parts of a whole. The Menku are the adepts of the kin, butchers, surgeons, prophets. Any occupation that has to do with knowing the separate parts that comprise a whole. Fine, but I'm definitely not a Menku, so what am I supposed to do? Do pay a visit to Governor Sabarov. I wouldn't go to Vlad if I were you. He's too resourceful and too inclined to drag you into his schemes. The Kanes are also out of the question, as anything that leads Georgi to me would likely result in Simon's body being removed, and I still have a lot of work to do. Find someone else to obtain the samples. Our job is to study the specimen under the microscope, not to cut it in some seedy alley. Or sounds reasonable. I'll see you soon! One of these options is the one we need to go with, so... Anyway, I hope you enjoyed Gravelly Man Talks to Different Type of Gravelly Man.
I love a woman who can kick my ass.
I love a woman who can fucking kick my ass.
I love a woman who can just kill me.
Like, put her hands around me, her legs around my head, and just squish it like a watermelon.
Oh, Legal Kimchi, you weren't here earlier when I did the V for Vendetta speech in Mickey Mouse voice. That was very good.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Reminder chat that you can free me from edgy anime protagonist. Ugh.
With money.
With money. You can make it John Mulaney again, and then it'll be funny.
Give money. You could make it John Mulaney again. You should do that.
Give money.
The John Mulaney era of the stream was very funny because it would just be like, "Listen, Bachelor, we've got an oncoming pandemic, and it's going to be horrible. I'll go deal with that." Like, just total whiplash 24/7. Very funny.
But yeah, no, I did a whole, like, in view, a humble vaudevillian veteran cast vicariously.
Well, you can't give it to them for free.
No, I already did it. We can't do it again. I was just sharing with the people who weren't there.
Fair.
Because I am proud of my cursed abilities. They're not good, but they're funny.
I feel like that's me with my voices. Well, I mean, I think they are good, but I just mean that, like, it is a cursed ability, which I enjoy getting to inflict upon everyone.
I'm really obsessed. I saw yesterday an episode of Game Changer where the whole thing was basically, like, riff in Shakespeare, and they were given prompts like, include cereals or 90s songs, and my favorite was Ice Iced Baby.
Iced Baby.
That was my favorite one. That and they named a character Count Chocula.
Incredible. I love Game Changer. It's so good.
It was very good.
I think one of my favorites is Brendan Lee Mulligan having to do Donald Trump, but he's Sauron.
Oh boy.
It's so cursed.
That
So
sounds
funny.
cursed. I
And
just
the
like
best
when
part of
Brendan
it,
Lee Mulligan
the
gets,
best
like,
part of it
mad.
is they finish it, and then Sam Reich is like, "You purposely didn't tell me you could do that, didn't you?" And he's like, "Yes."
By the way, can I bring Maddie in? They're
Yes,
in
please do. Please do.
Hello. You're back.
You're not allowed to be here unless you made shitty choices. Yeah,
You're allowed to be here if you made good choices. The Bachelor is Joe Lady. Thank you so much.
Paradox
for
said that
Kimchi.
we'd be
That's
very
too nice.
chaotic together, so I want to experience this.
We're returning to John Mulaney era.
Yes.
Daniel, which is personally my favorite Daniel, so I hope that people keep having to fight back and forth to keep it that way. Thank you so much, Kimchi. Also, Kimchi, reminder, whatever. I'll accept it. Shh, don't tell the audience.
What?
Nothing. What? It's $20 to change to Daniel's voice. But I'll just do it anyway. 'Cause I want to.
You have all the power, literally. It's your stream.
Because Kimchi's my friend and has helped me a lot, so they deserve the reward anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
A little treat.
Friends and family discount, correct.
Friends and family, more like actively assist me in a professional capacity discount. Because
I mean, we were talking about friend DAs recently.
Yeah, exactly. I can't. It's the thing of we all help each other out in this community with feedback and support and whatnot. Kimchi, no, that's too nice.
Is Kimchi just throwing money at you right now? What's happening?
I can't do math. I love that, Kimchi. That's so good.
Look, I just got my Patreon this month, so.
Okay, fair enough. Oh god, is Saburov still Shadow the Hedgehog? I'm pretty sure Saburov's still Shadow the Hedgehog. It is.
Probably. There's so many characters to assign.
The really funny era where Georgi Kane was Sonic the Hedgehog and Alexander Saburov was Shadow was truly something. I love
That
this
sounds
stream.
special.
This has been so good.
The Chaos Emeralds. We're doing worse than ever. This infection is spreading.
Over on the bench. I need to work with dead bodies. I was told that this work demands your sanction. Is that true?
I regret to say that no one can help you there. Local superstition prohibits any violation of a body's integrity. Add a cult of the dead on top. If they see you dissecting a corpse, they might tear you to pieces. The fourth Chaos Emerald. It has already happened once.
It's essential for my work.
I understand. But there's nothing I can do. Let us pretend this
can't.
conversation.
Stop.
Too bad.
Let us pretend this conversation never happened. You might want to turn to your new acquaintances. As far as I can judge, they're ready to do anything you ask.
I'll do that then. I should hope the infected districts have already reconsidered this reactionary, prejudiced stance. Daniel walking into a culture that is not his own. You're all reactionary for not changing things to what I want. I hate Daniel. I love him. He's the worst. Smelly man.
This difficulty could be resolved by some rather sinister people. I am talking about butchers. Butchers rather obviously have no qualms about cutting bodies. Tradition gives them a hereditary right to perform the sacred act.
Oops, Alexander doesn't understand the local customs, and this is going to end very badly. I've yet to see a single butcher in this town. I've had the pleasure of meeting one of them. He was a fugitive criminal. That is actually true.
Of course. Old Gimsey had them locked up after another of their strikes. However, it is said that on the eve of the blockade, a group of butchers did not make it back to the termitary on time. Maria, someone is hiding them. There's a house here on Earth whose dwellers know who it is. Take a chance.
Thank you. Excellent advice. Oh boy.
I'm sorry, is there somebody in Sonic named Maria?
Yes. What? Shadow the Hedgehog was in love with a woman named Maria.
Maria!
Yes, Sonic Adventure 2. In Sonic Adventure 2, in Shadow's backstory, he was like cared about this girl Maria, and yeah, and then she dies, and he's like, Maria.
Maria.
My edgy backstory includes fridging. I'm the ultimate edgy protagonist.
Wait, what about West Side Story?
I realized you were doing West Side Story, and I was thinking Sound of Music. There are too many Marias. I'm so sorry.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? There are too many Marias.
I feel like it's because it's easy to rhyme too, like diarrhea.
Of all the directions you could take that sentence, that was not the one I was prepared or expecting.
Oh my god.
That was the only one I could think of.
It rhymes so
Maria Diarrhea.
Gonorrhea.
That's an unfortunate name.
One sec.
This makes me think, how do you solve
What is her legacy?
like gonorrhea?
Maria Diarrhea.
Oh my god. Planting seeds in a Maria.
Planting seeds in a Maria Diarrhea.
What is a gonorrhea? It's planting accidents in the garden you'll never see.
What is a gonorrhea? An STD.
In the
Oh my goodness, I just heard a dog.
What
Maddie,
do you find in Maria?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Maddie, have you seen any of the new Sweeney Todd? Like the new production?
No, but people are upset about it, right?
Why are they upset?
It's good.
Oh, they're happy?
We liked it.
I'm happy. The only people I know who don't like it are weirdos who hate choreography.
Oh.
Because, like, there's dancing. That, and there are some people who really hate Annalee Ashford for some reason that seems to be verging on just misogyny. Like, she's very broad and cartoony, but I don't know. I think it's fun.
People are a little intense about it.
Yeah.
Is it like a cat's reaction? Like, oh, it's not as serious because there's dancing? Is that it?
No.
I don't know. I really don't understand the reaction of boo choreography in a musical.
Aspity time. I gotta sound vocal fry and 1 second.
Oh my god, do it. I'm so excited.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Thanks,
Please
Janice.
touch me. Do I have a
Oh
fever?
my god.
Oh my god.
What?
Sorry, I
I
didn't
wasn't
expect
ready
that.
for that.
Touch me just like that. Anyway.
Okay. You're concealing runaway butchers in this very house, Aspity!
Well.
This is so fucking ridiculous.
What's this about? Running more
You're
errands
welcome.
for the old Grimskis?
No, this time I've come of my own accord. I need your help.
Well, I gotta hear that. Why on earth would the wise serpent seek anyone's help?
I need the tissue of a sand plague victim.
You can only find dead victims in the infected houses. Since you appear to be alive, you've never entered a single one of them. You will have 5 to 10 minutes if you do. Then the infection strikes with the expected results.
Perhaps you could find a single runaway that could agree to help. What would he want in return?
Perhaps I could find a lot of runaways that would agree to help if only I asked them to. And the same me will ask you for a favor then. Will you do me one?
It depends.